The Strongest Sect of All Times Chapter 219 to Chapter 292. Xianxia showed his manliest and most handsome side to the fullest. However, Shi Jingxuan's eyes didn't waver at all, which made him unconvinced and angry. Come on, come on. I'll fight you for 300 rounds today. Let's see who will look away first. Although sect leader June was usually very decisive in managing the sect, she was more like a child when she was willful. Just like that, they looked at each other. His eyes were dry. Xianxia didn't even blink. He had to defend the dignity of a man and let this woman understand what it meant to be shy. However, when Xianxia walked over and said those words, he froze on the spot. After a long time, Xianxia said with a wonderful expression, "Is this woman blind?" Yes. Xianxia said, she was born blind and abandoned by her parents in the wilderness. The former palace master of Miaohua Palace passed by and brought her back and raised her. So miserable? Looking at Shi Jingxian, Xianxia gradually realized that although her eyes were as clear as water, they were also empty and lifeless. Sure enough, she had an eye disease. No wonder she was called an extraordinary woman to be able to become the palace master of a fourth-rate sect even though she couldn't see the light. Xianxia said, she probably came to the auction because she hoped that the healing pill could cure her eye disease. Xianxia shook his head and said, the healing pill is only used to heal injuries. How can it cure diseases? Sigh. How can I look at a girl with an eye disease? Xianxia retracted his gaze and strongly condemned his childish behavior just now. Sect leader June, Shi Jingxian, who was in front of the window, smiled and said, were you looking at me just now? Her smile was very bright, giving people a refreshing feeling like a spring breeze caressing their faces. What a pity. Such a beautiful girl has never seen the light or the great rivers and mountains between heaven and earth. Xianxia said, June has often heard people say that Palace Master Shi is an extraordinary woman of the falling star continent. Now that I've seen her today, it seems that the rumors are true. Shi Jingxian laughed and said, Sect leader June's iron bone was able to defeat the Haoqi men. That's what I admire. This was true admiration, not the mockery and ridicule of those outside the county. Xianxia was just about to say something polite. A woman walked in front of Shi Jingxian, glared at him, and said, Palace Lord, when we came, Grand Elder said not to talk to strangers, especially this kind of indecent man. An indecent man, what did he mean? Am I not serious? Xianxia wanted to argue with the woman, but she had already helped Shi Jingxian away from the window. Xianxian. Xianxia said angrily, I'm not serious? Xianxian said, judging from sect leader's winking behavior just now, you are indeed not serious. Xianxia slumped on the chair powerlessly, howling in his heart, I'm just showing the most handsome side of a man. Sect leader. Xianxian said, what do you think of this palace lord of Miaohua Palace? Xianxia said honestly, her voice is pleasant, and she looks very beautiful when she smiles. There was another meaning to his words. It was to tell his eldest disciple, when you can speak nicely, when you can smile. Xianxian naturally couldn't tell. She still said coldly, you're only looking at the surface. As far as I know, this Shi Jingxian is a ruthless person. Oh? Xianxia said, how ruthless? There are rumors that after she took over as palace lord, she ordered her disciples to find her biological parents, Xianxian said. That's human nature, Xianxia said. Xianxian said, later, Shi Jingxian found her parents, and then killed them with her own hands. What? Xianxia's eyes widened. It was detestable to abandon one's own child. But as a son, there was definitely something wrong with one's mind if he killed his own father and mother. It was hard for sect leader June to imagine that such a beautiful and gentle woman would do such an extreme thing. A few years ago, a sixth-rate sect defended Miaohua Palace. Xianxian said, 3 days later, all 5,000 members of the sect died in the training field. Even the livestock were not spared. Damn. Xianxia said in shock, that's too ruthless, isn't it? Sect leader June had also annihilated other sects, but every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. He only killed the patriarch and elder of the Spirit Spring sect, and dismissed the remaining disciples. This kind of bloody and cruel annihilation was simply outrageous. Miaohua Palace is an evil sect? Righteous. That sixth-rate sect is an evil sect? Righteous. Since they're all righteous, why didn't anyone condemn them for annihilating a sixth-rate sect? Yes. Lu Qianxian said, the patriarch of the fourth-rate sect, the backer of the sixth-rate sect, went to Miaohua Palace to denounce them, but was severely injured by Shi Jingxian. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. That woman looked harmless, but she was actually so two-faced and cruel. Suddenly, a scene appeared in front of Jun Changxiao's eyes. In a pitch-black room, Shi Jingxuan's back was facing him. Then, she slowly turned around, raised her blood-stained saber, and grinned malevolently at him. Thinking of this, sect leader Jun shuddered, thinking to himself, she really is a ruthless character. In a side room of Miaohua Palace, Shi Jingxian had just sat down when she smiled and said, Li Ironbone sect leader's voice sounds so young. Her exposed eyes were clear, but unfortunately, they were empty and lifeless. Palace Lord. The Miaohua Palace disciple named Li said, that guy looks like he's 18 years old. Shi Jingxian murmured, he must be an amazing man to be able to defeat a sixth-rate sect as an eighth-rate sect. Unfortunately, at this point, she lowered her head. She said rather dejectedly, I can't see what he looks like with my own eyes. Li Er's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, Palace Lord, this is an auction. Many factions are here. You mustn't think too much. Several Miaohua Palace disciples were also terrified, and they rushed forward to comfort their Palace Lord. After a while, Shi Jingxian raised her head, and the dejection on her face was covered by a smile. She said, I know. Phew. Seeing their Palace Lord's smiling face, the disciples heaved a sigh of relief, and their tense minds gradually relaxed. Jun Changxiao. Shi Jingxian murmured, if my eye disease is cured one day, I'll definitely see what kind of man you are. Li said, Palace Lord, don't think about an eighth-rate sect. It might be destroyed by others one day. A female disciple said, I heard that Iron Bone and Sacred Spring sect have a 1-year agreement. If they lose, it'll be difficult for them to establish themselves in the Jianghu in the future. Huh? Shi Jingxian said in surprise, sect leader Jun is going to challenge a fifth-rate sect? Li said, don't you know your own strength? Why do you have to challenge Sacred Spring sect? This is a classic case of courting death. So, Patriarch, don't worry. After the auction, go and find out when Iron Bone will challenge Sacred Spring sect. If I'm free, I'll go and see, listen. Shi Jingxian said expectantly. The disciples were speechless. Why was their Palace Lord thinking about the unknown Iron Bone sect leader? At the AI family's auction venue, the bronze area was already packed with people as various forces continued to pour in. They were all here to watch the show. The main bidders were in the private rooms on the second floor. Many forces were already rubbing their palms together after taking their seats. As for the third floor, which was the highest level, 2 fifth-rate sects came in one after another. When they found out that the fourth-rate Miaohua Palace was next to them, they immediately became low-key. In the eyes of the low-level sects, the fifth-rate sects were giants. In the eyes of the fifth-rate sects, the fourth-rate sects were also giants. They could not afford to offend them, of course. Some of the sixth-rate sects also had platinum cards and were placed on the third floor. Because the people sitting in the rooms next to them might be the big shots of the fifth-rate sects, they were very careful, afraid that they would accidentally provoke them. However, when they saw Jun Changxiao through the window, their eyes were filled with surprise. The elder of the sixth-rate Atlas sect was rather puzzled. Which sect's disciple is this? He looks very unfamiliar. Elder. A disciple whispered, this is the sect leader of Iron Bone, Jun Changxiao. What? The elder said angrily, how can an eighth-rate sect be on the same level as us? The Atlas sect was a sixth-rate sect in the outer county. They were stronger than the Haoqi sect, so they were very arrogant. Naturally, they could not tolerate Iron Bone sitting on the third floor with them. When the other sects in the outer county learned that an eighth-rate sect was on the third floor, they also felt humiliated. They looked at Jun Changxiao with disdain. If this was their own territory, they would have flipped the table. High-level sects had the dignity of high-level sections. It would definitely be degrading to be with low-level sections. However, they could not do anything because sect leader June had a platinum card. TSK. Catching the disdain and indifference in the eyes of the elders, June Xianxia said, "It seems that I'm sitting in a room that I shouldn't be sitting in." In their eyes, sect leader should be on the first floor, Lu Qianqian said. "Are you angry?" June Xianxia said, "Come on, come and hit me." When the various forces were in position, AI Shang appeared on the auction stage. The noisy venue instantly fell silent. The AI family head said in a clear voice, "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the auction held by my AI family. Next, those who came here were all here for the medicinal pills." No one was willing to listen to official words, so they went straight to the point. "Begin the medicinal pill auction." This sentence instantly ignited the atmosphere. Some of the various forces who were determined to obtain the pills stood up in their rooms. AI Shang waved his hand and placed a healing pill on the auction stage. "I won't explain the effects of this healing pill. The starting price is 300,000. 300,000? June Changxiao, who was sitting in the room, asked in surprise, "The price is so high." The auction begins. As soon as AI Shang finished speaking, someone from the second floor shouted, 400,000, 500,000. June Changxiao, who was watching the auction for the first time, felt the corners of his mouth twitch. It seemed like the 300,000 that the AI clan had set wasn't a problem at all. 1 million. At this moment, a clear voice came from the opposite room. Obviously, it was Shi Jingxian. June Changxiao opened his eyes wide. Raising the price from 500,000 to 1 million, this woman was really ruthless, thinking that she might need the healing pill to treat her eye disease. She would probably be willing to sell it even if it was 10 million. Thinking about it from another perspective, if he was blind and knew about the heaven-defying healing pill, he would definitely buy it at all costs. "Girl. You are destined to be disappointed. Let's not talk about whether the healing pill can cure your eye disease. Just your realm alone is already limited." June Changxiao didn't think that the palace lord's strength was only at the channel opening realm or the martial disciple realm. When Shi Jingxian called out the price of 1 million, the auction hall was silent. No one dared to follow suit. It wasn't that they didn't have the money, but they didn't dare to. They all knew that the voice came from the room of the Miaohua Palace. Wasn't she tired of living to compete with a fourth-rate sect? June Changxiao touched his nose and said, "This is not good." Shi Jingxian would definitely be satisfied with the price of 1 million. However, if the fifth-rate sect called out the price first, no one would dare to follow suit. How could they make a lot of money? The AI clan had also thought about this problem. That was why they set the price at 300,000. Moreover, the rules stated that if the same martial artist or force wanted to bid for the second pill, they would have to pay double the price. The starting price was 300,000. If the first pill was sold for 400,000, the second pill would be sold for 800,000. Therefore, the major sects could only buy one pill at the lowest price. There were a total of 20 healing pills in the auction this time. Many forces who were determined to get their hands on them all wanted to buy just one. Seeing that no one wanted to follow suit, AI Xianxia shouted 3 times and announced that the first healing pill was sold to the Miaohua Palace at the price of 1 million. In fact, he knew that the Miaohua Palace would participate in the auction. It would be good if they could offer 400,000. He didn't expect them to be rich enough to raise the price by 1 million. "Master AI. Shi Jingxian said, "Can you bring the pills up first?" "Yes, of course." AI Xiangyao hurried up to the third floor and placed the healing pill on the table. He seemed to understand the woman's intention and emphasized again, "Palace Lord Shi, the healing pill is only effective for channel opening realm and martial disciple realm cultivators." "I understand," Shi Jingxian said. AI Xiangyao didn't want to disturb her any further and quickly left. "Can this seemingly ordinary pill really heal injuries in an instant?" Lier questioned. Although Shi Jingxian was blind, she could feel the presence of the pill. She gently pinched the pill and murmured, "I hope a miracle happens." As she spoke, she gently opened her cherry lips and swallowed the pill. Unfortunately, even after the pill had taken effect in her body, her vision was still dark. Xianxia's expression was desolate. She lowered her head and said dejectedly, "It still doesn't work." Palace Lord Li hurriedly comforted her. Master AI said clearly that the pill is only effective for channel opening realm and martial disciple realm cultivators. It's reasonable that it can't heal your eyes. Yeah. A disciple agreed. Perhaps Master AI will refine an even stronger pill. At that time, it will definitely be able to heal your eyes. Seeing their palace lord depressed again, the disciples of the Miaohua Palace became nervous again. That makes sense. Xianxia raised her head and smiled brightly. Phew. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Jun Changxiao, who was in the opposite room, murmured, "That woman should have already consumed the pill. She will definitely be disappointed if it doesn't work." "Does it have anything to do with the sect master?" Lu Qianqian suddenly asked. Jun Changxiao was stunned. He said, "It doesn't seem to be related." Master AI returned to the auction stage and continued to host the auction. When the second pill was called out, the fifth-rate sect on the third floor called out a bid of 400,000. The various forces that were about to open their mouths immediately stopped talking. They couldn't afford to offend a fourth-rate sect, nor could they afford to offend a fifth-rate sect. Master AI sighed inwardly when he saw that no one was bidding. He had already expected this result. So what if it was 400,000? After all, there was only one fourth-rate sect and two fifth-rate sect. Hongyan sect, 400,000 going once. Hongyan sect, 400,000 going twice. Hongyan sect, 400,000. Just as Master AI raised his hammer, a voice rang out from the third floor, 500,000. Gah. AI Shang's expression froze. Because the bidder was Sect Master Jun. When Jun Changxiao called out 500,000, AI Shang's heart skipped a beat. What was Sect leader Jun trying to do by bidding for a pill that he had refined himself? After all, he was a businessman. His brain worked quickly and immediately realized that Jun Changxiao was trying to raise the price. That's right. Jun Changxiao was raising the price. How could he let someone take away the pill that he had painstakingly refined for 400,000? The system complained. Is it hard for the host to refine pills mechanically? Jun Changxiao ignored the system and shifted his gaze to the Hongyun sect. He happened to meet the eyes of the elder who had called out the price, and a harmless smile appeared on his face. Despicable guy. Anger rose in the elder's heart. He had thought that he would definitely get the pill, but who would have thought that Iron Bone would suddenly appear just as the deal was about to be closed? This was not a matter of money, but a matter of the sect's honor. Where did a small eighth-rate sect get the guts to compete with a fifth-rate sect? Because of Jun Changxiao's sudden bid, all the martial artists in the Bronze District looked over with playful smiles. Iron Bone dared to compete with the Hongyun sect. He was really something. Kid. The elder said in a low voice, "Are you sure you want to compete with the Hongyun sect?" This was obviously a warning to Iron Bone. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, "Isn't the rule of the auction house to bid? Does Jun not have the right to bid?" That was true. But why didn't he see who he was bidding with? Was there something wrong with Iron Bone's head? Why couldn't he figure out such a simple thing? That's right, that's right. If he was in his right mind, why would he set a one-year deal with the Sacred Spring sect? Thinking of this, the martial artists' smiles became even wider. They were very happy to see how Iron Bone would court death. Humph, the Hongyun sect elder snorted and said, 600,000. 700,000, Jun Changxiao said. Hearing that he continued to bid, the elder's eyes burned with anger. There were so many forces present. He was deliberately going against the Hongyun sect. Sect leader Jun, the elder said with a sullen face, the younger generation will surpass us in time. AI. Jun Changxiao said, I won't hide it from senior. There are injured people in the sect, so we must get the medicinal pills. Hearing this, the elder almost vomited blood. Why didn't you bid when the ingenious Flower Palace called out the price just now? Now that it's my fortune sect's turn, you're pressuring us step by step. Do you think that fifth-rate sects are easier to bully than fourth-rate sects? 800,000. The elder of the Hongyun sect shouted. 900,000, Jun Changxiao raised the price again. The elder of the Hongyun sect narrowed his eyes and said, it seems that sect leader June is very rich. It's alright. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, I earned 10 million from the Haoqi sect. I don't mind spending $1 million or so. The corners of the mouths of the various sects twitched. They had heard that the Haoqi sect won 10 million from gambling. To be honest, it was a lot of money. However, acting as if he didn't care about money in front of a fifth-rate sect was truly arrogant. Damn it, an eighth-rate sect dares to flaunt their wealth in front of me. 5 million. The fortune sect master said in a deep voice. A sect had to have the dignity of a sect. If they wanted to raise the price, they had to be bold. I'll give up, Jun Changxiao said. Gah. The elder of the Hongyun sect looked dazed. How could he not bid? How could he give up? By calling out 5 million, he had raised the price. If Iron Bone continued to bid, he would give up. The elder of the Hongyun sect was not stupid. He definitely couldn't afford to buy a healing pill at a high price. Since that lad thought that he was rich, he had to make him spend more money to buy it. At most, he would bid for the next one. It was a pity. Jun Changxiao was not stupid either, he had deliberately raised the price. His ideal number was 1 million. He didn't expect that the other party would give up when he raised it to 5 million. It was all a trap. Hongyun sect, Hongyun sect, Hongyun sect, 5 million going thrice. Bam, the hammer struck the final bell. The elder of the Hongyun sect was tricked by Jun Changxiao. He bought the second healing pill at 5 million. He was furious. Ai Shang glanced at him and said, Sect leader Jun, aren't you afraid of offending a fifth-rate sect? The auction continued. The starting price of the third healing pill was still 300,000. The Raindrop Pavilion, another fifth-rate sect that had been silent, called out 400,000. Without a doubt, no one dared to bid. At the same time, they all looked at the room where Iron Bone was, thinking, is this lad going to bid 500,000? Jun Changxiao said. Sure enough, this lad was challenging the fifth-rate sects again. 600,000, the young pavilion master of the Raindrop Pavilion said indifferently. Lad, first you bid with the Hongyun sect, and now you're bidding with the Raindrop Pavilion. Have you eaten the guts of a leopard? 700,000, Jun Changxiao said. 800,000, 900,000, 1 million. The young pavilion master was in his early 20s. He was in the prime of his life. How could he tolerate the arrogance of a sixth-rate sect? Give up. After reaching the price of 1 million, Jun Changxiao gave up decisively. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. At this moment, they realized that this lad was deliberately raising the price. The Hongyun sect and the Raindrop Pavilion naturally saw it too. The disciples in the room glared at him. Jun Changxiao did not care. These were all forces from outside the county. It was hard to say if he would meet them after the auction. If he offended them, so be it. Not to mention, it was just bidding for elixirs. If they cared about such a small amount of money, they would be narrow-minded. The two fifth-rate sects naturally did not care about a few 100,000 taels. What they cared about was this lad's malicious bidding, however. When the price of the fourth healing elixir began, Jun Changxiao spoke first, 400,000. He was using his actions to tell the martial artists present that he really wanted to bid and was not deliberately causing trouble. The opportunity was here. The young pavilion master of the Raindrop Pavilion immediately shouted, 500,000. Lad, you made me spend an extra 600,000 taels. How can I not pay a little to take it away? Young pavilion master. A disciple reminded, we just bought one. According to the auction house's rules, if you take it for 500,000, you have to pay 1 million taels of silver. The young pavilion master said, I just raised the price casually. If that lad follows, he will definitely give up. 600,000, 700,000. 800,000, 900,000. After shouting this price, the young pavilion master was ready to give up because the meaning was very simple. If I spend 1 million, you have to spend 100, give up. Gah. The young pavilion master was in a daze and then roared in his heart, how can he give up? Pa. The AI family head said, the Raindrop Pavilion bid 1 million for the fourth healing elixir. According to the rules, you have to pay 2 million. Everyone's mouth twitched violently. They all knew that the young pavilion master of the Raindrop Pavilion deliberately raised the price and was tragically tricked. Tisk Xianxia sat in the room, crossed his legs, and said indifferently, "You want to fight with me? You are still too inexperienced. Despicable guy." The young pavilion master of the Raindrop Pavilion was so angry that he clenched the armrest. The auction continued. In order to show that he was really bidding, after the AI family head shouted the price, Xianxia immediately said, 400,000. 50W. The young pavilion master raised the price again. He had to trick that guy once. Otherwise, how could he live up to his identity as the young pavilion master of a fifth-rate sect? Give up. Gah. The young pavilion master was in a daze. This guy gave up way too quickly. Dong. The gavel closed. Patriarch AI said loudly, the Raindrop Pavilion bid 500,000 for the fifth healing pill. According to the rules, you have to pay 1 million. The young pavilion master was trembling with anger. Although the healing pill's effect was strong, it was only limited to Meridian Opening and Martial Disciple. It was too much for him to buy 3 at once. Moreover, because of that guy, he had to spend 4,000,000. Xianxia laughed and said, the child of a rich guy, he's really generous with his money. Lu Xianxian, as the sect leader, I'm really good at cheating people. Next, Patriarch AI continued to auction the healing pills. Xianxia bid 400,000 as usual. The young pavilion master, who had been cheated 3 times, did not dare to continue. If he did not play, others did not dare to play either. They were afraid that they would be cheated by this guy. Dong. The AI family's patriarch announced that Xianxia had bought the healing pill for 400,000 yuan. The money would definitely not be paid. The AI family would also keep it for the next auction. Therefore, both parties did not suffer any losses. The 7th healing pill was auctioned. Xianxia stopped bidding. The 6th and 7th rate sects began to fight. The final price was set at 800,000. It was a normal price. The remaining 13 pills were bought by various forces for a total of more than 10 million. On average, the price was around 800,000. It was a new high. This was just the appetizer. The next 5 body-shaping pills were the most important. 2 fifth-rate sects had traveled thousands of miles just for this kind of pill. Everyone. After a short break, Patriarch AI took out the pills and said, this is the body-shaping pill that can strengthen the body. The starting price for the first pill is 2 million. Many martial artists in the Bronze District twitched their mouths. As expected. The price was higher than the previous auction, 100,000. The Fortune Sect's elder was the first to bid. 2,200,000, the young pavilion master of the Raindrop Pavilion followed. The 2 sects had reached a tacit agreement and did not bid for the healing pills. However, they would fight for the body-shaping pills. After all, there were only 5 of them, 2 300,000, 2 400,000. Watching them fight, Xianxia was amused. In the end, after a round of competition, the first molding pill was won by the pavilion master of the Raindrop Pavilion at a price of 5 million. 6th and 7th rate sects also participated in the auction, but they withdrew after the price reached 4 million. The big sects were just rich. They couldn't compare to them. The second body sculpting pill was also a fierce battle between 2 fifth-rate sections. In the end, it was won by the Fortune Sect for 5 million. Initially, he thought that the 2 sects would stop fighting. Who would have thought that the pills would continue to fight? The 6th and 7th rate sects could only sigh as they watched the price rise. In the end, the 5 body sculpting pills were divided between the Fortune Sect and Raindrop Pavilion. The former bought 2 for 11 million, while the latter bought 3 for 16 million. Tsk tisk. Xianxia said, the sects from other counties are indeed rich. AI Shang was unable to contain his joy. In this auction, he had expected the total price to be around 30 million, but in the end, he had sold it for nearly 40 million. Everyone. The AI family's patriarch cupped his hands and said, "This auction has come to an end, please come again next time." Gone, gone. The martial artists of the Bronze District began to leave in an orderly manner. On the way, they were all talking about the auction. As expected of a fifth-rate sect. They didn't think about money at all. It's a pity that the fourth-rate Miaohua Palace didn't participate. Otherwise, the three parties would have fought fiercely. In my opinion, the Palace Lord of Miaohua Palace came this time only for the healing pill. I wonder if it can cure her eye disease. The AI family's patriarch repeatedly emphasized that the pill is only effective for meridian-opening martial disciples. Palace Lord Shi's cultivation base is at least Wuzong. It shouldn't be effective. Let's go. Jun Changxiao left the room and happened to bump into the Raindrop Pavilion's young pavilion master who was walking behind him. Sect Master Jun, the young pavilion master said coldly, "You're quite bold." Jun Changxiao said, "Since it's an auction, it's only interesting if we bid together." With that, he left with Lu Qianqian. Despicable guy. Although the young pavilion master was very angry, he didn't have any other thoughts. For example, he wanted to cause trouble. It was just an auction. It would be beneath his status to cause trouble out of anger. Jun Changxiao came to the staircase. Just as he was about to go down, he saw Shi Jingxian walking over with the help of a disciple. The woman's eyes were still empty. She shook her head and walked down with Lu Qianqian. Sect Master Jun Ai Xianxia stood at the staircase on the first floor and said, "Please follow me to the VIP area." Jun Changxiao knew that the AI family wanted to split the money with him. If it was 40 million, he would get 16 million taels. As expected. After sending all the major sects away, AI Xianxia entered the VIP area and directly gave 20 million taels. AI family's patriarch. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, "Isn't it 40, 60? You gave a bit too much." AI Xianxia smiled and said, "Round it up, round it up." The AI family only did publicity and made more than 10 million taels. They definitely wouldn't be greedy and take 60%. Jun won't be polite. Jun Changxiao accepted the money and took out 50 healing pills and 10 body-shaping pills, saying, "Jun is very satisfied with the cooperation with the AI family. Please help me sell these pills." AI Xianxia was overjoyed. Sect Master Jun gave more and more pills each time, which meant that he trusted him and the AI family more and more. AI family head. Jun Changxiao said, "Does your AI family accept crystal cores?" After training in Death Valley, he obtained a lot of crystal cores. He kept the high-quality ones for his own use and planned to sell the low-quality ones. AI Xianxia said, "Although my AI family is involved in crystal cores, it can't compare to professional crystal core shops. The AI clan specialized in medicinal pills and herbs, but their other businesses were more ordinary." Jun Changxiao said, "I have some crystal cores here. If AI family head likes them, we can make another deal." AI Xianxia smiled and said, "No problem." In order to win over this god of fortune, even if he had to sell it, he would definitely buy it. Shua. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and crystal cores of different colors were neatly arranged on the table. AI family head. He said, "There aren't many, only 500 or so. You can name the price." AI family head's eyes widened. 500 or so crystal cores are not many? How much is considered many? AI family head picked up a red crystal core and said in surprise, "Sect Master Jun, this is a red flame wolf's crystal core." "Yes." Jun Changxiao said. AI Xianxia said solemnly, "Red flame wolves only exist in Death Valley." "Did Sect Master Jun go in?" "Yes." Jun Changxiao said, "Not long ago, I brought my disciples in for training." AI Xianxia was shocked. No wonder he wasn't in the sect the last time. He brought his disciples to Death Valley to train. "Wait," AI Xianxia said in surprise, "Sect Master Jun, you got all these crystal cores in Death Valley?" "Yes." Jun Changxiao said. AI Xianxia didn't say anything. His heart was in turmoil. Not every beast had a crystal core. Sect Master Jun took out 500 of them. How many did he kill in there? Not many. he killed almost all of them. AI Xianxia checked the level of the crystal cores one by one. When he finished checking all 500 of them, the shock in his heart became stronger. The crystal cores in there were not only comparable to those of peak martial masters, but also many types of ferocious beasts. Without enough people and strength, it was impossible to exterminate such a group of ferocious beasts. Even if Qin Haoran went in with the Sect's elites, it would be impossible. Sect Master Jun's iron bone was really amazing. Sect Master Jun, after thinking for a while, AI family head said, "My AI family is willing to buy these crystal cores for 10 million. There were many low-grade crystal cores. For example, the Earth Flame Wolf's crystal core was worth at most 1,000 taels. However, there were also many mid-grade ones. If Sect Master Jun took out the high-grade crystal cores, AI family head would probably use all the money he just earned to buy them." Okay. The two went through the procedure and signed. When Jun Changxiao put the 10 million taels of silver into his spatial ring, a beautiful system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the hidden mission, Gold and Jade Pile. You have gained 200 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 285-1000. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the hidden mission, Gold and Jade Pile. You have triggered the hidden reward. The storage of the spatial ring has increased by 5 times. Piling up gold and jade meant that one had enough wealth. After splitting the profits and crystal cores, Jun Changxiao's wealth had reached 50 million. Therefore, he had fulfilled the system's requirement and completed the hidden mission. Sigh. Looks like I have to think about idioms when I have time. Maybe I can complete some hidden missions related to idioms. Jun Changxiao's mind entered the interspatial ring and found that the storage space inside had increased by a lot. The interspatial ring was a gift from the activation system. The storage space was not small to begin with. Now that it had increased by 5 times, it could be considered large. It has expanded by a lot. It will be more comfortable to store things in the future. Jun Changxiao said, "Patriarch AI, does your AI clan sell spirit stones?" This, AI Shang shook his head and said, "My AI clan does not have a spirit stone business." It was not that they did not want to, but that they could not. This was because this business was monopolized by large business empires. More importantly, spirit masters that could refine spirit stones were too rare. Even if the AI clan wanted to open a spirit stone store, they would not be able to hire anyone. Alright. Jun Changxiao stood up and cupped his hands. "Patriarch AI, Jun still has something to do. I will take my leave first." Under the escort of Patriarch AI, he left the auction house with Lu Qianxian. They did not return to the sect directly. Instead, they went to the market. In the most prosperous area of the market in Huyang City, there was a luxuriously decorated shop with the words Tangji Spirit Stone Store written on the signboard. Tangji referred to the Tang clan. It was one of the top clans in the Falling Star continent. At the same time, it was a business clan that was as rich as a country. The Spirit Stone stores in the 8 cities of Qingyang County. They were all opened by the Tang clan. A business clan like the AI clan was not even worth mentioning in front of the Tang clan. Fortunately, the Tang clan mainly focused on spirit stones and did not invest much in elixirs and herbs. This allowed the AI clan to occupy nearly 60% of the market in Qingyang County. Tangji was the only spirit stone store in Huyang City. Jun Changxiao could only come here if he wanted to buy spirit stones. After bringing Lu Qianxian in, he spent 10 million taels to exchange for 1,000 crystal cores. He had a lot of money and did not lack high-grade crystal cores. Buying spirit stones was the wisest choice. Tsk tisk. After watching him leave, the Tangji shopkeeper said in surprise, "This Iron Bone sect leader is really rich." A cultivator who was exchanging spirit stones joked, "Just now at the auction house, Sect Master Jun even dared to show off his wealth in front of 2 fifth-rate sections. The Fortune Sect and Raindrop Listening Pavilion are both famous sects, they wouldn't bother with a low-grade sect. If it was any other sect, they would definitely be in trouble. Don't worry, don't worry. When he goes to the Sacred Spring sect, he will definitely be in trouble." These mocking martial artists were from the 100 Sect Alliance. As long as they had the chance, they would definitely mock Iron Bone. After leaving the Spirit Stone shop, Jun Changxiao walked around the market and bought a lot of different quality ores for 1,000,000 yuan. The materials could wait for the refinement process, but the refinement process could not wait for the materials. Therefore, it was better to prepare for a rainy day. I have to buy some ingredients for Dudu. Jun Changxiao went to the grocery store and bought a lot of condiments, rice, and vegetable seeds. After everything was settled, he brought Lu Qianqian back home. The trip to the auction house had earned him a lot of money, and he had also witnessed the wealth of a large sect. They did not even blink when auctioning off millions of yuan. With money, one could really do whatever they wanted. Sect Master. On the way, Lu Qianqian asked, "When are we going to destroy Black Eagle Hall?" Jun Changxiao might have forgotten about this matter, but she would always remember it in her heart. "Let's talk about it when we return to the sect." Sect Master, are you going to bring junior brothers to destroy Black Eagle Hall? Otherwise? That is an evil sect. Their methods are cruel. Why not just the two of us? Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Although he did not put Black Eagle Hall in his eyes, it was still a seventh-rate sect. It was too disrespectful to destroy it with just the two of them. Lu Qianqian asked, "Sect Master, are you afraid?" "I'm not afraid." Jun Changxiao said, "I feel that this is a rare experience. Bringing the disciples can help them adapt to the cruel world." Okay. Lu Qianqian did not say anything else. She only gave her opinion at the appropriate time. The sect master had his own ideas and would definitely not object. This was Lu Qianqian. Although she was cold all day, as a member of the Iron Bone, she would definitely listen to the sect master's orders. In the evening, Jun Changxiao returned to the sect. The disciples were still cultivating as usual. He first handed the ingredients to Lu Wancher, then summoned Li Qingyang and told him about the plan to destroy Black Eagle Hall. Sect Master. Li Qingyang said solemnly, "The idea of destroying Black Eagle Hall is a bit bold. However," he paused and said, "this kind of evil sect is indeed very dangerous. Since they have a grudge with the Iron Bone, they will come to us sooner or later." Agreed? This disciple will do whatever the sect master says. Li Qingyang and Lu Qianqian were the same. Ever since they became Iron Bone disciples, they followed the sect master's lead and would never disobey him. Jun Changxiao said, "Go and inform the disciples who are training in Death Valley to gather at the inner yard martial arts practice field tomorrow morning." Yes. Li Qingyang left. Jun Changxiao summoned Li Luoqiu and told her about the idea of destroying Black Eagle Hall. He also ordered her to gather the members of the Drizzle Hall to go with them. Destroying a seventh-rate sect was not a child's play. Bringing the members of the Drizzle Hall there would undoubtedly be a lot of protection. Li Luoqiu, who used to be an assassin, was definitely interested in killing people. So she said, "I'll take them and go first." Okay. Jun Changxiao nodded. That night, Li Luoqiu left with Viper, Lynx, and 50 members. During this period of time, although they mainly investigated for information, they did not neglect their cultivation. With the help of the molding pill and the molding room, their strength had increased significantly. Viper and Lynx had also successfully entered rank 1 martial master from peak martial disciple. If they were still assassins, it would be difficult for them to improve. Hall Master. On the way, Viper said, "Brothers, we've been bored to death. This time, we can finally exercise our muscles and bones." Li Luoqiu said with a serious expression, "Black Eagle Hall is an evil sect. It's not a small matter. Everyone, be serious." Okay. Viper nodded. Also, Li Luoqiu added, "We're now Iron Bone disciples. What we do is for the sect. Don't act recklessly when you're on the move. Listen to orders." Yes. The members of the Drizzle Hall said in unison. Swoosh. Swoosh. Under the night, more than 50 ghost-like members of the Drizzle Hall shuttled through the forest and headed towards Huaying County at full speed. Finally, we can show off. Li Tian also followed. Although he was only a rank 2 martial disciple, under Hall Master Li's dozens of days of training, he had already grasped many assassin skills. Especially after adapting to the cruel training, in order to become stronger, he would often train in the body technique training room for most of the night. Jun Changxiao provided a lot of resources for the disciples. Although their spirit roots were not as good, as long as they were willing to work hard, they would definitely become stronger. Sect Master Li Tian used ghostly steps and followed the group. He said in his heart, "You gave me a pair of wings. I will prove to you that I, Li Tian, can definitely ascend to the heavens." Aya. Viper pulled his ear and said, "Little brat, what are you thinking? Hurry up and don't fall behind." Brother Snake. Li Tian grimaced and said, "Can you be gentler?" Viper let go of his hand and reprimanded, "As an assassin, when you're on the move, you can't be distracted." I know. Li Tian said. Other than the first day where Hall Master Li personally trained, Viper was in charge of the rest. Although he scolded him a lot in his heart, he was still very grateful. Because without such a strict instructor, he wouldn't have his current achievements. Brother Snake. Li Tian grinned and said, "When we reach Black Eagle Hall, I'll show you." Forget it. Viper curled his lips and joked, "Just don't drag me down when the time comes." The next day, Jun Changxiao arranged everything and set off with Li Qingyang and the others. After 3 days of traveling, they entered the territory of Huaying County and were ordered to change into black clothes. To deal with a righteous sect like the Haoqi sect, they could openly challenge them. To deal with an evil sect like the Black Eagle Hall, they naturally had to use another method. What method? That would be to use sneak attacks and backstabbing. If it weren't for the fact that the opening talisman was too precious and they were only willing to use it in times of danger. Otherwise, sect leader Jun wouldn't have gone through so much trouble and directly dragged a 40-meter-long broadsword into the Black Eagle Hall. Sect leader. After changing into black clothes, Xianxia said lightly, "It's just to destroy a 7th-rate sect. Why bring so many people? I can handle it alone." Night Emperor was still so strong. Not to mention that during this period of time, his physical strength had obviously improved a lot after tempering his body in the Tower of Experience. The muscles in his chest, abdomen, and arms bulged, but they weren't at an explosive level. Instead, they were very uniform and perfect. It wasn't just the physical body that improved. Xianxia's cultivation didn't go to waste. After returning for more than half a month, he also stepped into the peak of the martial disciple realm. When he was just reborn, Li Qingyang already had the cultivation of a martial disciple after participating in the sect competition. Now Xianxia caught up and broke through to the peak of the martial disciple realm faster than him. What did this mean? As expected of the reborn martial emperor, wrong, because the Taishan Sutra above the divine level was indeed very mysterious. It was one of the 2 mantras left by the Taishan elder. Xianxia had been comprehending it since his rebirth. Although he had only comprehended the 2nd level, he had benefited a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Based on the current situation, it was worth it to die for this thing. What was more worth it was that he was forced to join the Iron Bone and had all kinds of resources. According to the plot of a normal novel, after the rebirth of a martial emperor, he would either enter a school or a sect. He would have all kinds of competitions for fun. He would have to beat the younger ones and the older ones would come. Every day, he would either step on the face of the villain or step on the road to face of the villain. What about our Night Emperor? If he joined Iron Bone, he would be able to get resources if he performed well. He didn't even have to go to all kinds of competitions or face smacking villains. He could cultivate happily and live a very comfortable life. Xiao Ziji was the same. After joining Iron Bone, with the resources provided by the sect leader, there was no need for him to walk the bumpy path of becoming the main character. All he had to do was focus on cultivating and becoming stronger. This made things difficult for Jun Changxiao. As the leader of a sect, if he wanted the sect and his disciples to become stronger, he could only continue to earn money to support his family. Sigh. It was hard to be the main character, but it was even harder to be the sect leader. Xianxia would not be satisfied with the current situation. He still had a vengeance to take, so he needed to obtain more resources to improve himself. That was why he had volunteered to destroy the Black Eagle Hall. It was a pity. Even if Night Emperor really had the ability to annihilate a seventh-rate sect, Xianxia wouldn't let him go alone. After all, the other disciples also needed to gain experience. There was a mountain in Huaiying County. Because eagle beasts circled around it all year round, it was called the Black Eagle Mountain. 100 years ago, an evil cultivator accidentally passed by this place. Seeing that it was full of spiritual energy, he set up a sect here and created the Black Eagle Hall. Because he walked the evil path, the Black Eagle Hall went from a non-rated sect to a seventh-rated sect in a short period of time. To achieve this in 100 years was really commendable. A few decades ago, the first hall master left the sect in pursuit of a higher realm. His eldest disciple, Xianxia, succeeded him as the second hall master. Xianxia was a ruthless and cruel person. He often robbed other forces and itinerant cultivators, so the sect developed even faster. Black Eagle Mountain. The mountains were connected and undulating. The valley at the waist of the mountain seemed to have been split open by a giant axe, and the river water rushed in aggressively. At the top of the mountain, there were large and small buildings arranged. That was the headquarters of the Black Eagle Hall. At this moment, in the main hall of the Black Eagle Hall, the hall master, Xianxia, was sitting at the head of the table, a strong murderous intent between his brows. Vice Hall Master He Qing brought more than 60 disciples to Death Valley to train for more than half a month and did not return. He felt that something was wrong and sent people to investigate. The news came early this morning. Vice Hall Master He came to Death Valley and learned from the itinerant cultivators that Iron Bone came out from there. He brought his men and chased after them. Then, they lost contact. Hall Master. Another Vice Hall Master read the letter and said, Vice Hall Master He has not returned yet. I'm afraid he met with an accident. Iron Bone definitely has something to do with it. Crack. The ruthless and cruel Xianxia crushed the teacup, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Gather the brothers and follow me to Iron Bone. It was really as Xianxia thought. This kind of evil sect, as long as they suspected him, would not ask for any evidence and would bring people to kill him. Yes. The Vice Hall Master hurriedly left. Humph. Xianxia's murderous intent became more and more intense, and said, Iron Bone dares to kill my people, then there is no need for it to exist. It was obvious that he was going to exterminate the sect. Hall Master. Sitting at the head of the table, a middle-aged man with a goatee wearing a long robe said with a serious expression, This Iron Bone is not simple. His name was Xianxia. His cultivation was not high, but he was the military advisor of Black Eagle Hall. Robberies and whatnot were all arranged and planned by him. After doing so many robberies, he rarely failed. Oh? Xianxia said, How is it not simple? Xianxia said, As far as I know, this Iron Bone went to challenge Vast Chi sect some time ago. Xianxia was stunned, and said in surprise, Is this sect also a sixth-rate sect? They dared to challenge a sixth-rate sect? If it was a sixth-rate sect, they had to be careful. They could not rush over so impulsively, they had to play dirty. Xianxia said, Iron Bone is a ninth. Oh, no, an eighth-rate sect that just recently advanced. What? Xianxia's eyes widened, and said, A newly advanced eighth-rate sect wants to challenge a sixth-rate sect like Vast Chi sect? Xianxia said, I went to the city to buy things, and when I heard the news, I found it hard to believe. Xianxia laughed, They dared to challenge Qin Haoren, they must have been beaten to a pulp. Exactly the opposite. Xianxia said, The ones who were beaten were Qin Haoren and his personal disciples. The details were unknown. After all, this happened in Azure Sun County, and the only way to find out was through hearsay. Bullshit. Xianxia slammed the table, How can a bullshit eighth-rate sect beat Qin Haoren? Mr. Yang must have heard rumors. Hall Master. Xianxia said seriously, This might not be groundless. I think that since we are going to deal with Iron Bone, we have to think about it carefully. We cannot act rashly. Xianxia trusted him a lot, because most of the time, his advice was very important, and he had prevented many casualties during robberies. Mr. Yang. He said, In your opinion, what should we do? Xianxia said, As of now, we can't be sure if Iron Bone is the culprit. We can send people to use the blood recognition art to confirm if they have the blood of Vice Hall Master He and the others. What if they do? Xianxia said. Xianxia narrowed his small eyes and said coldly, we can block Ironbone outside, and kill every disciple that comes out. Let them die with grievances. If Jun Changxiao heard this, he would definitely take out the Desert Eagle and shoot him, because he hated such tricks the most. Okay. Xianxia said, let the hunting team go, with their strength, they should be able to cause a ruckus in Ironbone. The so-called blood recognition art was a rather evil technique. As for the hunting team, it was the elite department of Black Eagle Hall. Hall Master Lai sent them, and once they confirmed the blood of the Vice Hall Master, they would use all kinds of cruel methods. Unfortunately. While the two of them were discussing here, at the foot of the mountain, Jun Changxiao had already met up with Li Luoqiu, who had arrived first, and began to plan to destroy Black Eagle Hall. Li Luoqiu came to the Black Eagle Mountain a day earlier and made a mark on the road. She successfully met up with Jun Changxiao later. During this period, she explored the terrain of the Black Eagle Mountain and made a simple terrain. There were specializations in this field. If it was our Night Emperor, he would definitely not be able to do it. Jun Changxiao carefully observed the terrain of the Black Eagle Mountain and began to think about how to destroy the Black Eagle Hall. Take the disciples and kill them, only someone with a screw loose would do such a thing. After a long time, Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, we don't know if there are any traps in the Black Eagle Mountain. Guard this only intersection and sneak out. This guy thought the same as Xianxia, squatting at the entrance of other people's territory to play tricks. Li Luoqiu said, it has been more than half a month since the leader killed the Black Eagle Hall. They should have already begun to investigate. If they get the news, they will definitely take action. Hiding at the intersection and sneak attack is the safest way. She had long been equipped with a Type 88 sniper rifle and naturally hoped to sneak in. After careful consideration, Jun Changxiao immediately ordered the disciples to guard the only entrance and exit of the Black Eagle Mountain. The members of the Drizzle Hall led by Li Luoqiu formed a group, lurking on the right and setting up the Type 88 sniper rifle. Jun Changxiao was in charge of the left side and ordered Xiao Ziji to stand on the tallest tree and also set up the Type 88 sniper rifle. Unfortunately, there were no Italian cannons. Otherwise, standing at the foot of the mountain and directly bombarding the headquarters of the Black Eagle Hall would be really cool. Viper and more than 10 members lurked 200 meters above. Brother Snake. Li Tian also followed and nervously whispered, Are we going to kill someone? Hiding in the dark, Brother Snake kicked his leg and whispered, Don't King tremble, go to the tree and observe. Li Tian jumped to the tree, his legs still trembling, so he said with a bitter face, I don't want to, but I can't control myself. Even though he was a native of the Falling Star continent, he had only killed chickens and ducks in his life. He had never killed a human before. He might have been arrogant when he first arrived, but when it came to the battlefield, his legs would definitely go limp. Zhang Wei and the others had been training in Death Valley and had only killed ferocious beasts, so they were a little nervous. Among the disciples present, Yi Xingchen was the calmest because he had killed too many people in his previous life. The reason why Jun Changxiao brought them here was to temper their temperament so that they could adapt to the cruelty of this world. They were not like a bunch of greenhouse flowers who only knew how to cultivate in a sect. Sect leader. On the tree, Xiao Ziji leaned his eyes against the 8x scope and whispered, Someone is coming down from the mountain. How much? Jun Changxiao asked. Xiao Ziji kept his eyes on the mountain gate of Black Eagle Hall and said, About 100 or so. So many? Jun Changxiao stroked his chin and murmured, Could it be that they've found out that their companions have been killed, and are now going after my iron bone? Sect leader. Li Luoqiu also saw them through the 8x scope and whispered, These people's footsteps are steady. They shouldn't be weak. Give me the gun. Shua. Xiao Ziji habitually handed over the Type 88 sniper rifle. Jun Changxiao put on his dazzling sunglasses and relied on the 8x scope to spy on the strength of the group of people. Among these 100 Black Eagle Hall disciples, the lowest was a level 5 martial disciple. Among them, there were more than 20 peak martial disciples and 2 level 1 martial masters. TSK. Jun Changxiao whispered, they're quite strong. More than 100 people, and the lowest was a level 5 martial disciple. They were definitely going to cause trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a big move. Sect leader Li Luoqiu had been observing and said, they're going to the Iron Bone. Huh? Jun Changxiao said, how do you know? Li Luoqiu smiled and said, as a professional killer, knowing how to read lips is very important. Damn it. At such a long distance, through the 8x scope, reading the lip movements when they spoke, this was too professional. Viper, Lynx, and the others were envious. In the Drizzle building, the boss was the only one who could read lips. They had learned it before, but they couldn't grasp the essentials. On the stone steps on the mountainside, the leader of the hunting group walked in front, and the deputy leader and a group of members followed closely behind. Because they were going to investigate first, they weren't in a hurry. Big brother. The deputy leader said disdainfully, isn't it a bit of a fuss for the boss to send us to investigate an 8th-rate sect? Yes. A member said, our hunting group fought with a 6th-rate sect in the past. Now we're going to investigate a small iron bone. Isn't it overkill? The leader was also unhappy, but said, don't complain. Since the boss gave the order, our hunting group must complete it smoothly. Big brother. The deputy leader said, the boss said that as long as we confirm the deputy leader's blood, we can take action. In my opinion, when the time comes, we should kill Iron Bone directly. There's no need to play tricks outside. Mr. Yang said that Iron Bone isn't simple. It's better for us to be cautious, the leader said seriously. Tisk, which Mr. Yang again? The deputy leader and the others were full of contempt and disdain. Evil sect martial cultivators were particular about brutality and killing. They hated people who had to think twice about everything. If it wasn't for the fact that the hall leader trusted him, he wouldn't have listened to his orders before every operation. Hee hee. A member laughed evilly and said, Big brother, I heard that the girls in Azure Sun County are very beautiful. Iron Bone must have a lot of female disciples. Ha ha ha. Another member joked, Buttface, you haven't even gone down the mountain, and you're already thinking about women? Buttface is full of fire. If he doesn't see a woman for a day, he'll jump over the wall. In my opinion, if he doesn't control his desires, he'll die in the hands of women sooner or later. Everyone made fun of him. The member called Buttface shouted, isn't there a good saying? If I die in the hands of a peony, I'll be a romantic ghost. I like women, and I'm happy to die in the hands of women. The leader laughed and said, we haven't done anything for a while, and we've been holding back for a long time. When we confirm that Iron Bone is the murderer, you can vent on their female disciples. Buttface's eyes flashed with a wicked light. The other members who liked women were also looking forward to it. Therefore, on the way down the mountain, the conversation revolved around women in Azure Sun County and Iron Bone's female disciples. After deciphering every word they said, Li Luoqiu's seductive eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent and said, today, all of you will die. Jun Changxiao was also looking through the 8x scope. Although he didn't activate the enhancement mode and couldn't eavesdrop on their conversation, he could tell from their wretched smiles that they were definitely talking shamelessly. From Li Luoqiu's tone, he could tell that they were talking about his Iron Bone. Therefore, his gaze became cold and fierce as he said, let them down and kill them all. The disciples received the order and started to mobilize their spiritual energy. Li Yuhua and some of the disciples summoned their iron shields and overlord spears. The members of the Drizzle Hall who were hiding in the dark also held all kinds of hidden weapons in their hands. As long as this group of people entered their attack range, they would mercilessly attack them. The atmosphere became austere. The members of the hunting team who came down from the mountain obviously didn't expect that there would be an ambush at their door. They were still talking about women without restraint, and because they were getting closer and closer, unbearable words were heard. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Qianxian's bright eyes were cold, and she started to gather cold air in her hands. At this moment, the leader seemed to have noticed something. He looked at the bushes on the right side of the stairs and said coldly, someone's there. The members who were still smiling wretchedly instantly became serious. They all looked over and locked their eyes on Li Tian, who was squatting on a tree and trembling. Damn it! Viper, who was hiding in the dark, was having a mental breakdown and said, "This is a stupid teammate." Li Tian, who was on his first mission, was too nervous. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Especially when he saw the group of vicious hunting team members coming down the mountain path, his nervousness and apprehension became even stronger. In the end, he was exposed. Viper, who was hiding nearby, was roaring in his heart. What kind of people did I train? He exposed himself before he even entered the ambush. The team leader looked at Li Tian and said coldly, "Kill him." Swish swish swish, as soon as he finished speaking, the hunting team members had already waved their arms. All kinds of hidden weapons shot out with streaks of light. Li Tian, who was already nervous, suddenly turned pale. His mind went blank, and all his escape skills flew to the sky. He just stood on the tree like a fool, completely forgetting to hide. Swish, venomous snake leaped from another tree and kicked the trembling Li Tian down. Poochie! Poochie, more than 10 hidden weapons nailed him in an instant, and he fell to the ground with a ferocious expression. Li Tian, who staggered and fell, finally regained his senses. But when he saw Viper land in front of him with hidden weapons on his back and blood spurting out, he said in horror, "Brother. Brother Snake, what AF ** king pig of a teammate." Viper endured the excruciating pain and roared, "Let's go." This voice was like a blow to the head, instantly waking Li Tian, who was at a loss. Just as he was about to stand up, the deputy team leader strode over with a pitch-black whip in his hand. "How dare you hide in my Black Eagle Hall's territory? You must be tired of living." Smack, the long whip lashed out and hit Viper's back directly. His clothes were torn, and a deep red whip mark appeared, causing his expression to turn ferocious. "Run! Run!" Viper roared in pain, as if he had used up the last of his strength. On the way to Huayin County, he had joked that he should not be dragged down by this kid. Now it seemed that his mouth had been blessed. Looking at Brother Snake's painful appearance and the blood that kept spurting out, Li Tian clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh. "You bunch of brats, listen carefully. As an assassin, no matter how dangerous the situation is, you must remain absolutely calm. If your companions are in danger, the first thing you should do is to ensure your own safety. Don't be rash and try to rescue them. That will only cause both of you to fall into an irrecoverable situation. Let me emphasize it again. The rule of an assassin is that once your whereabouts are exposed, you must escape at once without any hesitation." The words that Viper had once taught him and the others kept ringing in his ears, causing him to calm down. Don't panic, don't panic." The only thing he could do now was to run away. Li Tian's legs no longer trembled, and he stood up with a swoosh. His killer skills that had flown up to the 9 heavens returned to his body, allowing him to use ghostly leap. Shwa! He spread his legs like a ghost. However, Li Tian did not follow the assassin's rules. He didn't run away. Instead, he rushed forward with large strides and picked up Viper as the deputy team leader waved his whip. Pa! The long whip lashed out, but it hit empty air. Li Tian hugged the poisonous snake and ran away like a wild horse. On the way, his tears fell like rain as he cried loudly, "Brother Snake, I was wrong. Brother Snake, don't die." Because he ran too fast and didn't care about Brother Snake's injuries, he directly bumped him until he vomited blood. In the end, he rolled his eyes and fainted. "Don't let him escape," the team leader shouted. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! More than 10 members of the hunting group shot out their hidden weapons wildly. Li Tian, who was only a second-grade martial disciple, seemed to have ignited a small universe. He ran in all kinds of coquettish ways, causing people's scalps to tingle. The hidden weapons flew past him again and again. If they were not nailed to a tree, they were nailed to a rock and bounced off. Damn it! A member used his movement technique and overtook Li Tian around the bend. The sharp sword in his hand shone with the support of spiritual energy. Die! When Li Tian was forced to come over, he raised his hand and slashed. Bang! A stream of light shot from the side and directly pierced through his temple. Blood sprayed a few meters and splashed on Li Tian's face, who happened to be running over. It was a little hot, a little hot. Ah! Li Tian screamed. He ignited a small universe for the second time and fled frantically. This wronged Viper who was being held. He had already fainted and was still vomiting blood from the bumps. If he was awake, he would definitely say, "I can still be saved." Little 7. Seeing their subordinates' head being shot through, the team leader and deputy team leader roared angrily. Bang! At this moment, one of their subordinates was shot through the head and fell straight to the ground. Whoosh! 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 In the distance, Li Luoqiu stood on a tree and fired 3 more shots in succession, killing another 3 targets. With a shooting talent that was not inferior to Xiao Ziji's, coupled with the 8x scope and silencer, she was very good at sneaking up on people. Big brother! The deputy team leader exclaimed, "What kind of hidden weapon is this?" Although the team leader was furious, he still ordered, "There are still people in the dark. Everyone, be careful." Rustle, 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 dozens of black shadows scuttled over from both sides like a group of ghosts. Xianxia's plan was to wait for these people to come down the mountain and ambush them at the intersection. However, Li Tian was exposed in advance, so they could only carry out the plan of annihilation on the mountain path. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the other side, Xiao Ziji continuously pulled the trigger. Only the sound of wind breaking could be heard. One by one, the members of the hunting team were killed on the ground. Against high-level beasts, the Type 88 sniper rifle's power was limited. However, against a group of martial disciples, it could really kill anyone. Following Xiao Ziji and Li Luoqiu's continuous kills, the members of the hunting team suddenly became confused. After all, this kind of hidden weapon that appeared and disappeared mysteriously killed people every time. It was too terrifying. Retreat! The team leader realized that something was wrong and made a prompt decision. However, when he turned around, he saw a muscular man sitting on the stairs of the mountain path. This person's hands were placed on his thighs. His 10 fingers were clasped together, supporting his chin. His black hair fluttered in the wind, revealing a cold and stern face. Beside him was a sword. Although it was not out of its sheath, it was emitting a cold aura. Who was it? Xianxia. He just sat quietly on the stone steps. His whole body emitted an aura that seemed to be able to hold back 10,000 men. Clang! Clang! The sound of scabbards being unsheathed came from the foot of the mountain. The Iron Bone disciples led by Li Qingyang drew their weapons and rushed up. Their path was blocked by Xianxia. There were members of the Drizzle Hall on both sides. They rushed up from behind. The members of the hunting team were surrounded in a very short period of time. Draw your weapons, the team leader said in a deep voice. Whoosh! Whoosh! His subordinates drew their swords one after another. Their whole body emitted a beast-like aura. Except for a few members who were suddenly killed by a sneak attack just now, which was a little scary. What kind of battle had the hunting team not seen before? Second brother, take some people and rush up. Kill that pretentious guy. The rest of you, follow me to block the latecomers. Yes. The deputy team leader gathered more than 20 subordinates and rushed up the stone steps. His subordinates were one step ahead. They poured their spiritual energy into their weapons, which flashed with a dazzling white light. A bunch of bastards. Xianxia's gaze was filled with strong disdain. When those people were about to get close to him, he grabbed cold edge with his right hand and unsheathed it with his left. Clang, cold light flashed. The light of the sword flashed. Whoosh! 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 It was very difficult to see how many sword strikes Xianxia made in one breath with the naked eye, but when the light of the sword dissipated, the more than 20 members of the hunting team who were rushing over all stood in place and waved their hands. Thud! Thud! Xianxia walked down step by step from the gap between them. He looked down at the deputy team leader, who was a grade 1 martial master, and said in a cold voice, "Do you know what it feels like to die?" What was the taste of death? In this regard, Jun Changxiao and Xianxia had experienced it. Only those who had truly experienced death could deeply understand how much they loved the world before death. Unfortunately, they were about to lose it. Therefore, Jun Changxiao, who had transmigrated, was glad that he was still alive. Even if he had to shoulder a seemingly impossible task, he would encourage himself to face it optimistically. The 20 members of the hunting team who had rushed up first stood in place, experiencing the taste of death. Because of the small sword marks on their necks, although blood did not seep out, their minds and souls were slowly separating from their bodies. This process seemed to be very long, making them extremely reluctant and sentimental, but they could not stop it. They could only personally experience the arrival of death. Plop! Plop! The 20 members of the Black Eagle Hall collapsed to the ground. The sword marks on their necks appeared, and blood began to splatter as the wounds changed. As people of the evil sects, they understood death more than ordinary people and had even been prepared to die. But when this moment really came to them, it turned out that they were really reluctant. Gulp. The deputy leader swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyes filled with horror, and his hands trembled involuntarily. 20 of his subordinates were killed in a few breaths by this pretentious man who looked down on him. His strength was really terrifying, even the hall master would not be able to do that, not a few breaths, but one breath. Xianxia unsheathed his sword, and with a flash of sword light, they were already dead. 2 words, bow thou. Swish. The deputy leader made the most correct choice in the shortest time and used the Sect's movement technique to retreat. However, when he turned around, he looked sluggish. As far as his eyes could see, the leader was already fighting with a group of unknown people. It was not a fight, his hunting team members were crazily slaughtered by the group of teenagers who seemed to be only 17 or 18 years old, especially the leader, who was stronger than him, was beaten to the point that he could not fight back in the face of a teenager. Break! Li Qingyang moved his body sideways, poured spiritual energy into his arm, and instantly used the mountain-splitting palm, which directly hit the blade of the leader. The palm blade gathered power at one point and blasted on the blade, directly and ruthlessly shaking it into 2 halves. Dang dang dang. The team leader retreated several steps. His eyes flashed with disbelief as he looked at his broken saber. That was a common rank weapon given to him by the hall master, but it was actually broken by a young man's palm. Just how strong was he? Puchi! Right at this moment, Long Xiang's overlord spear directly pierced through the chest of one of his subordinates who was not far behind him. Boom! He kicked the corpse away. Looking at the blood-stained spearhead, he murmured, "Killing people is indeed much better than killing ferocious beasts." Puchi! Puchi! On the other side, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei used ghostly leap steps and swung their cold-edged swords at an extremely fast speed. Broken limbs and blood splattered everywhere. The 2 of them had killed assassins and disciples of the Black Eagle Hall, so they could remain calm. Although Zhang Wei and the others had killed the Black Eagle Hall disciples in Death Valley before, it was easy for them to kill the enemies one by one with the double advantage of strength and equipment. No one was born cruel, and no one was born to like killing. Therefore, this killing was still a spiritual experience for the disciples of the Iron Bone. The members of the Drizzle Hall were the most professional when it came to killing. With all kinds of hidden weapons, they killed the members of the hunting team one by one without batting an eyelid. There were about the same number of people on both sides. However, the disciples of the Iron Bone had the upper hand in terms of strength and equipment. Therefore, when they fought together, it was definitely a one-sided massacre. Especially when they gradually adapted to killing for the second time, their state of mind began to transform. Their hands did not tremble, and they were not nervous. When they killed, they were even more ruthless. If I don't kill, others will kill me. Therefore, they could only kill to keep themselves alive. When it came to killing, Jun Changxiao had already experienced it in the Black Wind Mountain, so he did not make a move. Instead, he stood on the tree and watched. He was very pleased with the disciples' adaptability after killing for the second time. In the cruel otherworld where martial arts were respected, killing was not their nature, but at least they had to have the awareness to kill to live better. Sect Master! Sect Master! At this moment, Li Tian rushed over with Viper in his arms. He cried and shouted, "Save Brother Snake! Save Brother Snake!" Seeing that Viper's face was pale after bumping all the way, Jun Changxiao hurriedly jumped down, opened his mouth, and threw a healing pill into his mouth. The pill spread in his body. Viper, who was on the verge of death, suddenly opened his eyes. The first thing he said was, "Li Tian Tian, go to hell, you almost killed me." "He's awake, he's awake." Seeing that Brother Snake opened his eyes, Li Tian Tian was wild with joy. He even felt good after being scolded. Swish. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and threw the cold-edged sword over. He said, "If you don't kill someone, you'll be sorry for Viper and my healing pill." Li Tian Tian caught the cold sword, and his expression suddenly froze. When he thought of how Brother Snake was hit by a hidden weapon because of him, and how it was still stuck in his body, a murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. Clang! Li Tian Tian pulled out his sword and shouted, "I want to kill." After saying that, he stepped forward and rushed over. Jun Changxiao grabbed him by the back of his collar, forcibly turned his body, and pointed to the front. He said, "You're running in the wrong direction." Sect Master. Li Tian Tian said with a bitter face, I'm scared your ass." Viper lay on the ground, pointed at the crowd that was fighting, and shouted angrily, "Go kill them for me, if you can't kill two, you'll double the training when you go back." Hearing the words, "double the training," Li Tian Tian raised his sword and rushed over. Viper said awkwardly, "Sect Master, it's my Drizzle Hall's fault for not teaching properly and cultivating such a cowardly guy." Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "Killing is not a small matter, it's normal for Li Tian Tian to be afraid." Viper was silent. Thinking back to when he first killed someone at the age of 14, it took him a long time to get over it. Li Luoqiu stood on the tree and said with a smile, "That little guy saved you just now, he ran quite fast." Jun Changxiao said, "He's a good seedling, if he trains his courage, he might be a fierce general of your Drizzle Hall. After killing many people, his courage will naturally be trained." Li Luoqiu paused and said, "Viper, after we go back, double the training for him." "Yes." Viper replied. In order to not double the training, Li Tian Tian killed those who were born with courage. If he knew that he couldn't escape in the end, he would definitely cry. Ah! Li Tian Tian rushed over and circled around one of the enemies. Tian Qi, who was fighting with the members of the hunting group and had given him many opportunities to kill, said in an incomparably broken state, "Why don't you kill?" Puchi! The cold-edged sword pierced through that person's body. Blood splashed on Tian Qi's face, making him so angry that he almost fainted. "I've created so many good opportunities for you, but you chose to kill me from an angle where my face was splashed with blood. This is really a pig teammate." Swoosh! He pulled out his sword, and the corpse fell to the ground. Enduring the dizziness caused by circling around, Li Tian Tian stared at the blood-stained sword in a daze, his stomach suddenly churning. "Mom. I killed someone. Xiao. Xiao. Xiao." Just at this moment, several hidden weapons flew from behind. Ding. 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 Yang Yuhua strode over and blocked it with her iron shield, and said, "Junior brother, I'll leave the hidden weapons to you." Kill again? Li Tian Tian held the blood-stained sword, and for some reason, his hand actually stopped trembling. Ah! Once again, he shouted to boost his courage and charged forward. Swoosh! Swoosh! Hidden weapons came one after another. Li Tian Tian relied on Ghost Leap to dodge, and finally rushed in front of him, cold-edged sword fiercely swept over. Puchi, this sword was infused with all its strength, directly taking away the opponent's head. Although that member of the hunting team was a 5th-grade martial disciple, he didn't even have the chance to dodge under the high-speed burst and the support of the cold-edged sword. He was fast, so was his sword. This was the result of Li Tiantian's dozens of days of training. Not bad. Jun Changxiao smiled with satisfaction. As long as this disciple could overcome his psychological state, he was still worth training. I killed someone again. Looking at the head that fell in the distance, Li Tian Tian was in a daze. It was strange. His originally tense state of mind gradually calmed down after killing the enemies. Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't that scary. Zhang Wei and the others killed the enemies again and realized that killing people was much easier than killing berserk beasts. This was because their strength and equipment were too strong, and it was their first time killing someone in Death Valley. Although the members of the hunting team were veterans who had experienced hundreds of battles, they definitely couldn't handle a group of monsters in a short period of time. More than 80 members of the hunting team were killed. Among them, Xianxia was the most valiant as he killed 20 people with one slash. How about the Iron Bones casualties? Except for Viper, the other disciples were safe and sound. They weren't even injured. Logically speaking, the members of the hunting team were similar to assassins and were good at throwing hidden weapons. Even if they didn't die, they should at least be injured. They threw a lot of hidden weapons. However, what made them collapse was that the group of teenagers could condense a vague barrier around their bodies and easily blocked the hidden weapons. The value of the seal barrier was reflected, although the Iron Bone disciples hadn't cultivated it to the peak, it was still easy to block the force of 10,000 pounds. They were all covered in frying pans to protect their bodies. This would definitely make the opponents who were good at throwing hidden weapons despair. Damn it! The team leader, who had been entangled by Xianxia, saw his subordinates falling one by one. His eyes were filled with rage. However, he also realized that the enemy was strong and wanted to retreat. In the past, he was the one who forced others to retreat. Today, he was the one who wanted to retreat. Swish, the team leader seized the opportunity and dodged Xianxia's mountain-splitting palm. He was about to run up the mountain when he saw the deputy team leader's head being cut off. Xianxia held the blood sword and stood behind the headless body. His face was as cold as ever. Hiss, the team leader sucked in a cold breath. More than 20 disciples went to kill that pretentious guy, but in the end, all of them died in front of the stairs. Even the vice-team leader, who was also a Grade 1 martial master, was killed. No wonder he dared to block the road by himself. Hey! Xianxia's voice came from behind. Don't get distracted. Boom, the mountain-splitting palm landed on the team leader's back, and the powerful force sent him flying. Ta! After landing on the ground, his face was pale, and the meridians in his body were severely damaged. However, a red glow flickered in his eyes. Xianxia was rather surprised. Shwa! Right at this moment, a blood-red aura emanated from the team leader's body. Then, he charged up the mountain with a red shadow in tow. He did not go to Xianxia's position. Instead, he leaped over 20 meters and landed directly on the mountain wall. Then, like a monkey, he scurried up. So fast? Xianxia asked in surprise. Li Luoqiu said, it should be a kind of evil movement technique. The martial techniques cultivated by the orthodox sects were all about progressing step by step, aiming to advance steadily. However, the martial techniques cultivated by the evil sects were mostly about extremes. There were pros and cons. The pros were that the cultivation speed was fast, and the increase in strength was also fast. The cons were that during the cultivation process and even the process of using the technique, one had to pay a corresponding price. For example, the team leader used the evil sect's blood explosion steps. Although it could instantly increase one's speed and jumping ability, the price was to burn one's blood. After using it, one would definitely fall into exhaustion. If one burned too fiercely, they might even die. I've sinned. Xianxia said, shoot him down. Yes. Xiao Ziji aimed at the climbing team leader with his 8x scope and predicted his position based on his jumping speed. Then, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh, the bullet burst out, and there was a slight sound of wind breaking. He was about to reach the mountain gate. He was about to be safe. With his blood burning, the team leader's desire to live reached its peak. After a dozen jumps, he landed on the platform at the top of the mountain. Suddenly, a strong aura of death filled the air. The team leader, who had just released his strength, suddenly narrowed his eyes and said in shock, "No!" Bang! The streamer bullet directly passed through the back of his head, and blood splashed out. When he rushed up, if he continued to escape, Xiao Ziji's bullet might not have hit his head. However, he thought that he was safe and relaxed a little, so he was shot in the head. There was no other way. Plop. The team leader fell straight down. His lifeless eyes were staring at the mountain gate of Black Eagle Hall, which was only 50 meters away. Creak. The closed door opened, and the disciples of Black Eagle Hall rushed out. When they saw the team leader of the hunting team dying on the stone platform at the top of the mountain, their faces changed greatly. Not good. Team leader's son was killed. Leader. After Xianxia fired the shot, he still aimed at the mountain with his 8x scope and said, "The people of Black Eagle Hall were alerted." Xianxia immediately shouted, "Let's end this quickly." Yes. The disciples suddenly burst out more power and weapons, and then in a very short time, they killed all the remaining members of the hunting team. At this point, the hunting team named after hunting others was hunted down by Iron Bone Fan. "Search them," Xianxia said. The disciples quickly looted the bags until they took the space rings and other things, and then they used their body movement skills to retreat. A few minutes later, the deputy leader led more than 300 disciples down the mountain. When he saw the bodies of the hunting team members at the intersection, he was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. Who did this? His angry voice was transmitted in the air. Although Xianxia heard it, he had already retreated to a more hidden area with his disciples. He took out his 88 sniper rifle and directly fired 20 shots at the intersection. Bang! 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 The 20 Black Eagle Hall disciples who were targeted, although they were always alert, could not avoid the silent bullets and were finally shot dead on the spot. Seeing this, the deputy leader's face changed. He did not dare to stand there and get angry, and hurriedly led his men back to the sect. Xianxia continued to reload the ammunition. After 20 bullets were loaded, the group of Black Eagle Hall people were already a kilometer away and gave up shooting. Swish! After throwing the gun to Xianxia, he looked at the disciples and smiled. "How do you feel about this killing trip?" "Very good." Li Tian spoke first. "Get lost." Viper kicked him on the butt and said, "I was almost killed by you, and you still have the face to feel good here." "Brother Snake." Li Tian covered his butt and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I was too nervous at the beginning and implicated you." "Just an apology is enough?" Viper said, "When we return to the sect, we must double the training to punish you." "Ah." Li Tian jumped up and said, "Brother Snake, I just killed 2 enemies." Viper said, "With Tianqi's help, that one doesn't count." Plop. Li Tian collapsed on the grass, howling in his heart, "This is cheating." Ha ha ha. Seeing that guy's face, the disciples who had just experienced a massacre relaxed and laughed heartily. The 100 members of the hunting team, including the leader and deputy leader, were all killed in less than half an hour. Oh, no. There was still one survivor, his name was Buttface, and he was in great pain. If he had a cell phone, he would have sent a message to his friends asking for help. His body was completely frozen, like a lifelike ice sculpture. Lu Qianxian was the one who sealed him, and Yang Yuhua was the one who carried him here. Now, he was placed beside a rock, surrounded by Iron Bone disciples, who were pointing and gossiping. Eldest senior sister is so fierce, she actually sealed a living person in ice. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Being sealed inside, it must be cold, right? It was more than cold, Buttface, who was wrapped in ice, felt as if he had fallen into an extremely cold hell and was suffering indescribable pain. If he had a choice, he would rather be shot in the head or beheaded by a sword than suffer such inhumane torture. It was a pity. He had no choice. Because he had to take full responsibility for every word he said just now. Sect leader. Li Luocho's beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. This guy's mouth is full of obscenities. If I don't torture him properly, I won't be able to take it. To make Hall Master Li so irritable, it was obvious that Buttface had said a lot of unsightly things when he came down. Xianxia said, "I'll leave it to you." Swish, Li Luocho waved her hand, and a shiny dagger appeared. Then she went to the ice sculpture and cut its arm. Crack. The ice fell, and there was flesh inside. Crack, crack, crack. Buttface's cut arm was exposed to the outside world. Before he could spew blood, it was sealed again by the cold air. Was it painful? It was super painful. It was so painful that Buttface escaped from the extremely cold hell. The pain was heart-wrenching, and his face was full of pain. Yes, it couldn't change, it was sealed in ice. Swish. 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 Li Luoqiu waved her dagger wildly, and the ice fell off layer by layer. Lu Qianxian stood at the side, seemingly motionless, but she had been using her cold energy to seal the man's exposed skin with a layer of ice. In front of the two women, Butt-Face was as good as being dismembered. Too cruel. The Iron Bone disciples, who had experienced killing, turned their heads away when they saw this frightening scene. Ling Shui. Li Luoqiu said, "You also come and get a piece." Ah? Oh. Ling Yuanxue took the dagger and went to the ice sculpture with her eyes closed. Then, she turned her small face and waved it. Kaka. A layer of ice wrapped around the meat and fell off piece by piece. In the end, the guy named Butt-Face was put to death by 1,000 cuts. There was no need to describe how painful the whole process was. In short, just as his companion had said, he really died in the hands of a woman. Yes. His wish came true. To die by 1,000 cuts under the 3 peonies, even becoming a ghost would be a tragedy. The Iron Bone disciples who participated in the killing all killed people, and some killed more than one. In this cruel world, to experience such things was undoubtedly the most normal, and it was also a kind of spiritual experience. The one who changed the most was Li Tian. He lay on the grass, recalling the scene of killing people just now. Although there was still some lingering fear in the beginning, he gradually realized that it was actually not a big deal. Today. Li Tian said to himself, "Today is the day that I, Li Tian, ascend." Ling Yuanxue also killed people. But she did it with the help of her senior brother. Although she was still very scared, she had unknowingly gained a lot of courage, which would definitely be helpful in the future. Sect leader. Li Luoqiu said, "What do we do next?" Jun Changshao lay on the stone, a green foxtail in the corner of his mouth, and said, "So many disciples have died, anyone with a bit of temper will definitely not be able to resist coming out." Black Eagle Hall. Bang! The tea table was directly shattered by Lai Haisha's palm, and his whole body was filled with terrifying anger and killing intent. He had just ordered the hunting team to take action, and the result was that they all died at the foot of the mountain. It was definitely unacceptable. If they were ordinary disciples, it would not matter. He had spent a lot of resources and effort to cultivate the members of the hunting team. Sect leader. Yang Ji frowned and said, "The group that ambushed at the foot of the mountain did not come with good intentions. To be able to kill all the members of the hunting team in such a short time, and even the leader died at the mountain gate, this was definitely not something an ordinary martial cultivator could do." Mr. Yang. Lai Haisha suppressed his anger and said, "Who dares to provoke the Black Eagle Hall at the foot of the mountain?" It's hard to say. Yang Ji had been thinking about the identity of the intruder. But after thinking for a long time, he could not figure out who it was. The vice sect leader said, "Some time ago, we robbed Thunderbolt Hall's goods. Could it be them?" Impossible. Yang Ji did not speak, and Lai Haisha denied it first. Although Thunderbolt Hall is a 7th-rate sect like the Black Eagle Hall, they do not have the ability to do so. Could it be? The vice sect leader said with a serious expression. Was it done by a 6th-rate sect? Yang Ji shook his head and said, "All these years, our targets were all 8th-rate and 9th-rate sects. We have never offended a 6th-rate sect." Lai Haisha said. Angrily, "No matter who did it, they must pay a heavy price for killing our Black Eagle Hall's men." Mr. E. Do you have any good ideas? Let's counterattack. Yang Ji said, "According to what I saw at the mountain gate, there are at least 70 to 80 of them. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light, and they have powerful hidden weapons. We will be at a disadvantage if we attack them head-on. Why don't we wait for nightfall and sneak down from the back of the mountain, make sure that they have not left, and kill them all in one go?" Makes sense. Lai Haisha looked at the vice sect leader and said, "Sanzi, bring a few of the branch leaders and the agile disciples down from the back of the mountain, find the ambusher and send a signal." Yes. The vice sect leader quickly left. At the foot of the Black Eagle Mountain, Xiao Ziji had been holding the Type 88 sniper rifle, using the 8x scope to observe the Black Eagle Hall's mountain gate. Li Qingyang and the others spread out, paying attention to their surroundings. Jun Changshao sat on a rock and said, "They haven't come out for so long. It doesn't seem like the style of the evil sections." Li Luoqiu said, "Our Shenwei firearms can kill without leaving a trace, they are not idiots, they will not dare to come out directly." Makes sense. Jun Changxiao continued to observe the map, then pointed at the outline of the cliff and said, "Do you think they will come down from here and sneak behind us at night?" "No way." Li Luoqiu said, "The cliff is as smooth as a knife, it is at least a few hundred feet high, one careless fall, even a martial master will be seriously injured." Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "If there is only one way out of a sect's headquarters, it is definitely not normal, this place that seems to be the most dangerous place, maybe it is their escape route." Yang Ji was thinking about coming down from the back of the mountain, he was also thinking the same, the two of them were really telepathic. "You stay here and guard." Jun Changxiao said, "I will take people to the back of the mountain to watch." After he finished speaking, he led Xiao Zuiji and the others in a big circle and came to the back of a cliff that was about 1,000 meters high. There was a raging torrent below. If someone fell from above, even if they didn't die from the fall, they would be washed to the ends of the earth. Night came. "Head." Xiao Ziji, who had been observing above, whispered, "Someone is coming down." Jun Changxiao leaned over, took the gun, and aimed with the 8x scope. Under the moonlight, he could vaguely see the Black Eagle Hall disciples gathering on the cliff. Then, dozens of people jumped down at the same time. "Damn." Looking at the black shadows falling, Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched and said, "Even if it is bungee jumping, at least tie a rope to the leg." The Black Eagle Hall disciple did not even tie a rope and jumped off the cliff, which made Jun Changxiao admire him very much. He did not think that these people would jump off without any safety equipment to play with extreme death, so he continued to observe with the 8x scope. Sure enough, when the Black Eagle Hall disciples landed in the air, their hands suddenly spread out and wings similar to feathers appeared. Then they glided diagonally. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. So there are hang gliders. This kind of thing that was common on Earth appeared in another world with a hint of black technology. It was obviously not the first time that the Black Eagle Hall people jumped off the cliff. When they opened the special hang gliders, they skillfully controlled the direction and flew to the opposite flat ground. There are so many birds. How can I not take the opportunity to shoot a few? Jun Changxiao set up the Type 88 sniper rifle, opened the enhanced mode, and locked on to the head of the last person. Whoosh, pulling the trigger, the bullet silently went out and directly penetrated the disciple's head. His mind and body lost connection, and his balance was also lost. He suddenly fell into the river like a plane that had crashed. The torrent was so powerful that the people in front did not realize that their companions had been shot and washed away. They were still concentrating on controlling the two pairs of hang gliders and continued to fly to the flat ground. Whoosh! 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 Jun Changxiao pulled the trigger one after another, killing more than a dozen members, and then saw them fall one by one, drifting away with the current. It was like this guy landed in advance, holding a gun and opening a plug-in to kill people who were still parachuting. The feeling was super cool. Jun Changxiao did not kill all of them. He still had to leave some for his disciples, so he gave up shooting after killing more than a dozen. Ta ta ta. The Black Eagle Hall Deputy Hall Leader and several division leaders landed safely one after another. However, when they all landed, they found that more than a dozen people were missing, so they all stared at each other. Deputy Hall Leader. A division leader whispered, "Could it be that they made a mistake and fell into the river?" "It's possible." The Deputy Hall Leader said, "It doesn't matter. Let's search for the people in the dark first. After finding them, we will send a signal to the Hall Leader and form an encirclement." Deputy Hall Leader, search for a group of people and send a signal, forming an encirclement. These keywords were all captured by the eavesdropping function of the 8x scope. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "This little trick is quite good. Vice Hall Master." This was a big fish. Jun Changxiao kept his 8x scope locked onto his target. Seeing that they were heading in his direction, he gave the order to his disciples. Swish! Swish! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others summoned their weapons and shields. There were 23 people on Iron Bone's side. Yi Xingchen and Zhou Hong did not come along. The Black Eagle Hall also had over 20 people. The Vice Hall Master was a Grade 2 Martial Master and the 4 branch leaders were Grade 1 Martial Masters. Without 2 main attackers, it would undoubtedly be a test. However, Xianxia was confident that his disciple would be able to deal with them easily. After all, could these people be stronger than a high-ranked feral, Deputy Hall Master? Who the hell is attacking our Black Eagle Hall? On the way, one of the branch masters lowered his voice and said. Another branch master said, even group leader Ho was killed. The other party is not simple. Humph, the Vice Hall Master said coldly, how dare they come to our territory and kill our people? They must be tired of living. Swish. Swish, swish. Suddenly, a soft sound was heard. Someone is here. The Vice Hall Master whispered. In an instant, several of his subordinates and more than 10 disciples became alert. However, they narrowed their eyes and observed the surroundings. There was nothing at all. Did they hear wrongly? Swish. Swish, swish. Swish, the Black Eagle Hall people hurriedly gathered together and carefully observed the surroundings. However, they still did not see anyone. In the dark night, there was the sound of footsteps on the grass, but there was no trace. This was undoubtedly a little creepy. One of the branch leaders whispered, could it be the sound of wind? Impossible. The Vice Hall Master said firmly, it's clearly footsteps. Swish, suddenly, a sword light flashed in the dark night. The sword light appeared very quickly. When they caught sight of it, it had already disappeared. Plop, the disciple who was walking at the back fell to the ground. His head landed somewhere unknown. Over there. One of the branch leaders caught sight of a figure that was escaping. Swish. Swish. Swish, in the blink of an eye, several of his subordinates behind him threw all kinds of things over without saying anything. This reaction speed was indeed worthy of someone who frequently killed people and robbed people. Ding. Ding. Ding, after Su Xianxia killed one person, he placed the iron shield behind him while escaping, successfully blocking all the hidden weapons. No matter how fast one's reaction speed was, it was useless against a hard shield. Swish. Swish, on the other side, Li Fei used ghost walking steps to circle behind them. Then, he jumped up and did a cool volley in the air. Swish, a stone of just the right size was shot over in an arc. Its target was none other than the Vice Hall Master. Swish. Swish, the Vice Hall Master was not careless. When he saw a hidden object attacking him, he gathered the spiritual energy in his arms and formed a layer of spiritual energy around his fists. Bang, the stone was directly shattered. The Vice Hall Master took a step back with a shocked expression on his face. That was just an ordinary stone, but it contained such a strong force. How did it do? After returning to the sect to cultivate for half a month, Li Fei had entered the 8th stage from the 7th stage. Furthermore, he had trained in the training tower. The strength of his golden right foot had reached 25,000 points. It should be known that the strength of an ordinary first-stage martial master was only about 25,000 points. What did that mean? Li Fei, who was only an 8th-stage martial disciple, was comparable to a first-stage martial master. He was already so strong, let alone Su Xianxia, who had a supreme spiritual root. No wonder he could kill a person silently. Swish. Swish, after the two of them attacked, they did not continue to attack. Instead, they used ghost walking steps to move around, dazzling the Black Eagle squad. Let's do it, Xianxia said in a low voice. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji, who were lurking nearby, quickly rushed over. They had already spread out in advance. Once they took action, they would immediately form an encirclement. This time, Li Qingyang did not use his bare hands. He took out his cold-edged sword, locked onto the Vice Hall Master, and rushed over first. Xiao Ziji clenched his fist and locked onto the strongest of the division leaders. The Black Eagle squad naturally noticed them. Some took out their weapons, while others threw hidden weapons wildly. Unfortunately, under the protection of the solid iron shield and the seal cover, these hidden weapons with the force of tens of thousands of kilograms posed no threat at all. Swish, Li Qingyang rushed over first. He immediately used the 9 overlapping wave sword. Layers of waves spread out and entangled the Vice Hall Master in an instant. On the other side, Xiao Ziji was more direct. He rushed in front of his opponent and directly swept over with his mountain-splitting palm. The division leader sneered and used a sharp sword infused with spiritual power to meet the attack. Even though your palm is powerful, how can it be compared to my sword? Boom! The palm, which was imbued with supreme power, slammed into the sword blade and broke it. The smile on the division leader's face suddenly froze. Bang! Xianxia reached out with his other hand and grabbed the falling broken sword. He leaned his body and took a step forward. The blade flashed with white light and mercilessly slashed at the division leader's neck. Thud. He steadied his body and stood behind. Pucci, the division leader's head flew out. His eyes were filled with shock. It could be seen that even before he died, he was thinking how that guy's palm made of flesh and blood could cut off his sharp sword without any damage. This was because when the strength reached the peak, the palm could be compared to the sharp sword, from the palm to grabbing the broken sword and then to the step forward to cut off the head. Xianxia's movements were really clean and nimble. It could be said to be a textbook one-step kill. Pucci. The vice hall master at the other end was directly pierced through the chest by the cold-edged sword. Although his strength was that of a grade 2 martial master, in the face of a grade 9 martial disciple, Xianxia, he could only symbolically resist 2 moves. This was considered special care. With our great genius Li's true strength, it was enough to kill him in 1 move. Plop. The vice hall master knelt on the ground, his eyes unfocused. He flew down from the cliff like a juggler, but in the end, he died just like that. This was something he did not expect at all. As for the other 3 division leaders, one was killed by Xianxia, one was killed by Tianqi, and the last one died under Long Xiang's conqueror spear. Tsk tisk. Xianxia touched his chin and said, "That kid's strength is not bad." If Long Xiang heard this, he would definitely cry. Sect leader, my strength has always been very strong, but when I was in Death Valley, the performance of the inner sect senior brothers was more and more monstrous, and my brilliance was completely overshadowed. Witnessing the vice hall master and division leader being killed, the Black Eagle Hall disciples' eyes were filled with shock, and their hearts were filled with the intention to retreat. Retreat? That was impossible. The moment they jumped down from the cliff, they were already destined to die. Not to fall to their deaths, but to be killed. Pucci! Pucci! Zhang Wei and the other 10 disciples held the cold-edged sword and Overlord Qi like wolves and tigers, killing with powerful strength. Ka ka ka. Lu Qianqian raised her right hand with a bracelet, and cold air filled the air, instantly freezing an enemy, and said, "Junior Ling, go and kill him." Okay, Ling Yuanxue carefully walked over with her sword, and then waved her sword to kill. When she killed Butt-Face just now, her eyes were still closed. Now that she could open them, it was the best proof of her growth. Under the cruel and merciless slaughter of the Iron Bone disciples, all the people of Black Eagle Hall fell to the ground, and not a single one was left alive. As usual, everyone began to search and found a lot of space rings. Needless to say, the people of Black Eagle Hall, especially the few division leaders, really had goods in their rings. Just the banknotes alone were worth 70 to 80,000, and there were also quite a few crystal cores. Jun Chongxiao kept all the items and said, "Robbing these evil sects is also a way to make money." Sect Master. Su Shama found something that looked like a torch on the vice hall master's body and asked, "What is this?" Jun Chongxiao took it and observed it carefully. Maybe it's a signal gun or something like that. Thinking of what the deputy hall chief had said, he understood that the people in the Black Eagle Hall's base camp should be waiting for the people below to send the signal, and then lead the people to attack and form a siege. This was an opportunity. He could make good use of it. Jun Chongxiao said, "Male disciples, take off their clothes and change into them." Yes. Even though they didn't understand what he meant, the disciples still obeyed his instructions. Soon, Xianxia, Xianxia and the others put on the Black Eagle Hall uniform with the word Eagle engraved on it. Although it did not fit them well, it was still acceptable. "I'll go." Su Shama pinched his nose and said, "What a strong smell of fox." "Let's go." Jun Chongxiao said, "Let's go back." Everyone went back the way they came. After meeting up with the Drizzle Hall, Jun Chongxiao said, "Did anyone come out of the mountain gate?" "No." Li Luoqiu said. When she saw Li Qingyang and the others wearing the Black Eagle Hall uniform, she was puzzled. Sect Master, are you going to let them sneak in? No. Jun Changxiao sat on a rock, thought for a while, and said, lure all the rats down. Li Luoqiu was confused. Jun Changxiao summoned the disciples in front of him and began the next step of deployment. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone said in unison. Jun Changxiao jumped down from the rock, and then led everyone to a more hidden area, and took out something like a torch. How do I use it? He played with it for a while and found that the bottom was a little loose. He tried to press it down, and a strange smoke immediately spewed out from the front. Sect Master Jun was afraid that it was poisonous, so he hurriedly held his breath. He was overthinking. The smoke was not poisonous, but it carried a faint smell. It floated towards the Black Eagle Mountain like dust, and finally merged into the main hall. Xianxia, who was waiting anxiously, smelled the smell and grinned. The Deputy Hall Master has sent the signal. Mr. Yang, can we take action now? Yes, Yang Ji said. Swish. Xianxia strode forward and snapped his fingers. More than 300 disciples rushed out of the inner courtyard. They did not go out from the main door, but jumped over the wall and followed the hall master down the stone stairs. It really is a signal gun. Jun Changxiao, who was on the tree, was wearing dazzling sunglasses. He saw a group of people coming down through the eightfold vision. The strongest among them was a peak stage martial master with a high-grade spiritual root. He should be the hall master of the Black Eagle Hall. It was already very good for a leader of a seventh-rate sect to have the cultivation of a peak stage martial master. After all, Qin Haoran, who was a sixth-rate sect leader, had just entered Wuzong. Of course. Jun Changxiao knew that the hall master of the Black Eagle Hall was strong not because of his talent, but because of his evil cultivation techniques. Therefore, he had to be serious when facing such a sinister opponent. Zhou Hong. Jun Changxiao said, there is a peak stage martial master among the people coming down. I'll leave it to you later. Okay, Zhou Hong replied. After the swordsman returned to the sect, he did not go to the trial tower to train. Instead, he focused on comprehending the Lingjian divine technique. Although it had only been half a month, it was obvious that he had made good progress from the sword aura in his eyes. Jun Changxiao had also asked him if he was not going to temper his body. Zhou Hong's answer was, when a swordsman is comprehending the way of the sword, it is equivalent to tempering the body. How could one temper by just standing there? Jun Changxiao could not understand this special profession, so he believed in Zhou Hong. Sect leader. Yi Xingchen said lightly, junior brother Zhou doesn't need to do anything. I can take care of that peak stage martial master. This is the leader of an evil sect. Who knows if he has any sinister martial arts techniques? Jun Changxiao said, are you sure? I'm sure, Yi Xingchen said lightly. A seventh-rate evil sect leader was nothing to him. In the past, he had killed many evil sect leaders Wu Huang and Wu Xing. In that case, Jun Changxiao said, I'll leave the leader to you. After making the arrangements, he said, everyone, follow the plan. Yes. The members of the Drizzle Hall moved the Black Eagle Hall's vice hall master and his subordinates over. These corpses had already changed into Iron Bone school uniform. Then, someone fell to the side and pretended to be dead. Yes. They were pretending to be dead. Li Qingyang and the others held the Black Eagle Hall's weapons and pretended to be facing each other. It was as if the two sides had fought. The Iron Bone disciples were either dead or injured. The one who pretended the most was Li Tianxiang. He lay on the ground with his mouth crooked and his tongue out, like a hanged ghost. The most professional was Viper and the others. They fell beside the vice hall master and even smeared blood on their faces. Shwa. 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 Behind them, on the stairs leading to Black Eagle Mountain, Xianxia rushed down with his disciples and followed the smell. Relying on the moonlight, he vaguely saw his own people and the corpses lying on the grass. What was going on? Had Sanzi and the others already made a move first? Damn it. He thought they were some great people, but it turned out that they could easily take care of them by going around from the back. Thinking of how he had been holding back on the mountain for half a day, Xianxia shouted angrily, "Surround them and chop them all into pieces." Yes. The disciples sped up. However, only Xianxia frowned. He felt that the situation was not right, or rather, it should not be so smooth. Shua. Xianxia had already rushed to the front of the first corpse. He took out his weapon and slashed at the back. He smiled with satisfaction, "Xianxia, well done." However, the vice hall master's back was still facing him. Xianxia was puzzled and walked over. But just as he took a step, Xianxia exclaimed behind him, "Hall master, he's not." Bang. The stream photon bullet shot out and directly penetrated his head. Before Xianxia could finish his words, his eyes had already lost focus and he fell straight to the ground. After killing this incompetent advisor, the disciples who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead jumped up one after another. The members of the Drizzle Hall who were hiding in the distance also appeared. "Disciples, listen to my orders." Xianxia's cold voice resounded in the mountains, "Kill all these evil people." Yes. Xianxia asked his disciples to pretend to be members of Black Eagle Hall because it was dark. If it was half a day, they would have been seen through immediately. Xianxia noticed something, but as soon as he opened his mouth to warn them, he was shot in the head by Li Luoqiu. When he fell to the ground, Xianxia and his men were stunned. Whoosh, the disciples who were playing dead on the ground stood up and took out their weapons. "Disciples, listen up." Xianxia said coldly, "Kill all these evil people." Yes. The disciples unleashed their psionic energy and charged forward. Although they were far less than the 300 members of Black Eagle Hall in terms of numbers, they were not afraid at all after a few killings. "Xianxia," Xianxia said in a low voice, "What's going on?" This guy had not realized that he had fallen into a trap when he brought his disciples down the mountain. Li Qingyang, who was disguised as the deputy hall master, turned around and poured his psionic energy into the cold-edged sword, reflecting his appearance. Xianxia saw this and said coldly, "You're not Xianxia." "Xianxia? You're talking about him, right?" Li Qingyang kicked the corpse under his feet over. Xianxia saw Xianxia's face through the sword aura, and his eyes were filled with anger. "Puchi!" At this moment, a sound came from behind. The sword in Viper's hand pierced through the chest of a Black Eagle Hall disciple. He was injured by Li Tian but did not make a move. He must be suppressing his anger and wanted to vent it out. With the first disciple killed, the battle between the two sects officially began. Psionic energy exploded from both sides, and the battle became a mess. Black Eagle Hall, which had the advantage in numbers, should be able to counterattack easily, but when they fought with Iron Bone disciples, they suddenly felt a lot of pressure, especially the disciples who were holding swords and sabers. Their weapons were broken by Zhang Wei and the others. They were dumbfounded on the spot. "Puchi! Puchi!" Sword aura flashed, and broken limbs flew everywhere. In just one round, more than 30 disciples of Black Eagle Hall died. With the double suppression of cultivation and equipment, even if they had the advantage in numbers, they were just a bunch of weeds. These people had died with a clear conscience. Following that, many of the Black Eagle Hall disciples died unjustly. They were either killed by hidden weapons or sneak attacks. The members of Drizzle Hall moved around the battlefield like ghosts. They fully displayed their skills as assassins, and it was really impossible to guard against them. Sword radiance, spear radiance, and various hidden weapons flashed frequently on the battlefield. The disciples of Black Eagle Hall were mercilessly slaughtered and fell one by one. Xianxia still stood where he was. He didn't make a move because his gaze was locked onto Li Qingyang, and the killing intent in his eyes grew more and more intense. The hunting team had been annihilated right in front of their own home, and the vice hall master had been killed. It was truly unbearable and unacceptable. Hoo-hoo! As he clenched his fists, a blood-red stream of air emanated from his body, giving off a sinister aura. "Hey!" Yi Xingchen walked over and stood in front of him. He said proudly, "Your opponent is me. Junior brother, I'll leave it to you." Li Qingyang said, "I'll go deal with the others." As he spoke, he used his movement technique to go around them. Then, he charged into the group of enemies and started a crazy massacre. Zhou Hong also joined the battle. This guy was really ferocious. He seemed to be strolling leisurely, but in a breath, he had slashed dozens of times. The surrounding disciples of Black Eagle Hall fell to the ground one after another, with fine sword marks on their necks. The sword was so fast that even the sword radiance couldn't be seen. TSK. Jun Xianxia said, he can probably kill all the disciples of Black Eagle Hall here by himself. This is my Ironbone's strongest attack. Are you afraid? Afraid? The disciples of Black Eagle Hall were very afraid. They had originally wanted to stabilize the situation and organize an effective counterattack, but when they saw Zhou Hong kill dozens of people with one strike, their eyes were suddenly filled with horror. In a battle between two armies, morale was the most important. Now, seeing so many of their companions die, the disciples of Black Eagle Hall immediately suffered a heavy blow. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others sped up their killing speed. Wherever they went, they killed with one strike. The sect leader had just said that he wanted to kill all these evil people, so the only thing he could do was to make sure that they didn't even have a chance to escape. Black Eagle Hall realized that their opponents were too strong, and hurriedly pulled back their defense line and gathered together. Boom! 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 Yang Yuhua raised her iron shield and rushed in like a wild bull. In an instant, more than 10 enemies were sent flying and the defense line was torn apart. Long Xiang and the others held their guns and went forward, killing the disciples of Black Eagle Hall like a whirlwind. For a moment, broken limbs and blood flew in the air. Unfortunately, it was night time. If it was daytime, the scene of them cutting down the grass would be even more shocking. Seeing how terrifying they were, the disciples of Black Eagle Hall were even more shocked. Like frightened mice, they all shrank together. In this way, they would only be surrounded by iron bone and would not even have a chance to escape. They couldn't just sit there and wait for death. They had to fight back. A leader shouted angrily, "Kill!" Bang! A bullet pierced through his head, and his body fell to the ground. Li Luoqiu, who was standing on a tree, smiled and said, "I specialize in killing the bird that sticks out." Boom! Boom! Yang Yuhua raised her iron shield and formed a seal shield around her body. She was like a bulldozer, knocking away all the Black Eagle Hall disciples wherever she went. Long Xiang and the others followed all the way, like sharp spears, constantly killing their targets. Just like this, they charged back and forth a few times and killed 50 to 60 people, counting it. In a short time, more than 100 of the 300 disciples of Black Eagle Hall had died. Corpses were scattered everywhere, like a slaughterhouse. Jun Xianxia watched from the side and muttered, based on their efficiency, they should be able to finish them all in half an hour. As he spoke, he looked at Li Haixia. The disciples were killed one by one, but he still stood in the same place. However, the blood-red light gathered in his fist became more and more intense. Yi Xingchen raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, "Are you using a martial technique?" Was he seen through? It didn't matter, because he had already finished accumulating power. Ta! Li Haixia suddenly turned around and angrily waved his fist that was condensed with violent blood-red power. He shouted angrily, "Today, all of you will die." Boom! The fist hit the void. Whoosh whoosh, a gust of wind suddenly blew and evil energy spread. At the spot where Li Haixia had hit, a huge blood-red fist appeared out of thin air and blasted toward the iron bone disciple behind him. He didn't have the time to fight with Yi Xingchen alone. He had to use an explosive evil martial technique to kill all the enemies behind him and reverse the defeat of his disciples. Whoosh whoosh. The 3-meter-long blood-red fist was like a small mountain. It swept across the grass and a powerful force burst out. Everywhere it passed, it immediately formed a ditch. It was strong and fast. The people who were crazily killing the Black Eagle Hall disciples turned around and their expressions changed. Whoosh! Xiao Ziji rushed over and erected his iron shield in front of him. Courting death, Li Haixia sneered in his heart. His blood explosion fist had been accumulating power for a long time and its strength had reached more than 100,000 pounds. It was comparable to a grade 1 martial master. How could that guy resist with a shield? Boom! The blood-red fist directly hit the shield. Li Haixia's eyes gradually widened and his gaze was filled with horror. The previous leader of the Black Eagle Hall had obtained an upper-grade mental cultivation technique and an upper-grade fist technique. The mental cultivation technique was called the Blood Demon Scripture. It could forcefully reverse the flow of blood and increase one's cultivation. With this mental cultivation technique, the disciples of the Black Eagle Hall could increase their cultivation without sufficient resources. Xianxia had a deep understanding of the Blood Demon Scripture, which was why he was able to break through to the peak of martial master. As for the fist technique, it was called the Blood Explosion Fist. This technique needed to be paired with the Blood Demon Scripture to stimulate the blood in one's body. It could release a bloody fist with explosive power. The disadvantage was obvious. It needed time to accumulate power. While the disciples were being slaughtered, Xianxia was accumulating power and finally released it. With the support of his cultivation and martial arts, the huge bloody fist that was condensed had a force of more than 100,000 pounds. It was comparable to an ordinary rank 1 wuzong. If it touched the disciples' iron bone, they would definitely be blasted into pieces. At the critical moment, our main tank, Xianxia, stood in the path of the bloody fist with his iron shield, protecting the juniors behind him. The disciples who were a little flustered suddenly felt a strong sense of security when they saw their senior standing in front of him. Xianxia, who dared to use his broken body to withstand hundreds of thousands of pounds of force in front of the fire dragon, looked at the blood explosion fist with disdain. He didn't even activate his defensive barrier. This was too disrespectful to the opponent and the martial arts of the evil sects. Boom, in the end, the bloody fist that was the size of a small mountain smashed into the solid iron shield, and a wave of evil chi spread out in all directions. Xianxia stood in place as steadily as Mount Tai and took all the force of the explosion. Even if the fist's force was more than 100,000 pounds, as long as it wasn't as strong as the fire dragon, it was impossible to shake him. Xianxia, who had absolute confidence in the blood explosion fist, widened his eyes in disbelief. His fist was comparable to a rank 1 wuzong. The young man who was charging at him was only a martial disciple. How could he take it with just a shield? Ta! Xianxia took a step forward and pushed the bloody fist back half a meter. Then, his muscles and veins popped out. He suddenly exerted force and pushed the fist back. Boom, the bloody fist smashed into an unoccupied mountain rock, instantly shattering it. Due to the weakening of its power, it dissipated. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Not only was his blood explosion fist blocked, but he was also pushed back. This was simply unimaginable. Whoosh, suddenly, a sword light flashed behind him, causing his pupils to shrink. He hurriedly used his body movement technique to dodge. Xianxia held his sword and walked over step by step. His eyes were cold and sharp. I've already said that I'm your opponent, yet you're using your martial skill to attack someone else. Are you looking down on me? Bastard. He said coldly, die. Swoosh. Shwa. Whoosh. He waved his sword 3 times in a row, and 3 sword lights burst out, as if it was a spiritual energy martial skill. Eh? Xianxia was astonished. That guy seemed to have casually slashed out 3 times with his sword, but why did the sword light he formed look so much like my slash? That's what I'll do. When Xianxia was cultivating, he had an idea and cleverly used it on his sword. Needless to say, this kind of spiritual energy martial skill could not only be used alone, but it was also very compatible with weapons. After it was combined with the sword chi, its power was greatly increased. Not good. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly activated his blood and used his body movement technique to dodge. This was the support of an evil sect's body movement technique. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to dodge and could only take it head-on. After killing an enemy, Li Qingyang happened to see junior brother Yi use his sword chi. His eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of realization. So, my slash could be used like this. Swoosh, he poured his spiritual energy into his sword and silently chanted the chant of my slash. He shouted, slash. Whoosh, the martial skill and sword chi instantly merged perfectly. A sword light burst out and attacked at an extremely fast speed, instantly killing an enemy 20 meters away on the spot. Damn. Seeing this, Su Xiaoma exclaimed, so powerful. I'll cut, cut. He followed suit and fused his martial arts technique with the cold-edge sword. Instantly, he slashed out 3 spiritual energy sword chi and swept across the grass. Puchi! 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 The 3 disciples of Black Eagle Hall could not escape and were killed on the spot by the unparalleled sword chi. When Li Fei, Tian Qi, and the others saw this, they immediately followed suit. In an instant, all the Iron Bone disciples brandished their swords, condensing a long-range attack that was suitable for long-range attacks. He made a move with his sword. This I behead could be considered a true I behead, Xianxia said. I didn't expect that the martial arts modified by the mysterious Almighty could be applied to weapons. Nonsense. The system said, otherwise, how could it be described as all-knowing? Xianxia stroked his chin and said, Xingchen is pretty smart. He actually thought of using it on a weapon. In terms of martial arts attainments, Night Emperor was truly smart. However, due to the limitations of his body and the fact that he had just been reborn, it was difficult for him to display many of his strengths. This attainment was especially outstanding in actual combat. After the attack, he rushed over with the crossing dragon and slashed at the dodging Lai Haisha. Although the martial arts techniques of the evil sect martial artists were evil, they all had a common problem. The greater the power, the longer it took to store up power. As long as he closed in step by step and did not give him a chance to use it, it was equivalent to wasting half of his martial arts. As expected, Lai Haisha hurriedly dodged and could not divert his attention to use his martial arts. Yi Xingchen seized this opportunity and instantly closed in. His wrist shook frequently and sword light flashed one after another. Bang! 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 The sword chi scattered and blasted on the grass, showing long and deep sword marks. Although Lai Haisha could rely on his body technique to dodge, he was still in a difficult position. At this time, the disciples of Iron Bone used their weapons to execute I behead and frantically killed the remaining members of Black Eagle Hall. Especially the members of Drizzle Hall. After mastering the spiritual energy martial arts techniques, they relied on their body techniques to constantly move and use their weapons to attack. It was as if they had set up an inescapable net. What awaited the disciples of Black Eagle Hall was only death. Their morale was already greatly reduced. Now that they saw the sword chi flying around, their frightened eyes were filled with despair. In the end, they were tragically killed. After using I behead, it was easier for Iron Bone to cut the grass. So when Yi Xingchen's side started fighting, more than 100 members of Black Eagle Hall died. Ah! When Lai Haisha dodged, he saw that more than 300 disciples were left with only 100 left. He immediately roared with his eyes wide open. These were the main disciples. With so many dead, the sect's vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. Whoosh, the sword chi attacked even faster than before. Puchi! Lai Haisha could not dodge in time. His right shoulder was scratched and blood gushed out. At this time, he finally realized that he should not be thinking about the sect, but how to survive, retreat. As soon as the thought arose, he put it into action. The blood in his body burned crazily, and he was about to use the sect's body technique to escape. If his opponent was Li Qingyang, he might succeed. However, his opponent was Yi Xingchen. When he felt the evil aura erupting, he immediately stepped forward. His wrist shook quickly, and he used the linear speed formula. Whoosh! 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 Sword chi shot out one after another. There were a total of 35 sword chi. In Death Valley, Yi Xingchen used 30 sword chi in one breath. Now, there were 5 more sword chi. This meant that half a month of body tempering did not waste his comprehension of Ling Jian's divine technique. Lai Haisha, who had just stimulated his blood and wanted to escape, felt the sword chi behind him. His pupils suddenly shrank. He unwillingly shouted in grief, "No, Puchi, Puchi!" 35 sword chi intertwined and instantly cut the hall master of Black Eagle Hall into 8 pieces. The moment he died, an old man who was cultivating in a secret room suddenly opened his eyes. He was filled with murderous intent. Who dares to kill my beloved disciple? After Lai Haisha was cut into pieces by Yi Xingchen, an old man thousands of miles away seemed to have felt it. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was the first hall master of Black Eagle Hall. No one knew what his real name was. The disciples called him Hall Master, and the evil sects called him Elder Ghost. Why was he called Elder Ghost? Because the first Hall Master had a strong understanding of movement techniques. When he used it, he was like a ghost. Xianxia was Elder Ghost's favorite disciple. He went out to comprehend higher martial arts and passed the sect to him. Now that he suddenly lost contact, he realized that something bad had happened. Who dared to kill my favorite disciple? Elder Ghost's gloomy eyes flashed with killing intent. He broke out of the cave and ran like a ghost in the night. He was heading towards Huayin County. That speed, that movement technique. It was worthy of the word ghost. Elder Ghost's strength was not bad. After he left his position as Hall Master, he had been comprehending the blood magic scripture. He had already broken through to the third rank Wuzong. Those who killed my disciple will be punished by the 9 generations of their family. They will never be reincarnated. In the wilderness, there was a voice filled with endless anger, causing the beasts to flee. At the foot of Black Eagle Mountain. After Xianxia was killed, the Black Eagle Hall disciples who were still fighting like cornered beasts had completely collapsed. In the end, they were all killed on the spot by the Iron Bone disciples. At this point, a 7th-rate evil sect, along with the Hall Master and the sect's elites, were all killed. There were still people from the sect on the mountain, but they were just a bunch of small fries. Search. After everything was done, Xianxia said. The disciples quickly started to loot the bags and collected a lot of space rings. Blood magic scripture, blood explosion fist, blood explosion step? Xianxia merged with Xianxia's ring and found the 3 top-rank evil sect techniques of Black Eagle Hall. Although they were useless, he still kept them in his space ring. Martial arts techniques could only be considered too little, but not too much. The system said, evil sect techniques take the extreme path. Host, it is best not to cultivate them so as not to kill your future martial arts. I know what to do, Xianxia said. After searching all the disciples, he used the exquisite fire to burn all the corpses. Only then did he look at the Black Eagle Hall on the mountain and said coldly, go up the mountain and exterminate the sect. Yes. The disciples rushed forward. Black Eagle Hall, a 7th-rate sect, had a total of 500 to 600 people. The Hall Master and the elites had all been killed, so there were not many left in the headquarters. When Xiao Ziji smashed open the door with a heavy punch, all the Iron Bone disciples rushed in and wiped them out. If they were from a righteous sect, Xianxia might have kept them alive. However, killing these evil sect disciples was the best choice. Same old rules, continue searching. Not long after, Xianxia found the Black Eagle Hall's treasury first. Pushing open the heavy stone door, he was greeted by a sea of dazzling jewels. He couldn't even open his eyes. I'll go. After getting used to it, Xianxia looked at the mountain of gold and silver and said in disbelief, so much gold and silver. Xianxia rushed over when he heard the news. After a rough estimation, the value should be around 10 million taels. He couldn't help but sigh, this 7th-rate sect is quite rich. The Black Eagle Hall was a robber, so they must be rich. Unfortunately, they didn't have the life to spend it. They were all taken away by Xianxia. After that, a disciple found a secret room in Xianxia's residence. There were more than 500 spirit stones inside. Needless to say, they were all taken away. After a round of looting, all the valuables of the Black Eagle Hall, including martial techniques and weapons, were all taken away by Xianxia. The spatial ring that increased the storage space by 5 times suddenly became much more abundant. OJ8K, retreat. Whoosh whoosh, when everyone went down the mountain, the Black Eagle Hall's headquarters suddenly burst into flames. The building that had been built for 100 years was burned to ashes. It was not hard to imagine that when the people of Huayin County knew that the 7th-rate evil sect was destroyed, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Cousin. I will avenge you. When all the people of Iron Bone Hall had retreated, a martial artist clenched his fist and came out from a dark stone. With the help of the night light, one could see that this person was the green scarf martial artist Dai Lu that Xianxia had beaten up when he went to Qingyang City to recruit disciples. After the Spirit Spring sect was destroyed, didn't he go to join the Sacred Spring sect? Yes. Dai Lu went to join them. After passing a difficult test, he became an inner disciple. The inner disciples were of a lower rank than the outer disciples. What they did every day was either chopping wood, carrying water, or running errands. They were no different from servants. In order to avenge the former patriarch, Dai Lu worked hard and cultivated wholeheartedly. Now he had opened 10 meridians. Half a month ago, the sect had a mission to send a letter to Huayin County. He rushed over. After he finished, he prepared to return. In the city, he met his cousin and learned that he had joined the sect. He followed him to visit the Black Eagle Hall. Dai Lu's cousin wanted to take the opportunity to persuade his cousin to let him join the Black Eagle Hall. Who would have thought that, on the second day, the sect would be destroyed? As for Dai Lu, because he drank some wine with his cousin and went to pee at night, he walked in a daze and wandered around the back of the mountain for half a day. Then he heard the screams of the sect. His drunkenness dissipated and he cleverly hid. Later, Xianxia left with his disciples. With the help of the flame, he saw his appearance and immediately recognized that he was the murderer of the Spirit Spring sect. Dai Lu was really something. Our sect master Jun crossed over to the other world and destroyed 2 sections. He was present at the scene and he even survived, so sometimes, when luck comes, you can't die even if you want to. When luck is bad, you can be killed by a falling plaque when you go out to pee. Jun Changxiao. Dai Lu clenched his fist, roaring in his heart, "You killed my grandmother's mother's father's second uncle's sister-in-law's brother. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Cousin." He turned around and looked at the monstrous flame, secretly swearing, "I will take revenge for you." Dai Lu was also very smart. He did not leave immediately, afraid that Iron Bones people were waiting below. So he hid in the dark and only hurried down the mountain when the sky was about to brighten. However, just as he walked down the mountain pass, a cold wind blew over. A black-haired old man suddenly stood beside him, his eyes flashing with a terrifying killing intent. Dai Lu, who was originally worried about being discovered by Iron Bone, suddenly discovered that someone had appeared out of thin air. He said in horror, "Ghost, Pa." Ghost Elder quickly rushed over and grabbed his neck. A strange aura instantly enveloped him and seeped into his sea of consciousness. This was an extremely tyrannical evil technique that could absorb memories. The user could forcibly search the target's memories and obtain the information they wanted. A moment later, Ghost Elder released his hand, his eyes gloomy. "Iron Bone, not only did you kill my beloved disciple, you also destroyed my Black Eagle Hall. This old man will repay this debt 1,000 times. Shua." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. The location he went to was the Azure Sun County. Obviously, he wanted to take revenge for his beloved disciple and sect. As for Dai Lu, after his memories were forcibly extracted, his entire body collapsed on the ground. He hugged his head and held in pain. His consciousness gradually disappeared. There were 2 outcomes for having one's sea of consciousness forcefully extracted by an evil technique. The first was to lose one's mind and become crazy. The second was to die on the spot. I'm going to die." Dai Lu, who still had a trace of consciousness, could deeply feel his life slipping away bit by bit. He didn't want to die before taking revenge for the former patriarch and his cousin. A strong desire to live rose in his heart, but it was difficult to reverse the loss of his life. Death was getting closer and closer. "I don't want to die, I'm not willing." Suddenly, Dai Lv's entire body was enveloped by a green light. Even his black hair had turned a glossy green. The life force that was about to dissipate also slowly recovered miraculously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest, punish the evil and eliminate the evil. Ding! Sect contribution points, 780-1000. This was the system notification that came from the mountain road after Jun Changxiao set fire to the Black Eagle Hall. Previously, when he destroyed the Black Wind Stockade, he completed a mission of eliminating evil for the people. Today, when he destroyed the Black Eagle Hall, he completed a mission of punishing the evil and eliminating the evil. It seems that the system wants me to be a person who upholds justice on behalf of the heavens. Upholding justice on behalf of the heavens? I wonder if there's such a hidden quest. On the way back to the Azure Sun County, Jun Changxiao kept thinking about idioms, such as waiting for rabbits. to appear, pulling up seedlings to help them grow. However, there were too many idioms. Who knew which one was the quest and how to complete it? Sigh. He sighed and said to himself, I have no idea at all. The system said, the hidden quest is up to fate, there's no need for the host to think about it. All right. Xianxia said, after we return, we can only rely on recruiting disciples to earn contribution points. Without a moment's rest, he brought his disciples back to the Azure Sun County. After they had left for 4 to 6 hours, Elder Ghost chased after them from 1,000 miles away and obtained everything from Dai Lu's memories. His disciple was killed, his sect was destroyed. All of this was related to the Iron Bone, so he chased after them and secretly swore that he would pay them back 1,000 times over. However, what Elder Ghost did not expect was that the ant-like martial cultivator that he had extracted from his memories actually did not die. Instead, he miraculously survived. When his life force became vigorous again, Dai Lu, who was lying on the ground, also had a dazed look on his face. He really didn't understand how he could still be alive. Could it be that his own misery and unwillingness had deeply moved the heavens? Dai Lu gently raised his hand and discovered that his skin had already changed from green to normal. He couldn't help but think to himself, what was that green light just now? Shwa. He jumped up, and after confirming that he was safe and sound, he hurriedly left the Black Eagle Mountain. On the way, he secretly swore, Xianxia, and that ghost-like guy, just you wait. Who? Right at this moment, Elder Ghost appeared before him without anyone noticing, and he said with surprise, you're actually still alive under my soul assimilation technique. Little fellow, you're not simple. Dai Lu's expression changed greatly. In the next second, he turned around and fled. Unfortunately, just as he turned around, Elder Ghost had already stretched out his hand. This time, he didn't grab him by the neck, but by the head. He said sinisterly, this old man wants to take a good look at what secrets you're hiding. Hoo-hoo. Casting the mind-manipulating technique, it instantly poured into his sea of consciousness. Dai Lu, who had experienced it once, begged for mercy in horror, say. Senior. Don't kill, ah. The blood-curdling screams resounded in the night sky, making one's hair stand on end. Plop. His knees hit the ground, and then he collapsed to the ground. The one on the ground was not Dai Lu, but Elder Ghost. His eyes were wide open as he lay on the ground. His body was shrouded in green light. His limbs began to shrink rapidly until all that was left was skin and bones. Whoosh, the green light flew up and quickly merged into Dai Lu's body. Hoo-hoo. In an instant, pure spiritual energy gathered in his dantian. Not only did it quickly open his 11th and 12th meridians, it also helped him condense a cyclone, breaking through to 7th grade martial disciple. The whole process happened in an extremely short time. When everything was over, Dai Lu, who was still begging for mercy, saw the old man die in front of him like a dried corpse. He was so scared that he sat on the ground paralyzed. What? What happened? Feeling the strong energy gathering in his body, he was dumbfounded on the spot. After a long while, when Dai Lu had completely adapted to it, he was sure that he had suddenly become stronger. Furthermore, it wasn't just by a little bit. Suddenly, he realized that his hands had turned green again. The area his palms were pressing on was quickly withering, as if they had lost their life force. At the same time, a weak spiritual energy entered his body from his palms. Although it didn't have much effect, he could clearly feel it. Dai Lu instantly understood. Could that weak spiritual energy come from the flowers and plants? When he touched them, could it be that he had absorbed the spiritual energy within them? Looking at the old man beside him who was like a dried corpse, his gaze gradually turned from sluggish to ecstasy. In the end, he couldn't help but secretly say, I can devour other people's spiritual energy? In order to confirm his guess, Dai Lu hurriedly stood up and walked in front of a large tree. He placed his palm on the bark of the tree. As expected, the moment his green palm came into contact with the tree, it quickly absorbed the life force within. The originally thriving towering tree quickly withered, and the yellowed leaves fell down in patches. At the same time, the absorbed spiritual energy turned into energy and merged into Dai Lu's body, causing his cyclone to increase a little. At this time, even an idiot could understand what was going on. Thus, under the night sky, an incomparably excited laughter rang out. Ahahaha, ahahaha, Dai Lu, who originally thought that he was going to die, miraculously absorbed Elder Gue and obtained his energy, breaking through to 7th grade martial disciple from 10th stage channel opening in one go. Using the terminology of fantasy novels, this was a proper devourer, ga. His smile suddenly stopped. The green light on Dai Lu's palm disappeared. No matter how much he tried, it would not appear again. Why is it gone? Could it only appear when I'm in danger? Although depressed, Dai Lu could not hide his excitement as his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. He clenched his fist and coldly said, Jun Xianxia, sooner or later, I will take my revenge. After saying this, he stood up and left. As soon as he took a step, his speed was extremely fast as a ghost shadow. From this, it could be seen that Brother Green Scarf had not only absorbed Elder Gui's cultivation, but also comprehended his blood explosion steps. Although it could not be compared to Elder Gui, at the level of martial disciple, it was already very powerful, awesome. Super awesome. At that moment, Dai Lu, who was galloping through the wilderness, had a feeling of supremacy. He wanted nothing more than to catch up to Iron Bone and ruthlessly trample on them. Calm down, calm down. That guy and his disciple were too powerful. Although he had obtained great power, 2 fists were no match for many fists. It was better to return to the Sacred Spring Sect first, study the green light thoroughly, and raise his cultivation to a higher level before taking his revenge. 2 fists were no match for many fists. This guy overestimated himself. He had only swallowed the power of others and increased his cultivation. Even if he became a martial master now, facing an outer sect disciple like Long Xiang, he would still be tortured to the point of doubting his life. Absorbing the power of an expert and entering the 7th stage of the Meridian opening realm in one go. Dai Lu was definitely cheating. It was definitely an inspirational story of a small character turning the tide. But Elder Gue was very tragic. He was an old man in the saying, when you beat the small one, the old one comes. Usually, it was a boss. In the end, he was killed by an ant without even seeing Iron Bone's people. Speaking of which, Sect leader Jun really had to thank Dai Lu. If he had not intercepted halfway and killed Elder Gue, it would have been a bit of a headache to face a mysterious Wuzong. However, the death of a dangerous person, and the success of an ant. It was hard to say whether or not it would bring more trouble in the future. Putong. Aya, Dai Lu forgot about everything and ran at full speed. In the end, he accidentally bumped into a huge rock. At present, even if Brother Green Scarf was a devourer, with his intelligence, he was unable to pose any substantial threat to the system users, the trash, and the reborn. Therefore, although a small character turned the tide, if he wanted to continue to turn the tide of the main characters, he would have a long way to go. 2 days later, Jun Changxiao brought his disciples back to the sect. Huaying County was in an uproar because the Black Eagle Hall on the Black Eagle Mountain was burned to ruins. Could it be that the sect was destroyed? When the news spread, it swept through the entire Huaying County like a gale. For a moment, everyone was talking about this matter, and most of them were secretly happy. There were many evil sects in Huaying County, but the most notorious one was the Black Eagle Hall, because this sect did not care about the rules of the Jianghu and killed people and robbed people all day long. Now that the sect was burned and the whereabouts of the Hall Master and his disciples were unknown, someone must have acted on behalf of the heavens and destroyed this power. It was normal for righteous people to be happy. When the evil sects found out, they also clapped their hands and praised. The Black Eagle Hall was really smelly, of course. Apart from being happy, everyone was discussing which hero destroyed the Black Eagle Hall that had been established for 100 years. Unfortunately, there were no witnesses. Everyone could only speculate based on the forces that the Black Eagle Hall had offended. In the end, they could not find anyone, because the forces that they had offended were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Someone once said that the deputy hall master of the Black Eagle Hall had chased after Iron Bone in Death Valley, but it did not attract much attention. The martial artists in Huaying County would never have thought that an 8th-rate sect in Azure Sun County would destroy the deputy hall master and the others, and then destroy the Black Eagle Hall first. For a moment, there were different opinions. As for how the Black Eagle Hall was destroyed, it was destined to become the next unsolved mystery in history. The Azure Sun County also received the news. But because it was a matter outside the county, they only discussed it casually and did not take it seriously. Their focus was now on the AI family's pills and Iron Bones challenge to the Sacred Spring Sect in a few months. After returning to the sect, Xianxia gave out the spatial rings he had obtained, one by one, so that each disciple could have one. After destroying the Black Eagle Hall, he obtained a considerable amount of wealth and resources, so he could not help but have the idea of robbing the evil sects under the banner of acting on behalf of the heavens. No. This was a bit too high profile, and not in line with the strategy of keeping a low profile. After coming to the other world, he first destroyed the Spiritual Spring Sect, then defeated the Grand Chi Sect, and now he even destroyed the Black Eagle Hall. He could not tell how was he keeping a low profile. Sect leader. The next day after he returned to the sect, Elder Wei came to see him and said, "The second batch of herbs has matured and can be harvested." Really? Xianxia was overjoyed and hurried to the herb garden. Under Elder Wei's meticulous care, more than 10 mu of medicinal fields were filled with mature medicinal herbs, and even denser spiritual energy gathered in the air. Who? Xianxia took a deep breath, and his spirits were lifted. Elder Wei. He said in astonishment, "Under your care, the medicinal garden has become a treasured land full of spiritual energy." Elder Wei said, "Sect leader, our Iron Bone Mountain is too ordinary. I suggest that we plant some spiritual herbs around it. It should be able to increase the heaven and earth attributes." That's a good suggestion. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Although the Iron Bone Mountain was big, it was really ordinary. Although there was a little bit of spiritual power, it was still far from being comparable to the Blessed Enclave. Not to mention the Black Hawk Mountain, even the 9-flowing Spirit Spring Sect Spirit Spring Mountain was much stronger than the Iron Bone Mountain in terms of spiritual power. Outstanding people and places. There was spiritual energy in the beautiful mountains and rivers, which could nurture outstanding talents. All kinds of infrastructure had to be present, and the spiritual energy of the Iron Bone Mountain had to be strengthened. Only then could he and his disciples benefit. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to gather spiritual energy in a place where spiritual energy was thin. However, Elder Wei could improve it by cultivating medicinal herbs. Once the spiritual energy of the Iron Bone Mountain was strengthened, the speed of cultivating medicinal herbs would increase. Then, after they matured, they would continue to release the heaven and earth attributes, creating a virtuous cycle. However, Elder Wei added, "This is a big project. It's definitely not something that can be achieved in 2 or 3 years." "It's fine." Xianxia said, "I strongly support you in planting trees." It didn't matter if it was slow. As long as it could improve the ecological environment of the Iron Bone Mountain, it would be a matter of great merit and benefit for the future. In that case, Elder Wei said, "Sect leader, please buy more medicinal herb seeds. It's best if they are of high quality." Xianxia said, "No problem." Next, Elder Wei began to collect the medicinal herbs. He did not ask the disciples of the medicinal hall to help him. Instead, he picked them himself, aiming to perfectly preserve the spiritual energy. After a round of inventory, there were more than 2,000 sets of medicinal herbs used to refine the chi-gathering pill. In terms of medicinal effect, they were stronger than those planted previously. Elder Wei. Xianxia said with emotion, "It's really a blessing for my Iron Bone Mountain to be able to recruit a medicinal herb master like you." Elder Wei smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, sect leader. This old man is willing to do his best in his lifetime." "That's a little inauspicious." Xianxia said, "Elder Wei is old and clumsy. He will definitely live a long life." Ha ha ha. Elder Wei laughed and said, "Only by entering the Martial King realm can one have a lifespan of 1,000 years. My old bones can't count on it. Breaking through to the Martial King realm will give you a lifespan of 1,000 years? It's not that difficult," Xianxia said. The corner of Elder Wei's mouth twitched. Although martial kings were not the strongest existences in the Falling Star continent, those who could be called martial kings were all overlords. Yet, the sect leader said it was not difficult. After collecting the medicinal herbs, Jun Changxiao left the medicinal garden to refine pills. Elder Wei continued to plant high-quality seeds with his disciples. After 2 rounds of cultivation, the spiritual energy in the medicinal garden had increased. The 3rd round of maturation would also be shortened by a lot. This was what Jun Changxiao wanted to see the most. If there were more high-quality medicinal herbs in the 1-year agreement, it would definitely help him and his disciples to improve. Inside the room, Jun Changxiao sat cross-legged and circulated the tendons, changing scripture. Inside the medicine refinery pavilion, alchemy was going on. The tinkling sounds were endless, like beautiful music. Elder Wei's 2nd batch of medicinal herbs was refined. Because of the quality of the materials, the effects were also high. After refining all of them, Jun Changxiao took 1 pill. He estimated that the absorption speed would be 15 times faster. If he took it 24 hours a day, it would be equivalent to him absorbing spiritual energy for 15 days if others absorbed spiritual energy for 1 day. Jun Changxiao's eyes were burning. The medicinal herbs planted by Elder Wei are definitely the key to strengthening my iron bone. The next day, he gave out 10 energy-gathering pills to each disciple who participated in the extermination of Black Eagle Hall as a reward. Then, he went to Huyang City to find the AI family head and inform him of his purpose. What? AI Xianxia was shocked. You need hundreds of thousands of such seeds? Can you get it? Jun Changxiao asked. AI Xianxia calmed down and said, although the quantity is large, we can get it. However, the price is a bit expensive. The high-quality medicinal herbs were given by him previously. The quantity was not too much, so the AI family could afford it. But hundreds of thousands of them were too expensive. Jun Changxiao threw a spatial ring and said, there are 20 million inside. You can find it. AI Xianxiao's mouth twitched. Taking out so much money to buy medicinal herb seeds was definitely a big deal. Don't worry, Sect head Jun AI Xianxia said, I will use the fastest time to gather 20 million high-quality medicinal herb seeds. Jun Changxiao said, take the money and return the ring to me. He had already taken out 20 million, but he still cared about a spatial ring. He was really stingy. Oh right, Sect head Jun. After discussing business, AI Xianxia smiled and said, the neighboring Pingyang County will be holding a large-scale inter-sect competition in half a month. Is your sect interested in participating? Not interested. Jun Changxiao said. Ding. Side mission activated. He opened the data panel. The mission was, send a disciple to participate in the inter-sect competition in Pingyang County and become the champion. Jun Changxiao finished his words. I want to participate too. Jun Changxiao used to have the idea of sending disciples to participate in the inter-sect tournament because they could improve their combat skills. However, he gave up on the idea after seeing the Tower of Experience. He still needed time to refine the Tower of Experience, so he didn't have the time to compete with others. After the side mission came, he had to participate even if he wasn't interested. After all, he was earning contribution points. The system said, the first epic mission is to win the inter-sect tournament, and now the side mission is also to win the inter-sect tournament. This elite mission isn't easy. It's only challenging if it's hard. Jun Changxiao said. AI Shang said, as far as I know, the sects participating in the inter-sect tournament are mainly 6th or 7th grade. The strongest participant is a 9th grade martial disciple. System, pretend I didn't say anything, why? This was because the inner disciples of the Iron Bones sect were already invincible in the martial disciple level. The strongest participant in the inter-sect tournament in Pingyang County was only a 9th grade martial disciple. Wouldn't that mean he could win with his eyes closed? Jun Changxiao was overjoyed. The side mission given by the system was like giving rice to him for free. Master AI. He asked, are there any rewards? Since they were sending disciples to participate, they would definitely care more about the rewards. AI Shang said, if a disciple can enter the top 10, they will receive 10 spirit stones. If they win, they will receive a high-grade martial technique and 100 spirit stones. So generous? Jun Changxiao was stunned. In the inter-sect tournament in Liang City, Xiao Ziji only received a high-grade mortal martial technique and 10 spirit stones. In the Intersect tournament in Pingyang County, there were 10 spirit stones for entering the top 10. The difference was like heaven and earth. Even if it wasn't for the contribution points, he would still participate for the 100 spirit stones. After leaving the AI family's medicine store, Xianxia returned to the sect and began to think about who to send to participate in the Intersect tournament in Pingyang County. This kind of generous reward with a side mission would definitely be chosen from the inner disciples. Only Yi Xingchen and Li Fei didn't participate in the Intersect tournament in Liyang City, so one of them would be chosen. It's Xingchen, Xianxia said. When Yi Xingchen found out about this, he rejected it in his heart. After all, it was better to cultivate in the sect than to participate in a child-level competition. After learning about the Spirit Stone reward, he asked seriously, "Sect leader, when are you going to participate in the Intersect competition?" "We'll depart in 10 days, Xianxia said. 10 days, he could still cultivate for a while. Late at night. As usual, Xianxia entered the training tower to cultivate for 4 hours. After that, he took a hot bath and sat cross-legged in his room to circulate the body metamorphose scripture. The sect needed to develop, but their cultivation couldn't fall behind either. 2 hours later, Xianxia skillfully opened the shop and murmured, "It's time to refresh." Ding. Sect contribution points, 770-1000. The new products were still useless. However, at the end, he found a product called the Disciple Mall Vending Machine. Click on Details, Item, Disciple Store Vending Machine. Description: this item can be automatically sold to the goods in the Disciple's store. You only need to use your finger to verify. You can choose to purchase the item if you have enough contribution points. Price, 100 contribution points. This thing is good. Xianxia said happily. In the sect missions that appeared before, many disciples completed them and received the corresponding contribution points. He had to buy them one by one and distribute them. It was too troublesome. Now that there was a vending machine in the disciples' store, the next time a sect mission appeared, the disciples could buy it themselves after completing the mission. It would undoubtedly save a lot of trouble. Ding. The host spent 100 contribution points and received the disciples' store vending machine X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 670-1000. After buying it, Xianxia didn't dare to refresh the shop again. He was afraid that he would get addicted and waste a lot of contribution points. When the sun rose, he left the vending machine in the mission pavilion. Morning. Under the brainwashing of the divine song, the disciples' hearts were beating happily and their minds were being nourished. The best dancer was definitely Lu Wancher. All kinds of self-choreographed dances were definitely pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, she was born in the wrong place. If she was on Earth, she would definitely capture the hearts of countless otakus who would be willing to cheer for her. After the morning exercise, Xianxia explained the functions of the vending machine. The disciples hurried to the mission pavilion. "Let me try." Cui Bujian stood in front of the machine and pressed the fingerprint button with his thumb. The screen immediately showed the data, Disciple, Cui Bujian contribution points. 3 below were many items in the disciples' store, such as wooden swords and chi-gathering elixirs. What should he buy? Cui Bujian thought for a while and pressed the chi-gathering elixir and bought 3 portions. At the moment, he needed resources to raise his level, so buying chi-gathering elixirs was more cost-effective than buying wooden swords. The disciples who had completed the mission tested it one by one. When they saw that they still had contribution points, they also chose to buy chi-gathering elixirs. Sect leader. Li Qingyang stood outside the main hall and said, "Although the vending machine is not bad, there are too few sect missions. Many of the disciples don't have enough contribution points to buy items." Xianxia said, "Don't worry, there will be more in the future." The system stipulated that the sect mission would only be activated after the number of disciples had been filled. Before the 3rd activation, they had to recruit 1,000 disciples. Sigh. Xianxia sighed. If there were sect missions every day, even if I didn't have contribution points, I could still do it. The system said, "There is a product in the store called the Mission Issuer. There will be missions issued every day." Disciples who complete them will only increase their contribution points, meeting the host's requirements. Is it easy to farm? Xianxia asked. The system said, yes, but it's only sold in mid-level stores. Scram. Master AI was very efficient. In just a few days, he came to visit and brought with him 200,000 high-quality herb seeds. On average, one seed cost only 100 taels. Seeds were never expensive. The difficult part was planting and cultivating them. Spending 20 million to buy 200,000 seeds made Xianxia's heart ache. But when he thought about how it could improve the ecological environment of MT Iron Bone, it was still acceptable. After obtaining a large number of seeds, Elder Wei said, Sect leader, please send more people to follow me to plant them. Yes. Xianxia sent Long Xiang, Sima Zhongda, and the others over. The transformation of the sect's ecological environment began in full swing. 10 days later. With Iron Bone as the center, high-quality medicinal herbs were all planted within a few miles. Then, the disciples of the medicinal hall were responsible for cultivating them. This was to return the favor to Sun Bukong and the others. After all, they had planted 200,000 seeds. It was a little tiring, but it could undoubtedly improve the technique of cultivating medicinal herbs. Therefore, the disciples of the medicinal hall were also happy. Let's go. After breakfast, Xianxia left with Xianxia and headed to Pingyang County to participate in the sect competition. Junior brother Yi, senior brother. The disciples sent him off and shouted, we will wait for your triumphant return. Tsk Xianxia snorted coldly. For some reason, there was a slight change in his state of mind. In his previous life, he had no friends. When he fought with others, he was always alone. Now that he was participating in the sect competition, he had a group of senior and junior brothers sending him off. That strange feeling was something he had never experienced in his previous life. Xianxia and Xianxia traveled lightly. He didn't bring any other disciples because this kind of sect tournament wasn't difficult at all. It would be a waste of time if too many people went. It was better to cultivate at home. If the organizer of the Pingyang County sect tournament knew about this, he would definitely be devastated. Our tournament is much more formal than the Azure Sun County sect tournament. Can't you give us some basic respect? Respect was definitely given. Otherwise, Sect Master Jun wouldn't have sent his disciples to participate. The journey to Pingyang County was a little far. Xianxia summoned the purple lightning tiger cub and rode it comfortably. Xianxia miserably used the crossing roaming dragon and followed closely behind. Damn it, if this emperor's clear sky jade carving was still here, it could travel 1,000 miles with a flap of its wings and leave him far behind. A real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. Xianxia could only follow on foot and enter the neighboring Pingyang County on the second day. Pingyang County was very big and was stronger than Azure Sun County in all aspects. There were at least 300 sects and 2 fifth-rate sections. One was Bright Moon Square and the other was Rain Listening Pavilion. That's right, the young pavilion master who was cheated by Xianxia a few times at the auction house was from Pingyang County. Pingyang County's public security was pretty good. Although there were evil sects, they were suppressed by powerful righteous sections. Most of them were sneaky. Tisk. Sitting on the tiger beast and strolling in the beautiful forest, Xianxia murmured, I feel that the spiritual power here is denser than Azure Sun County. Xianxia said, Azure Sun County is only a 9th-rate county. Naturally, it can't be compared to an 8th-rate county. 9th rate, 8th rate, Xianxia said in surprise, could it be that counties are also divided into different levels? As a sect master, how could this guy not hear of it? Xianxia said, in the Falling Star continent, sects are divided into different grades. Naturally, counties are also divided into different grades. 9th rate is the lowest? That's right. Xianxia was silent. He had transmigrated to a 9th-rate sect in a 9th-rate county. Could his luck be any better? The system said, don't you like to challenge the difficulty of the game? Isn't it just to your liking? Xianxia could not be bothered with it. He turned to look at Xianxia and said with a smile, you seem to know quite a lot. This was the most basic information, okay? Xianxia said meaningfully, Xianxia, I actually know that you are a person with a story. In the sect, there were some things that couldn't be said. But now, there were only two people who could speak freely. Xianxia said, "So sect master can use the word handsome to describe his life?" "Not bad." Xianxia said seriously. "I've been roaming the Jianhu for thousands of years, and I've never seen such a shameless sect leader." Actually, Xianxia returned to the topic at hand and said, "Everyone has their own secrets that are buried deep in their hearts and cannot be known by others." Xianxia fell silent. Could it be that he knew his secret? Impossible. Rebirth was something that went against the heavenly Tao and reincarnation. Who could have guessed it? He must be tricking me. Xianxia. Xianxia said, "I'm not interested in knowing the secrets in your heart. You just need to remember that once you're a member of the Iron Bones sect, you'll be a member of the Iron Bones sect forever." This disciple was forcefully pulled into the sect. Naturally, he knew that he was dissatisfied, so he needed to be slowly educated and reformed. Understood. Xianxia said this, but he was disdainful in his heart. During this period, although he had been proactive, his real purpose was to obtain more resources. He really did not have a sense of belonging to the sect. "Xianxia, do you know what dang 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 is?" "Dang dang dang? Dang 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 is only you can accompany me to the West Scripture. Only you can kill demons and exorcise devils." Sect Master Jun sang with deep emotion. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. After Xianxia finished singing, he said seriously, "Xianxia, when you understand the meaning of the words Iron Bones sect, you'll naturally understand it." Sect Master. "I want to beat you to death with one punch." The sect competition in Pingyang County was held in Suiyang City. Although Suiyang City was not the main city in the county, in terms of scale and strength, it was far stronger than Qingyang City. There were still 2 days before the start of the competition. Various forces rushed in from all directions. The city gate was crowded with people, and it was very lively. "Aya." An old man cupped his hands and said, "Isn't this the sect master of Crane Mountain sect? I haven't seen you for a long time. Your cultivation has improved." "Hee, so it's sect master Kong. It's been a long time, a long time." The sect master of Crane Mountain sect led his disciples and cupped their hands. This scene of various forces greeting each other politely was repeated at the city gate. The atmosphere was very good. Roar. At this moment, a furious roar came from behind. Everyone was shocked and turned to look. They only saw a man in embroidered clothes, riding a black leopard beast and walking slowly. "That's a black-skinned leopard. Oh my God, a beast comparable to a peak martial disciple. It's the junior sect master of the 6th sect beast taming sect. As expected of a sect that rears beasts. He even rides a black-skinned leopard when he goes out. Why is the junior sect master of the beast taming sect here? Is he also going to participate in the sect competition?" According to the rules of the competition, as long as the sect members are younger than 20 years old and have not participated in the competition, they are eligible to sign up. Everyone whispered to each other, and their eyes were filled with envy. The junior sect master rode the black-skinned beast and walked over proudly, surrounded by his disciples. Riding a beast out, he was the center of attention wherever he went. It made him feel very comfortable. Suddenly, the junior sect master frowned. Because 2 people walked past him quickly without turning their heads, as if they did not notice him. He, who was used to being noticed, suddenly felt that he was being looked down upon. Hence, he shouted in a deep voice, "The 2 people in front, stop right there." Roar. The black-skinned leopard could communicate with its owner's mind. It immediately roared at the 2 people walking past. The roar was a little loud, and it shook the hearts of the ordinary martial artists. At the same time, everyone noticed the 2 people walking past the junior sect master of the beast taming sect. TSK. They dared to walk in front of a black-skinned leopard. How bold. What's the matter? The person in front stopped and turned around with a smile. After taking a closer look, it was our most handsome sect master Jun. Needless to say, it was Xianxia beside him. Seeing that guy's nonchalant look, the junior sect master became angry. "The black-skinned leopard I am riding is right in front of your eyes. You should at least show some fear, right? Could it be that he is an expert? The junior sect master asked cautiously. You look very unfamiliar. May I know which sect you are from? Qingyang County, Iron Bone Sect, Jun Changxiao said. When the surrounding forces heard this, they were startled and immediately began to discuss among themselves. So it's the Iron Bone Sect from the neighboring county. Isn't this an 8th-rate sect that has just been promoted recently? Did he come to Suiyang City to watch the show? When the young master heard the crowd's discussion, especially when he heard the words 8th-rate sect, his eyes were filled with disdain as he said, My friend, haven't you realized that you're already blocking my path? Jun Changxiao was startled and said, We walked fast, and you walked slow. How could you block our way? Besides, if you didn't stop us, we would have already entered the city and wouldn't have blocked your way. This explanation was reasonable and there was nothing wrong with it. But all the forces were secretly thinking that the Iron Bone from the outer county didn't see that the young master of the beast taming school had a problem with him. Why didn't he quickly apologize to avoid trouble? Sigh. People from the remote and poor areas had no eyesight. The young master of the beast taming school didn't expect such an explanation, so he said indifferently, My Black Panther is a bit fierce. If you two walk in front of it and anger it, you will be eaten in one bite. That would be an unjust death. If it was a high-level sect from the outer county, they would naturally give him face. But an 8th-rate sect came to the Pingyang County and had to teach him a lesson. So you are thinking for us. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, Thank you, young master. We will meet again. As he spoke, he led Xianxia to the city gate. The young master's eyes were filled with anger. The Black Panther, which was connected to its master's mind, chased after them. It didn't attack, but opened its mouth, intending to let out a roar to intimidate the two humans in front. But it didn't even start roaring. Xianxia suddenly turned around and threw a rupturing fist. Bang! It directly hit the side of its face. This punch was like eating baked gluten. It was so powerful that the Black Panther retreated more than 10 steps. Finally, its limbs went soft and it lay on the ground. The young master lost his balance and rolled down. Not only was he covered in dust, he was also in a very sorry state. Young master! The disciples all rushed over. All the forces at the city gate opened their eyes wide. Oh my God, that young man, who looked like he was only 17 or 18, knocked down a Black Panther that was comparable to a peak martial disciple with one punch. How terrifying was his strength? This wasn't the point. The point was that he dared to attack the mount of the young master of the beast taming school. He was tired of living. Xianxia. Jun Changxiao said in a deep voice, How can you just casually attack? Xianxia retracted his fist and said indifferently, Disciple is worried that the beast will attack sect master. That's true. Jun Changxiao turned his head and smiled at the young master who was being helped up. Young master, please take care of your pet. Especially don't come close to me, because this disciple of mine is also very fierce. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Beating the Black Panther down with a single punch was indeed brutal. The young master was furious, but just as he opened his mouth, he saw that the two of them had already entered the city. Thus, he clenched his fists and shouted angrily in his heart, Just you wait. Riding on the black leopard, Feng Guang felt very comfortable. In the end, his mount was defeated, and he was rolling on the ground. He had lost face in front of so many people, so it was hard for him to accept. Revenge must be taken, however, fighting was prohibited in Suiyang City. He could only suppress his anger and wait for the intersect tournament to end before settling the score. Just now, that guy called himself Sect Master, and the man who attacked him called him Sect Master. Could he be the Sect Master of Iron Bone, Jun Changxiao? It should be. I heard that Iron Bone went to challenge the Vast Chi sect not long ago and won a complete victory. Tisk tsk, heroes come from the young. The martial artists at the city gate began to discuss. Not everyone looked down on Jun Changxiao. Many experienced martial artists expressed their appreciation. After all, it was unprecedented for an 8th-class martial artist to win against a 6th-class martial artist. Suiyang City was very big and lively. After Jun Changxiao brought Xianxia in, He only took a few glances at the city before heading to the registration area of the Intersect tournament in the south of the city according to the signs on the street. Registration for the Intersect tournament had started a few days ago. Many forces would send their higher-ups to register in advance, so there were not many people at the registration area. Sect. When Jun Changxiao arrived at the registration area, the man with the brush said. Azure Sun County, Ironbone Upright Sect, Jun Changxiao said. The man with the brush was stunned. He then raised his head and sized Xianxia up. Your sect in Azure Sun County wants to participate in the Intersect tournament of Fair Sun County? Can't I? Jun Changxiao smiled. Yes, they could. After all, there were no written rules that restricted other counties from participating. However, this was the first time the man with the brush was receiving a registration from a sect from another county, so it was normal for him to be surprised. You are? According to the rules, they had to confirm if the applicant was a higher-up of the sect. Ironbone Upright Sect Master, Jun Changxiao. Jun Changxiao said proudly. Others could look down on his sect, but he had to be proud of it. How many people are participating? 1. The corner of the man's mouth twitched. Sect Master Jun, the Intersect tournament is only open to disciples. As the sect master, you are not qualified to register. He misunderstood. He was treating Lord Knight Emperor, who was standing beside him, as heir. This is my participating disciple, Jun Changxiao said. Oh. The man with the brush understood and said, name and age. Yi Xingchen, 18. Pa after. Stamping the registration form, the man with the brush handed over the participant token and said, gather here tomorrow morning. However, he paused for a moment and said, the Intersect tournament of Fair Sun County has always been attended by disciples of the county. Your sect is from another county, so you will be treated specially. This was a kind reminder. Jun Changxiao smiled and said, I understand. When he left with Yi Xingchen, the cultivators from various factions who came to register at the city gate started to talk. So Ironbone is not here to watch the show, but to participate in the Intersect tournament. They have guts, daring to cross counties to participate in our Fair Sun County's tournament. 2 years ago, a sixth-rate sect from another county brought 10 disciples to participate. In the end, they were eliminated in the first round. Therefore, our Fair Sun County's Intersect tournament has to be attended by our own people. If the sects from another county come, they will definitely attack together. Ironbone only has 1 disciple participating. In the first round of the Intersect tournament, they will not be able to last long before being eliminated. There was no denying it. Yi Xingchen's strength when he punched the black-skinned leopard to the ground made the cultivators who witnessed it fearful. However, the Intersect tournament of Fair Sun County had its own style. The first round of the Intersect tournament was an Intersect tournament. When the time came, hundreds of people would fight in one area. Only the survivors would advance to the second round. As a person from another county, he would definitely become the target of everyone. Jun Changxiao brought Yi Xingchen to an inn to stay. The next morning, they went to the Intersect tournament venue. The Intersect tournament of Fair Sun City was held in a building similar to the Colosseum. The spectator stands could hold 200,000 to 300,000 people. As usual. As a member of the upper echelon of the sect, Jun Changxiao and the elders of the various sects were arranged in the best spectator seats. After a while, Yi Xingchen followed the participants out of the venue and stopped in one of the 8 areas of the Colosseum. TSK. Jun Changxiao looked down at the 8 areas and muttered, there are at least 2,000 participants. The scale is indeed much higher than the Intersect tournament of Fair Sun County. There were only a few hundred participants in the Azure Sun County's grand tournament, but there were more than 2,000 participants in the Pingyang County. This was the difference between a 9th and 8th grade county. Not only were there a lot of participants, but they were also very powerful. Jun Changxiao used his dazzling light sunglasses and noticed that the weakest participants were 1st grade martial disciples. 4th and 5th grade martial disciples were everywhere, and there were even 4 9th grade martial disciples. In the Azure Sun County's grand tournament, 1st and 2nd grade martial disciples were the favorites to be the champion. However, they were at the bottom here. The reason for such a big difference was that the Pingyang County's Grand Tournament only allowed participants under the age of 20 to participate. The Azure Sun County restricted participants to those under the age of 18. With a difference of 2 years, there would be an obvious difference in strength. Of course. It was an indisputable fact that the 8th grade Pingyang County was stronger than the 9th grade Azure Sun County. Eh? A big shot sitting at the side whispered, "What is that Iron Bone Sect master wearing on his eyes?" "Humph," a high-ranking member of a certain sect said in disdain, "it's just a trick." An 8th grade sect from a 9th grade county dares to participate in our Pingyang County's Grand Tournament? Who gave him the courage? I heard that Iron Bone challenged the vast Chi sect and won. This old man has also heard of this matter. It seems that he sent out 7 disciples and won 7 rounds. That sect leader Qin even lost to him. It can't be. An 8th grade sect is so powerful? The mayor of Suiyang City explained the rules of the Grand Tournament and the big shots of the various sects chatted. It wasn't hard to tell from their conversation that Iron Bone defeated the vast Chi sect. It was unbelievable. Jun Changxiao listened carefully to the rules of the Grand Tournament. He roughly understood that the rules of the first round of the Pingyang County's Grand Tournament were that there would be a chaotic battle in 8 regions. Those who could remain standing for a certain time would advance to the second round. TSK. There were at least 300 people in each region. The chaotic battle would definitely be lively. After the mayor of Suiyang City explained the rules, he started to call out the participants. Crane Mountain Sect, Xianxia. Sparrow Sect, Azure Sun County, Iron Bone Sect, Yi Xingchen. Yes. Yi Xingchen replied lazily. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to confirm the contestants' presence, he wouldn't have bothered to answer. However, the spectator stands were in an uproar. All the martial artists were looking at Yi Xingchen and discussing in low voices. Damn, even people from other counties are participating in this year's intersect tournament? The neighboring 9th tier Azure Sun County? Isn't Iron Bone the 8th rate sect that defeated Grand Chi sect some time ago? An 8th rate sect from a 9th grade county dares to participate in our Pingyang County's intersect competition? Do they really think there's something? When the various big shots were discussing, they still paid attention to their image. However, these Fair Sun County's martial artists displayed their disdain and contempt incisively and vividly. Even if the Iron Bone Sect could defeat the Hao Chi Sect, in their eyes, the Iron Bone Sect was just a low-class sect from a low-class county. Participating in the competition in Pingyang County was simply an insult to the competition. Iron Bone of Qingyang County? Hee, how bold of you to dare to participate in the competition. It's a pity that we're not in the same competition zone. Otherwise, we would have trampled on him and eliminated him in the first round. The participating disciples of the various sects were also discussing in low voices. A martial artist standing beside Yi Xingchen whispered, "So he's from Qingyang County. No wonder I didn't recognize him." The other participants in the same competition zone also looked over with disdainful smiles on their faces. They confirmed their gazes. This guy was the first person to be eliminated after the competition started. Feeling the disdain and contempt in everyone's eyes, Yi Xingchen said indifferently, "A bunch of trash." Jun Changxiao, who was sitting above, rubbed his chin and said, "Xingchen will probably be the focus of the first round. Soon." The roll call ended. When the Fair Sun County's martial artists didn't hear the name of the second participant from Qingyang County, they realized that the Iron Bone Sect had only sent one person to participate. An 8th-rate sect sending a disciple to participate in the competition. How hilarious was this? Sect Master Jun, a middle-aged man beside him, smiled and said, "I really admire your courage to bring a disciple to participate in the intersect tournament." Jun Changxiao said, "It's all right." That middle-aged man shook his head. Last time, a 6th-rate sect came from another county to participate. Their 10 disciples were all eliminated in the first round. You sent a disciple? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Elder Qi. Someone smiled and said, "When the competition starts, there should be some excitement in the third competition zone." Yes. When the time comes, more than 300 people will gang up on one person. It'll be a miracle if he can last more than 7 minutes. The various big shots all laughed. Jun Changxiao ignored them and said inwardly, Xianxia, this first round is a bit cruel. Don't disappoint me. At this moment, the Xianxia City Lord announced loudly, the 66th Fair Sun County Intersect Tournament has officially begun. Participants, please enter your respective competition zones. It's about to start. I can't wait. The strength of the participants this time is not bad. It will definitely be exciting. There were a total of 8 competition zones. Each zone was half the size of a football field. Xianxia, who represented the Iron Bone Sect, was assigned to the 3rd competition zone. When he walked over, more than 300 participants nearby all looked over. Without a doubt. They all locked their eyes on this participant from another county. Once the competition started, they would be united against the outside world. Wasn't this too much of a bully? It couldn't be helped. This was the Fair Sun County Intersect Tournament. Since Xianxia came to participate, he had to be prepared to be targeted. Other than the powerful sects that would occasionally come for a challenge, the sects from other counties wouldn't ask for a rebuff. Kid. A participant walked past Xianxia and laughed softly. When the competition starts later, don't cry. Cry? Xianxia remembered this guy. Everyone was in position. The 8 competition zones could accommodate more than 2,000 participants. Looking down from above, the scene was quite shocking. The first round, start. After a while, the Xianxia City Lord shouted loudly. Huff. In an instant, the participants in the 8 competition zones all released their cultivation. The spirit power spread out, and the momentum was quite great. When the competition officially started, most of the martial artists on the spectators' platform shifted their eyes to the 3rd competition zone and locked their eyes on Xianxia. Someone from another county. Please experience the hospitality of my Pingyang County. Swish. A martial artist in the 3rd competition zone took the lead to attack. He rushed from behind and condensed spirit power on his fist. Pa. Xianxia turned around, grabbed his fist with one hand, and said, trash. That participant's face changed. Crack. Xianxia clenched his fist hard, and the sound of bones breaking was immediately heard. Then, he leaned back, dodged the attack of another person, and kicked. Bang. Crack. The second martial artist was kicked in the chest before he could stand firm. Several of his ribs were instantly broken. Ah. The 2 participants screamed in pain. Swish. Xianxia threw the guy whose hand was broken away. Then, he stepped on the crossing dragon and appeared in front of a martial artist. He directly clasped the martial artist's left shoulder and said with a gloomy smile, you don't even have a chance to cry. Crack. Ah, the martial artist whose shoulder bone was crushed immediately screamed in pain. Yes. He didn't even have a chance to cry. Because the pain came unexpectedly, it was heart-wrenching. Before tears could even gather, he had already fainted on the ground. Boom. Boom. Xianxia turned around and punched out with both fists, sending 2 participants flying. Standing proudly in the competition zone, he glanced at the more than 300 participants of Pingyang County and said indifferently, a bunch of trash. Come and fight. As soon as the competition began, Xianxia directly crippled 3 contestants. His speed and cruelty made the martial artists on the spectators stand widen their eyes. A bunch of trash. Come and fight. These words instantly ignited the anger in the hearts of the martial artists in Pingyang County. A guy sent by an 8th-class sect from a 9th-class county was actually so arrogant. This was intolerable. The contestants in the 3rd group were a little afraid when they saw Xianxia crippling 3 people in succession. However, after hearing what he said, their anger rose. Go, give him a good beating, whoosh. Whoosh, in an instant, more than 10 contestants rushed over from different directions. They used fist techniques, palm techniques, and foot techniques. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He used the crossing dragon steps and instantly approached 2 martial artists. He threw 2 heavy punches and directly sent them flying. After he succeeded, he did not hesitate at all. He first avoided the attackers behind him and continued to use the exploding fist. Bang! 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 His psionic energy spread out, and all the contestants who attacked him were sent flying. Xianxia's attacks were very heavy. All the martial artists who were sent flying vomited blood and lost their ability to fight. This was because there was a rule in the competition that no lives could be harmed. Otherwise, given his character, the contestants on the ground would have been dead. However, there were more than 300 people. Therefore, the battle had just begun. Whoosh! 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 More contestants rushed over. They could not tolerate an 8th-class sect disciple from another county being so arrogant in front of their own home. From Xianxia's perspective, Xianxia was surrounded by hundreds of contestants. The scene was spectacular. Sect leader Jun, a big shot next to him, smiled and said, "Your disciple is quite strong. It's a pity that he can't fight against so many people. He will be eliminated sooner or later." "Is that so?" Xianxia crossed his arms and laughed. Bang! Bang! In the third group, Xianxia continued to fight alone. Every time he attacked, he would definitely injure a contestant. His performance was quite valiant. With a wealth of martial arts experience and strength greater than the contestants, our Knight Emperor did not panic at all even when facing more than 300 contestants. Xianxia had chosen the right person to send him to participate. If it were Li Qingyang or Xiao Ziji, it would be very difficult for them to fight so many contestants. Bang! 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 Rupturing fists and mountain-splitting palms were used frequently. Xianxia seemed to have transformed into a proud and aloof general. He was caught in the middle of the enemy's encampment and slaughtered countless soldiers. One by one, the contestants were either sent flying or fell to the ground under his cold attacks. In a short period of time, at least 50 martial artists had been knocked down and lost their fighting strength. The martial artists on the viewing platform were dumbfounded. Each of the Iron Bone disciples was killed with a single punch. Their combat power was too terrifying. I'm fine. There were still more than 200 contestants in the arena. In the end, he was just one person. Even if he had to exhaust himself, he could still exhaust himself to death. The contestants surrounding Xianxia also thought the same, so they continued to attack. If it were not for the restriction of space, they would have probably attacked together. The other groups also started to fight. However, in terms of excitement, it was definitely not as exciting as the third group. After all, Xianxia was fighting hundreds of people alone. The spectators' eyes were all fixed on the third group. They locked onto the Iron Bone disciple who looked like he was cutting grass. Too strong. Is this guy a martial master? None of the contestants who were attacked by him were able to stand up. As the contestants were sent flying and fell to the ground again and again by Xianxia, the spectators' eyes became more and more shocked. The elders of the various sects were also shocked. Facing so many people, the Iron Bone disciple not only dodged with ease, but also counterattacked with perfect timing. It was impeccable. If it were not for the aura of a martial disciple, they would even suspect that it was an experienced Wuzong fighting with others. Xianxia's performance also surprised Xianxia. He thought to himself, this disciple of mine is quite strong. More than a bit. The system said. Xianxia crossed his arms and smiled. It seems that only one person in the third group can advance. TSK, one of the elders beside him said indifferently. Sect leader Jun, the battle has just begun. The best part is yet to come. That's right. Xianxia agreed. The best part is yet to come. In the third group, the battle was still ongoing. Xianxia was like a god of war. With every move he made, contestants fell to the ground one after another. Blood splattered all over the stone floor. It only took about 10 minutes. The number of contestants lying on the ground had already risen to 150. Not only was Xianxia not tired, he became more and more courageous as the battle went on. This caused the remaining contestants to have deep fear in their eyes. This guy is too strong. I can't go up anymore. Otherwise, I'll definitely be eliminated. The contestants from Pingyang County began to calm down. No one foolishly rushed up to die. They only surrounded Xianxia. You're not going up? I'll go up. Whoosh. 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 Xianxia used the crossing dragon steps. Spiritual energy gathered in his fists. As long as he was close to a martial artist, he would throw out a rupturing fist, knocking down his target again and again. As a result, the contestants were scared and retreated one after another. The corners of the spectators' mouths twitched. There were so many of them, yet they were scared off by a single person. It was too embarrassing, Xianxia shrugged and said with disappointment, the contestants from Pingyang County are only SOSO. The elders of the various sects had ugly expressions. Boom. Boom, Xianxia was still fighting. The area was only so big. The contestants could not run far. Therefore, once they were targeted, they would be injured and fall to the ground. Thump. Thump, the contestants fell to the ground one by one. The number of eliminated contestants kept rising. 30 minutes later. Thump. A rank 9 martial disciple fell to the ground in pain and then fainted. Trash, Xianxia said disdainfully. He was very arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant, because he was the only one standing in the third area. More than 300 contestants were all lying on the ground, moaning and groaning in pain. The martial artists on the spectator stand were all dumbfounded. They had imagined how the Iron Bone disciples would be taken care of by the other sects after the competition started and how they would be brutally abused. However, they had never imagined that so many contestants would be defeated by him alone. It took him less than an hour to do it. The elders of the various sects were also dumbfounded. Especially when they saw one of the favorites to be the champion being defeated on the ground, the corners of their mouths twitched violently. This Iron Bone disciple was really strong. Xianxia looked at the elder who spoke just now and said with a smile, the first good show is over. Yes. The good show was over. Not only did the Iron Bone disciple not get eliminated, but he also eliminated more than 300 contestants. This kind of elimination of all the contestants in the first round was something that had never happened in the previous grand competitions of Pingyang County. It was no wonder that when Xianxia defeated the last contestant, the martial artists of Pingyang County were all dumbfounded. The contestant who advanced from the third area of the first round. Azure Sun County, Iron Bone Clan, Xianxia. The referee announced loudly. Xianxia stepped over the contestants one by one until he walked out of the area. He said indifferently, participating in this kind of competition is a complete waste of time. The time limit for the first round of the Pingyang County Intersect tournament was 2 hours. Xianxia eliminated all the contestants from the third group and advanced to the second round. The other 7 groups were still fighting. After 2 hours of fighting, more than 30 people advanced to the second round. When they walked out and saw the contestants from the third group all lying on the ground, they were all stunned. Due to the terrain and the fact that they were focused on fighting, these contestants did not see how Xianxia cut the grass. It was good that they did not see it. Otherwise, they would have been deeply shocked. They even had the thought of not having any hope of winning the championship. The first round of fighting ended. After a short break, the contestants who advanced began to pick their number plates to fight one-on-one. Most of the contestants who were able to make it through the chaotic battle were 5th grade and above. Therefore, the second round of fighting would definitely be more exciting. However, when the Crane Mountain sect's disciple drew Xianxia, the higher-ups of the sect immediately collapsed in their seats. It was too late. The popular champion had been eliminated by that guy. Their disciple, who was only a 6th grade martial disciple, would definitely be defeated. The first round of the second round begins. The judge shouted. Xianxia and a Crane Mountain sect's disciple walked up to the fighting ring. Begin. Swoosh. The Crane Mountain sect's disciple made the first move. He used the crane steps and the crane form fist technique to dodge left and right. If it was in the past, the higher-ups of the Crane Mountain sect would definitely nod and praise the disciple's performance. But now, the corners of their mouths were twitching violently. Against such a strong opponent, your fancy moves are useless. As expected. When the disciple used the crane steps and kept moving around in circles, Xianxia impatiently punched him in the face and knocked him unconscious. So fast. The Crane Mountain sect's disciple was actually defeated in seconds. This guy is very strong. More than 30 contestants' expressions became serious. The second round of fighting continued. After 2 hours, there were a total of 16 contestants who advanced. Then, they would draw lots to determine their opponents. Plop. On the fighting ring, the 7th grade martial disciple who took Yi Xingqian's punch fell to the ground with a grimace. Winner, Yi Xingqian. Plop. The winner is Yi Xingqian. In the quarterfinals, Yi Xingqian knocked out his opponent again with a single punch. The other contestants were so shocked that their expressions changed drastically, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. This wasn't very strong. This was super strong. At that moment, the contestants finally understood why all the contestants from the third group had fallen, the battle of the top 4. Yi Xingqian did not use his fists. Instead, he used his mountain-splitting palm to insta-kill his opponent and successfully advanced to the finals. Everyone's lips twitched even more intensely. Since the start of the second round, the Iron Bone disciple had not made a second move. He was simply invincible. AI. Xianxia shook his head and said, "It's a complete waste of time to send disciples to participate in this level of sect tournament." The faces of the leaders of the various sects sitting at the side were extremely ugly. There was no other way. Since the other party's disciple was strong, they could only watch as he acted cool. The battle that was supposed to be exciting became boring because of Yi Xingqian insta-killing his opponent again and again. The martial artists of Pingyang County had already forgotten about the champion because they knew that it would definitely be the Iron Bone disciple. Now, they were thinking about whether they could let that guy make 2 moves in the finals. They could not do as they wished. Because when the finals began, Yi Xingqian also used 1 move to knock the 9th grade martial disciple off the stage. The Sect tournament of Pingyang County ended just like that. When the mayor of Suiyang City began to announce the champion, more than 200,000 spectators were still a little absent-minded. In the past, the finals of Pingyang County's intersect tournament had always been exciting. However, this time, it had ended right after it started. It was not exciting at all, it was not hot-blooded at all. They should be content. At least they still fought in the finals. In the Sect tournament of Qingyang County, Xiao Ziji did not even make a move when he won the championship. It was so boring that the spectators vomited blood. Ding. Side mission completed. Host receives 500 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 11551000. Ding. Sect contribution points overflow. Ding. Host completed side mission. Host is rewarded with a bottle of top-grade aptitude modification liquid. TSK. The reward for this elite mission was quite generous. Jun Changxiao stood up and cupped his hands toward the leaders of the various sections. "Thank you all for giving me the honor of letting Iron Bone become the champion of the Sect tournament." The word "let" was said very eloquently, but it also turned into an invisible palm that slapped the faces of the various forces in Pingyang County, causing their expressions to turn extremely ugly. Did they think that Iron Bone would be eliminated? But the result, it was so easy for them to win the championship. Under the gaze of more than 200,000 pairs of eyes, Yi Xingqian received the upper-grade martial arts technique and 100 spirit stones. At this point, the Sect tournament had ended. An outer county sect winning the championship would definitely cause a huge commotion in Pingyang County. Iron Bone clan would also become the focus of discussion. All of this had nothing to do with Jun Changxiao, because after leaving the venue for a short rest, he brought Yi Xingqian back to the sect. When they entered, the martial artists in Pingyang County knew that they were from an 8th-rate sect in a 9th-rate county. They all looked at them with disdain, but now, they were filled with reverence. In the first round of the Battle Royale, they defeated more than 300 people, and in the subsequent rounds, they were all killed in 1 move. This sect's disciples were really terrifying. If they couldn't get respect, they could only fight it out. Damn it. On the way back to the sect, the beast-taming sect's young master's eyes flashed with anger. "Young master," a disciple said, "if we just leave like this, wouldn't it be too easy for Iron Bone?" The young master said irritably, "That guy won the championship by force. His strength is far above mine. If we don't let Iron Bone go, should we go and get beaten up?" He couldn't accept the humiliation at the city gate, so he decided to block the entrance and teach that guy from Iron Bone a lesson after the Sect tournament ended. But when he saw Yi Xingqian win the championship, he quickly dispelled the thought. He was too strong, he couldn't afford to offend him. I will remember this. Next time, if I meet him, I will definitely roar. Suddenly, a roar came from the forest behind them. The Black Panther's gaze froze, and then it was overwhelmed with shock. It was so scared that its body was trembling. The beast-taming sect's young master's face also changed slightly. This roar must be from a tiger beast, and it wasn't hard to hear that it was very irritable. Its level was definitely not low. Shwa. A purple-haired tiger beast scuttled out from the bushes on the left and landed not far from the crowd. Hiss, purple lightning splashed around its body. Seeing this, the beast-taming sect's young master and disciples' eyes instantly widened. Heh. Xianxia, who was riding on it, looked over and smiled. Isn't this the young master from the city gate? I didn't expect to meet him in the wilderness. Roar. The purple lightning tiger raised its head and roared, looking extraordinarily mighty. Plop. The Black Panther was terrified to the extreme. It was so scared that its limbs went soft and fell to the ground. The beast-taming sect's young master rolled down again. The purple lightning tiger's eyes were filled with disdain. It then carried its master and left. The young master climbed up from the ground in a sorry state. He didn't care about the grass stuck to his hair. He looked at the tiger beast that was far away and said in disbelief, "That's a purple lightning tiger cub. Purple lightning tiger cub? Oh my god, that's an extremely rare lightning-type beast. He's just an 8th-rate sect master, how could he have such a mount?" The beast-taming sect disciples were shocked. As a sect that dealt with beasts, they naturally knew how precious and difficult it was to tame a lightning-type beast. In order to keep a low profile, Xianxia kept the purple lightning tiger cub in the sect master ball after arriving at Suiyang City. After the tournament, he would definitely need to ride it back to Azure Sun County. However, he didn't expect to meet the beast-taming sect master in the wilderness. Sigh. Xianxia shook his head and said, "Why is it so hard to keep a low profile?" Roar. Feeling its master's thoughts, the purple lightning tiger cub roared again, scaring the animals in the forest. It would be strange if this brat could keep a low profile. Sect Master Jun had a mount, so Xianxia had to use the crossing roaming dragon to follow behind. As for the reward, he had already handed it over. Damn it. He said angrily, if I had known, I would have stayed in the training tower to temper my body. On the way back, Xianxia opened the store and considered whether to spend the excess contribution points or buy a few bottles of aptitude modification liquid. Forget it, I'll just go with the flow. He didn't want to waste his contribution points and bought 4 bottles of aptitude modification liquid. His contribution points dropped from 1155 to 955. A hidden mission and a side mission. Sect leader Jun felt very comfortable and secure when his contribution points, which were about to hit rock bottom, were once again maxed out. Come to Pingyang County to participate in the tournament. Earn 500 contribution points and 100 spirit stones. Xianxia said happily, it's worth it. What about high-grade martial techniques? To be honest, he didn't think much of them. After all, they were too far away from the store. Especially the martial techniques he obtained from the tournament in Azure Sun County. If it wasn't for the fact that he thought it was too hard, he would have thrown it into the toilet. The system said, there are many counties in the Falling Star continent. Every once in a while, there will be a tournament. Host can send more disciples to participate. It can be a way to earn resources. Tisk. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, it's already very kind of you to not encourage me to spend contribution points. Why would you take the initiative to find me a way to earn resources? The system said seriously, my mission is to assist the host in building the Iron Bone clan into the strongest clan. Alright. Xianxia rubbed his chin and pondered, let the disciples participate in the intersect tournament. Not only can they earn spirit stones, they can also engage in actual combat. It's not a bad idea. However, she couldn't follow them around and run around. The system replied, under normal circumstances, there is no need for the sect master to personally attend the intersect tournament. Disciples only need to provide proof of their sect to register for the tournament. Go back and ask Family Head AI if there are any other counties that are going to host a competition like the intersect tournament. 2 days later. Jun Changxiao returned to Azure Sun County. However, he didn't immediately return to the sect. Instead, he made a trip to Huyang City. Sect Master Jun went to participate in the Fair Sun County's Intersect tournament? Yes. How's the battle record? He won a championship so casually. AI Shang was dumbfounded. He won a championship so casually. What a flirtatious thing to say. Family head AI. Jun Changxiao said, do you know that other counties have this kind of intersect tournament that rewards spirit stones? The corner of AI Shang's mouth twitched, and he said, Sect Master Jun still wants disciples to participate in the tournament? Jun's group of good-for-nothing disciples can't cultivate in the sect all day long. It's necessary for them to go to the Jianghu when appropriate. Jun Changxiao said. AI Shang, your group of good-for-nothing disciples had completely defeated the direct disciples of Hachi sect. If they were to become useful, wouldn't they be able to ascend to the heavens and enter the earth? That's right. AI Shang agreed, cultivating in seclusion is equivalent to building a car behind closed doors. Only by going to the Jianghu to gain experience can they truly grow. He paused for a moment, then said, in a few days, Huayang County will hold a martial arts competition. The nature is similar to the intersect tournament, and the rewards are quite generous. Is that so? Jun Changxiao's interest was piqued. AI Shang said seriously, there are many evil sects in Huayang County, and many people have died in previous intersect tournaments. I don't recommend Sect Master Jun to send disciples to participate. Moreover. He paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, I just received news that the Black Eagle Hall, a seventh-rate sect in Huayang County, was annihilated overnight. It doesn't seem to be peaceful. It had been more than half a month, and he only received news now. The rate of information gathering was really low. Oh. Jun Changxiao nodded and said, are there any other countries? Let me think about it. AI Shang thought for a moment, then said 4 counties one after another. Some were closer, some were farther, but they all held intersect tournaments similar to the intersect tournament. After getting the information he wanted, Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, there are still important matters to attend to in the sect. Jun will take his leave first. Family head AI hurriedly sent him off, then secretly shook his head and said, Sect Master Jun really won the intersect tournament of Pingyang County so easily? Family head AI Shang walked over and said, second brother, who was purchasing medicinal herbs in Pingyang County, sent a messenger pigeon to deliver the latest news about the intersect tournament. Oh? AI Shang hurriedly took the letter. The details of the tournament were written on it. After reading it, he said in a daze, this is really very casual. After leaving Huyang City, Jun Changxiao rode the purple lightning tiger cub back to Ironbone. Xianxia was the first to arrive. At this moment, he was surrounded by a group of disciples, who were asking about the situation. Do you even need to say it? Xianxia said at the top of his voice, with Junior Martial Brother Yi, you will definitely win the championship. Junior Martial Brother Yi, Senior Martial Brother, is mighty. All the disciples cheered. Xianxia ignored them, walked out of the crowd, and headed to the training tower. In his opinion, participating in the intersect tournament of Pingyang County was a complete waste of time and life. However, this kind of scene where he was sent off when he went out and was welcomed when he came back, he was slightly touched. Qingyang. Sitting on the 1,000-year-old Phoebe chair in the main hall, Jun Changxiao said, in a few days, there will be a martial tournament in Pingyang County. You should go and participate. Sect Master. Li Qingyang said weakly, can you let the other junior martial brothers go? I want to cultivate properly for a period of time. Jun Changxiao said, the other disciples also need to go to other counties to participate in the intersect tournament. Understood. Li Qingyang said, I will definitely achieve good results. Jun Changxiao interlocked his fingers and said, I only have one request. Become the champion of the martial tournament. Yes. Li Qingyang said seriously, I will not disappoint Sect Master. Jun Changxiao then called Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and the others over, and assigned them tasks to participate in the intersect tournament of each county. There was only one request, which was to be the champion of each tournament and bring the reward back to the sect. Of course. For the sake of safety, he specially instructed them that even if their opponents were weak, they had to appear as if it was very difficult to win, so as to avoid being too high profile and being targeted by people with ulterior motives. This was not enough. Jun Changxiao then mobilized the members of the Drizzle Hall and asked them to follow them secretly. These inner disciples were his precious treasures. They could go out to train, but they must be absolutely safe. A few days later, Li Qingyang set off first. His mission was to become the champion of the Huaiyang County Martial Arts Competition. Li Qingyang had a steady and kind personality. Jun Changxiao asked him to participate in the dangerous competition because he wanted to hone his skills. After joining the sect, Li Qingyang had changed a lot. Especially when dealing with enemies, he had shown the necessary decisiveness. However, he was not sharp enough. For example, when he fought with the leader of the Black Eagle Hall, he could have killed him directly because he was kind enough to let the enemy escape. Kindness was a virtue. Being kind was also a virtue. Jun Changxiao didn't want his disciples to be cold-blooded and heartless. He also didn't want them to be kind to their enemies. Because that wasn't a kind Virgin Mary, but a brainless Virgin Mary. After Li Qingyang set off, the 5 gold medal members followed him in the dark to protect him at all times. The next day, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and the others set off early because the martial arts competition was far away. They were also followed by the members of the Drizzle Hall. Jun Changxiao focused on teaching the disciples. At the same time, he rewarded Yi Xingchen with 10 15x Qi gathering pills and 10 spiritual stones. 100 pills became 10 pills. This was a bit stingy. However, the 15x Qi gathering pills made Yi Xingchen very satisfied. The 3-month martial arts competition is coming soon. Jun Changxiao murmured, the champion can add a few spiritual stones as a reward. After this decision was passed down, the disciples immediately became more enthusiastic in their cultivation. Li Qingyang and the others went to participate in various competitions. Jun Changxiao was cultivating, teaching the disciples, and training in the training tower. The 15x Qi gathering pills and spiritual stones were always provided. A few days later, relying on the resources and the powerful Li Jingjing, sect leader Jun reached the 6th grade from the 5th grade. Currently, he was equal to Li Luoqiu, who had just reached the 6th grade. He was now the strongest in the sect. Bang! His fist landed on the testing machine, and the strength displayed on the screen was 9,000. A rank 5 martial master's strength was around 90,000. Now that he had broken through to rank 6, his strength had increased by 7,000 pounds, which was 1,000 pounds more than the upper limit. AI. Jun Changxiao was not satisfied. When can I reach the level where I can directly use the Green Dragon Crescent Blade without using the force-increasing talisman? The system said, based on the increase in power brought by the host's realm, only by breaking through to Wu Zone can the host meet the requirements. Can't he be a martial master? Jun Changxiao asked. The system said, the minimum requirement for the Green Dragon Crescent Blade is 150,000 Jin. Since the host is a peak martial master, his strength is only around 130,000 Jin. It is definitely not possible. Only 130,000? Jun Changxiao shook his head. The system was speechless. The top geniuses of the Falling Star continent only have a strength of around 100,000 at the martial master level. The host's strength is 20 to 30,000 higher than theirs. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Damn it. Jun Changxiao said, you've finally said something I like to hear. The system, 3 days later. Li Qingyang returned. When he left, he was clean, and when he returned, he was clean as well. Second senior brother. The disciples who were cultivating surrounded him and asked, how was it? Not bad. Li Qingyang smiled and said, I won the championship. Second senior brother is mighty. The disciples cheered again. The pride of being a disciple of the Iron Bone sect grew even stronger. Sect master. Li Qingyang walked into the main hall and handed over 50 spirit stones and a mid-tier weapon. He said, this is the reward for the champion of the Huaiyang County Martial Arts Competition. Yes. Jun Changxiao took the 40 spirit stones and said, was it difficult? No. Li Qingyang was disappointed. The Huayin County Martial Arts Competition has an age restriction. No one above 20 can participate. The strongest participant is only a 7th-rank martial disciple. That's really weak. Jun Changxiao said, did you kill anyone? The martial arts competition doesn't care about life and death. I met many evil sect martial artists who attacked me viciously. In the end, I killed them all. Li Qingyang said. Jun Changxiao said with satisfaction, not bad, not bad. Sect Master. Li Qingyang said, I'm worried that I'll offend a few evil sects and cause trouble for my Iron Bone sect. Jun Changxiao touched his nose and said, if they dare to come, they won't be able to go back. Sect Master. At this time, Zhang Wei hurriedly ran in from outside and said, there's a guy who calls himself an elder of the Ghost Hand sect. He's making a ruckus outside. Li Qingyang said seriously, Sect Master, the Ghost Hand sect is a 7th-rank evil sect in Huayin County. The participants that I killed were from this sect. TSK. Jun Changxiao said, trouble came quite quickly. After saying that, he got up and walked out. Outside the sect. The elder of the Ghost Hand sect stood proudly with his hands behind his back. His eyes flashed with a sinister light. One look and you could tell that he was a typical evil sect member. He was very angry now. Because the disciples that participated in the martial arts competition were killed by the Iron Bone sect's Li Qingyang. What made him even angrier was that he had waited outside the city for half a day, but that guy still hadn't appeared. After killing an evil sect disciple, Li Qingyang definitely knew that he would get into trouble, so he disguised himself when he came out. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have returned safely. Creak. The closed red door opened. Jun Changxiao walked out and smiled, you are? Humph, Gui Jianzhou said coldly, Huayin County's Ghost Hand sect's 4th elder, Xianxia. Seeking death, this name was similar to Ai Shua's. Brat. Xianxia said indifferently, looking at how you're dressed, could it be that you're the leader of the Iron Bone sect? That's right. Sect Master Jun smiled, Elder Song, why do you have time to visit my Iron Bone sect from so far away? Visit my ass. Xianxia said in a low voice, call out your sect's Li Qingyang, this old man wants to take his life. As expected of someone from an evil sect, direct and straightforward. Jun Changxiao said, Elder Song is still a high-ranking member of the sect. Coming to my Iron Bone sect to take my disciple's life is a bit inappropriate. Xianxia sneered, daring to kill my Ghost Hand sect's disciple, no matter who he is, this old man must kill him personally. How about this? Jun Changxiao said, this seat and Elder Song will exchange blows. He had just broken through to a 6th-grade martial master, his hands were itchy. GGG. Xianxia laughed strangely, Sect Master Jun, this old man will only take people's lives, there is no such thing as exchanging blows. Alright then. Jun Changxiao said, this seat will let Elder Song take my life. Killing my sect's disciple, having the sect master pay with his life is not bad. Xianxia said. Indifferently, here or at your sect's martial arts field? Here will do. Jun Changxiao said, this seat is afraid that blood will stain the stone floor. GGG. Xianxia laughed strangely, Sect Master Jun is a particular person. Shua. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao used the ghost shadow steps and appeared in front of him, saying eerily, Elder Song, don't misunderstand, this seat is afraid that your blood will stain the stone floor. Xianxia's smile froze, his eyes filled with shock. This guy's speed is so fast that I can't even see how he got close. Shua. At this time, Jun Changxiao swung his fist. With the support of the rupturing fist, the strength carried easily broke through 100,000 jin, not good, boom. Jun Changxiao, who had broken through to the 6th-grade martial master, could easily break through 100,000 jin of strength with any martial technique. This was quite terrifying. One must know that the most ordinary 1st-grade Wuzong only had 100,000 jin of strength. For him to be able to achieve this at his current level, the increase would definitely exceed 6,000 jin. In other words, although sect leader Jun was only a 6th-grade martial master, he already had the strength of an ordinary Wuzong. If he used the strength-increasing talisman, he would be even more brutal. Li Luoqiu, who was also a 6th-grade martial master, definitely did not have such a strong strength. Thus, without a doubt, the strongest person in Iron Bone was sect leader Junyi Xingchen. He was only strong in martial arts experience. In terms of true strength, he was far from being able to compare. Even a sword cultivator like Zhou Hong, if he did not rely on the Ling Jian God technique, would be lacking. Sect leader Jun was strong, but he rarely fought. After all, he had a group of disciples, so he did not need to use his full strength unless he was facing a strong enemy. The Ghost Hand sect elder in front of him was on the same level as him, so he had to make a move. Xianxia was a third-grade martial master, but his strength was only 50,000. The difference was 2 times. How could he fight? There was no way. Jun Changxiao used the exploding fist, and with the speed of his strength, it was hard for him to dodge. He could only take the fist on his abdomen. In an instant, Xianxia's eyes popped out. Spiritual energy spread from his back, and a fist-sized hole appeared in his clothes. Wah! Blood spurted out, and a heart-wrenching pain assaulted his heart. Jun Changxiao's fist landed on Xianxia's body. Although it did not send him flying, it still injured him. And this was after he pulled back a bit, or else he would have died. Pa! His other hand reached out and grabbed Xianxia's neck, pulling him in front of him. Jun Changxiao's eyes were cold. You dare to come to my Iron Bone and take my disciple's life, you must be tired of living. Killing intent filled the air, and it was incomparably cold. In front of his disciples, he could appear to be very easygoing and would occasionally be mischievous. However, in front of his enemies, he was definitely like a demon god. Jun Changxiao had completely transformed. He was no longer a law-abiding earthling, but a true native of the Falling Star continent. It's not in my character to adapt. I will have the Starfall continent adapt to me. Anyone who dares to bully and humiliate me will have to pay the price. This was what he had told the system after he had slaughtered hundreds of bandits from the Black Wind Stockade. Exterminate the Spirit Spring Sect. Miadrizzle Building. Annihilate Blackhawk Hall. Everything Jun Changxiao did showed that he wanted the Falling Star continent to adapt to him, rather than to adapt to the Falling Star continent. His 5 fingers gradually tightened, and the pain and fear of death instantly filled Xianxia's body. His eyes were filled with terror as he said, Don't kill me, you don't want to die? Jun Changxiao asked coldly. If one could live, who would want to die? As the force increased, Xianxia felt as if half of his body was already stepping on the gates of hell. That experience of being infinitely close to death was really terrifying. As an elder of the Ghost Hand sect, he had never blinked when killing people. Sometimes, he would even cruelly torture his opponents to let them experience the taste of death. Now that it was his turn, good and evil would be repaid. If one didn't believe it, look up and see who was spared by the heavens. No. I want to die. Xianxia hadn't completely given up his desire to live. He let out a pleading voice from his painful throat. Jun Changxiao relaxed a little and said coldly, If you don't want to die, be my servant. The moment the power of death disappeared, Xianxia felt as if he had stepped out of the gates of hell again. That feeling of escaping from death was really the happiest thing in life. Okay. I'll be your servant. He tried his best to speak clearly, fearing that the other party couldn't hear him and would kill him in the next second. Swish, Jun Changxiao retracted his hand. Plop, Xianxia was relieved and directly collapsed to the ground. I'm still alive. I'm still alive, Jun Changxiao said coldly, from today onwards, you are my servant. What a servant has to do is listen to me. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Understood. Xianxia said weakly. As long as he could live, he wouldn't care about anything else. Jun Changxiao squatted down and put one hand on his shoulder. His gaze was cold as he said, How can this lord believe you? Very simple. Lu Qianxian had unknowingly leaned against the door and said indifferently, Make him hand over his soul source. Soul source? Jun Changxiao had never heard of it. The system said, Soul source is a martial cultivator's lifeline. If one can grasp it, one's soul can be scattered with just a thought. Was it that awesome? Come. Jun Changxiao said, Hand over your soul source and this lord will spare your life. Xianxia's gaze was conflicted, but he felt the palm on his shoulder increase in strength. He said in fear, I I'll hand it over. Saying that, his mind connected with his soul and pulled out a thread-like object from his body. This was the soul source. An existence that was above the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The system said, hold it in your hand and keep it in your space ring. Xianxia reached out and grabbed the soul source, then pulled it out. With a thought, he kept it in his space ring. Okay. Everything was done. He had already grasped Xianxia's lifeline. As long as his mind entered the space ring and crushed the soul source, he would die and his soul would scatter. Of course. If the soul source was safe and sound, the martial cultivator under control would not be harmed at all. Those who needed to eat would eat, and those who needed to sleep would sleep. Let's go. Xianxia said, return to the Ghost Hand Sect and continue to be an elder. When I need you, this lord will contact you. Yes, call me master. Yes, master. Xianxia stood up with difficulty. He dragged his injured body and weakly walked down the mountain step by step. At that moment, he really wanted to cry. Why didn't I act like nothing happened? Why did I have to come to Ironbone? Now it's good. Not only did he not kill him, his soul source was also controlled by the Ironbone sect leader and became a servant. Under the setting sun, Xianxia's shadow was pulled infinitely long. It was as if he had aged a few decades. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest, Obedient. You have gained 100 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points, 10501000. Ding. Sect contribution points overflow. Xianxia was stunned. This is also considered a hidden quest? The system said, the host is holding his soul source, so he will naturally obey. Oh. Xianxia understood and laughed, I've earned it. Sect leader. Lu Qianqian asked, why didn't you kill him? Xianxia rubbed his nose, and said, if I kill him, the Ghost Hand Sect will definitely not let this matter rest. This lord does not want to cause trouble. He had just mobilized so many people to destroy a Black Eagle Hall, and now he was going to destroy a Ghost Hand Sect. What's more, if he went to destroy this and that every day, how could he develop the sect in a low-key manner? Xianxia didn't kill Xianxia because he didn't want to cause trouble. But he couldn't just let him go like that. If he went back and complained, the Ghost Hand Sect would definitely harass him again. So he could only make him his servant and control him. This way, he could avoid future troubles. But, he never thought that controlling that guy's soul would actually allow him to complete a hidden mission. Lu Qianqian said, sect leader has matured a lot. Not killing Xianxia, but controlling him, this was no doubt the most perfect way to deal with him. Xianxia walked to the front of the door and stood half a meter away from her. He gave her a side profile and said with a smile, the more you interact with me, the more you'll realize that such a mature man is worth entrusting your life to. Lu Qianqian's eyes turned cold. Xianxia hurriedly retreated. As soon as he stepped into the sect, he kicked the soccer ball that was flying towards him back. Then, with a bang, the soccer ball hit Li Fei's face and smashed him against the wall. Awesome. Su Shama and the others were full of admiration. The only one who came to cause trouble was Xianxia from the Ghost Hand Sect, so Xiao Ziji's participation in the tournament could be considered a perfect ending. At night, Xianxia opened the data panel and whispered, there's an extra 50 points, let's get rid of it first. The system said, impulse is the devil. Heh. This was the first time it took the initiative to persuade the host to calm down. Xianxia said, don't worry, after going through so many refreshes, my heart is already as calm as water. Even if I can't get anything good, I won't easily get carried away. The system said, I hope so. Shwa. Xianxia's mind moved, and the system store was quickly replaced by new products. However, after looking through row after row, his heart turned cold. Other than daily necessities, there was nothing. What was even worse was that there was a product called Incubator. Wait a minute, Incubator. Xianxia was startled, and hurriedly opened the details. Item, Incubator. Description, as long as there is enough crystal core energy, it can hatch any egg in the world, especially beast eggs in the world of martial arts. Advantage, after hatching, the cub will automatically sign a contract with the host. Special effect, During the incubation process, there is a certain chance that the baby beast inside will mutate, greatly increasing its strength. Price, 300 contribution points. F*CK Jun Xianxia said, an incubator is even more expensive than the green dragon crescent blade. The system said, this is a product that can hatch beast eggs. After success, not only will a contract be automatically signed, there is also a chance for the cub to mutate. 300 contribution points is considered cheap. Didn't the host obtain a dragon egg in Death Valley? Recommended purchase index, I know. Jun Xianxia interrupted, isn't it just 5 stars? The system was quite pleased. The host has learned how to answer first. Your IQ has improved. Scram. Jun Xianxia rubbed his chin and murmured, it's been a while since I brought the dragon egg back, but I don't know how to hatch it. It's not a bad idea to buy this thing. However, isn't it a little ugly? As for the contract beasts, Jun Xianxia only cared about their appearance. After all, they had face when they went out. The system was speechless. The fire dragon beast has a huge body and is also a fire-type beast. If the host rides it out, the rate of turning heads will definitely be 100%. That's true. Jun Xianxia said, buy it. Ding. The host has spent 300 contribution points and obtained an incubator X1. It has been transported into the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 740-1000. His soul entered the space ring. Looking at the incubator that was more than 2 meters tall and 2 meters wide, the corner of Jun Xianxia's mouth twitched. So big? The system said, the eggs laid by high-level beasts are about the size of a small mountain. This incubator can be considered a small one. Jun Xianxia walked around the incubator and found a groove at the base. He immediately realized that this was the place to charge the crystal core. Let's give it a try. Returning to the outside world, he placed the machine in the study room. Then, he carried the dragon egg over, opened the door of the incubator, and threw it into the slot in the center. The system said, there are high-quality incubators in the store. Not only can they hatch many eggs at the same time, but the host can also control the young beasts to sign a contract with others after hatching. Damn. Jun Xianxia said in shock, this is awesome. Hatching many eggs at the same time could also decide who to sign a contract with. As long as he could find enough eggs and give one to each disciple, the scene would definitely be shocking. The system said, this kind of high-level incubator can only be refreshed in the store above the middle level. Scram as far as you can. Jun Xianxia said. After throwing the dragon egg in, the next step was to fill it with the energy of the crystal core to start the incubation. However, when Sect leader Jun used 10 crystal cores to fill the incubation energy, he clicked on the 4 words, start incubation, but there was no movement. Could it be that he bought a fake? The system said, this egg was laid by the fire dragon beast. The host can't incubate it with a middle level 1 crystal core. It turned out that incubating a beast egg depended on the level of the crystal core. Jun Xianxia drew back the energy inside and refilled it. This time, he used 10 middle level 9 crystal cores. He pressed the switch, but there was still no movement. The system said in surprise, this level of crystal core should be able to incubate the fire dragon beast egg. Jun Xianxia collapsed, I must have bought a fake. The system said, host, change it again and try using a high-level crystal core. No way. Jun Xianxia's mouth twitched, that's quite precious. Using it to incubate a fire dragon beast egg, isn't it a bit of a loss? The system said, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the child. Maybe the host is lucky and can hatch a kuan. Damn. Jun Xianxia said, you've watched too many commercials. However, thinking about the Dao Realm kuan, Demon kuan, and Tribulation Crossing Bone kuan, he suddenly felt a little excited. Come. Jun Xianxia drew back the energy of the crystal core again. He took out 10 high-level crystal cores and poured them all in. The light came on again. Jun Xianxia rubbed his hands and placed them on the round button. Just like the voice of China coach, he was making a difficult decision whether to press the button or not. Pa. The student's dream turned around. Huff. In an instant, the incubator spewed out a type of spiritual energy, which instantly occupied the interior and completely enveloped the dragon egg. Beep. Beep. A soft sound rang, and the LED screen on the chassis showed the words, incubation time, 0/15 days. Mutation rate, 1/100. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Is this mutation rate 1/100? That's right, the system said. Jun Changxiao said frantically, what's the difference between this and not mutating? Even if he sucked in luck for a while, he did not think that a 1/100 chance of mutating the dragon egg. The system said, if you want to increase the mutation rate, you can pour in crystal core energy during the incubation process. How much? Jun Changxiao asked. The system said, the host has to find out the specifics yourself. Okay. Jun Changxiao took out a middle-level crystal core that he had just collected and poured the energy into the groove. There was no reaction. He continued to pour in the remaining 9 crystals, and the mutation rate finally jumped from 1 to 2. Jun Changxiao broke down, 10 middle-level crystals can only increase it by 1 point. To reach 100%, I still need 980 crystals. If it was a lower-level crystal core, not to mention 980, even if it was 10,000, he would not feel the pinch. But with so many middle-level crystals, the price was very expensive. To invest so much for an egg, was it worth it? The system said, if the host doesn't spend a single cent, there won't even be a chance of failure. How can the Kuan hatch then? If the host doesn't spend a single cent, he won't even have the chance to fail. How can he hatch a Leviathan? This sentence was like a sharp sword, ruthlessly stabbing into Jun Changxia's heart. It was so painful that he hurriedly covered his chest. That's right. Not spending money and still wanting a Leviathan, that would probably only appear in advertisements or in dreams. Isn't it just spending money? Jun Changxiao said, it's not like I don't have it. His temper flared. He picked out 51st-grade crystal nuclei from his interspatial ring and filled them all in. The mutation rate increased from 2 to 3, not bad. 51st-grade crystal nuclei only increased by 1 point. F***CK. Jun Changxiao collapsed. Isn't it supposed to increase by 1 point from 10? How did it become 50? The system said, if the host wants to increase it to 4 points, I'm afraid you'll need to fill in 100 nuclei. That's too much money. Jun Changxiao went crazy. Although he had money, he couldn't afford to spend double the amount of crystal nuclei. The system said, the host can try using higher-grade crystal nuclei instead of using lower-grade crystal nuclei. Jun Changxiao was about to cry. Higher-grade crystal nuclei were expensive. Even if it could increase the mutation rate, the cost would also increase. Forget it, forget it. Since he had thrown in so many crystal nuclei, he definitely couldn't give up. He had to at least increase it to 50% or more. In order to get a chance to make a mistake, Sect leader Jun got carried away and took out 10 5th-grade crystal nuclei. After filling in all of them, the mutation rate increased from 3 to 4. However, to increase from 4 to 5, he used 55th-grade crystal nuclei. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. To let a fire dragon egg mutate, the money spent is more than the money spent by the Chinese online and mobile game manufacturers. The system urged, since you've taken this step, the host shouldn't give up halfway. Go and splurge boldly. Jun Changxiao was speechless. The system continued, only a higher-grade crystal nuclei can start the incubation. This dragon egg is definitely extraordinary. If it mutates, the host's benefits will be greater than the cost. These words made Jun Changxiao's heart palpitate. Then, he took out the crystal cores again and began to crazily fill the slots of the incubator with energy. Other than the high-ranked crystal nuclei that had not been used for the time being, all the low-ranked crystal nuclei and mid-ranked crystal nuclei were transported inside. In the end, there were only a few dozen high-quality crystal nuclei left in the spatial ring. All the low and mid-quality crystal nuclei had been sent in, and there were at least 600 to 700 of them. Mutation rate increased from 5 to 10. Almost 1,000 crystallic nuclei were used, but it only increased by 9%. This made Jun Changxiao deeply understand what it meant to burn money. One had to know. Selling 500 crystal cores to the AI family's patriarch was worth 10 million. These nearly 1,000 crystal nuclei were worth at least 20 million at the very least, but he burned them all in a short while. Calm down, calm down. Jun Changxiao took a deep breath and said, this is a bottomless pit. We can't fill it up anymore. He really wanted to give up, but he couldn't control his hands at all. In the end, he sent in all the high-ranked crystal nuclei, including the fire dragon's crystal nuclei and the stone golem's crystal nuclei. When the crystal nuclei that were comparable to Wuzong fused into the incubator, the mutation rate on the screen continued to rise. However, when the fire dragon's crystal nuclei were poured in, it directly increased from 22 to 72. It increased by a full 50 points. Jun Changxiao was shocked. What's going on? The system was silent for a moment before saying, if I'm not wrong, the fire dragon's crystal nuclei and the dragon egg's attributes are compatible, which greatly stimulated the mutation rate. Jun Changxiao seemed to have understood something, and said, you mean, if the dragon egg is incubated with the dragon's crystal nuclei, the mutation rate will be higher than other crystal nuclei? It should be like this. The system said. Jun Changxiao said, I just poured in a lot of young fire dragon's crystal nuclei, why didn't it increase by that much? Maybe the level is too low. Jun Changxiao exhaled, and he completely calmed down. He was not at all worried right now, because he had thrown in all the crystal nuclei. Pa. With both hands on the transparent glass-like surface of the incubator, Jun Changxiao said in a deep tone, I used up all of my crystal nuclei, the operation must fail to hatch the Kuan. The system said, I feel that, with the host's luck in refreshing the contribution points, it will be safe to reach at least 99%. Otherwise, if it fails, the crystal nuclei that were thrown in will all flow to the west. Jun Changxiao did not care if it flowed to the west or east, and said, you mean, I still have to spend money to buy crystal nuclei to continue incubating? Yes. Do you know how much those crystal nuclei cost? Do you know that even if I exchange all the money on me for crystal nuclei, it's impossible to increase it to 99%? Facing Jun Changxiao's continuous questioning, the system said calmly, if the host incubates a Dao Realm Kuan, Demon Kuan, Tribulation Bone Kuan, or the strongest beast in the mountain and sea scripture that feeds on Kuan, everything will be worth it. After a long time, Jun Changxiao said, that makes sense. The next day, Jun Changxiao went to Huyang City and found AI Xianxia. The first thing he said was, Jun wants to buy back the crystal nuclei that he sold previously at the original price. AI Xianxia was dumbfounded. Sold and then bought back, what kind of operation was Sect leader Jun? Of course. Jun Changxiao said, if your shop has anything related to dragon beasts, please sell it to Jun if it's of the 5th grade or higher. AI Xianxia's mouth twitched. Sect leader Jun, crystal nuclei related to dragon beasts are extremely rare, and they have to be of the 5th grade. Not to mention Azure Sun County, even the 8th grade Pingyang County might not have them. Which county has them? Jun Changxiao asked. AI Xianxia said, in the Falling Star continent, as long as there is something with the word dragon, it is a rare treasure. I'm afraid that only the 5th grade counties sell it. How long will it take to reach the 5th grade county closest to our Azure Sun County? Jun Changxiao asked. If you ride a wind-type beast, it will take at least a month. AI Xianxia said. A month? Jun Changxiao was on the verge of collapse. Wind-type beasts were known for their speed. If it took a month, he didn't think that he could reach there in 15 days riding on the violet lightning tiger cub. Forget it, forget it. I'll just buy back the crystal nuclei I sold and spend 20 million to buy some other high-grade crystal nuclei. The crystal nuclei shop run by the AI family didn't have many high-grade crystal nuclei. Jun Changxiao only bought 20 or so high-grade crystal nuclei. Hence, he went to other crystal nuclei shops. In the end, he visited all the crystal nuclei shops in the market and only sold 50 or so high-grade crystal nuclei. However, he spent more than 20 million. Crystal nuclei that were comparable to Wuzong started at 400,000. That's all I can do. It's up to fate whether I can get them cheaper or not. Jun Changxiao didn't go to other cities and return to the sect. Coincidentally, he met Long Xiang at the martial arts field. In the Falling Star continent, anything with the word dragon is a rare treasure. AI family head's words sounded in his ears. Jun Changxiao almost couldn't hold back. He wanted to carry this disciple with the surname Long to the incubator and test it with his blood. Sigh. I'm about to go crazy. Jun Changxiao shook his head and got up to return to the inner court. Long Xiang said with a blank face, Sect Master's gaze was a bit strange just now. How can he not be strange when he almost bled you? After returning to the study, Jun Changxiao threw in all the crystal nuclei worth 30 million. The mutation rate increased from 72 to 85. He really wanted to continue increasing it to 100 points, but his ability was limited. He could only bow to fate helplessly. Moreover, 85% was already very high. It couldn't be a coincidence that it failed, right? Thinking back to the time when he played games, he failed to refine the equipment even when the success rate was higher than 95%. Sect Master Jun trembled. When it reached 85 points, Jun Changxiao gave up on putting in more crystal nuclei. There was no other way. He only had 10 to 20 million left. If he invested all of it, he would probably only be able to increase it by 1 or 2 points. The rest was up to fate. Even if it was only 1%, there was still a possibility of mutation. But he still worked hard to increase the mutation rate. He wanted to prove that he was not relying on the protagonist's aura, but on burning money. What if it failed? If it still failed at 85%, it would be a joke. I only failed 15 times out of 100, and won 5 times out of 10. I shouldn't be so unlucky. Jun Changxiao comforted himself. The system said, if the host's mutation rate is 1.5 times, it will definitely be a complete failure. Damn. Can you not hurt me? Jun Changxiao ignored it and quietly waited for the incubation time to arrive. Only 1 day had passed, and there were still 14 days left. It was a little long, so he put his mind on cultivation and managing the disciples. The next day, Xianxia returned from participating in the intersect competition in the outer counties. He left clean, but came back covered in dust. It was obvious that he had rushed back too quickly. The disciples hurriedly gathered around. When they saw the champion's medal around their senior brother's neck, they immediately cheered. The 2 senior brothers went to different counties and won first place consecutively. This definitely boosted the morale of the Iron Bone disciples, and filled them with hope for the future. Xianxia went to see the sect leader and handed over the champion's reward. He would not hide it, because without the sect leader's nurturing, he would not be where he was today, and it would not be easy for him to win the championship. Of course, Jun Changxiao would not treat him unfairly. He gave Xianxia 10 spirit stones. He saved the rest and gave them to the other disciples as rewards for various tests. In the next few days, Li Fei and Tianqi also returned one after another. The 2 did not disappoint the sect leader. They successfully won the championship of various competitions and obtained considerable martial arts resources. Although the inner disciples that Jun Changxiao nurtured were only martial disciples, their strength had already reached martial master. Except for high-level competitions, they were definitely invincible in those low-level intersect competitions. There was no suspense at all. Qingyang and the other 3 brought a total of 100 spiritual stones. Although it's not a lot, it's still something. Jun Changxiao was quite satisfied with the idea of letting his disciples participate in various sect competitions to earn resources. It was a pity. There were too few competitions, so the continuity was poor. Strange. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, why hasn't Zueji returned yet? The 5 inner disciples had all completed their missions and returned, except for Xiao Ziji. Could it be? Was the martial arts competition very difficult? Sect leader. At this moment, Li Luoqiu hurriedly walked into the main hall and said, there's news from Heian County. Xiao Ziji won the intersect tournament and on his way back, he was blocked by a large group of experts in the forest. The situation is very bad, we need to rescue him quickly. Jun Changxiao frowned. No wonder he hadn't returned yet. He had been blocked. How many? At least 100. There's no lack of experts in Wuzong among them. Jun Changxiao was silent for a while and said, gather the Drizzle Hall members and follow me to Heian County to rescue him. Yes. Li Luoqiu hurriedly left and gathered all the Drizzle Hall members in the sect. According to Jun Changxia's instructions, the other disciples continued to cultivate. However, when they walked out of the main hall, they saw Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others standing at the front of the martial arts practice field. Their faces were solemn. They had received the news that junior brother Xiao was blocked in Heian County. "You're going too?" Jun Changxiao asked. Li Qingyang said, "Junior brother is in trouble. We're willing to go and rescue him." "All right." Jun Changxiao said, "Let's go." The other disciples also wanted to go and rescue senior brother Xiao, but they knew that their strength was limited. Not only would they be useless, but they would also slow down the rescue. Therefore, they could only watch the sect leader and the others leave and pray that they could return safely. Whoosh! 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 On the way to Heian County, more than 50 Drizzle Hall members used Ghost Leap and sped forward. "Damn it!" Li Tian also followed and said angrily, "How dare they bully our Iron Bone disciples?" After experiencing the destruction of Black Eagle Hall, the childish look on this kid's face had faded. He had also become more mature. Because they were going to rescue senior brother Xiao, everyone increased their speed to the maximum. Jun Changxiao rode on the young Violet Lightning Tiger at the front. The coldness in his eyes became more and more intense. Although he did not know why so many martial artists were blocking Xiao Ziji, since they dared to offend the Iron Bone, they must be severely punished. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma followed closely behind. They were also very worried about junior brother Xiao, so they increased their speed until they could not go any faster. "Junior brother Xiao, you must hold on until we arrive." Heian County was at least 1,000 miles away from Qingyang County. Normally, it would take at least 2 to 3 days to reach there. However, Jun Changxiao and his disciples arrived at Heian County at the fastest speed. By dusk, they had already arrived at Heian County. Li Luoqiu stood in the wilderness and looked around. After confirming the markings left by the members, she pointed to the east and said, "Sect Master, it should be in this direction. Let's go." Jun Changxiao led his disciples in the east direction. In a dark corner of a valley, Xiao Ziji tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and wrapped it around his wrist with sword marks. Then, he raised his Type 88 sniper rifle with a cold gaze. His face was pale. It seemed that he not only had external injuries, but also internal injuries. After participating in the Heian County's inter-sect tournament, Xiao Ziji originally wanted to return to the sect. However, he was stopped by the martial artists of the various sections. Reason: they were too heavy-handed and injured their own disciples. In fact, during the tournament, the disciples of the various sects were even more ruthless because they despised Xiao Ziji for coming from an 8th-rate sect in a 9th-rate county. The various sects of Heian County did not care about this. As long as their disciples were bullied, the perpetrator must pay the price and be severely punished. "Kid!" Suddenly, a loud voice came from the valley, "You are now trapped in the valley. Give up struggling and obediently show yourself and hand over the God-powered handgun. Maybe you can still live." Xiao Ziji set up his Type 88 sniper rifle and aimed at the direction of the sound through the 8x scope. He found that there were more than 10 martial artists of the various sects standing there. He pulled the trigger again. Xiao, the bullet silently shot out and directly killed a peak martial disciple. Then, he carried the gun and quickly moved away. "He's there. Damn it, hurry up and chase. Using hidden weapons to kill so many of our people. If we catch him, we must cut him into 8 pieces." The martial artists of the various sects all rushed over. Unfortunately, Xiao Ziji had a lot of experience in fighting in the wilderness. After shooting one person, he hid very well again. This forced them to continue to search and be even more vigilant. The valley was not big. As the crowd continued to shrink the encirclement, the area became smaller and smaller. Xiao Ziji, who had already killed many people of the various sects, knew that he would be discovered sooner or later. So, he set up his Type 88 sniper rifle again. He would kill as many as he could. Even if he died, it would not be a loss. Who? Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking came from behind him. A strong force swept over. Not good. Xiao Ziji's face changed. He hurriedly retracted his gun and dodged. However, he was still one step too late. A fist with strong spiritual power directly hit his back. Pung! He flew out and hit the stone wall. The person who attacked him from behind was a middle-aged man in white clothes. His whole body emitted a Wuzong aura. He said lightly, "For a junior to be able to hide for so long, it's very good." Wah! Xiao Ziji struggled to stand up. A mouthful of blood spurted out. "N?" the middle-aged man said in surprise, "To be able to stand up after withstanding my 200,000 pounds of strength, this is even more commendable." Xiao Ziji opened his blood-stained mouth and laughed, Don't look down on me." Shua. The middle-aged man instantly approached and said proudly, "I would like to see how strong a disciple of the Iron Bone clan can be." The shadow of the fist instantly filled the air and mercilessly attacked Xiao Ziji. Pung! 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 Boom! Xiao Ziji slammed heavily into the stone wall, blood spurting out. In a short moment, he had endured more than 20 punches from Wuzong. Each punch was no less than 100,000, but he still staggered and did not fall. This was the Iron Bone clan's disciple. Even if he was attacked by a storm, even if he was heavily injured, he still had to show an iron bone. Patriarch Liao is Wuzong, he can still stand, this kid's body is too strong. No wonder he won the competition. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the body is, it can't withstand strong power. The martial artists from various sects who were searching nearby gathered and witnessed the scene of Xiao Ziji being bombarded. They were all surprised that he could still stand. Not bad, not bad. Patriarch Liao said, "To be able to take so many punches from me and still be standing, you're really a good seedling." Xiao Ziji's face was ferocious, the heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his body, making him unable to open his mouth to speak. If it wasn't for the experience in the training tower, he would have collapsed long ago. "Little guy." Patriarch Liao said lightly, "Leave the Iron Bone and join my Qishan sect, you can avoid death." Qishan Sect. A sixth-rate sect in Heian County. In terms of overall strength and number of disciples, they were stronger than Haoqi Sect. This middle-aged man called Liao Ciyuan Feng was the patriarch of Qishan Sect. His strength was second-grade Wuzong, which was also stronger than Qin Haoran. "Leave the Iron Bone." Hearing the first sentence, Xiao Zuiji began to grin in pain. He suppressed his injuries and said weakly, "In life, I'm a member of the Iron Bone clan. In death I'm a ghost of the Iron Bone clan. Kid, Qishan Sect has the potential to become a fifth-rate sect. Such a good opportunity is hard to find. Your Iron Bone is only an eighth-rate sect, participating in the sect competition. Even the sect leader didn't follow. Why are you so dead set? A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, you should understand this principle." Everyone acted as a lobbyist. However, when these words entered Xiao Ziji's ears, it only made him laugh even harder. There was no denying it. The situation was very dangerous now. But leaving the Iron Bone and changing allegiance, even death was not an option. Shua. Liao Zuanfang raised his hand. Under the convergence of his spiritual energy, he grabbed the Type 88 sniper rifle that had fallen not far away. Everyone was envious. Only Wuzong, who had a higher understanding of the nature of heaven and earth, could use his spiritual energy to retrieve objects from a distance. Liao Ciyuan Feng played with the sniper rifle and said indifferently, "Joining the Qishan sect will save you from death, but not joining the Qishan sect will only result in death." His voice was arrogant, and he had the demeanor of an expert. Xiao Ziji's eyes did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he said decisively, "I'm not joining." Everyone sneered. "I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You can't blame others for your death." There were also martial artists from other sects who felt that it was a pity. After all, it was a bit of a waste to kill such a good seedling. "If that's the case," Liao Ciyuan Feng said coldly, "you've killed so many of my Qishan sect's disciples. Go to hell." After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and punched out with his right fist. His strength rose sharply, but it was still more than 200,000. Whoosh whoosh. A strong wind blew and messed up Xiao Ziji's black hair, but his pale face was unusually calm. This was daring to face death. Shua. At this moment, a black shadow flew out from the dark. Although the speed was fast, it was caught by Liao Ciyuan Feng. His fist suddenly turned and punched at the incoming person. Bang! The fist that carried 200,000 pounds of strength was like a sharp sword, directly penetrating the Black Shadow's chest. Blood immediately splashed out. Junior brother. Xiao Ziji's eyes were about to pop out. The Black Shadow that suddenly rushed out from the dark was the Drizzle Hall member who was responsible for protecting him. Senior brother. Hurry. Leave. The assassin disciple breathed his last breath as soon as he finished speaking. Ah. Xiao Ziji roared angrily and gathered the remaining strength in his body to punch at Liao Xiyuan. He was going all out. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat Wu Zong when he was healthy, let alone now when he was seriously injured. Therefore, when his fist returned, it was swept away by the opponent's palm. Boom! He fiercely crashed into the stone wall and fell down. He no longer had the strength to support himself to stand up. After receiving so many punches, his injury was too serious. Liao Xiyuan threw the corpse away and then took out a tissue to wipe his blood-stained hands. He looked around and said lightly, "So there are still people hiding in the dark." As soon as he said that, everyone hurriedly became alert. The other Drizzle Hall members who were hiding in the dark all clenched their fists when they saw their comrade being killed. Their eyes flashed with monstrous anger. As a qualified assassin, when the opponent was very strong, the first thing to do was to retreat. However, they wouldn't retreat, and they couldn't retreat, because today's identity was no longer an assassin, but a Drizzle Hall member of the Iron Bone clan. Shua. A member couldn't help but rush out. He didn't attack, but exposed himself and fled in another direction. This was to attract the enemy's attention and fight for a chance for senior brother Xiao to escape. The martial artists from various sects locked onto that member and sent more than 10 people to chase after him. If he continued to hide, it would be difficult for them to do anything to him. However, if he took the initiative to expose himself, he would soon be caught and captured. Plop! That member was thrown in front of Liao Xiyuan. Liao Xiyuan stepped on his back with one foot. He looked at Xiao Ziji and said lightly, "This should be your junior brother too, right?" Xiao Ziji turned his face to the side. Seeing his junior brother being stepped on like this, anger filled his face and he looked ferocious. You guessed right. Liao Xiyuan got the answer he wanted from his expression. He then gently lifted his foot and said, "He killed so many of my men. Let's use him to pay for his life first." Shua. 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 At this moment, the other 3 members hiding in the dark couldn't hold it in anymore. Even though they knew that they would be exposed, they still threw out their hidden weapons. Liao Xiyuan raised his hand and froze all the flying hidden weapons. Then, he put his 5 fingers together and condensed them in an instant. Find all the flies in the dark. Okay. The martial artists from various sects rushed in the direction of the hidden weapons. Bang! Liao Xiyuan lifted his foot and kicked the captured member in front of Xiao Ziji. Then, he walked over step by step. Like a king looking down at 2 weak ants, he said, "Since we're from the same sect, we'll die together. Then, we won't be lonely on the road." As he spoke, he lifted his foot. Whoosh! His spiritual energy gathered, and his strength gradually increased. He only used about 50,000 kilograms of strength. But with Xiao Ziji's condition and the strength of that member, as long as he was stepped on, he would definitely die. Let's go. Liao Xiyuan stepped down. His target was precisely that member of Drizzle Hall. No. Xiao Ziji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He really wanted to use his body to block the attack for his junior brother, but he was too badly injured to move an inch. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar of a ferocious beast suddenly came from behind. The heart-wrenching screams of the martial artists from various sects were also heard. Liao Xiyuan's foot stopped. He didn't look behind him. Instead, he raised his head in surprise, because there was a cold killing intent coming down from above. It was unknown when Xianxia had appeared on top of the mountain wall. He held the green dragon crescent blade in one hand. His face was filled with monstrous killing intent as he said in a cold voice, "Move your feet away. This king will give you a decent death." At the critical moment, Jun Changxiao followed the marks he left on the road and rushed to the valley. He could not suppress the anger in his heart. Because when he got close to the dead Drizzle Hall members, he heard the news that the sect had lost members. How dare you kill my disciple? No matter who you are or what your identity is, you must die, of course. Death was also particular. Was it a clean death or a painful death? If the middle-aged man below retracted his foot and gave him a clean death, if he insisted on stepping down, then he would die a painful death. Sect. Sect Master, Xiao Ziji called out weakly, his eyes filled with joy. The Sect Master was here. Junior brother was safe. At this time, Xiao Ziji was not concerned about himself, but the Drizzle Hall members. Seeing that his precious disciple had suffered such a serious injury, Jun Changxiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Even if the guy below was a god or an immortal, he would die. Was he not afraid of offending people? Under normal circumstances, Jun Changxiao would choose to keep a low profile, such as sparing the Ghost Hand sect elder. But at this moment, there was only killing intent in his heart. Dragons had reverse scales, those who touched it would die. Jun Changxiao's reverse scales were his precious disciples. Not to mention killing, even if they hurt a strand of hair, they would have to pay a painful price. Hearing Xiao Ziji's words, Liao Ciyuan Feng said indifferently, "You are the sect master of the 8th-rate Ironbone sect." While he was talking, his foot did not move. This made Jun Changxiao's heart set a death sentence, and he would die a painful death. Perhaps because the other party was also a sect master, Liao Ciyuan Feng retracted his foot. But because he was half a beat slower, he could not prevent his painful death. Just nice. Liao Ciyuan Feng said indifferently, "I like your disciple. Let him join my Qishan sect." His words showed that he did not put Jun Changxiao in his eyes at all. Not to mention the Iron Bone sect master, even if Qin Haoran, who held 2 positions, came, he would still be high and mighty. This was not showing off, nor was it some brainless villain. Instead, it was because he was strong, so he naturally had to act like a strong person. Could it be that he had to bow his head and serve the weak? If I take a fancy to him, he'll become your disciple? Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "You're really arrogant." Liao Ciyuan Feng said, "Give him to me, and the grudge between us will be written off." He really admired Xiao Ziji. If he could pull Xiao Ziji into his sect, he definitely wouldn't be willing to kill him. Unfortunately, it was destined to be one-sided. Even if Jun Changxiao really gave Xiao Ziji to him, he would never tolerate the death of his disciple. Therefore, he raised his saber and said coldly, "Write off our grudges? Seduce my ass." Liao Ciyuan Feng frowned slightly and said, "Your Excellency is the sect leader, but your mouth is full of vulgar words. You have no manners at all. You killed my men and you still want to talk to me about manners? Ha ha ha." Jun Changxiao laughed. Suddenly, his gaze became as cold and sharp as a saber. Then, he leaped and swung his saber down. Who? The strength of this slash was at least 300,000 kilograms or more. It was obvious that he had already crushed the strength-increased talisman. Liao Ciyuan Feng, who was originally indifferent, suddenly became serious when he felt the powerful saber wind. He stretched out one of his palms and shouted, "Firmament palm." Hoo-hoo. Spiritual energy burst out from his palm, forming a cloud-like airwave and quickly condensing into a palm print to meet it. Jun Changxiao's straight slash was very powerful, so he didn't dare to be careless and directly used the high-grade high-rank palm technique that he had comprehended for many years. Hoo-hoo. The green dragon crescent blade formed a green saber light, and its strength was still rising steadily, finally soaring to 400,000 kilograms. What did it mean? Only Wuzong with good spiritual root aptitude could have such strength. And it had to be at least 5th grade. Liao Ciyuan Feng had a high-grade spiritual root, which belonged to the upper-middle Wuzong. Although it was only 2nd grade, with the support of the firmament palm, his strength could reach about 230,000 kilograms. This was undoubtedly very excellent. Unfortunately, in front of Jun Changxiao's saber. Completely. Not enough. Break for me. Jun Changxiao shouted coldly. The green saber light pressed down fiercely, directly cutting the illusory palm print, and the remaining power didn't decrease. How is it possible? Liao Ciyuan Feng's face changed, but there was no time for him to be shocked, and he hurriedly used his body movement to dodge. Boom. As soon as he moved, the powerful saber chi had already cut the ground, instantly showing a saber mark about 1 meter long. Crack crack crack, the ground at the end of the saber mark quickly cracked and spread forward, and finally broke into 5 or 6 meters. The 400,000 kilogram saber seemed to be cutting the ground in this area, although Liao Cunfang barely dodged. When he saw the saber mark on the ground, his back was suddenly covered in cold sweat. He didn't doubt that if the saber had cut him just now, he would have been cut in half on the spot. This Iron Bone sect leader looked like a 6th grade or 7th grade martial master. How could he burst out such a terrifying strength? Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation? I'll go alone. Jun Chongxiao, who had just landed, rushed over with his saber. The green dragon crescent moon saber suddenly swept over halfway, and a green flowing light burst out. It was also 400,000 kilograms of strength. Liao Cunfang still had lingering fear, and he didn't dare to fight head-on, so he hurriedly used his body movement to dodge. Although he could barely dodge, when the saber light swept past him, he was still covered in cold sweat. In front of absolute strength, Xiao Ziji could only be severely injured and fall to the ground. Now, facing the Iron Bone sect leader who was stronger than him, he also seemed to be much weaker. High and mighty, he had already flown away without a trace. Swoosh! Jun Chongxiao dragged his saber over. This time, he used Ghost Leap and increased his speed to the extreme. While Liao Cunfang just stabilized his body, he shouted, "Water drowns the 7 armies." Whoosh, the green saber light swept over. Not good. Liao Cunfang's expression changed. He wanted to dodge, but just as he leaned sideways, the saber light was close to the tip of his nose and fiercely cut his right arm. Poochie! Where the saber light passed, his arm flew out. Because the speed of the saber was too fast and the strength was too strong, the split wound didn't immediately spurt out blood. Swoosh! Jun Chongxiao appeared behind Liao Cunfang like a ghost. Poochie! The saber light flashed again, and another arm flew out. At this time, the wound on Liao Cunfang's right arm began to spurt blood, and an intense pain rushed to his sea of consciousness, causing his expression to become ferocious. Xiao Ziji watched from his angle, and his eyes were wide open. A Wuzong had his arms chopped off by the sect leader in just a few moves. This was too shocking, but it wasn't over yet. Warm wine slaying Hua Xiong. Jun Chongxiao held the green dragon crescent moon blade and fiercely swept across from his lower body. Whoosh, the green saber light directly slashed across Liao Cunfang's knees, and suddenly a thin crack appeared. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream resounded in the valley, causing the wild beasts in the mountains to flee, and their eyes were filled with intense fear. What kind of pain did a human have to go through to let out such a miserable cry? Plop! Liao Cunfang's legs were broken from the knees, and he fell straight to the ground with a ferocious expression. The piercing pain fiercely attacked his sea of consciousness and scalp. Swoosh! 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 The green saber light flashed, and it was close to the skin and flesh, chopping off the arms and legs, and then cutting off the flesh piece by piece. This was the way the patriarch of the 6th-rate Qishan sect died. P.S. I've been busy recently, so I've been updating twice for the past 2 days. Today, I'll update 4 times, and I'll continue tomorrow. Oh right, I'll update in the morning. I can't take it anymore, so I have to sleep. I really don't have the energy to write, so I'll update as I write tomorrow. The high and mighty patriarch of Qishan sect, Liao Cunfang, was dead. His limbs were chopped off and his flesh was sliced off. The process of his death was slow and painful. Was it cruel? Cruel, but this was the price one had to pay for killing a disciple of Iron Bone. Jun Chongxiao sheathed his saber. The killing intent in his eyes gradually dissipated. He walked up to Xiao Ziji and fed them a healing pill. Whoosh, whoosh, in an instant, the two of them jumped up energetically. When they saw Liao Cunfang's limbs chopped off and he died of 1,000 cuts, the shock in their hearts could not subside. A 2nd-class Wuzong, a leader of a 6th-class sect, was killed so easily. It was too terrifying. At that moment, Xiao Ziji finally realized that although the sect leader rarely fought, his strength was really strong. Liao Cunfang was not the only one who died. The martial artists from various sects who went after the Drizzle Hall members also died tragically in the hands of Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma. Many of them were second-class and third-class martial artists, but they could not escape death in front of a group of monstrous disciples. As usual, they looted the crates. After that, they piled the corpses together and burned them with fire. The martial artists from various sects were not rich. Liao Xianfeng was the rich one. There were many martial arts techniques and spirit stones in his spatial ring. There were also 2 to 3 million taels of silver. There were also crystal cores. There were hundreds of middle-class and more than 10 high-class crystal cores. Xianxia took them and thought to himself, if I put all of them into the incubator, I should be able to increase 1 or 2 contribution points. After everything was done, he burned Liao Xianfeng's corpse and brought the disciples back to Iron Bone. The dead Drizzle Hall members were carried by Xiaoziji. His eyes were filled with grief and self-blame. If he was not too careless and was trapped in the valley by various martial artists from Heian County, Junior Brother would not have died because of him. After returning to the Iron Bone sect, Xianxia chose a suitable burial ground at the back of the mountain, and then dug a grave. On the day of the burial, the sky was dark and drizzling. All the disciples of Iron Bone stood beside the grave to send off their fallen comrade. I'm sorry. Standing in front of the tombstone, Xiaoziji lowered his head. The self-blame on his face deepened. I've implicated Junior Brother. Xianxia patted his shoulder and said, Qin Li died because of you, so you should live well and continue to grow stronger to repay him. After saying that, he turned around and left. There was no point in saying too many words of comfort. Only when the person involved had truly thought it through would it work. What's more, Xianxia didn't feel good about the death of a disciple. Who could comfort him? Xiaoziji couldn't figure it out and stood in front of the tombstone. A day and a night later, he clenched his fists and murmured, Junior Brother, I will live on and work hard to become stronger. I will use my life to protect the Iron Bone and my fellow disciples. He had thought it through. He had figured it out, but Xianxia had not. Sitting alone in the study, he still blamed himself. If he had not sent his disciples to participate in the grand competition, none of his disciples would have lost their lives. The death of a disciple had happened on Blackwind Mountain before. But that disciple was greedy for life and afraid of death. In order to survive, he didn't hesitate to betray the sect and join Zhou Tianba. So, his death didn't matter. Xianxia didn't feel any psychological burden at all. However, Qin Li died to save his fellow disciples. He was the first disciple of the sect to die in the true sense. This made him very sad. What are you thinking about? You don't even host the morning exercises. Li Luoqiu leaned against the door of the study with a charming smile on her lips. Xianxia shook his head and said, Your Drizzle Hall lost a member. Don't you feel sad? Li Luoqiu walked over and sat in front of him. She clasped her hands together and asked in a questioning tone, The dead can't be brought back to life. Is there any use in feeling sad? Xianxia was startled. Yes, the person was already dead. Was there any use in feeling sad? Li Luoqiu continued, Since we live in this cruel world, what we need to do is not to remember our old friends. Instead, we need to constantly become stronger to comfort their souls in heaven. These words were similar to what she said to Xiaoziji yesterday. Xianxia hoped that his disciple could think it through, but he still couldn't. Them? Xianxia shook his head and said, These 2 words are inauspicious. Li Luoqiu said solemnly, Our Iron Bone wants to become stronger in this cruel world. There will be more conflicts, hatred, and even death. Xianxia knew that this woman was telling him that Qin Li's death was only the beginning. If they wanted to continue walking in this cruel world, there would be more disciples who would die. He didn't want the disciples he cultivated to die. But since they entered the Jianghu, their life and death were no longer in their own hands. Xianxia leaned on the back of the chair and said, I will do my best to improve the strength of my disciples. I will let them become stronger and not walk towards death. Li Luoqiu stood up and said, I will also go and train the members. I will let them have enough strength to face all dangers. Xianxia temporarily dispelled the idea of letting his disciples continue to participate in the intersect tournament. Instead, he focused on cultivating in the sect. A few days later. On the 3rd month since the various tests were established, the intersect tournament was held. Because there were early and late disciples, and there were high and low realms, the intersect tournament was divided into different levels. Many disciples rushed to sign up. After a day of intense competition, the 3 different levels of the intersect tournament ended. The disciple who won first place received a generous reward of resources. Although the level of the intersect tournament wasn't high, the rewards would motivate the disciples to become stronger. Of course, the intersect tournament and the intersect tournament were only appetizers. The most important thing was the intersect tournament every year. After all, the champion could become an inner sect disciple. Ironbone currently only had 7 inner sect disciples. Many powerful outer sect disciples naturally hoped to occupy an inner sect seat through the intersect tournament. As of now, Long Xiang and Yang Yuhua had the highest possibility of becoming an inner sect disciple. Next were Zhang Wei and the other 10 who used the aptitude-changing elixir. In the 6th and 7th rate sects, as long as one had a high-grade spiritual root, not only would they be promoted to an inner sect disciple, they could even become a direct disciple. In Ironbone, they had to participate in the intersect tournament to prove themselves. This was a bit awesome. There was no other way. Who asked there to be so many disciples with supreme-grade spiritual roots? As a matter of fact, when Li Fei drank the supreme-grade aptitude-changing elixir, his spiritual root was upgraded to the supreme grade. His realm went from the 8th grade to the 9th grade martial disciple. In this way, among the Ironbone inner sect disciples, only Tianqi had a high-grade spiritual root for the time being. The rest were all supreme-grade spiritual roots. An 8th-rate sect, excluding Jun Changxiao and Lu Qianxian, had a total of 5 disciples with supreme-grade spiritual roots and more than 10 disciples with high-grade spiritual roots. This was a very scary thing. If this spread out, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire Falling Star continent. Thank you for the elixir, sect leader. After his aptitude and realm had been upgraded, Li Fei said excitedly. You can go now. Jun Changxiao waved his hand. After the disciple left, he went to the study and poured the crystal cores he got from Liao Xuanfeng into the incubator one by one. With so many middle and high-grade crystal cores, the mutation rate only increased from 85 to 87. Sure enough, one had to be super invincible to be able to afford this. Time passed, and soon more than 10 days had passed. Jun Changxiao cultivated and taught the disciples at the same time. He also came to check on the incubator every day. Ding! One day, the incubation time shown on the screen changed to 1,515 days. Whoosh! The energy of the sea-wave crystal cores in the incubator was stirred up crazily. Then, it gradually faded from rich to faint, as if it was being absorbed by the dragon egg. Crack! A cracking sound was heard. The dragon egg that was standing in the incubator cracked open and quickly spread to the surroundings, forming pieces. Whoosh! A red light shot out from the crack, and then a piece of eggshell fell off. The cub was coming out. Jun Changxiao looked at it intently and secretly prayed, it must mutate, it must mutate. For this dragon egg, Jun Changxiao had spent a lot of money, so when he saw the eggshell fall off, he was excited and nervous. He was excited because the incubation process required a high-grade crystal nucleus, which meant that the breed must be very strong. He was nervous because with an 87% mutation rate, would it fail? It wouldn't be so bad. It would definitely mutate and hatch into a powerful Kuan or a cub stronger than the Kuan. Sect leader Jun began to fantasize, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Ka! Another piece of eggshell fell off, and a fiery red light shot out from inside, like a scorching flame. The system said, there is a fire attribute, it should be a fire dragon. Without a doubt. Jun Changxiao didn't care about the breed, he cared about whether it could mutate or not. Ka ka ka, the eggshell fell off faster and faster, and more fiery red light shot out from inside, gradually forming a flame. Jun Changxiao reached out and touched the incubator, and suddenly felt a little hot. TSK TSK. It must be very hot inside. The eggshell fell off bit by bit, and the fiery red light expanded. At first glance, it looked like a cluster of burning flames. Finally, all the eggshells fell off, and a ball of fire appeared inside the incubator. Jun Changxiao held his breath. He was still praying in his heart that it must mutate. Otherwise, his previous investment would be in vain. Not long after, the fiery red light began to fade. The inside of the incubator returned to normal, leaving only broken eggshells on the ground. Xianxia was stunned. Because he didn't see anything. Where was the cub? Where was the Kuan? The system was also puzzled. Why is there nothing? If it was standing in front of him alone, Xianxia would definitely grab its neck and shake it crazily, roaring, "I should be the one asking you that." Wait, Xianxia, who was about to lose his mind, found that the broken eggshell moved slightly, and a little guy came out. This thing was slender, like a small snake, but it had 4 legs and fiery red skin. There were small horns protruding from its small head, which didn't seem to have completely grown. There were 2 catfish-like whiskers beside its small nose. This was a fiery red lizard. If Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji were present, they would definitely think so. But Xianxia was overjoyed, because from the shape and physical characteristics, it was clearly a dragon. This dragon was not a fire dragon beast, but a true dragon. The system poured cold water on him. Although it looks like a dragon, it's not obvious enough. It's hard to tell if it's a dragon or not. Xianxia pointed at the little fellow and said firmly, "It has dragon horns and whiskers on its head. Its neck is like a snake and its claws are like an eagle's. It is obviously the totem dragon of our Huaxia tribe." "Where's the dragon scale?" the system asked. Xianxia fell silent. The little fellow's entire body was smooth and smooth. It did not have the most obvious characteristic of a dragon, dragon scales, the system said. There are many dragon-like beasts in this world, but they might not necessarily be real dragons. What's more, this is a fire dragon egg. Maybe the baby looks like a dragon, and when it grows up, it will be a fire dragon. Xianxia, although he also hoped that the little fellow was a real dragon, the system's words were not without reason. Maybe when it grew up, it would become a dinosaur. Squeak squeak. The little fellow in the incubator circled around a few times. Its little rabbit-like eyes looked at Xianxia and made a strange sound. The system said, "When the baby hatches, it will be your contracted beast." Xianxia opened the door and put his finger on it. The little fellow rushed up with a whoosh and stopped in front of his shoulder. It rubbed its little nose against its master's face. It looked like a lizard, but because it had the characteristics of a dragon, it looked quite cute overall. Xianxia gently touched its slightly hot body and said, "From today onwards, you are my contracted beast." Squeak squeak. The little fellow seemed to be able to understand its master's words and hurriedly responded with a weak voice. "I have to give it a name." Xianxia rested his chin on his hand. After careful consideration, he said seriously, "I hope you can become a dragon that can truly soar through the blue dome of heaven. Therefore, your name will be Fire Dragon, and your little name will be Little Dragon." The system, Fire Dragon Beast, was named Fire Dragon. Wasn't it just removing one word? This was really casual and not technical at all. Squeak squeak. The little fellow seemed to be very satisfied with the name Fire Dragon. It happily ran back and forth on its master's shoulders. However, very soon, a gulu sound came from the sea serpent's stomach. It was obviously hungry. Xianxia shook his head and asked with a smile, "Meat or milk?" Squeak squeak. The fire dragon squeaked. Although he was not sure which it would choose, Xianxia felt that it said it wanted to eat meat. The two of them had signed a contract, so naturally, they had a tacit understanding. "Okay," Xianxia said, "I'll take you to eat meat." On the way to the cafeteria, he was puzzled. Did this little fellow mutate? The system said, "It's too small. I can't tell if it has mutated." Xianxia's mouth twitched. He spent so much money to hatch a baby fire dragon. He did not know if it had mutated. No matter how he looked at it, it was a bit of a loss. "Senior brother, look." On the training field, a disciple who was cultivating saw the fire dragon with his sharp eyes and exclaimed, "There's a little fellow on the sect leader's shoulder." "Eh? What's that?" Everyone looked over with surprise in their eyes. Su Xiaoma held his chin. After a very logical thought, he said seriously, "This should be a small lizard. I've seen lizards before, but I've never seen a red one. I heard that there's a fire-type beast that looks like a lizard. It's called the fire lizard." In that case, the sect leader not only has a small wild boar, a lightning-type violet lightning tiger cub, but also a fire-type lizard. Everyone was immediately impressed. 3 contract beasts. This was really enviable. Squeak squeak. Hearing the disciples' discussion, the little dragon squeaked in dissatisfaction. It seemed to be very resistant to the word lizard. Xianxia said, "These disciples of mine have not seen the world. They don't know that you're a fire dragon, so don't bother." Squeak squeak. The little dragon squeaked even louder. Xianxia thought that it was still angry at the disciples for describing it as a lizard. Aya. Walking into the cafeteria, Xianxia saw the palm-sized little dragon. She hurriedly put down her spoon and ran out. She stared with her big eyes and said, "Sect leader, what is this? It's so cute." Shwa. The little fellow who was originally a little unhappy suddenly raised its head. Its small eyes were filled with pride. Xianxia's mouth twitched. It got angry when he said it was a lizard. When he said it was cute, it became majestic. This little fellow actually liked to hear good words. Its name is Fire Dragon. Its nickname is Little Dragon. Xianxia said. "Sect leader, can I hug it?" Xianxia said. Her small hand had already reached out and held the little fellow in her palm. She touched its smooth skin and smiled. Little dragon's skin is so smooth. Being touched by the soft little hand, Fire Dragon looked like it was enjoying it. Xianxia was stunned. The little fellow's body was very hot. Wasn't Xianxia afraid that it would burn her hands? Xianxia walked in from outside and carefully observed Little Dragon. He grinned and said, "Dudu, let senior brother hug you too." "Here." Xianxia handed it over. Xianxia carefully took the fire dragon from him. However, just as he held it in his palm, the little fellow's eyes flashed coldly. Its body suddenly erupted with a powerful flame. Plop! The scorching flame swept past. Xianxia fell to the ground with his face charred black. He also fainted while foaming at the mouth. Xianxia was very surprised that Xianxia was holding the little dragon in her hand. He didn't mind the heat because he had signed a contract with the little fellow. Why was she fine? Later, Xianxia took it and directly spewed out flames, which made sect leader Jun realize that the little fellow was not repulsed by women but men. Alas! My contracted dragon is a little naughty. Toot, toot. Xianxia said, "The little dragon is hungry. Make something delicious for it and bring more meat." Okay. Xianxia hurriedly put on an apron and began to cook. As for Xianxia, who had fainted from the fever, he was carried to the medicine hall by the disciples and treated by Sun Bukong. This incident tells us that even small beasts that seem harmless to humans and animals are extremely dangerous and should not be casually touched. It took time to cook. Xianxia put the little dragon on the table, held his chin, and said, "It's just born, but its flame is so strong. It's really surprising." Squeak, squeak. The little dragon opened its mouth and made a sound. It seemed to be telling its master that it was very strong. Xianxia rubbed its head with his finger and said with a smile, "I hope you can grow up quickly. I'll count on you to guard the house in the future." The baby purple lightning had a cool appearance and was suitable for the current generation's mount. If this little fellow grew up into a complete fire dragon, it would be the most powerful beast in the sect. At that time, the sect protection array wouldn't even be activated. He could just let it squat in front of the mountain gate. As long as it had a normal brain, no one would dare to break in. "The food is ready." Xianxia's voice came. Dahe and Ariai came up with several dishes, all of which were meat dishes, which looked, smelled, and tasted good. Squeak, squeak. Smelling the smell, the little dragon's 2 small eyes suddenly flickered with excitement and almost drooled. "Let's eat." When the food was on the table, Xianxia said. Swish. 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 The little dragon didn't stand on ceremony. It hurried to a dish, opened its small mouth, and began to eat. After a while, the dishes on the plate were all eaten. Xianxia and Xianxia widened their eyes. Damn it. A palm-sized little guy actually ate 8 dishes. His appetite was too big. Squeak squeak. Little Long Long circled around the empty plate, as if it wasn't full yet. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. Doo-doo, go make another table of dishes. All right. Xianxia returned to the kitchen again. Not long after, Little Long Long was finally full and lay down on the table with a bulging belly. The expression on sect leader Jun's face became interesting because the little fellow had eaten more than 30 dishes, and the plates were stacked high. Sect leader. Xianxia said blankly, little dragon can eat so much. Not only could he could eat too much. There were more than 30 dishes. If it were an iron bone disciple with a decent appetite, it would take at least 10 people to finish it. How could a palm-sized little guy eat it all? How could his stomach hold it all? Xianxia suppressed a shock and explained, the little guy was just born. He must be very hungry to eat so much. At night, during dinner, the disciples in the canteen held their chopsticks and looked at the sect leader's table. Their expressions were stiff and their eyes were filled with shock. Burp. After a while, Little Long Long was full and burped. He lay down on the table again and squinted his little eyes, looking like he was enjoying himself. The corner of sect leader Jun's mouth twitched violently. Because there were more than 30 empty plates stacked in front of him, it ate so much in the morning and so much in the evening. It was enough to show that the little guy's appetite was astonishing. The next day, Little Long Long fully displayed his gluttonous side. For breakfast, lunch, and dinner, he ate a total of nearly 100 dishes, and all of them were meat dishes. All of them were hard dishes. Don't just eat meat. Drink some soup and eat some steamed buns. On the third day, when breakfast was served, Xianxia hurriedly stuffed more than 10 steamed buns into Little Long Long's hands. There was enough of them and they were cheap. Eating 2 steamed buns was comparable to eating a plate of hard dishes. If you invited a friend to a banquet, let him eat a few more. It would definitely save money. Unfortunately, Little Long Long completely ignored him and picked the meat dishes to eat. Xianxia collapsed. If all the disciples in the sect had such an appetite, just the food expenses alone would make his eyelids twitch crazily. Sect leader. One day, Xianxia pouted and said, Little Long Long ate all the meat we stored. Go down the mountain and sell some more. Xianxia almost fell to the ground. After returning from Death Valley, he gave a lot of vicious beast meat. Xianxia estimated that it could last for half a year. In the end, it was all eaten by Little Long Long in just a few days. This was too exaggerated. What was even more unacceptable was, after eating so much food for a few days, his body was still the same size as when he was born. He didn't gain any weight. Sect leader Jun could still accept that he ate a lot and grew fast. Eating a lot and not growing fast, he was F***ked. The Iron Bone disciples were still cultivating as usual. Li Qingyang and the others also went to the training tower to train every day. They didn't dare to relax at all. Sect Master Jun began to run back and forth from the sect to the town. What was he doing? He was definitely buying meat for Little Long Long to eat. As soon as he arrived at the town, all the big butcher shop owners swarmed over. They either promoted their own beef and mutton or the vicious beast meat. The Iron Bone sect leader goes down the mountain to buy meat every few days. How much can his disciples eat? He buys 2,000 to 3,000 caddies of meat every time and finishes it in a few days. Just eating for a month would cost tens of thousands of taels, right? To be able to provide such good food, the Iron Bone disciples must be very happy. When Xianxia returned to the sect after buying meat countless times, the bored cultivators in the town started to talk about it. If the Iron Bone disciples heard what they said, they would definitely wipe their tears and cry. The meat isn't for us to eat, it's for Little Long Long. Moreover, sometimes when they just started eating, the meat on their plates would be taken away by that little guy before they could even raise their chopsticks. Many disciples hadn't eaten meat for 2 or 3 days and had almost forgotten the taste of meat. It was mealtime again. Before the dishes were all ready, Su Xiaoma sneaked into the kitchen. He put a big bowl on the table and whispered, "Do, give me a few pieces of meat first. I'll eat at the back of the mountain." Just as he finished speaking, Li Fei and Tianqi also sneaked in. The two of them smelled the fragrance of the meat that they hadn't eaten for 2 days and immediately started drooling. "Give me some too," the two of them said at the same time. Just like that, because of little Long Long's existence, it became difficult for the Iron Bone disciples to eat meat, and they became very careful. But it was useless, the little guy was very sensitive to Lu Wancher's cooking. As a matter of fact, Su Xiaoma and the other two carefully carried the food to the back of the mountain. Just as they placed it on a rock and hadn't picked up their chopsticks, little Long Long rushed over with a whoosh. I can't take it anymore, clang clang clang. In order to protect the meat in their bowls, Su Xiaoma and the other two took out their cold-edged swords and poured their spiritual energy into them. Their eyes flashed fiercely. Seeing this, little Long Long shook its body and suddenly spat out flames that were 2 to 3 meters high. In an instant, the surrounding temperature rose sharply. "Senior brother, this vegetable tastes really good. Try it. This bean sprouts is also not bad. Dudu's vegetarian dishes are no worse than the meat dishes. Just eat vegetarian dishes in the future. Why eat meat?" Su Xiaoma and the other two sat on the grass in the distance. They held the rice and happily picked up the vegetarian dishes on the plate. They ate with great relish. Whoosh, little Long Long retracted its flames and opened its mouth to eat all the meat in the bowl. It even licked the oil off the bowl clean. After watching the little guy walk away, Su Xiaoma and the other two used their chopsticks to eat the rice and shed tears of grievance. The fire dragon really could eat. It ate a few hundred kilograms of meat a day like it was playing, and the more it ate, the more it ate. It ate until the Iron Bone disciples had no meat to eat. It wasn't that Xianxia couldn't afford meat, but that the way it ate, the meat in the town couldn't supply it. Could it be that he had to go to the city to buy meat? Xianxia didn't waste time going to the town every few days while cultivating, but it was a bit far to go back and forth to the city. Send disciples to buy it. It wasn't that it was impossible, but according to the way the little dragon ate, how many space rings would he have to bring? Ironbone Mountain is so big, there are many birds and beasts, we can let it hunt to fill its stomach. Xianxia muttered. It would definitely be very expensive to raise this kind of big eater, so he could only throw it into the forest and let it roam freely. The system said, the fire dragon cub was just born not long ago, its strength is not strong enough. If it encounters a high-level beast, I'm afraid it will be dead. Xianxia's mouth twitched, the flames that erupted as soon as it was born can burn little Mo unconscious, isn't that strong enough? The system said, Disciple knew that it was the host's contract beast. Firstly, I didn't guard against it, and secondly, I didn't want to hurt it. Otherwise, I could have easily taken it down. These words hit the nail on the head. Su Xiaoma and Tianqi's strength was comparable to a martial master, so they could easily trample on the fire dragon. However, since it was the sect leader's contract beast, they would rather eat vegetables than lose face. As the saying goes, before you hit a dog, you have to look at its owner. Xianxia said, You mean, let the little dragon continue to eat in the sect? The system said, it can eat for a period of time, and when its strength increases and it has the power to protect itself, it can be thrown into the mountains to hunt on its own. Xianxia was silent for a moment, and said, That's fine too. Leaving the little guy alone in the mountains, even if it was Ironbone Mountain, he was still a little worried. At most, he could bring more space rings and buy tens of thousands of kilograms of beast meat. No more. Let's go to Death Valley and kill some big beasts. Sect leader. At this moment, Su Xiaoma rushed in from the outside, his face was either excited or sad, and said, The little dragon was frozen by senior sister. What? Xianxia hurried out of the hall. On the martial arts practice field, Lu Qianqian's face was cold. The cold air in her hands had not been completely withdrawn, and the surrounding air was extremely cold. Although many disciples were standing outside, because of the low temperature, they hugged their hands and shivered. There was also a small ice sculpture on the training field, and the little dragon was sealed within it, running on all fours. What's going on? Xianxia asked. Su Xiaoma said, Big senior sister went to the cafeteria to eat. Little Long Long ate the meat in her dish, and then this happened. Xianxia said in a speechless manner, You're courting death. That little guy really had guts. He actually dared to snatch the iceberg woman's meat. He deserved to be frozen. Ka ka ka. A moment later, the seal was removed, and the ice layer fell off piece by piece. The little fellow fell to the ground, and its entire body began to twitch from the cold. Achoo! The next day, the little fellow laid on its master's shoulder, sneezing nonstop. A fire-type beast was frozen like this. It could be seen that our big senior sister's ice attribute was still very strong. Xianxia shook his head and said, "In the sect, you can provoke anyone, but never that woman." Squeak squeak. Little Long Long roared in dissatisfaction. Heh. My contract beast is still quite, xiao. Suddenly, the little fellow crawled into its clothes in fear. Why? Because Lu Qianqian walked out of the inner court. I thought you were very manly, but in the end, you became a coward in less than a second. Sect Master. Lu Qianqian said lightly, this contract beast of yours keeps snatching the junior brother's meat. This is not a solution. When the disciples who were cultivating in the martial arts practice field heard their big senior sister's words, sadness instantly surged into their hearts, and they suddenly had the urge to cry. Although Lu Wancher's culinary skills were very strong, and although eating vegetarian dishes was good for health, she was still a carnivore after all. Not eating meat for a few days really made her feel terrible. I'm also thinking about this problem. Jun Changxiao said, later, order people to go to Qingyang City to buy enough beast meat, so that everyone can eat meat and drink soup. The disciples were overjoyed. Sima Zhongda volunteered and raised his hand, saying, Sect Master, I once sold meat, so I understand the price. I'm willing to go to Qingyang City to buy. Okay. Jun Changxiao calculated the storage capacity of a normal spatial ring, then gave Sima Zhongda 20 pills and a large sum of money, and let him go down the mountain to buy. Dusk came. Sima Zhongda returned, and his spatial ring was filled with 20,000 pounds of meat. Even if he ate 500 pounds a day, it was enough to last him for a month. 1 pound of meat is 10 taels, 20,000 pounds is 200,000 taels, that's 2,400,000 taels a year. Jun Changxiao was a bit mad. A sect with more than 500 people, eating so much money in a year, what reason did they have to not continue to earn money to support their family? Sect Master. Li Luoqiu walked in from outside, saying, there's news from Huyang City, the AI clan wants to go to the 8th grade Lingyang County to auction pills. Jun Changxiao was stunned, saying, why isn't the auction in Qingyang County? Li Luoqiu said, rumor has it that a big clan in Lingyang County is willing to spend a lot of money to invite the AI clan to auction healing pills. Sect Master. Li Qingyang reported, the AI clan's clan master is outside, requesting an audience. Li Luoqiu already knew that AI Shang was coming to the sect, but before she could say anything, he was already here. He was really fast. Please come in. AI Shang entered the main hall, and after a short conversation, he first handed over the recently prepared herbs and high-quality seeds, and then told them about the matter of going to Lingyang County. Clan Master AI. Jun Changxiao said, why are you going to Lingyang County? AI Shang smiled, the Qian clan of Lingyang County is willing to pay a high price, hoping that our AI clan can hold a pill auction in their auction house. Qian clan, they must be very rich, AI Shang said with a smile, I have a good relationship with the Qian clan's clan master, so I can only accept the invitation and choose to hold the next auction in Lingyang County. When he received the Qian clan's invitation, he was already tempted. After all, Qingyang County was too small, and if he auctioned in an 8th grade county, he would definitely be able to get a higher price. Businessmen valued profits. If he could sell healing pills and body-shaping pills at a higher price, he would naturally be willing to go to an economically developed area. I see. Jun Changxiao thought for a while, then took out 20 healing pills and 10 bottles of body-shaping pills, saying, Lingyang County is quite far, and it won't be easy to go there. Clan Master AI, please sell more. AI Shang was overjoyed. Including the previous ones, he had 70 healing pills and 20 body-shaping pills. He would definitely be able to return from Lingyang County with a bountiful harvest. The two chatted for a while more before Clan Master AI stood up and left. After Jun Changxiao sent him off, he murmured, I need money now, so I hope Clan Master AI can bring enough silver for this trip to Lingyang County. Clap. He clapped his hands and said, there's enough meat, I can cultivate in peace now. However, unexpectedly, the little dragon's appetite decreased a lot the next day. It only ate a few kilograms of meat and looked listless. Was it sick from the cold? Another day passed, and the little guy was sleeping in its temporary nest in the study. Xianxia was even more worried. The system said, "Host, don't worry, this little guy should be hibernating." Hibernating my ass. It's only autumn right now, the system said. Some special beasts in the falling star continent will enter deep sleep from time to time. Fire dragon should be one of them. It's not sick? No. That's good. Xianxia asked, what's the benefit of deep sleep? The system said, beasts will be able to better understand the nature of heaven and earth in deep sleep, thus increasing their strength. This is called sleep evolution. Hearing that it could increase strength and evolve, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Then, as if he understood something, he said, the little dragon didn't grow after eating so much food, is it because it lacks sleep to evolve? The system said, in theory, yes. Xianxia rubbed his hands and said, the so-called sleep evolution, how long does it take? 3 to 5 months if it's fast, 3 to 500 years if it's slow. 3 to 500 years, Xianxia almost fainted. If the little guy was the slowest, by the time it woke up from its deep sleep, he would have either self-destructed, or the Iron Bone sect would have been developed into the strongest sect in the falling star continent. P.S. 4th update, please recommend, please subscribe. Senior brother, have you eaten meat today? Yes, it's delicious. Little dragon fell into a deep sleep and no longer came to snatch the meat. The atmosphere in Iron Bone immediately became happy, and the disciples were all happy when they met and greeted each other. Of course. Not everyone was happy because of the fire dragon's sleep. For example, Lu Wancher sat at the dining table and said while holding her chin, Sect leader, when will little dragon wake up? Xianxia ate a mouthful of food and said, it should take 2 to 3 months. Lu Wancher said, I heard that many special beasts can evolve through sleep. I really hope that little dragon can maintain its original state, otherwise it won't be cute. Xianxia almost spat out the food he was eating. I burned so much money to let it grow up quickly so that it can guard the house. You want it to maintain its original state, what are you doing, speaking of which? This girl actually knew about sleep evolution, how surprising. Oh right, sect leader. Lu Wancher smiled and said, recently, I have been researching dishes that can increase strength value. Now that I have succeeded, do you want to try it? Dishes that increase strength value? Xianxia was stunned. Lu Wancher said proudly, this is something that I researched myself. After eating it, it can increase strength value for a certain period of time, and there are no side effects. So powerful? Xianxia was startled, and said, come, let me try it. Wait a moment, I'll go get it. Lu Wancher entered the kitchen, then walked over with the lunchbox, and said, I just made this morning, it's not cold yet, sect leader, eat it while it's hot. Opening the lunchbox, the food inside was no different from usual. Xianxia couldn't help but question in his heart, food can also increase strength value, isn't this Taishan fantasy? The system said, the host is originally living in a fantasy world. That makes sense, I actually have nothing to say. Xianxia raised his chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth, slowly chewing it, then he was dumbstruck. Fragrant but not fat, tender but not greasy, oh my god, it was simply too delicious. Xianxia chewed again and again, his mood fluctuating along with the delicious food. At that moment, his soul seemed to have flown out of his body. At times, he seemed to be standing in the sky, at other times, he seemed to be standing on the peak of a mountain, and at other times, he seemed to be swimming freely in the ocean. Wasn't it a little too exaggerated to be able to eat until one's soul was floating? If you think it's too exaggerated, you can try Stephen Chow's movie Culinary God or watch China's Little Master. Xianxia lowered his head and began to gobble down the food. Although his actions looked inelegant, he had the highest respect for such delicacies. The only thing he could do was to eat it all. He couldn't afford to waste anything. As the delicious food continued to enter his stomach, a gush of heat energy erupted in his body, and his strength increased accordingly. This? Xianxia was shocked. Although the conversion of heat into power was very slow, it was a solid improvement. It's too magical. Taishan is a fantasy. The system couldn't help but exclaim. In the falling star continent, there were pills that could increase one's strength, but to increase it by a bowl of rice was extremely rare. In the end, Jun Changxiao finished all the meat dishes in the box, including the soup, and stood up. Gotcha, he clenched his fists, full of strength. Lu Wancher blinked her big eyes and said, "Leader, how do you feel?" Jun Changxiao said, "Crooked-rigged." Although he didn't understand the meaning of that sentence, judging from the leader's expression, he must be very satisfied. Lu Wancher smiled and said, "According to my speculation, this bowl of rice can increase one's strength by about 20%. That's about right." Jun Changxiao didn't test it, but he roughly estimated that his strength had increased from 100,000 to 120,000. Eating a bowl of rice could increase his strength by 20,000. If he didn't experience it himself, it would be unbelievable. Beep. Beep, Jun Changxiao said, "How long does this effect last?" Lu Wancher held her chin and said, "I've just researched it. It's still in the experimental stage, so I can't confirm the time. So it's a test." Wait a minute, Jun Changxiao's expression changed, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "You're treating me as a lab rat?" Hee hee. Lu Wancher smiled mischievously and said, "Leader is strong, so I naturally have to try it. Besides, it's just a meal, there won't be any problems. In this world, if someone could avoid punishment because they made a mistake, then there was only one kind." The lowly smile, Jun Changxiao patted her head and said, "Seeing that the food is good, I won't pursue it." However, just as he finished speaking, the strength that increased suddenly retracted back. His legs went soft, and he laid on the chair uncontrollably. "Leader," Lu Wancher said anxiously, "what happened to you?" Jun Changxiao said, I don't have any strength, and I'm dizzy." As he spoke, his eyes rolled back, and white foam came out of his mouth. This scared Lu Wancher, and she hurriedly shouted, "Not good, not good, leader is going to die." Leader Jun, who could still hold on for a while, heard the last sentence of the little girl, and directly laid on the table and fainted. "What happened? What happened?" Su Xiaoma was the first to rush over. When he saw Leader Jun, who had rolled his eyes and was foaming, he said in shock, "Was he burned by Little Dragon?" "That's not right, isn't that little guy hibernating?" Swoosh, at this moment, Li Qingyang rushed over. When he saw that Leader Jun's situation wasn't good, he immediately carried him and ran towards the medicine hall. Outside the medicine hall, all the disciples were waiting anxiously. Lu Wancher sat on the stairs, and her head was buried between her legs. Bean-sized teardrops dripped down one by one, and her eyes were swollen from crying. "Don't cry." Lu Qianxian, who was leaning on the door, said indifferently. "Woo, woo." Lu Wancher lost control of her emotions and cried, "Senior sister, it's all my fault, I let Leader Jun get sick from eating." Lu Qianxian said, "Leader Jun's life is tough, and he can withstand the torment. He should be fine." If Leader Jun, who was in a coma, heard this, he would definitely open his eyes and faint again. Creak. After a while, the medicine hall's door was pushed open, and Elder Wei walked out and said, "Leader Jun is fine, he just got food poisoning." Although he wasn't a doctor, he still had some medical skills after dealing with herbs all day long. Phew, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Elder Wei said, "He will be fine after resting for 2 to 3 months." Everyone almost fell over. "My Elder Wei, my Hall Master Wei, resting for 2 to 3 months, and you call it fine?" Little girl Lu. Elder Wei said, "Did you add burdock, clove, and green powder into the food?" Lu Wancher stopped crying and said in surprise, "Elder Wei, how did you know?" Elder Wei shook his head and said, "These 3 herbs can be used as seasoning. It's fine if you put them alone, but when they are added together, they will produce poison. If it's mild, you will feel weak and foaming at the mouth like Leader Jun, but if it's severe, it will be life-threatening." Ah. Lu Wancher opened her mouth. Elder Wei said, "From tomorrow onwards, I will teach you how to identify herbs and their effects, so you won't get food poisoning if you mix them randomly." That's good. Everyone agreed. Leader Jun's life is tough, and he can withstand the torment, but we can't. If Junior Marshal Sister Lu used herbs as seasoning and created a fatal poison, then we will really die. If the unconscious Jun Changxiao knew what his disciples were thinking, he would definitely take out a knife and cut himself to let them know what it meant to have a weak life and not be able to withstand the torment. N. Lu Wancher said seriously. Although she was a gold-ranked chef, she wasn't a pharmacist. When developing food that could increase one's strength, they would often consider the effects and neglect the toxicity caused by mixing herbs. Thus, she had to study well. Then, here comes the question. When Leader Jun was eating, his soul would fly up and down, and then run through the sea. Was the food too delicious, or was it a sign of food poisoning? Although the food that Lu Wancher researched could increase combat strength, due to the wrong combination of ingredients, it produced poison that poisoned Sect leader Jun. Of course. Elder Wei said that it would take 2 to 3 months to recover, but that was only for normal people. Jun Changxiao, who had gone through all sorts of body tempering, only needed to rest for 2 to 3 days to recover. What did that mean? That's right, his life was tough and he could take it. Sect leader. In the study room, Lu Wancher was like a child who had made a mistake, lowering her head and blaming herself. Sorry, I was wrong, I am willing to accept the punishment. How could Jun Changxiao bear to punish this cute lowly? Furthermore, researching the strength-increasing food had good intentions, but there was a mistake in the process. Learn from Elder Wei properly, that is your punishment, Jun Changxiao said. If it were any of the other disciples, they might have lost their lives. He had to let the little girl properly understand the medicinal herbs. N. Lu Wancher knew that this was not a punishment, so she told herself that she had to work hard to learn about herbs. Jun Changxiao said, don't waste the strength-increasing food, continue researching. Although the strength-increasing food could not be compared to the strength-increasing talisman, it did not cost contribution points, which was its biggest advantage. She had to continue researching. Sect leader. Lu Wancher said, I am afraid that there will be more problems. Jun Changxiao rested his arms on the table and rubbed his chin with his fingers. He began to preach, you can't choose to give up just because of one failure. Only by continuously trying can you truly succeed. I understand. With the support of the sect leader, Lu Wancher once again built up her confidence. Furthermore, she had a higher chance of creating a safe and harmless strength-increasing food. As Elder Wei's understanding of herbs was too professional, in just one day, she had a complete understanding of many herbs. What are you waiting for? Go and learn. Oh. Lu Wancher hurried to the herb garden to find Yao Lao. Jun Changxiao held his chin and muttered, to be able to combine normal herbs and ingredients to create a strength-increasing food, this little girl is not simple. Where did he come from? Jun Changxiao's understanding of Lu Wancher was limited to her being chased by a group of villains in Azure Sun City before he saved her. No. There was also an understanding. Lu Qianxian had once said that the Ouyang family of the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City had done a lot of research on food and could make dishes that could improve martial arts. Could it be that Dudu is a direct descendant of the Ouyang family of the Heavenly Mandate Royal City? Jun Changxiao murmured. If that was the case, she would not be called Lu Wancher, but Ouyang XX. AI. Jun Changxiao sighed and said, none of my disciples seem to be simple. As the sect master, they actually don't know anything. For example, Lu Qianxian and Yi Xingchen. In fact, he could have sent people to the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City to investigate, and they would have more or less gained something, but he had never thought of doing so. In Sect Master Jun's view, no matter what stories the disciples had or what secrets they had, since they had entered the Iron Bone clan, they were disciples of the Iron Bone clan. As long as they were loyal to the clan, all he could do was provide a safe haven for them to become stronger without distraction. It was really hard to find such a sect master in the Falling Star continent, but Iron Bone might be a little unsafe. Because Heian County had completely exploded. The patriarch of the sixth-rate Qishan sect had not returned to the clan for almost half a month after the grand competition of the sects. Many higher-ups of the clan had also disappeared with Patriarch Liao. This was not normal. There must be something fishy about this. I heard that after the grand competition of the sects, many forces could not accept that an eighth-rate disciple from an outer county won the championship, so they sent people to chase after him. Patriarch Liao and the higher-ups of the various clans have not returned yet. Could it be that they have entered Azure Sun County? Impossible. According to the news, the higher-ups of the various clans had already stopped the Iron Bone disciples in Heian County. Although that Xiao Ziji is not bad, he is still a martial disciple. Facing a Wuzong like Patriarch Liao, he would not be able to fight back. Since that is the case, why hasn't he returned after half a month? Could it be that an accident happened? Don't tell me that the Iron Bone disciples killed Patriarch Liao and the others instead? Xianxia's great elder has temporarily taken over the clan's affairs. He has already organized a large group of disciples to go down the mountain to search. The other clans have also used their own power and connections. I believe there will be news soon. A sixth-rate patriarch had not returned and the higher-ups of the various clans were nowhere to be found. This immediately became a hot topic in Heian County. But no matter how much discussion there was, it was hard to imagine that he had died in the hands of Iron Bone. Although Jun Changxiao had destroyed the corpses, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. If the cultivators of the various clans continued to investigate, there would be a day when they would be exposed. Naturally, he would have thought of this and made preparations early on. While the various clans of Heian County were searching in full swing, he ordered the members of the Drizzle Hall to start spreading rumors. What rumors? Half a month ago, a strange phenomenon occurred in a mountain forest in Heian County. It was suspected that a treasure had appeared. Once this news was spread, it instantly spread like wildfire in Heian County. It even overshadowed the news of the disappearance of Patriarch Liao and the others. In a world where martial arts were respected, it was normal for strange phenomena, the appearance of a treasure, or the discovery of a cave or tomb left behind by an almighty person. When such things happened, cultivators would rush like ducks to the point that they would not hesitate to lose their lives. If one wanted to become a powerful cultivator, hard work was indispensable. Fortuitous encounters were even more indispensable. Many cultivators with dreams, in order to obtain various fortuitous encounters, stood on cliffs and bravely jumped off, but in the end, they ended up with their bodies crushed. But then again, what was the purpose of Jun Changxiao creating this rumor? It must be to let the people of Heian County think that the disappearance of Patriarch Liao and the others was related to the appearance of a treasure. As expected, as the news spread, the cultivators started to guess that the patriarch of Qishan's sect and the higher-ups of the various clans had not returned. Could it be that they had gone to look for the treasure? I heard that the treasure appeared in a valley. The ground cracked, revealing a cave entrance, and then disappeared after a few hours. If that is the case, Patriarch Liao and the others must have found the cave entrance and went in to look for the treasure. That is why they have not returned yet. That is most likely the case. The cultivators of Heian County were led astray by the rumors spread by Jun Changxiao. Some people would ask, what about their intelligence? How could they believe a random rumor as the truth? Sorry. Since Jun Changxiao was playing this trick, he would definitely make the rumor seem like the truth. Otherwise, how could he fool people? Moreover, he did not expect to rely on the appearance of the treasure to deceive everyone. He only hoped that the clans of Heian County would investigate him later and buy time for Chongqiang. After Qishan Sect and the other clans heard the rumors, although they were skeptical, they still put their attention on the treasure and started to search the mountains and valleys. There was no other way. Without a thorough investigation, who would have thought that an eighth-rate sect would come all the way here, kill Patriarch Liao and the others, and then return so casually? Heian County was in an uproar because of the appearance of the treasure. It would be difficult for Qishan Sect and the other sects to find Iron Bone in a short period of time. Whether it was a few months or a few years, it would undoubtedly buy Jun Changxiao a lot of time to become stronger. At that time, even if they killed their way over, they would have nothing to fear. In order to survive in this cruel world, one must have strength and tricks. Otherwise, how would one be able to survive? After spreading the rumors, Jun Changxiao completed a hidden mission. It was also related to an idiom called rumors and received 100 contribution points. How wonderful! Lingyang County was also bustling with activity. The news that the AI family had set up the auction in Lingyang County spread and caused a huge commotion. The healing pill and shaping pill had become famous after several auctions. When the various sects found out about the auction time, they had already begun to prepare. Especially for the shaping pill, neither Heian County nor Lingyang County had anything to do with Jun Changxiao. He was in charge of the sect and continued to cultivate and nurture disciples. Little Long Long was still asleep and no one knew when it would wake up. Iron Bone disciples hoped that the little guy would sleep a little longer. Otherwise, they would have no meat to eat. Who? After training in the Tower of Experience for 4 hours, Xianxia returned to his residence with a sore body and opened the system shop. I have 835 contribution points now. Why don't I refresh the points? As soon as this thought arose, he couldn't suppress his OCD and opened the system store. The old items were replaced by new ones. After looking at the first few rows, Sect leader June felt a chill in his heart. After looking at the last few rows, he almost jumped up in excitement. High-grade low-tier movement technique, cloud treading steps, middle-grade high-tier mental cultivation technique, sound transmission technique. There was also a pill formula, middle-grade healing pill. The cloud treading steps was a movement technique created by an unknown expert. When comprehended to the extreme, one could leap dozens of feet. It was an essential skill for high-altitude parkour. The spirit sound technique was also very powerful. After cultivating it, one could establish a connection with the Sect's disciples. It wasn't difficult to send a message from 1,000 miles away. The most explosive item was the medium-grade healing pill, which was the upgraded version of the beginner-grade healing pill. It could quickly heal an injured martial master or Wuzong-grade martial artist. When Xianxia finished reading the introductions one by one, he patted his face and said, "Am I dreaming?" Under the influence of OCD, 3 items related to martial arts were refreshed at once. This was absolutely like a dream. Hit with all your might. If it hurts, it won't be a dream, the system said. F***ck off. Xianxia wouldn't really hit him. Instead, he put his hands on his hips and laughed, "Ha ha ha, I've finally escaped from the European Union. 2 cultivation techniques and 1 pill formula. Any one of them would have been a huge profit. Who would have thought that he would get them all at once?" His luck was really off the charts. The system said it should be related to increasing your luck by 1 point. Xianxia's mouth twitched. 0 points turned into 1 point, and 3 points were spawned at once. No matter how he looked at it, it was impossible, of course. Sect leader June calmed down and looked at the prices one by one. He frowned because the prices were not cheap. Cloud steps 100 contribution points. Sound transmission technique 200 contribution points. Middle grade healing pill 500 contribution points. There were still 825 points left. If he bought them all, then there would only be a pitiful 25 points left. Being trapped in the stone golem's territory, if he had the cloud steps, he would have directly jumped out. The sound transmission technique could allow disciples to communicate with each other, especially in terms of information transmission. He definitely had to buy it. The middle-grade healing pill could save Wushi and Wuzong. Even if the price was 1,000 points, he wouldn't hesitate to buy it. So, take them all. Ding. Host has spent 100 contribution points and obtained Cloud Steps X1. It has been transported into the space ring. Ding. Host has spent 200 contribution points and obtained Sound Transmission Technique X1. Ding. Host has spent 500 contribution points and obtained Middle Grade Healing Pill Formula X1. Ding. Sect Contribution Points, 251000. After buying all 3 items, the system automatically matched the Cloud Steps and the Sound Transmission Technique to the Sect's Cultivation Technique. The pill formula was also automatically matched to the Alchemy Pavilion. Now that he had 2 cultivation techniques, he definitely had to copy them. Xianxia spent 20 points and copied 1,000 books each. In the end, he was only left with 5 contribution points. This was definitely the lowest level left after leveling up to the 2nd level of the sect. "I don't feel safe at all," Xianxia muttered, then opened the Alchemy Pavilion and clicked on the middle grade healing pill. Whoosh! The refining window popped up. The middle grade healing pill required 8 types of medicinal herbs. Because there were no materials, all of them were displayed as 0. Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, "Looks like I have to make a trip to the AI family's medicinal shop." As he spoke, he took out the Cloud Steps and flipped through it. A high-grade movement technique was definitely stronger than the Ghost Steps. Furthermore, It had inherited the advantage of being easy to learn from the shop's cultivation technique. Xianxia only needed to follow the chants and steps for an hour before he had a preliminary understanding. The reason why he could learn so quickly was definitely related to the top-grade spirit root. Many disciples find it difficult to master the ghost steps. I can make them all change to the cloud steps, Xianxia muttered. He took out the sound transmission technique again. This was a mental cultivation technique. To be precise, it was a mental cultivation technique. After cultivating it successfully, one could establish a mental connection with martial artists who cultivated this technique and transmit their voices over a long distance. To put it bluntly, it was equipped with an invisible phone. As long as one was within a certain distance, signal, one could communicate with others instantly. It was a pity that there was no QQ or WeChat function. He could not send text messages, nor could he compete in pictures. It was a pity. Of course. The understanding of the sound transmission technique determined the communication distance. To be able to reach the level of sound transmission technique from 1,000 miles away, one would probably have to cultivate it to the extreme. If the members of the Drizzle Hall learn this cultivation technique, they will definitely feel great. Xianxia grinned. 2 cultivation techniques, a pill formula, and a whim refresh. The harvest was quite huge. Let's cultivate the cloud steps first. Xianxia sat down cross-legged and calmed his excited mood. Then, he began a night of comprehension. The next day, early morning, the disciples walked out of the room and headed to the martial arts practice field in the outer court one after another. However, just as they gathered, someone shouted, "Look, the sect leader is up there." Up there, everyone looked up and saw the sect leader standing on top of the main hall. The breeze blew, causing the corners of his clothes to sway. Why was the sect leader standing up there early in the morning? Could it be that he was cultivating his mind by looking at the scenery? Shush! At this moment, Xianxia tipped his toes and flew more than 10 feet high like a swallow. He then landed on the roof of the side building. This? Everyone was dumbfounded. The main hall and the side building were at least 20 feet apart. Not only did the sect leader jump over, but he also jumped so high that it felt as though he was flying. Shush! 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 Xianxia swung his knee and ran along the roof of the side building in large strides. He jumped and leaped, looking very much like parkour. The disciples were more and more shocked as they watched. Although the sect leader's speed was not very fast, his movements were natural and unrestrained. It felt as though he was strolling in the clouds. Ta! Xianxia ran one round and landed on the roof of the training room. He exerted a little force with his right leg, and not only did he jump, but he also flew toward the roof of the main hall. SSS, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The distance between the training room and the main hall was at least 50 feet. There was also an entrance to the inner court in between. If the sect leader wanted to jump over, it would be no different from flying over. Shush! Xianxia, who was flying, had his hands behind his back. The breeze blew his black hair away, revealing his handsome face. It was a perfect example of what it meant to be coquettish. Sect leader, boom. Aya. He did not fly over and directly hit the pillar of the main hall. Xianxia only cultivated for one night. Although he couldn't jump from the training room to the main hall, it was enough to show that the cloud-traversing steps bought from the store was much stronger than the ghost-traversing steps. Sect leader must be using a movement technique. He's so cool. It feels like he's flying. After the morning exercise, the disciples discussed the scene of their sect leader running on the roof of the outer courtyard. Their eyes were full of admiration and envy. There was no need to be envious. After sect leader Jun's face stopped hurting, he walked out of the main hall and distributed the cloud-traversing steps and the sound transmission technique. The disciples who received the 2 techniques were all excited. Thank you, sect leader. Everyone cheered in unison. At this point, Iron Bone had an additional movement technique and a spiritual technique. It could be said that it was more comprehensive. As a technique from the store, as long as the disciples learned it, they would naturally be restricted. Whether they betrayed or were expelled, they would be stripped of all memories. It was this restriction that allowed Xianxia to copy it without restraint and distribute it to the disciples unconditionally. Yi Xingchen also received a technique. He opened the cloud traversing steps and saw that it was only a low-level high-grade technique. Disdain appeared between his brows. After a while, he said in surprise, "This movement technique is even stronger than the crossing dragon traversing steps that I cultivated." Whether the technique was good or not, it was terrible to compare. Our Lord Knight Monarch came to a conclusion from the incantation and the steps. As for the sound transmission technique, it was even more shocking. After entering the martial king realm, one would condense spiritual thoughts and be able to transmit sound at the soul level. But to do it in advance in the form of a technique was a little scary. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Knight Emperor was once a martial emperor, so after knowing the effect of the sound transmission technique, he was even more shocked than the other disciples. Calm down and cultivate, because the sect master had issued 2 cultivation methods. The disciples of the Iron Bone sect temporarily gave up on going to the training tower and focused all their attention on cultivating their martial arts. A few days later, pulling up the camera and looking down, one could see the disciples using the cloud-traversing steps and jumping around on the roof of the outer courtyard. Su Xianxia and Li Fei, who were extremely talented in movement techniques, jumped from the training room to the main hall after 3 to 5 days of comprehension. Li Tian also jumped over, but he did not succeed. He screamed miserably as he crashed into the pillar of the main hall and fell down. After making a choice, the members of Drizzle Hall gave up on ghost treading steps and began to cultivate cloud treading steps. Sect leader Li Luoqiu smiled and said, "This movement technique of yours is completely tailor-made for my Drizzle Hall." "What about the sound transmission technique?" Jun Changxiao asked. "That's true." Li Luoqiu stood on a rock at the back of the mountain and murmured in his heart. She had already mastered the sound transmission technique. Although she had just started, she was able to communicate with Jun Changxiao in the main hall. It was only a few hundred feet away. As one's comprehension deepened, the distance between them would definitely increase. At that time, one would be standing in the sect, while the other would be standing in the Green Sun City, and they would be able to communicate spiritually. Cloud treading steps, sound transmission technique. To the members of Drizzle Hall, these 2 martial arts were definitely tailor-made for them. In the future, they would be able to move faster, and it would be easier for them to communicate with each other. He had also experienced the effect of the sound transmission technique in his daily life. For example, "Senior brother, let's go to the canteen for a meal." "Wait a minute, I'm changing my clothes." 2 disciples, one in the outer yard and the other in the inner yard, were communicating through voice transmission. "Junior brother Yi, do you want to go to the training pagoda together?" Xiao Ziji was also communicating with Yi Xingchen through the sound transmission technique. After a long while, Lord Knight Emperor replied, "Yes." Sect leader, "Senior brother, junior brother, it's time to eat." Lu Wancher could communicate spiritually with everyone. There was no need for her to stand at the door and shout every day. The sound transmission technique made it more convenient for the Iron Bone disciples to communicate with each other on a daily basis. Get the members of Drizzle Hall to cultivate and strive to be able to communicate with each other via voice transmission in any area of the Green Sun County, Jun Changxiao said. The true value of the sound transmission technique could only be perfectly reflected in the transmission of information. Li Luoqiu said, "We should be able to do it in about a month." "Okay." Jun Changxiao nodded. He then handed over the sect affairs to her and set off for Huyang City. Shush. 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 Using the cloud-treading steps, sect leader Jun dashed through the mountains. Occasionally, he would jump up from a towering tree and slanted to another tree several tens of zhang away. 20 minutes later, Jun Changxiao stopped at the entrance of Huyang City. In the past, it would take 30 to 40 minutes to reach Huyang City by relying on the ghost-treading steps. One had to know. Relying on the insight talisman, Jun Changxiao's understanding of the ghost-treading steps was at its peak. He had only cultivated the cloud-treading steps for 4 to 5 days. He was still far from reaching its peak. AI Family's medicine shop. AI Xianxia hurried over and cupped his hands, saying, "Sect leader Jun has come to visit. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Since the family head had gone to Lingyang County, he was temporarily in charge of the AI family's affairs. Every time he saw Jun Changxiao, Xianxia would sigh in his heart. This was because before they established a cooperative relationship, they had a conflict. He often pondered. If he had lost to him at that time and was unwilling to accept it, he would have brought his family members to find trouble with him. If that had escalated the conflict, what would the situation be now, thinking about the ending of the Spirit Spring Sect and the crushing defeat of the vast Qi Sect? The conclusion that Xianxia came to was that the family would either suffer a great loss, or be destroyed. Elder AI. Jun Changxiao handed over a list of medicinal ingredients and said, "Do you have the ingredients on this list in stock?" Xianxia took it, lowered his head and looked at it carefully. He said solemnly, "Sect leader Jun, these 8 medicinal ingredients are all high-grade medicinal ingredients. The price is not cheap. Money is not a problem." Jun Changxiao said. Xianxia said, "Sect leader Jun, please wait a moment. I will let shopkeeper Ma see how many medicinal ingredients we have in the warehouse." 8 medicinal ingredients for 1 set. Understood. Not long after, Xianxia returned and said, "After counting, our AI family can only gather 20 sets of these 8 medicinal ingredients for the time being." Although 20 sets were few, it was better than nothing. Jun Changxiao said, "How much?" 20 sets of medicinal ingredients will cost 200,000 taels. Xianxia said. Jun Changxiao was stunned. So expensive? A set of medicinal ingredients for a low-grade healing pill was only a few hundred taels. A set of medicinal ingredients for a mid-grade healing pill was 10,000 taels. The difference was too big. The system said, "How can a medicinal pill for a meridian opening martial disciple be compared to a medicinal pill for a martial master Wuzong? It cannot be compared. Isn't it right that it is so expensive?" It made a lot of sense, Jun Changxiao said. "Elder AI, Jun wants all 20 sets of medicinal ingredients. Let's sign the contract." Okay. They drew up the contract and signed it. Goodbye. After getting what he wanted, Jun Changxiao returned to the sect. What made him speechless was that he had been refining mid-grade healing pills since he left Huyang City. It was not until the next day that he finished refining all 20 pills. It took so long to refine from low-grade to mid-grade. Taking out the large healing pill, Jun Changxiao muttered, "If this thing were to be sold in the market, it would be worth at least 3 to 5 million. In the Falling Star continent, the chances of high-level cultivators being injured were much higher than low-level cultivators. Why? Because low-level cultivators were cautious and kept a low profile when they went out. High-level cultivators were arrogant and were more likely to cause trouble or take risks. Therefore, the middle-grade healing pills were targeted at martial masters and Wuzong. Although they were not as popular as meridian opening and martial disciples, they were definitely easier to sell. If it wasn't for the long journey, sect leader Jun might have given a few pills to the AI family head so that he could auction them off. The cultivation technique was distributed and the pills were refined. Another matter was put on the agenda. That was to recruit disciples. It was strange. Since the last recruitment of 500 disciples, no one had signed up. This made Jun Changxiao depressed. "I've already stepped on the vast Qi sect. Shouldn't the youths of Azure Sun County flock to me? Why are they so short-sighted?" It wasn't that the people of Azure Sun County were short-sighted. After the recruitment of the 100 sects, most of the suitable youths had already joined the sect. The remaining few had very poor aptitudes and didn't even have low-grade spiritual roots. Moreover, sect leader Jun's advertisement was only in Azure Sun City and Huyang City. In the other 6 cities, even if there were parents who wanted to send their children to Iron Bone, they were afraid of the vast Qi sect and the 100 sect alliance. Currently, there were very few youths in Azure Sun County who were suitable to join the sect. Because of the many fears, it would be very difficult to recruit disciples. No. Jun Changxiao said, "We have to recruit as soon as possible. Even if we don't start the sect's mission, we can at least get a few hundred contribution points." With only 5 contribution points, he didn't dare to open the Spirit Array and the Sect Protection Array because they would be burned out in 2 days. After some planning, sect leader Jun decided that he couldn't wait for others to sign up. He had to take the initiative and go to the various cities to advertise. There were 8 cities in Azure Sun County. The other 6 cities had to be visited one by one, so he would go to Liang City first. I've sinned. Jun Changxiao said, you go with me. Yes. Xiao Ziji obeyed. If it had been in the past, he might have felt conflicted about going to Liang City. However, now that his cultivation had risen and the fallen geniuses had regained their former glory, he naturally wouldn't mind. Jun Changxiao selected a few more disciples. Most of them were from the outer sect. Their aptitudes were also very ordinary, but their strength was at the level of 3rd to 5th grade martial disciple. He wanted to tell the world that if they joined the Iron Bone sect, even if they didn't have outstanding aptitude, they could still become stronger under the sect's guidance. Liang City. Jun Changxiao stood at the city gate for the second time. Behind him were 20 to 30 disciples. Each of them had their heads held high and their chests puffed out, emitting an unyielding aura. It's Iron Bone. Why are they here again? The warriors coming in and out discussed in low voices. Participating in the great intersect tournament, there were many people who mocked and looked down on Iron Bone. However, with the great things that Iron Bone sect had done recently, it had long turned into reverence. It's not. Walking on the spacious streets of the city, the warriors all made way in advance. Jun Changxiao led his disciples straight along the main street and finally stopped in front of the city lord's residence. He cupped his hands and said, Iron Bone Sect's sect leader, Jun Changxiao, is here to visit City Lord Ao. When the city lord's residence guard heard this, he hurriedly went in to report. Not long after, City Lord Ao, whose face was full of whiskers, walked out and cupped his hands with a smile. Sect leader Jun, please come in. The warriors on the street were dumbfounded. Although Iron Bone sect was in the limelight recently, it was still an 8th-rate sect. How could they make City Lord Ao personally come out to welcome them? Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and led his disciples into the city lord's residence under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Great Elder. The Xiao family's 3rd elder walked into the hall from outside and said rather angrily, Iron Bone sect leader has brought his disciples to Liang City. The great elder who was drinking tea suddenly had a gloomy expression and said, is that trash here yet? He's here, the 3rd elder said. Kacha. The great elder crushed the teacup and his eyes were half filled with anger and half filled with killing intent. In the sect competition, Xiao Ziji won the championship and gave the Xiao family a tight slap in the face. He couldn't take this lying down and sent assassins to assassinate him outside the city. Although they failed in the end, at least they didn't expose their identities. If the Xiao family knew that the family had suffered a great calamity some time ago and that it was all because of sect leader Jun's arrangements, they would know whether their identities were exposed or not. What are they here for? The great elder asked coldly. The 3rd elder said, to visit City Lord Ao. Humph, the great elder sneered and said, City Lord Ao has a good relationship with Qin Haoren. Iron Bone sect has a grudge with him. Isn't visiting them just asking for a snub? The 3rd elder paused and said, City Lord Ao personally went out to welcome that Jun Changxiao. What? The great elder's eyes widened. City Lord Ao liked to put on airs. Even when the Xiao family head went to visit him personally, he never came out to welcome him. What right did an 8th-rate sect have to make a city lord personally welcome them? Because they were hostile towards Xiao Ziji, even Iron Bone was hostile towards them. They completely ignored the fact that such an 8th-rate sect could defeat the vast Qi sect. Just ask. Could the Xiao family do it? They couldn't. In Azure Sun County, other than the 5 Streams Green Mountain sect, no one else could do it. So, what was wrong with a city lord personally coming out to welcome such a sect? Not only did City Lord Ao personally welcome them, he even treated them as guests of honor in the hall. He was also very enthusiastic when talking with them. Jun Changxiao himself was a little dumbfounded. Could it be that I'm already at the level where the city lord has to come and curry favor with me? Sending disciples to participate in the sect competitions in Pingyang County, Heian County, and Huaying County and winning all of them. Iron Bone sect has become stronger under sect leader Jun's management. City Lord Ao smiled. So that was the case. No wonder he was so enthusiastic. He had received the news. Not only City Lord Ao, but the city lords of the other 7 cities also received the news. At first, When they found out that Iron Bone's disciple, Xianxia, won the championship in Pingyang County, they were just stunned. They only sent one disciple to win the sect competition in an 8th-rate county. This was indeed very surprising. One of the city lords even wondered if all the second-rate disciples in Pingyang County were sent over and not the elite disciples. After that, the news of Li Qingyang winning the martial arts competition in Huaying County spread. All the city lords were in a daze. That was a county with many evil sections. In every martial arts competition, many participants would die. Iron Bone's disciple could win the championship, it's okay, it's okay. They could still control their emotions. In the end, when Xiao Ziji won the championship in Haiyang County, all the city lords' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. 2 8th-rate county sect competitions and a martial arts competition with many evil sections. Iron Bone sent 3 disciples to participate in the competition and won 3 championships. This was absolutely shocking. The competition that Su Xiaoma and Li Fei participated in was rather far away, so the news had not reached them yet. Otherwise, the city lords of Qingyang County would probably have their eyeballs popped out. City Lord AO. Jun Changxiao went back to the topic. Jun is here this time to recruit disciples in your city. Please allow me. So you want to recruit disciples in my city? City Lord AO said, of course you can, but I want to make it clear that Liyang City and Alliance Master Qin have a verbal agreement. The youths in the city can only join the sects under the 100 Sect Alliance. Is that so? Jun Changxiao raised his eyebrows. Qin Haoran actually dared to monopolize Liyang City. How could the sects that did not join the alliance play? The other cities also had verbal agreements. In short, as long as the youths reached the age of martial arts, they had to join the 100 Sect Alliance. Not joining, sure, wait for the 100 Sect Alliance to recruit them, they could join other sections. In the end, they still joined the 100 Sect Alliance, just in a different city. This was also why the new sects racked their brains to join the 100 Sect Alliance, because once they joined, they would have the right to recruit disciples. Back then, sect leader Wang had to treat them to a meal to get in and become a member of the alliance. Otherwise, they would not have the right to join the 100 Sect Alliance's recruitment. City Lord AO. Jun Changxiao said, what if I, Iron Bone, insist on recruiting disciples in Liyang City? It's not impossible. City Lord AO said, but sect leader Jun might be boycotted by the 100 Sect Alliance, they might come looking for trouble. If it was in the past, he would definitely not allow Iron Bone, who did not join the 100 Sect Alliance, to recruit disciples in the city, because it would offend Alliance Master Qin. But now, his mentality had changed. 3 disciples had won 3 championships. As long as one had a normal IQ, they would understand that although Iron Bone was an 8th-rate sect, their strength and potential were huge. Offending a rising sect because of Qin Haoran was definitely not a wise move. Furthermore, it was just a verbal agreement. If the Iron Bone sect leader wanted to recruit disciples in the city, he couldn't just chase them away. Not letting them recruit, sure, the 100 Sect Alliance can chase them away. City Lord AO's meaning was, you can settle your own matters, I will turn a blind eye and not offend anyone. Jun Changxiao naturally understood his meaning and cupped his hands. Today, I, Iron Bone, will be recruiting disciples in Liyang City. If the 100 Sect Alliance dares to cause trouble, it will be between me and them. City Lord AO symbolically showed a troubled expression. In the square outside the Great Intersect Tournament, the Iron Bone sect's front was built. The disciples scattered across the streets and handed out recruitment flyers to everyone they saw. Soon, the entire Liyang City knew about it. Join the Iron Bone clan and create a dream together. Gathering the world's talents, recruiting virtuous and capable people, Iron Bone Upright Sect, you are trustworthy. The simple recruitment words written on the flyer deeply stimulated many parents and martial cultivators, and they had the impulse to bring their own children to sign up. City Lord AO and Alliance Chief Qin have an agreement that all the youths in the city who are of a suitable age to practice martial arts must be given priority to join the 100 Sect Alliance. Isn't Iron Bone trying to pick a fight by openly recruiting disciples here? Speaking of which, it is strange. Why would City Lord AO agree? In my opinion, this kind of disciple recruitment is a matter between sections. City Lord AO doesn't want to get involved, so he chose to stay out of it. If the people from the 100 Sect Alliance knew about this, they would definitely not sit still. Many warriors were discussing in the city and began to predict that there would be a good show to watch soon. Sure enough, the Iron Bone sect had just released the recruitment news, and in less than 4 hours, dozens of big and small sects in the area of Liang City had gathered and were rushing over. Xianxia. The patriarch of the Tiger's Hell School coldly shouted, "In Liang City, Iron Bone is not qualified to recruit disciples." Xianxia put his feet on the registration table and leaned back in his chair. He crossed his arms and smiled. Why? Because, just as he said these 2 words, the patriarch of the Tiger's Hell School subconsciously took 2 steps back because the Iron Bone disciples behind the patriarch were glaring at him. During the 100 Sect recruitment, Xianxia put his face between the Long Blade School and the Tiger's Hell School, causing the disciples of the 2 schools to be dissatisfied. They surrounded him and glared at him fiercely. At that time, the Iron Bone was very weak and only had 1 disciple, Lu Qianqian. They were ridiculed and looked down upon by the world, and some even treated as air. Today, in the Azure Sun County, aside from the Green Mountain School, which force dared to face them alone. No one dared to go alone, so they could only form groups. You Iron Bone are so powerful, but do you dare to oppose the entire Azure Sun County? Xianxia. A sect elder angrily shouted, "Since you left the alliance, you should abide by the rules of the underworld and not recruit disciples in the Azure Sun County." Normally, they wouldn't provoke the Iron Bone, but recruiting disciples in their own territory was something they couldn't tolerate. Why? Because if the Iron Bone were to recruit disciples, where would their own sect and the 100 Sect Alliance's face be? This was a matter of principle and face. Even if they knew that the other party could wrestle with the Haoqi sect, they still had to unite against the outsiders. Xianxia put down his legs and crossed his arms as he smiled. Whoever is stronger has the right to speak. Isn't this the rule of the underworld? There was nothing wrong with these words. The Haoqi sect and the 100 Sect Alliance were strong, so the rules of the underworld were set by them. Since Xianxia came to Azure Sun City to recruit disciples, he wanted to break the rules set by them and establish his own. He left the 100 Sect Alliance because he didn't want to be associated with a bunch of trash and also because he wanted freedom. Going down the mountain to recruit disciples meant that he, the Iron Bone, wanted to compete with the world. Everyone. Xianxia glanced at the various sect elders and said indifferently, "I want to recruit disciples in Azure Sun City. If anyone is unhappy, you can declare war. I, the Iron Bone, will not reject anyone." The words "I don't reject anyone who comes to me" fully displayed the arrogance and domineering aura of a sect master. Xiaoxia and the rest cooperated with the sect leader. They circulated the spiritual energy in their bodies and gathered it around their bodies, instantly creating an extremely powerful aura. In the past, the Iron Bone only had 1 disciple. Now, the Iron Bone had a group of monstrous disciples. They were no longer an unrated sect that anyone could spit on and trample on casually. "You're unhappy? Then come and fight." The surrounding martial artists saw how the Iron Bone was not afraid in the face of so many sect elders and immediately prostrated themselves in admiration. In Azure Sun County, the 100 Sect Alliance had the absolute right to speak. They never thought that there would be a day when a sect dared to openly challenge them. Was the world going to change? Seeing how arrogant the Iron Bone was, the anger in the eyes of the various sect elders became even more intense. An 8th-rate sect elder who was so angry that his intelligence plummeted said angrily, "I, Chui, would like to experience sect leader Jun's skills." "Sorry." Xianxia shook his head and said, "You're too weak. I don't want to fight. I've sinned." Waving his hand, he said, "You can exchange a few moves with this sect elder. Don't be too ruthless in case someone dies." "Yes." Xiaoxia walked out and pointed to the fighting stage at the side, saying, "Elder, please." Letting his disciple fight with him and telling him not to be too ruthless, this was blatantly looking down on him. Golden Dragon Gate's Gate Master Chui angrily said, "Xianxia, you, don't talk nonsense." Xianxia interrupted, "Defeat my disciple and I will immediately return to the Iron Bone sect and never go down the mountain to recruit disciples again." The patriarch of the Tiger's Hell School came over and whispered, "Gate Master Chui, since this guy is so arrogant, why not go up and fight with his disciple for the 100 Sect Alliance?" "Damn, you're just standing there and talking. as a gate master, fighting with a disciple of a sect, even if I win, it's not honorable. Gate Master Chui was not afraid of Xiao Ziji, but because of his identity, what was the point of fighting with him? For the 100 Sect Alliance, Gate Master Chui, please go up. That guy is too arrogant, teach his disciple a lesson and vent our anger. With so many people watching, can Gate Master Chui endure? The elders of the various sects tried to persuade him. Humans were afraid of raising their heads. Gate Master Chui could not take it anymore and compromised. Fine, this Chui will experience the strength of the champion of the Great Sect competition. The words champion of the Great Sect competition were especially loud. This was to tell the surrounding cultivators that the opponent was not an ordinary disciple and that they should not think that they were bullying the weak. Please. Gate Master Chui and Xiao Ziji stood on the stage. A gate master and a disciple with such a huge disparity in status was rarely seen, so everyone started to talk about it. I heard that Gate Master Chui became a third-grade martial master a while ago. Although Xiao Ziji is the champion, he will not be able to contend against him. If Gate Master Jun can fight with Alliance Master Qin, why doesn't he go up himself? If he loses, he will return to the sect and not go down the mountain to recruit disciples. How confident is he in his disciple? Peng. 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 On the stage, the two had already begun to fight. The cultivators who were discussing looked over and their gazes gradually became sluggish, understanding why Gate Master Jun did not go up. It was because a disciple of the sect was competent enough. After the battle started, a pair of fists crazily pounded on Gate Master Chui, forcing him to defend and retreat. Peng. Not long after, the dull sound of a fist could be heard. Sect Master Chui flew out of the room and slammed into the ground, unconscious on the spot. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The elders of the various sects of the 100 Sect Alliance widened their eyes. Sect Master Chui, who was a third-grade martial master, was sent flying and knocked unconscious by that guy. This was too terrifying. Xiao Ziji stood on the stage and shook his head helplessly. His attacks didn't even count as a warm-up, and that guy couldn't take it anymore. Xianxia said indifferently, trash. Everyone fell silent. A mere disciple was able to knock out a third-grade martial master. What else could they say? Xianxia's gaze swept across the faces of the leaders of the various sections. He said indifferently, the trash I'm talking about includes everyone here. As soon as these words came out, it immediately provoked anger from the crowd. Not convinced? Xianxia pointed at the stage and said, you can continue to fight with my disciple on the stage. The same rules apply. If I defeat him, I will return to the mountain and not go down to recruit disciples. Let me. The patriarch of the Tiger's Hell School stepped forward. Xiao Ziji could see that this guy hated the sect master very much. Therefore, when the battle began, he became serious and immediately sent the patriarch spinning in circles on the stage. Plop. In the end, the patriarch of the Tiger's Hell School, who had been on the stage for less than 2 minutes, was beaten down by a storm of fists and fainted. From the looks of it, his injuries were more serious than Sect Master Chui's. Continue. Jun Chang said with a smile, I'll allow you trash to take turns fighting my disciple. These words were truly arrogant. Hearing his words, the leaders of the 100 Sect Alliance no longer cared. They went on stage one by one and were beaten down one by one. 30 minutes later, Xiao Ziji defeated 10 leaders of the various sects, taking an average of 3 minutes to defeat one. The spectating cultivators all stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths agape. The one on stage was not a disciple, but a sect leader, who among them wasn't high and mighty. Now, they were beaten unconscious by an iron bone disciple. This was simply unimaginable. What made them collapse even more was, Xiao Ziji, who had gone through 10 battles, stood proudly on the stage with no sweat on his forehead. What did this mean? It meant that he was not tired at all. The martial disciple realm was actually this terrifying. Xiao Ziji's strength had thoroughly shocked the cultivators of Liang City, as well as City Lord Ao, who was watching the battle from afar. At that moment, he finally understood why the other party could win the grand competition of the Heyang County. With this kind of strength that could beat martial masters to the point of being unable to take care of themselves, even if he participated in a higher level competition, he would still be able to win. The iron bone was not simple. not simple. City Lord Ao was incomparably glad that he did not reject Jun Changxia's recruitment of disciples in the city. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to standing on the side of the 100 Sect alliance and offending him. He was in charge of Liang City and could be considered a force, but not a sect. Thus, there was no need to offend an iron bone with unlimited potential. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and fight with me? Xiao Ziji stood on the stage with his hands behind his back and said proudly. In the city that he used to live in, he defeated a group of sect elders in front of countless cultivators, allowing him to regain the feeling of limitless glory. This was also why Jun Changxiao brought Xiao Ziji to Liang City and not Li Qingyang or Yi Xingchen. My precious disciple. Liang City is the place that you are most familiar with. You once lost your dignity and honor as a martial cultivator here. Today, you will get it all back. You got it all back, far more than that. The scene of Xiao Zuiji violently beating up 10 big shots from various sects was extremely shocking. That hot man is back again. The cultivators of Liang City finally accepted the fact and finally understood that the victory of the grand competition was not given up by their fellow sect members. Who was the angriest? Who was the angriest? The Xiao family. The higher-ups of the Xiao family stood far away in the tea house, looking at the trash that had been expelled, looking down at the various sect elders of the alliance with the posture of an expert. Their expressions were as ugly as if they had eaten *tea. At this moment, Xiao Ziji turned his head, his gaze passing through the bustling streets and locking onto the great elder who was standing in front of the window on the 3rd floor. This distance was a bit far. But time seemed to have stopped. After a while, Xiao Ziji's lips curled into a smile, as if he was telling the great elder, telling everyone in the Xiao family, I, Xiao Ziji, the disciple of the Iron Bone clan, am back again. Crack. The great elder clenched his fists, his eyes filled with killing intent and anger. He knew that when the news of Xiao Ziji defeating 10 sect elders spread in the city, the Xiao family would once again be subjected to unbridled ridicule. He regretted it so much, the great elder did not regret expelling Xiao Ziji from the Xiao family. He regretted that he should have killed this trash with one palm, instead of using his strength to slap the Xiao family's face again and again in Liang City. Old dog. Following his disciple's gaze, he looked at the Xiao family's higher-ups in the tea house. Jun Changxiao muttered to himself, if you dare to have any bad thoughts about my disciple, even if you are one of the 4 major families in the web novel world, I will still dare to destroy you. Xiao Ziji had beaten the 10 big shots of the allied sections. Even though the others were furious, they did not dare to fight him. After all, even the 3rd and 5th grade martial masters were knocked out. They would only be tortured if they went up. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, don't say that I, Iron Bone, am bullying you. Come, I'll change to another outer disciple to fight with you trash. Snap. He snapped his fingers. Xiao Ziji walked down and Zhang Wei walked up. He stood on the stage with an overbearing look. After all, his senior brother was so awesome just now. He could not be at a disadvantage. An outer disciple fighting with the big shots of the various sects, how arrogant was that? The big shots of the allied sects who were originally a little afraid of Xiao Ziji became even angrier. I'll go. A peak martial disciple of a 9th-rate sect leader walked up. After a round of fighting, he was defeated by Zhang Wei, a 6th-grade martial disciple. Oh my god! An outer sanctum disciple can defeat a sect leader. This is too awesome. The martial artists of Liang City widened their eyes again. It was one thing for Xiao Ziji to be strong, but the other disciples were also so awesome. It was unimaginable. Whoosh, an 8th-rate sect leader with the cultivation of a 1st-grade martial master went up the stage. In the end, he was defeated after a few moves. Although Zhang Wei was only a 6th-grade martial disciple, his strength had reached 15,000. The sect leader who had just entered the martial master realm only had 10,000. 5,000 Jin could make up for the gap between realms. With all kinds of tempering and martial techniques, it was easy to defeat him. I said that you're all trash. You still don't want to admit it? Jun Changxiao said sharply. The big shots of the various sects were furious, but no one dared to go up the stage because they realized that the Iron Bone disciples were too strong. They would be looking for trouble if they went up. There was no doubt. Today, the Iron Bone Sect's performance was absolutely awesome. When the news spread, it would definitely cause a huge sensation in Qingyang County. Sending out an outer sanctum disciple who could casually defeat a martial master level big shot of the alliance, this was simply shocking. Everyone. Jun Chongxiao said, "Do you still want to fight?" The leaders of the various sects did not say a word. Their expressions were extremely ugly. They had come with such great momentum, but in the end, they were beaten to a pulp by 2 disciples of the Iron Bone Sect in front of so many people. It was absolutely humiliating. Jun Chongxiao said, "Since you don't want to fight, then get out of here. Don't hinder my Iron Bone from recruiting disciples." Since he had already fallen out with the 100 Sect Alliance, he naturally would not show any mercy. Still not leaving? Seeing that they didn't intend to leave, Jun Chongxiao said with a cold gaze, "Are you waiting for me to bring my disciples to challenge your sects?" The leader of the alliance hurriedly carried his unconscious comrade and left dejectedly. If he left, it meant that he had admitted defeat. Everyone is here to watch the show. Jun Chongxiao cupped his hands and said in a clear voice, "Today, I, Iron Bone, am recruiting disciples in Liang City. As long as you are 14 years old or above, you can sign up. There are not many opportunities, so please don't miss it." The martial artists of Liang City immediately began to discuss in low voices. To be able to train his disciples to such a level, sect leader Jun is truly extraordinary. It's a pity that my child has already joined the 100 Sect recruitment, if not I would definitely let him join Iron Bone. My nephew is already 14 years old, he can give it a try. Many martial artists did not dare to let their children join Iron Bone because they were afraid of the 100 Sect Alliance. Today, with just 2 disciples, they were able to beat the leaders of the various sections. This meant that they were really strong and were not afraid. What was there to consider? They had to join Iron Bone Sect. In a moment, all the elders with children who were already 14 years old started to move. In just half an hour, there were already over 100 young men and women gathered in the square, their eyes filled with excitement and excitement. Iron Bone Sect had become famous recently and they had naturally heard of it. They also wanted to become a member, but they were stopped by their families and could only suppress their thoughts. Name: Shangguan Shua. Jun Chongxiao raised his head. Seeing that the other party was young and had a sturdy body, he stamped the sect leader's seal. Ding! Sect member, 503-1000. Because of the death of a disciple, the contribution points had reached 503 and did not increase. Name: Yang Kong. A tall young man scratched his head. After confirming his gaze, Jun Chongxiao stamped the sect leader's seal again. The Liang City cultivators who were watching from afar started to twitch their mouths. Sect leader Jun only asked for their names and did not ask about their spirit roots and cultivation. Wasn't he too casual in recruiting disciples? The next person to register was a delicate and pretty girl called Yuan Xiaohan. Iron Bone Sect's yang energy was too strong and Jun Chongxiao naturally wanted to recruit more female disciples to suppress it, so he did not even consider and stamp the sect leader's seal. Next, the young man needed to confirm his gaze to consider whether to accept or not. As long as it was a young girl, he would accept her without hesitation. The Liang City cultivators were a little dizzy. Recruiting disciples so casually was unheard of. That, after accepting 20 to 30 people, an old man in tattered clothes walked over and said, "Sect leader Jun, I have a child here. She's a little young. Will your sect accept her?" Jun Chongxiao raised his head and saw a 6 to 7-year-old girl hiding behind the old man. Her big round eyes were filled with fear. "I'm sorry," Jun Chongxiao said, "she's too young." Although the little girl's face was dirty, she looked very cute. It was a pity that Iron Bone Sect was not a kindergarten and would not accept such a young child. The old man begged, "This child has no parents. She will starve to death sooner or later if she follows me on the streets. Sect leader Jun, please be kind and accept her into the sect." "Grandpa Lu, I won't leave. I want to follow you," the little girl said in a childish voice. The fear in her eyes was replaced by determination. Jun Chongxiao shook his head and said, "Old man, there are many orphans in this world. If I accept every one of them, the sect will not be able to accept them." Humph, the little girl pouted and said, I don't want to join your sect. I want to stay with Grandpa Lu. As she spoke, she pulled the old man back. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, next. Meng Yuxuan. Slap. The sect seal was stamped. An hour later, a total of 100 young men and women became Iron Bone disciples. The number of people in the sect increased from 502 to 602. The contribution points also increased from a miserable 5 to 104 points. This way, sect leader Jun felt very safe. There were more young girls than young men among the disciples recruited in Liang City this time. After returning to the sect, they could suppress their masculine aura. Let's go. Sect leader Jun said, back to the sect. He first went to the City Lord Manor to bid farewell to City Lord Ao. Then, he led the group of disciples back to the sect. As soon as he walked out of the city gate, he saw the hunchbacked old man in tattered clothes leading the little girl out step by step. The back view of the old man and the young girl looked rather pitiful. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, there are many pitiful people in this world. If I were to help all of them, why would I develop the sect? I might as well set up a welfare institute. Let's go. He led the disciples away. Looking at the people of Iron Bone walking past him, the old man sighed and said, Meng Ying, are you really going to wander the world with Grandpa? The girl called Meng Ying said seriously, Grandpa Lu is Inger's closest relative in this world. Wherever you go, Inger will follow. That's good. The old man said kindly, let's go to Sun City. Okay. The old man and the young girl walked along the official road. Their shadows stretched out endlessly under the dusk. After returning to the sect, Li Qingyang began to arrange accommodations for his new junior brothers and sisters. He also distributed school uniforms and sect rules booklets. He also gave them all kinds of pills. Sitting on the sect master's throne, Jun Changxiao murmured, when they reach stage 12, they can be certified as a 7th-rate sect. Jun Changxiao murmured. The requirements for a 7th-rate sect were to be a martial master, 50 martial disciples, and 500 disciples at stage 12. Jun Changxiao was now a 6th-grade martial master, so he met the requirements. As for the 50 martial disciples, not counting the new disciples, the 501 disciples in the Iron Bone sect were all martial disciples. The reason why they couldn't advance was that they still needed 500 disciples at stage 12. That would be 50 plus 500, so they didn't have enough people. Now that the number of disciples had increased from 502 to 602, they only needed to cultivate them and open 12 meridians to be certified. Sect Master Jun wouldn't be satisfied with 600 disciples, so after arranging for the new disciples, he decided to go to the nearest Sun City to continue recruiting. Sect Master. Li Qingyang said, I have a friend in Sun City. I want to go and see him. Okay. Jun Changxiao let Xiao Ziji cultivate in the sect and left with the second disciple and Zhang Wei the next day. Sun City was one of the 8 cities in Azure Sun County. Previously, when the AI clan auctioned the healing pill, the Song second young master, who stood up again after taking it, came from this city's Song clan. It was a coincidence. Li Qingyang's friend was the Song second young master. One was the number 1 genius of Azure Sun City, and the other was the number 1 genius of Sun City. The two met in the wild and had their eyes on the same ferocious beast. In the end, they became friends. Later, when the Song's second young master was paralyzed in bed, Li Qingyang went to visit him but was rejected. Since then, the two didn't contact each other. It was only recently that he learned from the Drizzle Hall that his friend, who he hadn't contacted for many years, stood up again with the help of the sect master's healing pill. TSK. Jun Changxiao said, not only did my healing pill save you, it also saved your friend. Perhaps this is fate. Li Qingyang said seriously, that's why I went to visit this old friend, hoping to persuade him to join the Iron Bone clan. Jun Changxiao said, that will depend on how you persuade them. Although he did not care about the aptitude of his disciples, he would not mind filling the remaining vacancies with superior grade spiritual roots. There were many roads leading to Sunyang City. Jun Changxiao chose a mountain path and estimated that they would arrive in an hour. However, When he brought his disciples to a mountain, he vaguely heard a roar coming from the depths of the mountain. Li Qingyang said, "Sect leader, the ferocious beasts are attacking humans. Let's go." Jin Changxiao said, "Let's go take a look." Everyone followed the voice. Soon, they saw a leopard lowering its head and biting a human on a huge rock in front of them. His clothes were torn, and there were claw and bite marks on his back. Blood flowed all over the ground. "Kill it." Jin Changxiao said, "See if there are any crystal cores." Swish. Li Qingyang used the cloud-treading steps and flew over. The cold-edged sword in his hand shook and immediately formed a sword light, cutting off the head of the lower second-grade leopard. Poochie. The chest was cut open, and the crystal core rolled down. "It's worth it," Jin Changxiao said. It was definitely worth it to get a crystal core. Li Qingyang picked up the crystal core and then came to the person who was bitten. He put a hand on his neck and shook his head. "Sect leader, he's already dead. It's fate. There's no other way." Jin Changxiao said, "Let's hurry on." Ferocious beasts were everywhere in the mountains. Since they came in, they naturally had to be prepared to die. Okay. Li Qingyang put his sword back into its sheath. But just as he took a step, he suddenly stopped, looked down at the corpse, and then grabbed it. There was a small pit under the corpse, and a girl covered in blood was curled up inside. "Sect leader." Li Qingyang said, "There's a girl." Jin Changxiao turned around. When he saw Li Qingyang lifting the corpse, he immediately recognized it. Wasn't this the old man from Liang City yesterday? Could it be? He walked over and looked into the pit. It was indeed the 7 or 8-year-old girl who called him Grandpa Lu. The little girl seemed to be extremely scared. Her body was curled up and trembling nonstop. Grandpa Lu, after a while, when she saw the old man's corpse, she could no longer control her emotions and burst into tears. Li Qingyang said, "Sect leader, this old man must have pressed her down to protect her and used his body to bear the bites of the ferocious beasts." Jin Changxiao shook his head and said, "If you're not strong enough, don't walk the unorthodox path." In the mountains, a small mound was piled up. The stone wall was engraved with the words, "Grandpa Lu's grave." The little girl knelt in front of him, her eyes swollen from crying. "Sect leader." Li Qingyang couldn't bear it and said, "This child is so pitiful. Why don't you take her in as a disciple?" He had already learned what happened in Liang City yesterday from his junior brother. He knew that the little girl had no parents. Now that the old man had died for her, she didn't have any relatives. How pitiful it was to live alone in this world. Although he had killed many people and became much more decisive, Li Qingyang was still kind at heart. Jin Changxiao said, "Okay." He was not a cold-blooded and heartless person. Since he met her in the mountains, he could only take her in. He couldn't let a young girl like her be alone in the wilderness. Back then, because Lu Wancher cried, he took her in as a disciple. Some readers called him the Holy Mother. Today, he took in another little girl. He was already mentally prepared. "Ling Xue. Here. Carry her away." "Huh?" Ling Yuanxue still obeyed the sect leader's order and carried the little girl. However, the little girl cried and wanted to accompany Grandpa Lu. "Let's go to Sanyang City." Jin Changxiao led the disciples and continued on their way. The little girl called Menjing kept crying and throwing a tantrum. Her tear-filled eyes kept looking at the tombstone. Although Grandpa Lu was not related to her by blood, he was her only family in this world. Now, he was gradually leaving and disappearing. After Jin Changxiao and the others left, the newly built graveyard suddenly trembled. The tombstone fell and the soil was overturned. Shwa. Suddenly, a skinny hand reached out from the graveyard. The dead old man slowly crawled out from inside. If this scene was seen by others, they would probably be scared to death. Huff. The old man sat on the tombstone and gasped for breath. He was still alive? He didn't die? Child. After a short rest, the old man looked at the direction where Jin Changxiao left and said in an old voice, "My deduction will not be wrong. Iron bone is definitely not simple. I hope you can become stronger in this sect in the future." "No." He paused and said, "Live a carefree life." Shwa. Shwa. Shua. Several martial artists in black appeared and lined up neatly behind the old man, as if they were strictly trained soldiers. Guardian Liu. One of them whispered, when will we return to the Demon Mountain? The beggar-like old man stood up. A black aura instantly shrouded his body, forming a pitch-black armor. His turbid eyes became extremely cold. He said, young master's future has been arranged. It's time for us lowly lives to follow the demon master. On this day, dozens of black streams of light flew away. The gloomy aura they emitted shocked the birds and beasts in the mountain and killed them on the spot. Because they wasted some time on the road, Xianxia took 4 hours to reach Sun City. Grandpa Liu. The girl who cried herself to sleep on Ling Yuanshua's shoulder would occasionally call out in her sleep. Sect leader. Li Qingyang looked at her and said, this little girl is so pitiful. Xianxia shook his head and said, there are many pitiful people in the world, we can't save every one of them. Understood. Li Qingyang knew that the sect leader was just saying it. Saving him, saving junior brother Xiao, and even saving this little girl meant that he was kind in his heart and was just hiding it. A qualified disciple wouldn't say it even if they knew. If Lu Qianxian was here, she would have exposed him and used words to attack the sect leader. Let's go. Xianxia said, let's enter the city. Same old rules. After entering Sun City, they went directly to the city lord's manor and told him that they were recruiting disciples. The Sun City lord also received the news that many Iron Bone disciples had won the county championship, so he naturally wouldn't object. He had the same thoughts as City Lord Ao. The matters between the sects should be settled by the sects and had nothing to do with them. Sun City Square. The gate representing Iron Bone clan stood up once more. This time, it was very successful. The 100 Sect Alliance didn't cause any trouble. After some publicity, they recruited another 100 people, increasing their members from 602 to 712, and their contribution points from 104 to 214. It seems like we need to go to the other 4 cities to recruit more disciples, Xianxia muttered. Sect leader. At this moment, Li Qingyang walked over, followed by a handsome teen. This person was the second young master of the Song family, Song Xianzhou. This number 1 genius of Sun City was arrogant in the past, but now that he stood up again, his personality had become more mature and introverted. Sect leader Jun Song Xianzhou cupped his hands and said, I have heard a lot about you, nice to meet you. He had heard about the Iron Bone long ago. He also knew that his good friend Li Qingyang had joined this sect, so he had always been very interested in it. He had originally planned to recuperate in his family for a period of time before paying a visit. Young Master Song. Xianxia said, Qingyang should have told you. Are you interested in joining Iron Bone? Shua. Song Xianzhou cupped his fists and said seriously, if sect leader Jun doesn't mind that I used to be a paralyzed person, I'm willing to join the Iron Bone clan. Xianxia said, this seat is thirsty for talent. Why would I dislike it? Pa. The entry form was stamped with a seal. The number of members and contribution points increased by 1 point, and Iron Bone had gained another genius with high aptitude. My name is Song Xianzhou. Song Xianzhou cupped his fists and said respectfully, greetings, sect master. What's your cultivation level now? 10th level meridian opening. If he hadn't been paralyzed for so many years, he would have already become a martial disciple. Xianxia thought to himself, this realm is just right for him to cultivate the muscle-bone strengthening scripture. I can focus on nurturing him. Go home and say goodbye to your parents. Sect master, I already said goodbye to my parents when I came out. So fast, Li Qingyang transmitted his voice, Sect master, I told junior brother Xianzhou what you said when you recruited me. He has great expectations for our Iron Bone's future. So that's why. Xianxia snapped his fingers and said, let's return to the clan. Under the gazes of many Sun City cultivators, he left with a group of disciples. Sigh. The various forces hiding in the dark all shook their heads and sighed. Song Xianzhou stood up again with the help of a healing pill. They had come early, hoping to recruit him. However, Patriarch Sun announced that his son had just recovered and needed time to recuperate, so he rejected all recruitment. Who would have thought that Iron Bone would snatch him away? Patriarch. In the Song clan's hall, an elder said with an ugly expression, "Isn't it a little inappropriate for Xianzhou to join Ironbone?" "Yes." Another elder said, "Jun Changxiao not only offended Qin Haoran, he also offended Sacred Spring Sect. Xianzhou joining this clan is really not a wise move." The Song clan elders were all against Song Xianzhou joining Ironbone. This was not contempt or belittlement, but too much trouble. How could he survive in the martial arts world in the future? Old Master Song said, "Xianzhou joining Ironbone is his own choice. As his father, I naturally support him unconditionally." This Patriarch Song was much more open-minded than Patriarch Li. Of course. This was also the reason why Ironbone had become famous recently. If it was the 100 sects recruiting, they would definitely be like Patriarch Li and oppose their son joining this unranked clan. The Song clan elders all fell silent. Since the Patriarch had said so, it was useless even if they opposed. After the meeting, Old Master Song stood at the window of the study with his hands behind his back and said, "Zhou'er, joining Ironbone is your own choice. No matter how difficult the road in the future is, you must persevere." Ironbone. Jun Changxiao brought his disciple back and was arranged by Li Qingyong. What made him worried was that the little girl had not walked out of her sadness. She was still hiding in the corner of the room. He asked her name but she did not say it. How was he going to recruit her? "Patriarch." Lu Wancher volunteered, "I'll go and ask." N. Jun Changxiao said. At this time, he could only let the older lowly persuade the younger lowly. Lu Wancher made a few dishes and then entered the room. Munch munch. Not long after, the sound of eating could be heard. Jun Changxiao looked from the window and saw the little girl holding a pair of chopsticks and eating in big mouthfuls. She even said in a childish voice, "Sister Lu, the dishes you made are so fragrant." Sure enough, there were very few people in this world who could resist the temptation of delicious food. Patriarch. Lu Wancher pulled the little girl's hand and walked out. She smiled and said, "Her name is Yao Menjing. She is willing to join Ironbone." She took out the entry form, filled in her name and stamped it. "Do, Jun Changxiao sent a message, this little brat is really down, talk to her." N. Lu Wancher said, "Patriarch, can Menjing and I stay in the same room?" "No problem." After settling the second batch of disciples, Jun Changxiao headed to Yaoyang City once more. The alliance in Yaoyang City was really unfriendly. After all, Spirit Fountain Sect was wiped out by that fellow. So right after he placed his face on the square, they came over to find trouble. Not happy? Jun Changxiao said calmly, "Fight with my disciple. If you win, leave immediately and don't go down the mountain to recruit disciples." Thus, Yi Xingchen stood on the fighting stage and fought one after another. In a short time, he defeated 30 alliance elders. Night Emperor was much more vicious than Xiao Ziji. He would probably need to lie in bed for 3 to 5 months to recover. After dealing with these bunch of fleas, the recruitment began. 2 hours later, he recruited 100 disciples. For the next few days, Jun Changxiao went to Huayang City, Jingyang City, and Shouyang City. After the 100 Sect Alliance suffered twice, they did not dare to find trouble again, so the recruitment went very smoothly. Pa. He stamped the Patriarch's seal again and a crisp system notification sounded in his ears. Ding. Sect members, 10001000. Ding. Sect contribution points, 5021000. When Jun Changxiao brought the newly recruited disciples back to the sect, the next day, the system determined that they met the requirements. The sect mission board in the mission pavilion was filled with missions. From the recommended stars, as long as the disciples complete all the missions, the construction should be able to reach level 4. Jun Changxiao rubbed his hands. Level 4 construction opened the talisman pavilion. Patriarch Jun was really looking forward to it because he might be able to create Talisman of Insight, Talisman of Endurance, Talisman of Speed, and other talismans. When the number of disciples reached 1,000, a sect mission would appear and be linked to the mission board. There were 3 benefits to this. First, if the number of disciples reached a certain number, the sect could be upgraded. Second, disciples could obtain achievement points from completing missions and upgrade the sect. Thirdly, by completing the sect's missions, one would be able to earn contribution points. By completing 1,000 achievement points, one would be able to obtain 1,000 contribution points. At that moment, sect leader Jun felt that he was going to become rich again and could sit back and relax. The third sect mission appeared. 1-star missions were rare, and most of them were 2-star missions. There were even 4-star missions. The disciples who entered the sect earlier were stronger and would choose 2-star or 3-star missions. As for 1-star missions, they were left for the junior brothers who just entered the sect. Xianxia was very pleased. He wanted to build a strong sect, but at the same time, he wanted to build a sect with love, where the disciples could help each other and not fight against each other all day for their own selfish desires. The 4-star missions were a little difficult. Most of them were to kill high-level beasts. They either needed enough manpower or only inner sect disciples to do it. Sect leader Li Qingyang said, "We don't have enough sculpting rooms again." There were more than 400 new disciples. If they wanted to become stronger, they needed to consume pills and cultivate techniques. Their muscles were also indispensable. Ding. Host spent 400 contribution points and obtained 20 muscle sculpting rooms. They have been transferred to the interspatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 102,1000. Xianxia directly sold 20 sets and placed them in the training rooms. This way, the number of sculpting rooms increased to 40. These sculpting rooms still couldn't support hundreds of people, but there was no other way. After all, the contribution points were limited. He could only let them sculpt their bodies in batches. The new disciples definitely had a lot of benefits. Beginner healing pills and body sculpting pills had to be given to each disciple. Meridian opening pills and chi revolving pills would also be given out according to their level. In terms of martial techniques, Xianxia didn't give them out one by one. Instead, he chose a room in the outer courtyard and named it the Technique Pavilion. He placed all the martial techniques he bought in the store inside. The disciples could choose whatever they wanted to learn. Under normal circumstances, no matter if it was a sect, family, or school, many of the main characters' pretentious journey started from the Technique Pavilion. In Iron Bone, there was no need to fight for the right to enter. There was also no need to be mocked by the gatekeeper elders. They could enter and learn as they wished. This is amazing. After consuming the body sculpting pill, Song Xianzhou could feel that his physical body and strength had improved to different degrees. He was so excited that his hands were trembling. As a genius, he naturally understood that the transformation of his body would have a profound impact on his future martial path. When he cultivated I Jing Jing, rupturing fist, and other mental cultivation techniques, the shock in his heart became even more intense. At that moment, Song Xianzhou understood that the rise of Iron Bone was not a coincidence. Because he had joined the sect, there was no need to hide some things, so Li Qingyang told him about the healing pill. After learning that the pills he consumed in the AI clan were actually concocted by the sect master, Song Xianzhou came to the main hall and knelt before Xianxia. Paralyzed on the bed, he was completely disheartened. Now that he was able to stand up again and continue practicing martial arts, he was like a second parent. Kneeling and kowtowing was a matter of course. Xianxia waved his hand and stopped the disciple from bowing. He said, "If you want to repay me, then work hard to become stronger and bring glory to the sect." Song Xianzhou said with a determined gaze, "Disciple Song Xianzhou is willing to go through fire and water for Iron Bone sect." Not only was this #1 genius of Songyang City shocked. Those disciples who had just joined the sect were also deeply shocked after receiving all kinds of martial arts resources. They regretted that they didn't join the Iron Bone sect earlier and wasted their time. Of course, when they had just joined, they would definitely be taken care of by their senior brothers, especially by senior brotherly Faye's Happy Football. But also pain and happiness. As long as they could become stronger faster in the sect, it was okay even if they were kicked in the face every day. The Drizzle Hall and the Medicine Hall were also short of manpower. Sect Master Jun chose many new disciples and divided them into 2 halls to replenish the fresh blood. The disciples started to accept missions from the Mission Pavilion one after another. They either did them alone or in groups. In the following period of time, Jun Changxiao would often hear the sound of the sect's missions being completed. His achievement and contribution points also continued to rise. To upgrade to level 4, he needed 1,000 achievement points. To upgrade the sect's level, some of the new disciples needed to break through to level 12 meridian opening. Both required some time. No rush, no rush. He should be able to do it all in 1 or 2 months. Jun Changxiao temporarily handed over the sect's affairs to Li Luoqiu and began to cultivate without paying attention to outside matters. There were still 7 or 8 months before the 1-year agreement with the Sacred Spring sect. He had to hurry up and improve. It would be best if he could break through to the peak of Martial Master or Wuzong. The tragedy was, after a month, he had entered the 7th rank from the 6th rank. Why was it described as a tragedy? Why was it described as only? Because he had taken 10x qi gathering pills. It can't be. Jun Changxiao said frantically, 1 month of cultivation is equivalent to 10 months of cultivation for others, but I only advanced by 1 rank. The system said, it's normal. Normal? Jun Changxiao was speechless. After entering the Martial Master realm from the Martial Disciple realm, he felt that it was very easy to advance. This time, it was the system's turn to be speechless. It said, you feel that it's easy because you have completed the epic missions and skipped levels. In fact, in the Martial Master realm, especially after the 5th rank, even outstanding martial artists need 1 or 2 years to advance. I have 10x qi gathering pills, Jun Changxiao said. The system said, the higher the level, the more heaven and earth attributes you need. The effect of 10x qi gathering pills will become less obvious. The accumulation of time is especially important. Understood. Jun Chang said with a smile, so you're saying that the higher your cultivation level, the more qi gathering pills you need. System, what I mean is, the path of martial arts is about gradual progress. It requires a more detailed understanding of the heaven and earth attributes, and it takes time to slowly accumulate. UF** King talk about high multiplier qi gathering pills, it's not impossible. Let's go and see how Elder Wei's medicinal herbs are doing. During this period of time, the medicinal garden had expanded from more than 10 mu to 50 mu under the care of the medicinal hall's members. It was filled with all kinds of medicinal herbs. The spiritual energy that floated out gathered in the sky, giving people a feeling of clouds and mist. In the small pavilion, Elder Wei handed over a few spatial rings and said, this is the 3rd batch of high-quality medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs had matured half a month ago. Because Jun Changxiao was focused on cultivation, he did not disturb him, so he temporarily stored them. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao took it, drank a mouthful of tea and said, the 200,000 seeds we planted should be maturing. Soon, right? Elder Wei said, because it's the first time the medicinal herbs around the sect are planted, the environment is limited. I'm afraid it'll take a month or so to mature. No rush, take it slow, Jun Changxiao said. Eh? Lu Wancher walked over with Yao Menjing, smiled and said, Sect Master, why are you here too? Jun Changxiao joked, why can't I be here? As he spoke, he looked at the little girl. In the past month, Yao Menjing had walked out of her sadness and integrated into Ironbone's life. Because she was too young, she had not started martial arts. She followed behind Lu Wancher all day, like a little shadow. Ironbone's disciples knew that Yao Menjing's background was pitiful, so they took good care of her. It could be said that she was doted on by everyone in the sect. Especially Su Xiaoma and Li Fei, who thought of ways to make their junior sister laugh. It was strange. In front of the senior brothers and sisters, Yao Menjing would be very cheerful, but in front of the sect master, she would be reserved. Now, she was hiding behind Lu Wancher, and her little face became timid again. Jun Changxiao shook his head and thought, am I very scary? Over the past month, the disciples had completed many sect missions. Their achievement points had increased from 0 to 600 points, and their contribution points had increased from 102 to 602 points. Sect leader Jun was rich. He wished he could open the store and refresh himself. Hold it in, hold it in. Now that he had more disciples, the contribution points would be more practical to use on the sect's construction. There was no need to rely on luck for now. As sect leader Jun's realm increased, so did the disciples. especially the new disciples, who had opened their 12 meridians with the help of various pills. In the beginning, there were only a few energy-gathering pills. Now, there were a lot of energy-gathering pills, which were at least 5 times stronger. It was reasonable for the disciples to break through faster. The Iron Bone sect was on the right track and was developing rapidly. Li Qingyang and the other inner disciples had also increased their realms in the past month. Other than Tian Qi, who had a high-grade spirit root, who was a rank 9 martial disciple, the rest had all reached the peak of martial disciple. Martial disciple and martial master were obstacles. If they wanted to break through, they needed time to understand the attributes of heaven and earth and let the spiritual energy in their cyclones sublimate. Fortunately, they had supreme-grade spirit roots, so it was not a big problem. However, sect leader Jun thought it was too slow. After all, there was only half a year left before he went to challenge the Sacred Spring sect. He could not let them be stuck at the peak. "Are there any pills in the store that can help me break through to martial master?" Jun Changxiao asked. If there were energy-gathering pills for breaking through to martial disciple, then there must be similar pills to help him break through to martial master, the system said. There are, but it depends on the host's luck. Jun Changxiao was silent. Luck was hard to predict. If he went for pills, he might not get any even if he used up all his contribution points. Sometimes, if he refreshed randomly, he might get something unexpected if he was lucky. Forget it, forget it. I'll think about it when I overflow my contribution points. Jun Changxiao suppressed his thoughts and continued to cultivate. After cultivating for a night, from the perspective of the increase in spiritual energy, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to break through. 1 month from rank 6 to rank 7, and 2 months from rank 7 to rank 8. If he wanted to break through to rank 9, would it have to double? Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "It will be difficult to break through to the peak of martial master if I challenge the Sacred Spring sect." As he said that, he headed to the tower. Ta. Jun Changxiao stood on the first floor of the Tower of Experience and withstood the gravity for 4 hours. His expression did not change, and he did not even pant. Ever since he obtained the Experience Tower, as long as he was in the sect, he would come here to temper himself. He did not pursue extreme tempering, and had long since adapted to it. If Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others did not deliberately challenge the record, they could adapt well. To the second floor. Jun Changxiao ignored the gravity and walked to the front of the stairs. Then, he climbed up step by step. The second floor of the training tower lit up early, because Su Xiaoma and Li Fei had already started their training. At this moment, the two of them were running around the illusory space with their tongues hanging out. It felt as if there was a pack of mad dogs chasing after them. Not a bunch of rabid dogs. It was a group of terrifying high-quality dire beasts. They were extremely fast, baring their fangs and roaring. Their sharp teeth were only a palm's distance away from their buttocks. If they were caught and bitten, it meant that they failed, and they would be weakened for 2 days. Only the people involved could see the dire beasts chasing after them, so Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "These two really look like idiots." Shwa. Shwa, ha. 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 Not long after, Jun Changxiao opened his 2 long legs and ran wildly with his tongue hanging out. Because they were stronger than the disciples, not only were there more dire beasts, but they were also very fast, so he could only run with all his might. How long would he run for? At least an hour, under the deterrence of the side effect of being weakened for 2 days. Jun Changxiao and the other 2 ran faster than the other. Yes. In the Tower of Experience, there were now 3 idiots. Being chased by a group of terrifying dire beasts, the tempering of his movement technique was still very effective. In just a few days, Jun Changxiao felt that his speed was faster than before, and his understanding of the cloud steps had also deepened. Therefore, every day, he would cultivate for 2 hours on the first floor, 1 hour on the second floor, and the rest of the time would be used to cultivate and manage the sect. Although sect leader Jun needed 2 months to level up, his body and movement technique had been tempered multiple times, and his overall strength could not be measured by his cultivation level. Li Qingyang and the others were the same. Although they were temporarily stuck at the peak of martial disciple, and couldn't enter the martial master level, their bodies and strength were still surpassing their limits. The members of the Drizzle Hall also had a deeper understanding of the telepathy technique, and could already send messages from Qingyang City, which was 100 miles away. As for the other 7 cities, as their cultivation deepened, they would be able to send messages through their minds sooner or later. A few days later, Xianxia came to visit again. The auction in Lingyang City had already ended, and all the pills had been sold. 70 healing pills were sold for 80 million, and 20 body-shaping pills were sold for 120 million. The two added together were 200 million. When Jun Changxiao received the 100 million silver notes from the AI family head, he exclaimed, as expected of an 8th-grade county, there are so many rich people. Sect leader Jun Xianxia smiled and said, the pills you made are urgently needed by the warriors. As long as there are enough of them, there will be no shortage of sales. Jun Changxiao said, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. It may not be a good thing to sell too many pills. Xianxia agreed and said, therefore, after some consideration, I have decided to hold an auction in Huyang City on the first day of every month. There will be 10 healing pills and 5 body-shaping pills. Okay. Jun Changxiao handed over 20 healing pills and 10 body-shaping pills and said, these are enough for 2 months. Sell them first. Xianxia hurriedly accepted them. Before leaving, he gave a few more spatial rings and said, Sect leader Jun, these are the herbs and high-quality seeds I bought in Lingyang City. Jun Changxiao wanted to pay the money, but the AI family head refused to accept it, so he had to personally send it to the door. After seeing Xianxia leave, he said excitedly, I didn't leave my house, and I easily earned 100 million. It feels good. Ding. Ding, after a night of refining, all 4 types of pills were produced. Sect leader Jun's contribution points increased according to the sect's missions, and the money and pills gradually increased. A few more days passed. All the new disciples had broken through to the channel opening period, and more than 100 of them had reached the 12th stage. Song Xianzhou had already become a martial disciple with the help of the body metamorphose scripture and pills. Qingyang City. Jun Changxiao said, go down the mountain and ask the people from the certification center to come and verify. The number of people who had reached the 12th stage had already met the requirement for the sect to be promoted to the 7th class. But because there were too many people, they had to go up the mountain for verification. Yes. Li Qingyang went down the mountain and entered the certification center of Qingyang City. When attendant Zhao heard that Iron Bone was going to have their sect verified again, his expression became sluggish. It had only been a few months since they were promoted from the 9th class to the 8th class. Attendant Zhao. Seeing Li Qingyang leave, a warrior in the center said unhappily, Iron Bone thinks too highly of themselves. They need us to send people to verify their sect's grade. That's right. Another person said unhappily, only 6th class sects are qualified for us to verify. An 8th class sect is too arrogant. Attendant Zhao reprimanded, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and prepare. Tomorrow, follow me to Iron Bone for verification. After being scolded by Elder Ma of Tsang Mountain Sect, he was very afraid of Jun Changxiao, so he was willing to break the rules and personally verify an 8th class sect. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that the system could change the sect's grade and reward contribution points and achievement points after verifying a sect, sect leader Jun wouldn't even bother to verify it. Borrowing the words of a certain reader. Do I need you to admit that I'm strong? Do you think I can't become strong if you don't admit it? The next day, Deacon Zhao brought a few members of the certification center and rushed all the way to Iron Bone. When they walked in and stood at the inner door, they looked at the magnificent main hall in front of them. Looking at the surrounding jade carvings and jade buildings, they were all dumbfounded. Was this an 8th-rate sect? If it wasn't for the words Iron Bone Clan written clearly on the plaque outside, Deacon Zhao and the others would have thought that this was a 6th-rate sect, to be honest. After Li Qingyang recultivated a few times, the Iron Bone was truly magnificent. Other than the nameless mountain, the architectural specifications were not inferior to the 6th-rate Haoqi sect. What shocked Deacon Zhao even more was that hundreds of disciples were gathered in the martial arts practice field. Their entire bodies were emitting essence, energy, and spirit. There was no need to verify that they were at the martial disciple level. Lord Deacon. A martial artist exclaimed, "These iron bone disciples who are cultivating are probably all martial disciples." The person beside him said in disbelief, "A few months ago, they were still an unranked sect. How did they suddenly become so powerful?" These two brothers were a little unhappy yesterday. Today, when they saw the iron bones buildings and the aura of the disciples, they were immediately slapped in the face. Deacon Zhao calmed down and said, "Sect leader Jun has been recruiting disciples recently. Could it be that all of them are martial disciples?" Although his tone was questioning, he was 100% certain that the disciples he recruited were all martial disciples. Oh my God, how did he convince so many martial disciples to join the Iron Bone? Thinking back to the recruitment of the 100 sects, he convinced the #1 genius of the Azure Sun County, Li Qingyang. He also thought back to the Star Moon Tower, where he made the Alliance's big shots vomit blood. Sect leader Jun must have a silver tongue. Deacon Zhao believed that the Iron Bone's martial disciples were directly recruited. If Jun Xianxia knew, he would be happy to accept it. After all, it wasn't that shocking, and it was also in line with the strategy of developing the sect in a low-key manner. Deacon Zhao. Li Qingyang said, "Please." Under his lead, Deacon Zhao led a few members to the main hall. On the way, when they passed by the Iron Bone disciples, they all noticed that the men were tall and sturdy, and the women were light and valiant. These martial disciples were definitely not mediocre. Deacon Zhao, who had authenticated countless sects, came to Iron Bone and experienced what it meant to be shocked. In the main hall. After the disciple served the tea, Jun Changxiao asked, "Deacon Zhao, is my Iron Bone okay?" Deacon Zhao cupped his fists and said, "Sect Master Jun's sect is extraordinary. This Zhao evaluates its potential as first class. First rank." The members of the certification center behind him were shocked. When the certification center came to verify the sect's grade, they would make a professional estimation of the sect's potential from all aspects and give it 4 different grades of evaluation: A, B, C, and D. A was the highest and D the lowest. Each level was further divided into 3 levels. For example, although A was the highest grade, it was also divided into first, second, and third grades, from lowest to highest. These people who worked in the authentication center had authenticated many sects with Deacon Zhao, but the highest evaluation they could give was only Class B. Today, he actually gave Iron Bone an A rating. Even the vast Qi sect couldn't achieve such a feat for a sect from a 9th grade county to have the potential to reach the first grade. Although the members were shocked, they didn't question it. Because Deacon Zhao had been authenticating sects for dozens of years, his qualifications and experience were very high. Giving an A rating was definitely a professional and not a casual remark. Jun Changxiao didn't understand the standards of the certification center. But in his knowledge, the word A was definitely a good evaluation, so he cupped his fists and smiled. Deacon Zhao is too serious, too serious. It wasn't just good, it was extremely good. To be able to get an A rating from the certification center, one had to be in a high-grade county or the sect itself had reached the 6th grade. What about Iron Bone? It wasn't in a high-grade county with Earth Spirit talents, and its sect was only an 8th grade one. If Deacon Zhao's A rating was spread to the Jianghu, it would definitely shock many sects and martial artists. In this county, the number of sects with the potential to reach the 1st grade could be counted with 5 fingers. Oh, right. Jun Changxiao had killed Liao Xiyu and Feng, and the Qishan sect he was in charge of had received an A rating, with the reason being that it had great potential to be promoted from a sect to a sect. Deacon Zhao said, "Sect leader Jun's disciples are very strong, and their auras are vigorous. One look and I can tell that they aren't ordinary martial disciples. This is the reason I gave them an A rating, and it's definitely not out of politeness." What did a sect's potential depend on? It definitely didn't depend on the buildings, but on the disciples. Even if the sect was built to be more majestic than the imperial palace, and all the disciples were a group of 2nd or 3rd stage meridian opening cultivators, they definitely wouldn't even receive a B rating. On the contrary, even if the sect was a bunch of thatched cottages, and the group of high-grade disciples lived inside, they would still receive an A rating. If an 8th grade sect had 500 martial disciples, if they didn't receive an A rating, his decades as a deacon would be completely wasted. Deacon Zhao. Jun Changxiao returned to the topic, when will the sect be authenticated? Deacon Zhao said, if sect leader Jun gathers the disciples who meet the requirements in the martial arts field, we can authenticate now. Qingyang. Jun Chongxiao said, gather the disciples and let Deacon Zhao authenticate them one by one. Yes. Li Qingyang left. Not long after, 550 disciples lined up neatly in the martial arts field. Deacon Zhao walked out of the main hall and looked at the group of iron-bone disciples with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. He thought to himself, what reason is there to not give them an A rating? Deacon Zhao. Jun Chongxiao pointed to the disciples on the left and said, these are my iron-bone disciples with a 12th stage meridian opening cultivation. Please begin the authentication. Okay. Deacon Zhao walked down and took out a testing stone from his spatial ring, placing it outside the martial arts field. Please activate the light rings in your hands, and then proceed with the test one by one. As long as your strength reaches 150 kilograms, you pass. The 12 meridian opening cultivation rings could be faked, but strength wouldn't. If a fist could reach 150 kilograms, it would definitely be a 12th stage meridian opening. Go. Jun Chongxiao waved his hand. Yang Kong, who had just entered the sect, walked up first. He stopped in front of the testing stone and took a deep breath. Then, he raised his fist and punched it. His face was indifferent, and he didn't seem to be serious at all. Deacon Zhao shook his head and thought to himself, isn't the sect leader blaming the sect for being so perfunctory? Bang, his fist landed on the testing stone, and the strength displayed was 150 kilograms. This, Deacon Zhao was dumbfounded. Next, he would continue to be dumbfounded. Because the disciples who came up one after another all attacked with indifference, and the strength displayed was not lower than 150 kilograms, after 50 disciples were authenticated, Jun Chongxiao said, Deacon Zhao, I really don't have enough iron bone 12th stage meridian opening disciples. Can I use martial disciples instead? Deacon Zhao's mouth twitched and said, sure. Go. Jun Chongxiao said. Cui Bujin walked up first, raised his small fist, and lightly punched the testing stone. He swore that he had controlled his strength, but he still managed to hit 150 kilograms. Seeing Cui Bujin punch out 3,000 jin of strength, Deacon Zhao's mouth twitched even more. That guy obviously didn't use his full strength. This is a sacred sect test. Can you iron bone disciples be a little more careful? The next one to test was Sima Zhongda. His control over his strength was much better than Cui Bujin's. With a light punch, he hit out 2,200 jin of strength. When other people tested, the higher the strength, the better. The iron bone disciples were trying their best to suppress their strength. This was really a weirdo among weirdos. The rule was 1,500 jin. As long as it was not lower than this, there was no difference between hitting 10,000 jin and hitting just right. Not to mention, there was a strength testing machine in the training room. Everyone tested their strength every few days and knew their strength like the back of their hand. There was no need to use the testing stone to test seriously. What was the Iron Bones motto? Low-key, even more low-key. However, it was obviously a low-key test, but Deacon Zhao thought that it was definitely a super high-profile test, a casual punch with a strength of 2 to 3,000 jin. If it really exploded, how terrifying would it be? He couldn't think about it, he didn't dare to think about it. Bang, bang, the Iron Bone disciples tested one by one as Deacon Zhao recorded. More than 10 minutes later, 450 disciples finished their certification. The lowest strength was 2,000 jin, which met the minimum requirement of 1,500 jin. Next, another 50 martial disciples were certified. Their strength also reached the standard. At that moment, Deacon Zhao was deeply shocked. The requirement to ascend from the 8th class to the 7th class was 50 martial disciples and 512th stage meridian opening. The Iron Bone certification was 500 martial disciples and 50 12th stage meridian opening. The numbers were directly reversed, exaggerated, too exaggerated. Deacon Zhao had been certified for so many years, but he had never seen such a powerful 8th class sect. Sect leader Jun, he suppressed his shock and said, please test it. If your strength reaches 10,000 jin, you can pass the certification. Okay. Jun Chongxiao walked down and raised his fist. Bang. After testing the strength of the stone, it shattered on the spot and scattered all over the ground. Deacon Zhao and the other members were instantly dumbfounded. Jin Changxiao said awkwardly, "Sorry, I didn't control my strength well and broke the testing stone." To be honest, the punch just now was very exciting, and he also had the intention to show off. However, he never expected that it would be shattered by himself. This was a testing stone, how could it be broken? Deacon Zhao brought an ordinary testing stone, which could bear a weight of less than 100,000 jin. After sect leader Jun broke through to the 7th grade martial master, even if he didn't use his full strength, a punch of his would be over 50,000 jin. It would be strange if it didn't shatter. Deacon Zhao opened his mouth wide in shock. Sect leader Jun's strength was definitely over 100,000 kilograms to shatter an ordinary testing stone with a single punch. This wasn't just a martial master, this was Wuzong. That's not right, since it was Wuzong, why didn't it have that unique aura? Could it be that he was deliberately suppressing it? Wrong. Sect leader Jun wasn't Wuzong to begin with. He was only a 7th grade martial master. Deacon Zhao, do you have any more testing stones? There's no need for the test. Deacon Zhao said, Sect Master Jun's strength has met the requirements. As he spoke, he took out an exquisite jade tablet from his spatial ring and used a special method to draw the word 7 on it. He then handed it over and said with a smile, "Congratulations on your sect's promotion to the 7th rate." "Thank you." Jun Changxiao took the tablet. Deacon Zhao said seriously, "Sect leader Jun, this Zhao's evaluation of your sect was wrong. It should have been 2nd rate." Another increase in armor. The members of the certification center behind were shocked. In the Falling Star continent, if a sect could get 2nd rate and develop steadily, not only would it become a 5th rate sect, it would also have a high chance of becoming a 4th rate sect. Terrifying, too terrifying. If they hadn't come with Deacon Zhao, they wouldn't have dared to imagine that Iron Bone, who was very unhappy yesterday, would be evaluated as 2nd rate. Was there a 3rd rate? Yes, there was. But it only existed in 4th grade counties and above. A 9th grade county actually had a new sect that was evaluated as 2nd rate. This was absolutely inconceivable. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the sect to the 7th rate. The reward is 500 achievement points and 500 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 120210000. Ding. Sect achievement points, 120010000. Ding. Sect contribution points overflow. Ding. Sect contribution points overflow. After the host upgrades the sect, the overflow will be automatically filled up. The system notifications rang in his ears one after another, making Jun Changxiao feel refreshed. The sound of all the values being filled up and overflowing was definitely the most beautiful sound in the world. Sect leader Jun. Deacon Zhao cupped his hands and said, "The sect certification has been completed." This Zhao will take his leave first. He needed to return to the certification center immediately and report his evaluation of Iron Bone to the headquarters so that it could be recorded in the records. Jun Changxiao said, "Deacon Zhao, what are the requirements for upgrading from the 7th rate to the 6th rate?" According to the certification rules, the master of a 6th rate sect must have the cultivation of Wuzong. The sect must have 10 martial masters, 500 martial disciples, and 1,000 12th stage meridian opening cultivators. Deacon Zhao explained. Jun Changxiao, there weren't many sects that met the requirements to upgrade to the 6th rate. It seemed that there was still a long way to go. That's not right. Jun Changxiao said, "As far as I know, the sect leader of the Grand Spirit sect had just broken through to Wuzong not long ago. His sect was already a 6th rate long ago." Deacon Zhao explained, the previous sect leader of the Grand Spirit sect had the cultivation of Wuzong. The sect was also certified by him. I see. Jun Changxiao understood. Once a sect had a high level, the next sect leader would take over. Even if the sect's level was low, it wouldn't drop. Deacon Zhao said, "Is there anything else, sect leader Jun?" "Nothing." "Then this Zhao will take his leave first." Jun Changxiao sent him to the mountain gate and cupped his hands, "Have a safe journey." After sending Deacon Zhao off, he couldn't wait to open the system's status panel and press the "Upgradable" button next to the sect's construction. Ding. Sect construction upgraded to level 4. Ding. Sect members, contribution points, and achievement points increased. Ding. Sect's Talisman Pavilion opened. After the notification sounded, the system's data panel immediately changed. Sect name, Ironbone Clan. Sect leader, Xianxia. Sect level, 7th rate. Sect construction, level 4. Sect functions, Medicine Refining Pavilion, Smithing Pavilion, Talisman Pavilion. Sect cultivation technique, Jing, Divine Grade Beginner Level. Cloud Steps, High Grade Beginner Level, Sound Transmission, Mid-Grade High Grade Beginner Level. Sect members, 100020000. Sect contribution points, 120220000. Sect achievement points, 2002000. Sect mission, sent to the Sect mission board. Sect main mission, within 100 years, seeing that the upper limit only increased from 1,000 to 2,000, Xianxia was a bit disappointed. After all, the system said that he could buy mid-level store items when he was at level 4. However, any item in the mid-level store started at 1,000 contribution points. Even if he maxed it out, he could only buy 2 of them. What? The system said, does the host want to buy 20 of them in the mid-level store like he bought the molding house? What? Xianxia said, is it illegal to even think about it? The system was rendered speechless by the host's words. After all, it wasn't illegal to think about it. Xianxia didn't care about this guy who kept attacking him. Instead, he tapped on the Talisman Pavilion. 7th rate, 4 levels up. These weren't as important as the new functions. Shwa. A small independent panel popped out, and a 3D projection of a Tai Chi pattern appeared. The Alchemy Pavilion was the pill furnace, and the Forging Pavilion was the forging table. This Talisman Pavilion had a Tai Chi pattern. Could it be a device for refining talismans? Sect leader Jun continued to look. When he saw the 3 talismans, his eyes lit up and he almost jumped up in excitement. The 3 talismans were respectively, Beginner Grade Strength Increasing Talisman, Beginner Grade Insight Talisman, Beginner Grade Speed Talisman. Lord Xianxia often used the 2 talismans that were sold on the stage, so he could still treat them with a normal attitude. But the Speed Talisman made him so excited that he couldn't control himself. After all, it was a talisman from the novice gift bag. When he crushed it during the fight with AI Xianxia, it was so fast that it left an afterimage for a long time. When he killed the 2 Wei brothers in the city lord's residence, he also relied on this talisman that hadn't expired yet, to be able to refine this kind of talisman in the Talisman Pavilion, not to mention fighting enemies. Just traveling was much faster than riding the purple lightning tiger cub. Oh my god. Oh my god, Buddha Tathagata, I'm going to be rich. Don't get excited, calm down. The system said, you are the leader of a sect. You are the main character. Don't let the readers laugh at you. Ahaha. Ahahaha. Xianxia forgot himself and laughed while leaning on the door. Then, he squatted down and laughed. His laughter was like the 9527 in Tang Bohu's autumn fragrance. Second senior brother Su Xiaoma, who was standing on the training ground, whispered, what's wrong with the sect leader? Li Qingyang said, maybe the sect leader is too excited to be promoted to the 7th rate. The sect leader is worried sick about the sect. It's understandable that he can't control his emotions after being promoted from the 8th rate to the 7th rate. Su Xiaoma said. So, Li Qingyang turned around and said seriously, we have to work hard to cultivate and make the sect stronger. We can't let down the sect leader's nurturing. Yes. All the disciples said in unison. Xianxia squatted at the entrance and laughed heartily. Hundreds of disciples stood neatly in the martial arts practice field. Although the scene was a little funny, it was also quite heartwarming. He laughed wildly for a while. Sect leader Jun finally calmed down. He clicked on the introduction of the Strength Increasing Talisman and the Refinement Materials panel. His expression froze. The introduction said, after crushing this item, one's strength would be doubled. No, the one sold in the shop could increase the price by 5 times, but this one only increased the price by 2 times, the system said, although it has shrunk, the usage time has increased. It can last for 120 minutes without any side effects. Xianxia was on the verge of breaking down. If he had a choice, he would rather increase the multiplier and shorten the time limit. After all, he was so strong that he could absolutely suppress his opponent. A few seconds or minutes would be enough to end the battle, the system said. You don't need to spend any contribution points. Are you still not satisfied? I'm satisfied. Xianxia said, of course I'm satisfied. As long as he didn't spend any contribution points, even a 30% to 50% increase in strength was better than nothing. Moreover, after mass production, he could give it to the disciples. When facing a strong opponent or danger, they could crush it and use it. Xianxia looked down. The required materials were 0-2 middle 9th grade crystal cores, 0/20 low 9th grade crystal cores. The middle 9th grade crystal cores were very expensive. Below, there was a small line of words: supplementary materials, 66,991 low-grade healing pills. Xianxia was stunned and broke down. I can understand using crystal cores to refine talismans, but what the hell is a supplementary material called healing pills? The system explained. The talisman refining materials in the talisman pavilion have a meticulous scientific basis. Healing pills and strength increase had nothing to do with each other, but they actually had a meticulous basis. This was really scientific. Still, are you bullying me for being uncultured? Xianxia continued to click on the talisman of insight. This was no different from the shop. The required materials were of a higher grade: 5 middle 9th grade crystal cores, 10 middle 1st grade crystal cores, and finally, the supplementary materials required 1 low-grade body-shaping pill. Xianxia held his head and said frantically, don't tell me, this also has a meticulous scientific basis. Yes. Xianxia almost vomited blood. After consuming the body-shaping pill, it could improve the physical body and increase strength. It was still somewhat understandable that it was used as a supplementary material for the strength-increasing talisman. But to add this into the talisman of insight, how scientific was it to create this? Phew. Xianxia took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and opened the talisman of Gale again. As expected of the finale, there were a total of 4 materials, namely, Wind Element 5th Grade Crystal Core, 0/1, Wind Element 1st Grade Crystal Core, 0/2, Wind Element 9th Grade Crystal Core, 0/5. Finally, it was the supplementary material, Cyclone Pill. Alright. There must be a meticulous scientific basis for this. I'm really convinced. After looking at the 3 types of talismans, Xianxia understood that the main material for refining talismans was the crystal core, which was the main ingredient for refining talismans. Especially the talisman of Gale. All 3 crystal cores were of the wind element, so collecting and refining them would undoubtedly be very difficult. With such a heaven-defying speed, if he could easily refine them, wouldn't he be using a speed cheat? I can buy the materials for the strength-increasing talisman and mass-produce some. The materials for the talisman of insight also needed to be sold. However, this thing couldn't be used to comprehend the battle techniques in the shop, so it didn't have much meaning. He could just casually refine a dozen of them. As for the talisman of Gale, Xianxia definitely wanted to refine it. However, in his opinion, even if the 8 cities in Qingyang County had wind element crystal cores, they might not meet the requirements for refining. Right. Thinking of something, he asked, is the Gale Wolf's crystal core of the wind element? Yes. The system replied. Ah. Xianxia almost banged his head against the pillar. Back then, he killed quite a number of Gale Wolves in Death Valley. Although he sold them to AI Xianxia, he bought them back and used them to mutate the fire dragon. Crepe Myrtle. My fault, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have wasted it all for the sake of mutating. All the crystal cores were used to hatch and mutate the fire dragon. Xianxia could only accept reality and personally made a trip to Qingyang City. As expected. There wasn't even a single wind element crystal core in the crystal core shop. Xianxia shook his head. He could only choose the other 2 materials. He had gathered 10 strength-increasing talismans and 2 talismans of insight. How much? A total of 5 million taels. Sect leader Jun, who was worth more than 100 million, didn't care about this small amount of money. He bought it and returned to the sect. Same old rules. On the way, he started to refine a one-button machine. However, after returning to the sect, he didn't refine a single talisman. The speed was even slower than a middle-grade healing pill. Jun Xianxia comforted himself, the talisman's price is high, so it's understandable that it's slow. Sitting in the study, he opened the shop. He started to think about whether he should refresh the remaining 202 points or go to the middle-grade shop. Forget it. Mid-grade items are too expensive. I'll use them to refresh first. If I'm lucky, maybe I can. While he was thinking, Jun Xianxia had already refreshed the beginner shop. The first item came into view. It was called Array Enhancer. He clicked on the details. Item, Array Enhancer. Description, a treasure that strengthens all kinds of arrays. Effect, defensive formations increase defense power by 50%. Offensive formations increase attack power by 20%. Spiritual power formations increase spiritual power by 100%. Weakness, can only be used on beginner-grade arrays in the shop. Price, 200 contribution points. Jun Xianxia's eyes lit up. I have beginner-grade arrays and sect-protecting arrays. This thing can increase strength. Recommended purchase price, 5 stars. System, not only did the host learn how to answer first, he also learned how to steal my lines. PS, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, all kinds of requests. For updates today, all at once. Jun Xianxia spent 200 contribution points to buy the array strengthening device. The elementary disciple Spirit Chi array was a type of Spirit Chi array. With this item, the strength of one Spirit Chi would increase by 100%. With so many disciples in the sect, the supply of spirit gathering pills would definitely be insufficient. At this time, cultivating inside the Spirit Chi array was undoubtedly the best choice. After all, it only cost 1 contribution point a day. Buzz. Placing the array strengthening device inside the Spirit Chi array, the Spirit Chi gathered was 3 times that of the outside world. Although it was only a 1-fold increase, it would undoubtedly allow the disciples to absorb Spirit Chi faster to increase their cultivation. Sect leader Jun made the arrangements. The new disciples trained their bodies in the training room while they entered the array to cultivate in batches. After they were done, they entered the training tower and began their routine of tempering their bodies and speed. As for the 3rd floor, Jun Xianxia planned to explore it when he could easily run around a group of ferocious beasts for 2 hours. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and Yi Xingchen were still cultivating on the 1st level. They would not go to the 2nd level until they had tempered their bodies to the maximum. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were more focused on the 2nd level. After all, it was helpful for their movement techniques. Song Xianzhou had only been in the sect for a month. Although he also wanted to enter the training tower, he could only continue to build his body in the shaping room. He cherished being able to stand up from his paralysis and worked very hard on his cultivation. In the Iron Bone sect, the genius halo would be weakened. If one wanted to become stronger, they would have to work hard continuously. If they slacked off even a little, they might be surpassed by ordinary fellow disciples of the same sect. A few days later, the disciples completed the remaining sect missions. Their achievement points had increased to 500 points and their contribution points to 1287 points. What should I buy? I think the Qi Gathering Elixir is the best. That's right. We don't need weapons for now. Let's buy the Qi Gathering Elixir. Many disciples obtained their own contribution points after completing the sect missions and bought the Qi Gathering Elixir from the vending machine in the market. Although they did not have many Qi Gathering Elixirs, with the Spirit Qi array and the weakened version of the Qi Gathering Elixir, their cultivation increased quickly. 10 days later, the 400 new disciples, with the exception of Yao Menjing, who had not come into contact with martial arts, had all opened a 12th stage meridian opening. Some of the disciples even relied on the revolving Qi pill to become a martial disciple. It had only been about 50 days since he had entered the sect. Many disciples who were at the 1st level of the channel opening realm were able to break through to the 12th level. The Falling Star continent was very big. It was divided into 12 continents, which was why it was called the 12 prefectures. 9 of the prefectures were connected to each other. As for the other 3 prefectures, because they were separated by the endless sea, they did not have any interactions with each other. It was as if they were isolated from the world. Every state had its own culture, and its area was much larger than Earth. It was like an independent world. Other than special states, most states did not have countries. They were divided into counties, cities, and towns. For example, southwest Xianxia, which was closest to the southwest, had 200 to 300 counties within its borders, and each county had a population of more than 10 million. The Azure Sun County was one of the most inconspicuous ninth-grade counties in the southwestern Xianxia. Not to mention southwest Xianxia, even in the entire Falling Star continent, they were at the bottom of the food chain. Due to its geographical location, southwest Xianxia was not considered to be very strong in the 9 prefectures. It was at the lower middle level. Southwest Xianxia did not have a country, but each county had its own government, which was equivalent to a small regime. Among them, the strongest was the 3rd-grade Heavenly Mandate County. The main city of the Heavenly Mandate County was the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City. It was considered the capital of southwest Xianxia because it was the only city in the state that had reached the imperial city level. That was right. Counties were divided into different grades and grades. Cities were also divided. To reach the imperial city level, not only did it have to be strong overall, but it also had to have a certain number of martial kings. Other counties and cities in southwest Xianxia also had martial kings, but the number did not meet the requirements. They could only be named as cities, not imperial city. Above the imperial city were the imperial city, the sacred city, and the imperial city. As the names suggested, the imperial city and the sacred city must have a sufficient number of Wu Huang and Wu Xing. In the mainstream 9 prefectures of the Falling Star continent, there were at least 99 imperial cities. However, the imperial city and the sacred city were relatively rare. As for the imperial city, it had only appeared once since ancient times, and that was tens of thousands of years ago. According to the rules set by the ancestors, it could only be called an imperial city with 3 or more martial emperors. There were only 9 martial emperors in the Falling Star continent now. It was impossible to gather 3 martial emperors in a city. It was a bit off topic. The camera turned to the imperial city of the Heavenly Mandate Sect Certification Hall. At this moment, a white-haired old man was sitting at the head of the hall. His skinny fingers were tapping rhythmically on the tea table. His name was Xianxia. He was the head of the certification hall in southwest Xianxia. On both sides of the head of the table sat 4 old men in gold-trimmed robes. They were the elders of the certification hall. Although their eyes were cloudy, they had a strong aura. It was obvious that they were experts. Everyone. After a while, Xianxia said, "What do you think of the news brought by Deacon Zhao of Qingyang County?" An elder said, "It's unbelievable that a sect in a 9th-grade county was given a 2nd-grade evaluation." Another person said, "I have never seen a sect in a 9th-grade county that has the potential to reach 2nd grade since I became an elder of the Yangzhou headquarters. Moreover," he paused and said, "that Iron Bones sect has just entered the 7th grade from the 8th grade. Another elder asked, "Could it be a misjudgment? Zhao Xingming has been a deacon in the Qingyang County branch for 30 to 50 years. The elder beside him said, "Although he has no outstanding achievements, he has been diligent in his duties. There shouldn't be a mistake." Elder Zhou, if this old man remembers correctly, you were the one who promoted Zhao Xingming, right? An elder chuckled. Elder Zhou frowned and said, "Elder Zhen, what do you mean?" Elder Zhen said, "From what I know, Zhao Xingming signed an agreement with the 100 Sect Alliance in Qingyang County without permission. He has to provide an alliance certificate. This is extremely absurd. There was no such thing as an airtight wall." What Deacon Zhao had done in the Azure Sun County had reached this elder's ears. Elder Zhou's face was extremely ugly. He was the one who promoted Zhao Xingming. If the head of the training hall looked into this matter, he would definitely be implicated. Despicable fellow. Was his brain kicked by a donkey? Why would he sign an agreement with the 100 Sect Alliance without permission? Elder Zhen's words caused the atmosphere in the hall to become serious. The other 2 elders did not say anything. Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen had always disliked each other, so it was normal for them to argue with each other when they were discussing. Tianjian said, "We are discussing official matters. As for Zhao Xingming's matter, let's talk about it another day." Elder Zhen cupped his hands and said, "Head of the training hall, Deacon Zhao might have accepted bribes. I believe that the Ironbone's second-grade evaluation should be denied." Elder Zhen. Elder Zhou said indifferently, "Without evidence, please do not accuse a deacon who has been diligent in his duties. This will disappoint the deacons of the other counties." Elder Zhen said, "With the shady business that Zhao Xingming has done with the 100 Sect Alliance, I find it hard to believe that he would be diligent in his duties and not break the law." He was going all out. Elder Zhou was not going to admit defeat and was about to retort. But before he could say anything, Tianjian said, "Send someone to Qingyang County to verify again." "Isn't that enough?" "That's right." One of the elders who was watching the show said, "I also feel that it is fairer to send someone from the headquarters to verify again." Elder Zhen said, "Head of the training hall, I am willing to go." "I will go too." Elder Zhou said. The other two elders shook their heads. Sending two elders from the headquarters to verify for a sect in a 9th-grade county was already a great treatment. Looking up from the foot of Ironbone Mountain, one could see that there were clouds and mist halfway up the mountain. This was the spiritual energy released by the 200,000 medicinal herbs after they gradually matured. Although it couldn't be compared to that of a big sect, it was undoubtedly a good start. Sect Master Elder Wei, who was standing on the boulder, pointed at the long mountain range and said, "As long as we continue to plant medicinal herbs, Ironbone Mountain will definitely become a treasure land with abundant spiritual energy. We have to spend money." Jun Changxiao said. Elder Wei said, "How can we improve the environment if we don't invest? Besides, Ironbone Mountain is full of spiritual energy, and the quality of the medicinal herbs cultivated will be high. The effect of using them to refine pills will also be more obvious." "That makes sense." Jun Changxiao said, "I will continue to purchase seeds. I will have to trouble Elder Wei and the medicine hall to plant them." "This is part of my duty," Old Man Wei said. Joining Ironbone and becoming the medicine hall master, everything he did was definitely for the sect. "When can these medicinal herbs be collected?" Jun Changxiao asked. Elder Wei said, "Wait for another 2 days and let them release more heaven and earth attributes." "Okay." Jun Changxiao handed over the sect's affairs to Li Qingyang and went to Huyang City to buy 400,000 high-quality seeds from the AI family in one go. Patriarch AI Xianxia was puzzled. "Sect Master Jun bought so many medicinal herb seeds, can you plant them all?" "If I'm not wrong." AI Xianxia said, "Sect Master Jun bought so many seeds to improve the spiritual energy environment of Ironbone Mountain. Planting spiritual energy-type medicinal herbs to improve the heaven and earth attributes of a mountain was very common in the Starfall continent." AI Xianxia was speechless. That nameless mountain has almost no spiritual energy. Spending so much money to transform it, it's better to choose another mountain. Indeed. Instead of spending money and effort to transform it, it was better to choose another mountain. Even if the spiritual energy was weak, it was still better than opening up Ironbone Mountain. Jun Changxiao naturally knew that he could choose another mountain and move the sect there. However, wouldn't it be more challenging to start off as a 9th-rate sect in a 9th-rate county and slowly develop into the strongest sect? After the system learned of his thoughts, it once said, "The host has a tendency to self-abuse." A few days later, Elder Wei collected all 200,000 mature herbs. After a round of distribution, Jun Changxiao collected more than 30,000 sets of materials to refine the qi-gathering pill. This felt great. Opening the pill refinement pavilion, the medicinal herbs were automatically allocated, and Zhang Xian decisively began refining. It would definitely take some time to refine more than 30,000 qi-amassing pills, but Jun Changxiao felt that it was like the sound of nature when he heard the tinkling sounds. 2 days later, all the pills were refined. Looking at the pile of energy-gathering pills in his interspatial ring, Jun Changxiao felt that he was very happy now. It was a pity. Because it was the first batch of medicinal herbs to be planted, the effect of the pill was only 10 times. Jun Changxiao was already very satisfied. After all, more than 30,000 qi-amassing pills were enough for the disciples. Furthermore, Elder Wei had already led people to start the second planting. The ecological environment would be improved, the maturity period would be shortened, and the quality would be greatly improved. It could be said that, as long as there were enough funds and seeds, it would form a virtuous cycle. The ecological environment would slowly change, and there would be no shortage of energy-gathering pills. Thinking of the lingering spiritual energy of the Iron Bone Mountain and the endless supply of energy-gathering pills, Jun Changxiao immediately felt comfortable all over. It would not be difficult for him to go up to the 5th floor in one go. Sect leader Li Luoqiu walked into the main hall and said, I just received news that the Southwest Yangzhou Certification Headquarters sent 2 elders to Qingyang City to accompany City Lord Xia and Deacon Zhao to my Iron Bone. Jun Changxiao said, what does the certification headquarters mean by sending people over? In my opinion, Li Luoqiu deduced, our Iron Bone was evaluated as the second best, which alarmed the certification headquarters. This time, the elders should be carefully examined. Sect leader Li Qingyang said, Deacon's son is here to visit. Jun Changxiao, who had just received the news, was not surprised, so he said, invite him in. Li Qingyang said, Deacon's son brought 2 elders with strong auras, at least Wuzong Cultivation. Could it be that they were here to cause trouble? The system said, the host not only has a tendency to self-abuse, but also a tendency to be persecuted. Get lost. Li Qingyang said, City Lord Xia also accompanied them. He is very respectful to the 2 elders. In this disciple's opinion, they should be important figures. In that case, isn't it a bit rash for me not to personally go out to welcome them? Jun Changxiao said. Li Luoqiu said, I think, for the sake of City Lord Xia, there is nothing wrong with the sect leader going out to welcome them. This disciple thinks so too. Li Qingyang said. Good. Jun Changxiao stood up and said, for the sake of City Lord Xia, I will personally go out to welcome them. Elder Zhen, who was standing outside the Iron Bone sect, said impatiently, is it that slow to report? Still. The Iron Bone sect leader is so arrogant, why didn't he come out to welcome them personally? As an elder of the Southwest Yangzhou Certification Department, of course he would welcome a sect of his own accord. Xie Guangquan said with a smile, Elder Zhen suddenly came and did not inform us in advance. Sect leader Jun must not have been prepared, so please forgive us for any neglect. Our lovely City Lord Xia was always on Jun Changxia's side. Of course. His efforts were not in vain. Jun Changxiao, who originally did not plan to go out to welcome them, came out because of him. Creak. The red door opened. Jun Changxiao stepped out, without even looking at the 2 elders of the certification department, and smiled, City Lord Xia, how come you have time to visit my Iron Bone? City Lord Xia was a little confused, and said, Sect leader Jun, I am accompanying 2 elders of the Southwest Yangzhou Certification Department. The words Southwest Yangzhou Certification Department were especially loud, obviously hinting that the people who came were important people, and he must not be negligent. So it's the elders of the certification department. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said politely, sorry for the lack of manners. Elder Zhen said lightly, Sect leader Jun is really arrogant to make me wait outside for so long. Elder Zhou said, Sect leader Jun still has to deal with sect affairs, and can't stand at the door waiting to welcome him every day. Someone shouldn't be so calculative. Look. They were arguing again, Elder Zhen said lightly, Elder Zhou, this time, if the Iron Bone sect's potential does not reach the 2nd grade, there will be a big problem. I believe in Deacon Zhao's evaluation, how can there be a problem? Elder Zhou said. As the 2 of them argued, the atmosphere became more solemn. This made City Lord Xia, who was at the side, feel a little awkward. Deacon Zhao's back was covered in cold sweat. Elder Zhen's visit this time was obviously against him. If the Iron Bone sect's potential did not reach the 2nd grade, they would be in big trouble. At that moment, he suddenly had a scary thought. Could it be that those martial disciples with strong auras who helped the Iron Bone sect certification were hired by Jun Changxiao? It wasn't as if cheating had never happened before. Although it was exposed in the end and they were severely punished by the certification hall, there would still be people taking the risk every once in a while. If the Iron Bone sect hired someone and they suddenly came for a new certification today, all the disciples would turn into crooked melons. Not only would his career be ruined, his life would also be in danger. Thinking about this, Deacon Zhao's cold sweat flowed even faster, and his heart became even more anxious. Everyone, Jun Changxiao said, it's windy outside, please come in. Elder Zhen was the first to leave. Elder Zhou and City Lord Xia walked in one after another. Deacon Zhao walked in and said softly, Sect Leader Jun, my life is in your hands, I hope that there won't be any accidents during the second certification. At this time, he wanted to kneel down and cry for the second grade. Jun Changxiao didn't understand, how can there be any accidents? Deacon Zhao said, what I mean is, please treat the certification seriously and not treat it as a game. Jun Changxiao followed him in and said softly, Deacon Zhao, if my Iron Bone sect doesn't get the second grade, will you be in trouble? Deacon Zhao said softly, it will be very troublesome. I understand. Jun Changxiao said, I will definitely make the disciples treat the second certification seriously, but, he paused, Deacon Zhao and Alliance Master Qin are very close, and Jun and Alliance Master Qin also have a grudge, this will be a little awkward. Sect Leader Jun clearly remembered how arrogant this person was in the certification hall and how he made things difficult for him. If not for Elder Ma's appearance and certification as an 8th grade sect, he would have to run to another county. Deacon Zhao's expression changed. He hurriedly lowered his voice, Sect Leader Jun, I only have an agreement with Alliance Master Qin, we are not close in private, please don't misunderstand. At this time, even if he was sworn brothers with Alliance Master Qin, he had to cut ties with him, after all, his life was at stake, Jun Changxiao said, Jun can tell, so I hope that Deacon Zhao will be more careful with the 100 Sect Alliance certification in the future. This was definitely sarcastic. This was definitely telling him to make things difficult for the 100 Sect Alliance. Deacon Zhao affirmed, definitely, definitely. Elder Zhen, who was walking in front, stopped in his tracks. He turned around and said, the two of you are whispering at the back. Could it be that you are colluding to fake it? Jun Changxiao said, my iron bone has always proven everything with my strength. I never lie. Strength? Elder Zhen said faintly, you can only prove it through verification. You can't just talk about it. Oh, shit. This old man doesn't seem to like my iron bone. Elder Zhen wasn't unhappy with iron bone. He was unhappy with Elder Zhou. In his opinion, if Zhao Xingming accepted bribes in private, he must have colluded with Iron Bone. Then, it must have something to do with Elder Zhou. Sigh. The infighting in the adult world was a little complicated. Iron Bone had been wronged. Because of the grudge between the two elders, he had been shot for no reason. If it was any other sect, they wouldn't mind being shot, but was Jun Changxiao the kind of person who would take a bullet for nothing? He wasn't, so, since Elder Zhen was unhappy with him, he had to make him unhappy too. Elder Jun Changxiao said, your certification headquarters came to my iron bone for the second time. Could it be that you have doubts about the previous certification? Sect Master Jun and Deacon Zhao should know whether there are doubts or not, right? Elder Zhen said coldly. They didn't come with good intentions, Jun Changxiao said, you mean to say that my iron bone and Deacon Zhao colluded to fake the sect certification? We will know whether it is fake or not after the new certification. At this point, Elder Zhen's expression froze. Because he had already seen the majestic sect's main hall. Elder Zhou, who had been holding back his words, also had a look of surprise. As an important person from the imperial city, he had seen buildings more luxurious than Iron Bone's main hall. But it was rare for a 7th or 8th rate sect to be able to build something like this. City Lord Xia also opened his eyes wide. Oh my god, Sect Master Jun's main hall was so luxurious. Humph, Elder Zhen said indifferently, building the main hall so luxurious, even if the sect's strength doesn't increase, it will only be on paper. Elder Zhen's words are wrong. Elder Zhou seized the opportunity and retorted, Sect Master Jun built the main hall so luxurious. It means that you have the ambition to make the sect stronger. That's right. Jun Changxiao said, since I have established the sect, Jun naturally wants to make Iron Bone stronger. That is why I built the main hall so that it won't have to be rebuilt in the future. Elder Zhou raised his thumb and said, "The falling star continent lacks ambitious young people like Sect Master Jun." Elder Zhen wouldn't believe that there was no relationship between the two of them when he praised Jun Changshao like this. He said coldly, "It is good to have dreams, but if you have unrealistic fantasies or take advantage of opportunities to take the wrong path, you are just deceiving yourself." Damn it, is this guy so sure that my iron bone is fake? Good. Good, I will gather all the disciples here and test them seriously. I will show you what it means to prove yourself with strength. Jun Changshao wanted to keep a low profile, but since the other party was so sure that he was fake, he had to make a big show of it. Qingyang. He shouted, "Gather all the disciples who participated in the test last time and let this elder test them again." Yes. Before long, all 550 disciples were gathered in the training field. Deacon Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. These disciples were the ones who had been tested previously. Even if they were really hired by Sect Master Jun, as long as they were still here, they would definitely be second grade. Not bad, not bad. Elder Zhou praised the Iron Bone disciples. Judging from their auras, they are all good seedlings. As an elder of the headquarters, his judgment was definitely sharper than Deacon Zhao's. Elder Zhen said indifferently, "Although these disciples are not bad, they are at most first grade. Deacon Zhao giving them second grade is a bit too much." Deacon Zhao said, reporting to Elder Zhen, "This subordinate gave a second-place evaluation after the Iron Bone Sect's disciple test." "Is that so?" Elder Zhen said indifferently, "Then let's start the test again." As he spoke, he summoned the testing stone and said, "Sect Master Jun, you should know the rules. Please test the strength of the disciples one by one." Jun Changshao said, "Disciples, listen up. These two elders are from the headquarters of Southwest Jiangzhou. They are here to test my Iron Bone disciples for the second time. Test them seriously." "Yes." All the disciples shouted in unison. Swoosh, Cui Bujian was the first to step out. He gathered the spiritual energy in his cyclone and punched fiercely. This time, he was absolutely serious. He did not deliberately suppress his strength. Boom, his strength was displayed as 13,000 jin. Ga, Deacon Zhao was dumbfounded. This disciple's strength was only 3,000 jin during the last test. The difference between 13,000 and 3,000 was too big. Elder Zhou and Elder Zhen were also a bit confused. After all, 10,000 jin was comparable to a normal rank 1 martial. Master, boom, the next to step out was Sima Zhongda. He punched the testing stone and his strength was displayed as 14,000 jin. Boom, 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 Li Tian, Yang Yuhua, and the others stepped out one after another. These martial disciples who entered the sect earlier all had strength above 10,000 jin. Until Yang Kong and the other new disciples tested. Because they had just entered the martial disciple realm from rank 12, their strength was around 4,000 jin. However, it was still much higher than the test value. Deacon Zhao's heart was in a perilous situation. The last 50 disciples were only at rank 12 in the last test. How did they all become martial disciples in such a short period of time? Boom. Jun Changshao punched again and the normal testing stone shattered again. Elder Zhen and Elder Zhou's eyes widened. City Lord Xia almost lost his balance and fell to the ground in shock. One punch to shatter the testing stone. This strength was definitely above 100,000 jin. A 7th grade sect leader could produce a strength comparable to a rank 1 Wu zone. This was simply too terrifying. Elder Zhen, right? Jun Changshao retracted his fist and turned around. He said indifferently, "Jun and the 550 disciples have finished testing. Do they meet the previous evaluation? It doesn't fit." Elder Zhou was the first to speak. "Oh?" Jun Changshao was surprised. Elder Zhou said solemnly, "Based on the performance of sect leader Jun and the disciples, they should be in the top 3. Top 3. City Lord Xia's body swayed and he staggered back 2 steps. His eyes were filled with shock and horror. The top 3 sects could only be found in the 4th grade counties and above. That place was full of talents and experts. Naturally, their potential was limitless. But today, at this very moment, after seeing the Iron Bone disciples test, Elder Zhou's evaluation of the top 3 was undoubtedly shocking. One had to know that this was only a 7th-rate sect. One had to know that this was an inconspicuous ninth-grade county. Hearing Elder Zhou's evaluation, Mayor Xia was so shocked that his body trembled. His eyes were filled with horror. After knowing that the Iron Bone disciples were certified as second grade, he was unable to control himself. Now that they were tested again and rated as third grade, this was definitely a blow to his soul. I have a top 3 sect in my territory. Heavens, this was too unreal, too unbelievable. If not for his status as the mayor, Xie Guangquan would have raised his hand to slap his own face to confirm whether this was real or not. A top 3 sect in a ninth-grade county. It was indeed very shocking. If this spread to the Jianghu, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Elder Zhen. Elder Zhou said, "Do you have any objections to this old man's evaluation?" Elder Zhen was silent for a moment, then said, "No objections." Although he always went against Elder Zhou, he still had to give the Iron Bone disciples a top 3 grade certification. Why? Because there were at least 50 disciples who could produce a strength of 10,000 jin that was comparable to a first-grade martial master. They were only martial disciples. Under the circumstances of a low-level martial master, their potential was definitely limitless. They definitely deserved a top 3 grade. In fact, if the Iron Bone disciples were given a few more months, they would be able to produce a strength of a martial master at the martial disciple level. After all, there were body-shaping pills, shaping rooms, and training pagoda. Deacon Zhao was also stunned for a while. It turned out that the Iron Bone disciples were so scary when they were serious. It turned out that he had underestimated them. Elder Zhen. Elder Zhou said, "Thank you for your doubts. Otherwise, the certification center would have recognized the wrong person." These words were, Elder Zhen's face immediately turned red, as if he had been slapped hard. They didn't find out that it was fake, but they found out that it was a top 3 sect. This situation was a little awkward. Elder Zhou cupped his hands and said, "Sect leader Jun, we have to return to the headquarters tonight. We won't disturb you." Iron Bone being rated as top 3 was a big matter. Jun Chang smiled and said, "Two elders, my Iron Bone sect has just started. The sect's first motto is to keep a low profile. Please don't make this matter public." How could it be called keeping a low profile if he made his disciples take the test seriously? Mayor Xia was speechless. Elder Zhou was a little stunned. Even if the other sects had been certified as a triple B, they would publicize it wantonly to raise their sect's reputation. The Iron Bone sect actually had to keep a low profile after being certified as one of the top 3 sects. Jun Chang smiled and said, "Would you like to stay for a meal before leaving?" Unable to refuse such hospitality, everyone stayed for a meal. Then, they ate until their faces were almost covered in tears. The two elders had eaten a lot of delicacies, but after eating Lu Wancher's food, they realized that what they ate before was just plain tea. Even a 7th-rate sect had such a good chef. No wonder their disciples were so strong. After eating and drinking, Elder Zhou waved his hand and said, "Sect leader Jun, we will take our leave first." Jun Changxiao personally sent them to the door. Since he was the head of a sect, he naturally had to be elegant. If he didn't send them off, it would only give people a feeling of arrogance. Living in another world, you could act cool, but you couldn't be brainless. "Thank you, City Lord." Jun Changxiao said, "Why aren't you leaving?" Xie Guangquan said with a serious expression, "Sect leader Jun, to be honest, I haven't eaten my fill." Jun Changxiao almost fell. Our lovely City Lord Xia ate another meal in the cafeteria before returning to the main topic. "Sect leader Jun, under your leadership, Iron Bone has undergone earth-shaking changes in just a few months." It was definitely not flattery. In the past, Iron Bone was the most inferior sect in his eyes. Since the 100 sect recruitment, it had become unstoppable. It was really unexpected for Xie Guangquan. Previously, because of the destruction of the Spirit Spring sect, he did not hesitate to fall out with Alliance Master Qin because he felt that Jun Changxiao was a daring little guy with character. Jun Changxiao said modestly, "It's just the beginning, there's still a long way to go." City Lord Xia said, "In my opinion, sect leader Jun's sect is like a sleeping dragon coiled around Iron Bone Mountain. The day it wakes up is the time to soar." This sentence touched Jun Changxiao. Because, the country in his previous life was described as an eastern dragon, slowly awakening after decades of development. One day, the dragon's roar will resound throughout the sky and earth, my country, my home. I don't know if I can go back in this life. If there is a possibility of changing the name, he may consider changing the sect to Huaxia, to remind himself that although he has transmigrated to another world, he is still a Huaxia soul. City Lord Xia said again, it is a great fortune for my Qingyang city to have such a sect with unlimited potential. Jun Changxiao said, thank you, City Lord, for your praise. Xie Guangquan chatted for a while and then set off to leave. When he walked to the foot of the mountain, he looked up at the mountain that was already lingering with spiritual energy, and said with a dignified look, Sect Leader Jun, please develop well. The 3.6 million people of Qingyang City will be deeply proud of the existence of Iron Bone. 3.6 million people, I'm being represented again, but I'm happy. In City Lord Xia's heart, Iron Bone was the hope of Qingyang City. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. Sooner or later, the sect will be full of glory because of its strength. Because Jun Changxiao wanted to keep a low profile, City Lord Xia returned to Qingyang City and buried the news of Iron Bone being rated as one of the top 3 in his heart. It was obviously a big matter for the city, but he couldn't say it out loud. This was undoubtedly very painful. The head of the certification headquarters was even more painful. A top 3 sect with unlimited potential appeared in a 9th grade county. This kind of news must be announced to the public to make the county famous. However, since Iron Bone chose to keep a low profile, he could only record it and not announce it to the public. Head Elder Zhou said, in this old man's opinion, Sect Leader Jun is worried that his reputation will attract unnecessary trouble, so he chose to keep a low profile. Tianjian shook his head and said, the top 3 sects have special protection from the certification headquarters. He chose not to announce it to the public, which is equivalent to giving up this right. There is such a thing. If Sect Leader Jun knew, he would definitely break down. I'm F***king keeping a low profile because I'm worried that people are afraid of being famous, pigs are afraid of being fat. In the end, the top 3 sects have the protection of the certification headquarters. If I knew this would happen, I would have acted high profile. Jun Changxiao didn't care much about the evaluation of the top 3. So, he continued to train as usual. He continued to train and instruct his disciples as usual. In his opinion, the most important thing was to develop Iron Bone into the strongest sect on the falling star continent and remove the time bomb that was bound to its soul. Sigh. Li Luoqiu said, Sect Master chose to keep a low profile and missed the opportunity to make the sect famous. It's a pity. Jun Changxiao sipped his tea and said, as long as Iron Bone is strong, there will be many more opportunities to make a name for ourselves. We don't lack this opportunity. Li Luoqiu said, what I mean is, if the outside world knows that our sect is rated as top 3, it will definitely attract many outstanding youths to sign up. Same. Jun Changxiao said, it will also attract endless challenges from many sections. Li Luoqiu thought for a while and said, that's true. On the falling star continent, many people would take the initiative to challenge martial artists of higher realms, either to prove their strength or to fight for a position. There were also forces that were bored enough to challenge high-ranked and highly evaluated sections. Iron Bone was rated as top 3. Once the news spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. A top 3 sect in a 9th grade county, many forces would definitely have doubts and come to challenge them. Iron Bone had just started and needed to develop slowly. It would definitely be very helpless to deal with challenges from various forces every day. Iron Bone disciples were deeply proud of their sect being rated as top 3, but they also worked even harder to cultivate because they couldn't be a burden, just like that. The sect's martial cultivation style became stronger. With a sufficient supply of medicinal pills, Jun Changxiao did not lack resources for the time being, so he focused on his own cultivation. 7th grade sect, this was only the second step. There were still 6th grade sects and even higher sects waiting to be surpassed. As the sect master, Jun Changxiao had to improve his realm regardless of whether he was recognized by the certification center or not. At the beginning of the month, the AI family continued to hold the auction. After it was over, Master AI personally delivered the money, seeds, and medicinal herbs. After refining quite a few more pills, Jun Changxiao murmured, I can't keep giving them out. I have to set up a pill pavilion and let the disciples collect them themselves. The other sects all had their own alchemy distribution organizations and arranged for their elders. If a disciple wanted to receive an elixir, it was either based on their contribution or their cultivation base. Because there were no elders in Iron Bone, Xianxia opened the elixir pavilion, and the members of the medicine hall were temporarily responsible for distributing the elixirs. Of course, they wouldn't give it to just anyone. After all, they didn't have enough resources to sustain it for a long time. Xianxia also set the rules that disciples could receive a certain number of energy-gathering pills per month based on their rank. As for the body-sculpting pills, meridian-unlocking pills, and chi-revolving pills, they were free to take them. In this way, the new disciples did not need Xianxia to distribute the pills, and they could go to the pill pavilion to collect them. The medicinal pill pavilion was just the beginning. Xianxia calculated that when there were enough ores to refine more weapons, he would set up a weapon pavilion and let the disciples who contributed to the sect receive them themselves. Lu Qianxian leaned against the door of the main hall and said indifferently, under the sect master's management, the sect is becoming more and more comprehensive. That's a must. Xianxia said. After a few months of development, if there were no changes, wouldn't his efforts be in vain? However, Lu Qianxian said coldly, compared to the real big sects, there's still a big gap. Xianxia said, no one can become a fatty in one go, so don't rush, take it slow. Lu Qianxian did not say anything, turned around and left. This woman was still as cold as ever. The disciples received the corresponding elixirs. They were either cultivating in the spiritual power array or tempering their bodies in the training room or the training tower. Xianxia, who had arranged everything, continued to cultivate and break through to the 8th grade martial master realm. Unfortunately, as the realm increased, the difficulty of cultivation also increased. Even with the high multiplier chi gathering pills, it would take at least more than a month. The development of the sect had to be done slowly. Cultivation would definitely have to be done step by step. Just like that, a month passed peacefully. During this period, a daily strength test was held, and the disciples who improved faster also received corresponding rewards. The 4th batch of medicinal herbs in the medicinal garden had also matured under the careful cultivation of Elder Wei and the members. They had also provided Sect Master Jun with many high multiplier chi gathering pills. What he cared about the most was the 200,000 medicinal herbs planted around the sect. Once they matured again, not only could they replenish a large number of pills, but they could also make the Iron Bone Mountain spiritual energy even better. Half a month later, the 2nd batch of medicinal herbs had matured. Because they had been planted before, the growth cycle of the 200,000 medicinal herbs was faster, and the strength of their spiritual energy was higher than before. Xianxia happily refined more than 30,000 chi gathering pills to replenish the pills in the pill pavilion, allowing the disciples to have sufficient martial arts resources. What was even more satisfying was that, as the 2nd batch of medicinal herbs matured, the spiritual energy they released filled the mountain top, and it was even more spiritual. Elder Wei led the members of the medicinal hall and continued to plant the 3rd batch of seeds. As long as the money was in place, the Iron Bone Mountain would naturally be slowly transformed into a treasure land filled with spiritual energy. Hoo-hoo! In the room, after a night of cultivation, the spiritual energy in Xianxia's Dantian cyclone had reached its peak and was constantly transforming. His entire body was releasing a thick heaven and earth attribute. An hour later, the spiritual energy began to converge and return to the body. Who? Xianxia exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and gradually opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed past. This meant that his realm had already entered the 8th stage from the 7th stage. Because of the magical tendon changing Jing and pills, it took less than 2 months. It could be said that it was quite fast. Bang! He punched the testing machine and displayed a strength of 110,000 Jing. TSK. The system sighed, the host's current strength is already ahead of even the most outstanding genius. It is completely comparable to an ordinary 2nd stage Wuzong. Xianxia said with dissatisfaction, according to the current improvement, even if I reach the peak of martial master, I won't be able to use my own strength to control the green dragon crescent blade. The system said, after breaking through Wu Zone, your strength will increase greatly. At that time, the host will not need to borrow the help increase talisman and will be able to use it steadily. Yes. After breaking through, Jun Changxiao continued to cultivate. In the end, he sadly realized that it would take at least 4 to 5 months to become a 9th-grade martial master. There were only 4 months left before he went to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect. There was no hope for him to break through to the peak of martial master. Unless, Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, use spirit stones. Although the high multiplier Qi gathering pill could increase the speed of the spiritual energy gathered in the spirit stones was pure, so it would definitely be faster to absorb it. Usually, sect leader Jun was reluctant to use it. After all, one pill was 10,000 taels, which was simply burning money, before challenging the sacred spring sect, he could only rely on spirit stones to break through to the peak of martial master. In the month that Jun Changxiao had been cultivating seriously, Xianxia had successfully advanced from a peak martial disciple to a martial master. His spirit root and resources were on par with Liqingyang and the others. He was able to catch up because of his previous life's martial Dao experience and because he had cultivated the Taishan Sutra. Speaking of which, Liqingyang and the others did not have rich martial Dao experience, nor did they have a cultivation method above the divine grade. They were able to catch up with Night Emperor and not be left far behind. This showed how powerful the martial Dao resources that Jun Changxiao had provided for his disciples were. This was the Iron Bone clan. With the system's resources, as long as one's aptitude was not too bad and was willing to work hard, they could also quickly become stronger. As a reincarnated martial emperor, Xianxia was a proper main character template. Being in the sect, his monstrous aura seemed to have weakened a lot. No. He was still very strong. This kind of strength would become more and more obvious with the various resources and the Taishan Sutra. As for Liqingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others, they would not be discouraged by being one step behind their junior brother. They continued to cultivate diligently. A few more days passed. They had successively transformed their spirit energy and successfully advanced from a martial disciple to a martial master, opening a new chapter of martial Dao. Sect Master. One day, Liqingyang said, junior brother Li has also broken through to a martial master. Among the inner disciples, only junior brother Tian is still a peak martial disciple. This was because his aptitude was high grade. Because of the F*King purchase restriction, Jun Changxiao could only rely on the hidden rewards from completing missions if he wanted to obtain the supreme grade aptitude transformation liquid. No rush, no rush. Tian Qi would transform into a supreme grade spirit root sooner or later. As for the cold eldest senior sister, she would definitely have entered the martial master realm long ago. In this way, there were already 7 martial master disciples in the Iron Bone clan. This kind of strength was comparable to a 6th-rate sect. This was not enough. They had to become stronger. There were only 4 months left to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect. Jun Changxiao distributed 50 spirit stones to each inner disciple, hoping to increase their rank as soon as possible. With sufficient spirit stones to absorb, how could the disciples of the other sects compete? Sect Master Jun, don't go too far. As the date of Iron Bone's challenge to the Sacred Spring Sect approached, the cultivators of the Azure Sun County would often discuss it. Although Iron Bone had done a lot of things during this period of time, most people were still not optimistic. After all, they were challenging a 5th-rate sect. This kind of large sect that had both resources and heritage was definitely not something that a new sect could contend with. While most people were not optimistic about it, City Lord Xia thought that it was possible. After all, after witnessing the sect certification, he understood that many disciples of Iron Bone had the ability to fight above their level. Sect Master Jun, City Lord Xia said, go challenge the Sacred Spring Sect. This Xia will represent Green Sun City's 3,600,000 citizens to go to the Sacred Spring Mountain to cheer for you. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, so, this is the reason why you came to my Iron Bone today? The two of them were currently sitting in the Iron Bone cafeteria. There were 8 dishes on the table and a jar of fine wine. City Lord Xia smiled and said, Sect Master Jun is serving the dishes, this Xia is serving the wine. How can this be a freeloader? As he spoke, he raised his chopsticks and ate with a blissful expression. Lu Wancher's culinary skills were too good. After eating it once, he felt like he was chewing wax when he returned to the Azure Sun City. Jun Changxiao could still afford a meal, so he drank with City Lord Xia to his heart's content. During this time, they talked about the interesting stories of the pugilistic world. After 3 rounds of wine, Xie Guangquan sighed and a worried expression appeared on his face. City Lord Xia, why are you sighing? Jun Changxiao asked. Xie Guangquan drank a mouthful of wine and said, this Xia received news that a few strong counties in southwest Yangzhou are actively recruiting soldiers and buying horses. I'm afraid that there will be a war soon. Jun Changxiao said, war without a country? Every county in southwest Yangzhou is equivalent to a country. They often wage war for resources. This is a game played by the strong counties. Why is City Lord Xia worried? This Xia is afraid that some strong counties will expand their territory and devour our small Azure Sun County. Jun Changxiao was silent. The 9th-tier Azure Sun County was the weakest county in southwest Yangzhou. If a strong county wanted to expand their territory, they would definitely be the first target. Xie Guangquan said, thousands of years ago, there were more than 500 counties in southwest Yangzhou. Today, there are only 200 left. Then the 300 counties were destroyed? Jun Changxiao asked. That's right. Xie Guangquan drank a mouthful of wine as the worry on his face deepened. Our Azure Sun County was able to survive the war because of its remote location. However, we will be destroyed sooner or later if we continue to live under the influence of so many experts. Moreover, he paused for a moment and said, the 6th-tier True Sun County's county governor is very ambitious and is not far from our county. Once he starts a war, not to mention Azure Sun County, even the 8th-tier True Sun County will be destroyed. Jun Changxiao drank a cup of wine and said, I thought that the world was peaceful. I didn't expect our Azure Sun County to be in such a dangerous situation. Thank you, Mayor. He put down his cup and said seriously, I, Iron Bone, am a citizen of Azure Sun City. If a war breaks out, I will fight for my home. Swoosh. Xie Guangquan stood up and raised his cup. I salute Sect Master Jun on behalf of the 3.6 million citizens of Azure Sun City. Jun Changxiao stood up with his cup of wine and said, it's a little too grand. After drinking the wine, he sat down. Oh right. He asked curiously, Mayor Xia, who was the county governor of Azure Sun County? The mayor was only in charge of the city's affairs. The county governor controlled the entire county and was the mayor's direct superior. Not to mention Jun Changxiao who transmigrated, even the locals of Azure Sun County didn't know much about the county governor. They had even forgotten that there was such a boss. Sigh. Xie Guangquan said helplessly, the county governor of Azure Sun County is very secretive. I have only seen him twice in the past few decades since I took over as the mayor. So secretive? Jun Changxiao was stunned. Xie Guangquan shook his head and said, he is so secretive that he hasn't asked about the county's affairs in the past few decades. However, he paused and said seriously, the county governor is very strong. He defeated the county governor of a grade 8 county in the county competition a few decades ago. Is that so? Jun Changxiao asked curiously, what is the name of our county governor? How old is he? What is his realm? Xie Guangquan said, the county governor is called Yunhe. He is about 30 to 40 years old. Based on the fact that he defeated the county governor of a grade 8 county, he is at least a grade 8 Wuzong. Yunhe. This name was enough to be a wild crane. As for the grade 8 Wuzong, it surprised Jun Changxiao. An expert of this level could be an elder of a 5th-rate sect. Do you have a specific appearance? Such a mysterious county governor piqued Jun Changxiao's interest. He wanted to know more about him. County Governor Yun likes to wear a blue robe and never leaves his wine gourd. He doesn't look old, but he has a head of white hair, Xie Guangquan said. He is quite a personality. Jun Changxiao noted it down and said, if there is a chance, I hope to meet this wild county governor. It's a little difficult. Xie Guangquan said, County Governor Yun comes and goes like a shadow. No one knows if he is in the county now or if he has gone to other counties for sightseeing. As the county governor of a county, he doesn't care about anything and doesn't ask about anything. How enviable. Jun Changxiao also wanted to be a hands-off boss and leave the matters to Li Qingyang and the others. He wanted to travel around the falling star continent. However, with the main mission, he could only do his best to develop Wild Crane, travel the world. This kind of happy life could only be experienced when the sect became the strongest sect. Come, let's drink. P.S. New week, come, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. After drinking with City Lord Xia, Jun Changxiao understood that although the world seemed peaceful, there were undercurrents. If a war were to break out in southwest Yangzhou, there was a possibility that Azure Sun County would be destroyed. When the nest was overturned, how could there be an unbroken egg? Iron Bone was in Azure Sun City. Once the flames of war spread, it would definitely be affected. Thus, helping City Lord Xia was also helping himself. We still need time, Jun Changxiao said. The sect was still in its infancy. If a war broke out in other counties and attacked Azure Sun County, it would definitely be difficult to organize forces to resist. As long as they had enough time, they would have the strength to protect themselves. How long would it take? Naturally, the longer, the better. Of course. Jun Changxiao also didn't want to be some savior. If a war really came, he would only protect Azure Sun City where the sect was located. As for the other cities, for the sake of the AI clan, if he had the ability, he would naturally do his best to help. If he really couldn't, he could only focus on defense. Sect leader Jun didn't have the ambition to conquer the world. That was something for the emperor to do. As a sect leader, how could he overstep his authority? Hall Master Li, in the main hall, Jun Changxiao said, order the members of Drizzle Hall to buy a large amount of ores in each city. War didn't only rely on people, but also on equipment. Regardless of whether they could use it to refine, it was definitely not wrong to buy it first. Li Luoqiu said, war is about economics. It won't start immediately. Sect leader is thinking too much. Be prepared for danger in times of peace, Jun Changxiao said. All right. Li Luoqiu rubbed her jade hands and said, you have to pay. Jun Changxiao threw a few interspatial rings over. Li Luoqiu counted them and found that there was a total of 50 million taels. Thus, she was a little confused and asked, how much does sect leader plan to buy? Jun Changxiao handed over cold-edged sword and other materials that could be refined. He said, buy according to the ores here first. If there aren't any, then buy other ores. Li Luoqiu summoned Viper and the others and distributed the banknotes. She ordered them to go to the 8 cities in Qingyang City as fast as possible to purchase the items. The members of the Drizzle Hall who had learned the cloud treading steps were very efficient in their work. In just 2 or 3 days, they were able to purchase the items one after another. The cold-edged sword, overlord spear, and unyielding iron shield had all been replenished. He had also purchased a lot of other ores of different quality. As for the 50 million taels, it was naturally all spent. Since Jun Changxiao wanted to prepare for a rainy day, he naturally wouldn't be stingy with money. While cultivating, he opened the forging pavilion and began to forge weapons and equipment. After a round of inventory, he had refined over 200 cold-edged swords and over 300 overlord spears. Because he had obtained a large amount of iron ore from the Xiao family, he had refined over 700 unyielding iron shields. Even so, it was impossible to equip 1,000 disciples with weapons and shields. The ambitious governor knew when the war would start. Therefore, after forging a lot of equipment and hoarding ores, Jun Changxiao continued to cultivate. During this period, he had been taking qi-gathering pills and absorbing spirit stones. The speed of his spiritual energy accumulation could be said to be quite fast. In just 1.5 months, he had broken through from 8th grade to 9th grade martial master. There was a high improvement, but there was also a high cost. In 40 days, sect leader Jun had absorbed 450 spirit cores. On average, he used 10 spirit cores a day. Not counting qi-gathering pills, just spirit stones. This guy had to spend 100,000 taels a day. He was really burning money. With his cultivation, even the patriarch of a 4th or 5th grade sect might not be able to afford it. The inner court disciples also cultivated with qi-gathering pills and spirit stones. Their cultivation had increased significantly. Yi Xingchen had become a fourth-grade martial master. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others had become third-grade martial masters. Tian Qi, who had a high-grade spiritual root, broke through to martial master one step later. Although he had spirit stones, he had just become a second-grade martial master. At this time, there were less than 3 months left before the challenge to the Sacred Spring Sect. If there were enough spirit stones, it wouldn't be difficult to reach 5th-grade martial master on average. But, there was no more. On the other hand, qi-gathering pills had been harvested and planted by Elder Wei and the others. It had formed a virtuous cycle and they were self-sufficient. Although the high multiplier qi-gathering pills were good, as one's cultivation increased, taking them all the time would take up a lot of time. It was already very good. If the martial artists of the outside world knew that the Iron Bone inner court disciples were replenished with 10 to 15 times the normal amount of qi-gathering pills, they would definitely vomit blood and envy. Jun Changxiao made up his mind and personally went down the mountain to Qingyang City. He spent 20 million to buy 2,000 spirit stones for himself and his disciples to cultivate and prepare for the challenge to the Sacred Spring Sect. The 100 million sent by clan head AI was spent on seeds, ores, and so many spirit stones. There wasn't much left. There was already a huge gap between them and the sects with deep foundations. If he didn't rely on the system and large amounts of money, how could he overtake them? During this period of cultivation, the sect held a small sect competition once every 3 months and a monthly strength test. Even if he used the great art of spring and autumn to speed up the process of time, this kind of thing still had to be done. It didn't mean that it didn't happen just because it wasn't written. Similarly, clan head AI would send resources to the sect and the medicine hall would harvest and replant the herbs. 2 months later. There were only 10 days left before the challenge to the Sacred Spring Sect. The discussions in the outside world became more and more intense. Many martial artists were constantly paying attention to the latest news. For example, had Iron Bone set off yet? The people of the 100 Sect Alliance had even placed spies at the foot of the mountain. As long as Jun Changxiao set off with his disciples, they would immediately head to the Sacred Spring Sect. Cheer for Iron Bone? Impossible. They had to go and watch the joke. They had to ridicule them like brainless villains to forcefully show off their existence. The reason why they didn't set off in advance and even sent spies was because they were afraid that Iron Bone would back out and abandon the challenge. The 100 Sect Alliance's intention was very simple. Since they had issued a challenge to the Sacred Spring Sect, they had to fight like men. They couldn't back down. In Azure Sun City, City Lord Xia had already started to arrange matters to free up enough time to cheer for Iron Bone. In this aspect, Clan AI performed better. They didn't even hesitate to postpone the challenge because it was close to the auction. When all the other forces didn't have high hopes for Iron Bone, City Lord Xia and Clan AI were still able to stand firm. This was a true sign of a friend in need. The day of the challenge approached. The originally peaceful Azure Sun County became lively. The other forces in the other counties also started to move. An 8th-rate sect challenging a 5th-rate sect was unprecedented. Naturally, they had to go to the Sacred Spring Sect to watch the show. Miaohua Palace was filled with spiritual energy. Shi Jingxian sat in a picturesque pavilion and said, "Sect head Jun is going to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect soon. 10 more days." Lear muttered in her heart. It had been more than half a year since the auction. Why was Palace Master still thinking about Iron Bone? Prepare. Shi Jingxian said, "Go to the Sacred Spring Sect." Yes. Junior Sister Morong. On a county's official road, a woman in a tight outfit said, "I heard that an unrated sect is going to challenge a 5th-rate sect. Do you want to go and watch the show?" She was pretty, but compared to the junior sister walking in front of her, she was obviously inferior. The woman walking in front of her was about 16 or 17 years old. She was dressed in blue, had snow-white skin, a slender figure, an oval-shaped face, and willowy eyebrows. She exuded a noble aura. This was Xiao Ziji's ex-fiancé, Morong Xian. The cultivators on the road seemed to know that the two were disciples of the Lily Holy Sect. They all avoided them with fear in their eyes. An unrated sect? Morong Xian said. The senior sister said, "I think it's called Iron something sect." "Oh, right, it's the trash who had a marriage agreement with you. Ironbone upright Sect? Morong Xian was silent for a moment and said, the training is over. There's still plenty of time. Why don't we go and take a look? Junior sister. The senior sister said with a smile, you've already broken through to 9th grade martial master. You're the fastest among the new disciples. You'll definitely get a good result in the upcoming sect competition. It's all because of elders' good teaching. Morong Xian said humbly. The senior sister said, how can that trash from the Azure Sun County be worthy of a genius like you? It was a wise decision to break the engagement. Morong Xian frowned and said, senior sister, can we not talk about him? P.S. Please recommend me, monthly vote, and thank you for your tips. There were only 10 days left before the challenge to the Holy Spring Sect. It wasn't short, but it wasn't long either. In these few days, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others stopped cultivating and began to adjust their states to better prepare for the upcoming battle. Then, what were their current realms? Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and Li Fei had already broken through to the 5th grade. Tian Qi was a 4th grade martial master and was only one step away from the 5th grade. Yi Xingchen, who cultivated the Taishan Sutra, was still ahead of them and had already broken through to the 6th grade. It wasn't just the inner disciples. Some outer disciples with good aptitudes had also broken through to the peak of the martial disciple realm in these few months. Long Xiang and Yang Yuhua were the first to enter the martial master realm. Because they weren't inner disciples, they only had access to qi gathering pills, so they had just entered the 1st grade. Other than Yao Menjing who didn't cultivate, all the new disciples had broken through to the martial disciple realm and were all above the 2nd grade. Because of the body-shaping pills and the shaping room, they were far stronger than martial artists of the same level. If the 2 elders of the certification hall were to come again, they would definitely be deeply shocked. Of course, Iron Bone disciples didn't cultivate foolishly. They would also put their minds on comprehending cultivation techniques, so that martial arts and martial arts could progress together. Li Luoqiu had also entered the 7th grade from the 6th grade. This woman had always been focused on hidden weapons and movement techniques, so her realm didn't increase too quickly. Viper and Lynx had entered the 4th grade. They were previously gold medal assassins and relied on the Sect's resources to enter the martial master realm from the martial disciple realm. After Li Qingyang's inventory, there were already more than 20 disciples who had reached the martial master realm. They had already met the 10 martial masters requirement to be promoted to a 6th-rate sect. Now, Iron Bone only lacked the sect leader to enter Wuzong. With another 510 disciples at the 12th stage of the channel opening realm, they could be promoted to the 6th rate. The sect still had 1,000 spots for disciples. They just needed to recruit them. If Jun Changxiao couldn't break through to Wuzong, even if all the disciples met the requirements, it wouldn't be enough. Someone would ask. Couldn't the sect leader's strength be comparable to Wuzong? No. The certification center first looked at one's realm, then one's strength. He couldn't do without either of them. From the looks of it, it would take some time for Iron Bone to reach the 6th grade. According to the previous pace, as long as Jun Changxiao reached the end of a certain realm, he would receive an epic quest. If he couldn't complete the mission, his realm would always be stuck. Boom. Inside the training room, Su Xiaoma kicked the testing machine. The strength displayed was 80,000 Jin. Su Xiaoma grinned. To be able to display such strength at the level of a 5th-grade martial master, only a top genius would be able to do so. Under normal circumstances, the first requirement for a top genius was to have a saint-grade or divine-grade spiritual root. Although Su Xiaoma only had a supreme-grade spirit root, with the tempering of the body-shaping elixir and the training tower, he had made up for the difference in his spirit root. He was already on par with the top geniuses. An ordinary person with ordinary talent who was destined to be mediocre would become a top genius a year later. This was Jun Changxiao's teaching. It was still not enough. His target was, let the disciple become a proud son of heaven, an existence revered by all. The admiration of all living beings. That's right, he had stepped into the martial emperor realm. Boom, Xiao Ziji punched the testing machine. The strength displayed was 83,000 Jin. Su Xiaoma, who was originally a little proud, grabbed his hair and broke down. At the same level, junior brother Xiao is actually 3,000 genes stronger than me. Xiao Ziji smiled. Senior brother Su, in terms of speed, I am far behind you. Su Xiaoma immediately felt balanced. Li Qingyang walked over and said, junior brother Zhao's physical strength is also not comparable to ours. Su Xiaoma, who had just found her balance, immediately leaned against the wall with tears in her eyes when she heard what second senior brother said. Boom, Li Qingyang punched the testing machine. The strength displayed was 85,000 gene. His strength was 2,000 gene higher than Xiao Ziji's because the former had not opened his meridians and was leading when he focused on cultivating his physical body. Boom, boom, Tian Qi and Li Fei tested one after another. The strength displayed was 60,000 gene and 78,000 gene respectively. With the same amount of resources and hard work, the difference in strength between people of the same level would not be too big. Tian Qi's strength was only 60,000 gene. Firstly, he was only a grade 4 martial master. Secondly, he had a high-grade spirit root. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei focused on body techniques. Although their strength was slightly weaker, they had their own specialties. Xiao Ziji focused on body tempering. When facing a grade 5 fire dragon, even if he could not completely withstand it, it should not be a problem for him to fight a few rounds. Junior brother Yi, come and try too, Li Qingyang said. Yi Xingchen walked over. He gathered spiritual energy in his fist and punched the testing machine. It was obvious that his strength was 90,000 gene. Oh my god, junior brother Yi is so powerful. He entered the sect later than us, but his strength is actually 5,000 gene higher than second senior brothers. Junior brother, how did you do it? Su Xiaoma and Li Fei exclaimed. Yi Xingchen did not speak. He said helplessly in his heart, I have the Taishan Sutra and am a grade 6 martial master. Yet, I am only 5,000 gene higher than Li Qingyang. Of course. Jun Changxiao had given them so many resources. If Night Emperor could leave them far behind, wouldn't it prove that everything provided by the system could not compare to the reincarnation of a martial emperor? Actually, Yi Xingchen was wrong. He should not be thinking about how much stronger he was compared to Li Qingyang and the others. Instead, he should be thinking about how big the gap was between him and the grade 6 martial master of his previous life. Very big, although he had a divine grade spirit root in his previous life, he had to work hard for all the resources. He took 3 years to become a grade 6 martial master and his strength was only about 70,000. In this life, he took a year to reach grade 6 and his strength was 20,000 gene higher. What was the reason? Although the Taishan Sutra played a part, it only accounted for 20%. The 80% was due to the various martial arts resources provided by Jun Changxiao. Huff huff. In the study, strong spiritual energy whizzed out of Jun Changxiao's body. It lasted for about an hour before it began to converge. Shwa. He opened his eyes and 2 rays of light flashed. At this point, he had stepped into the peak of martial master from grade 9 martial master. In 2 months, he had stepped into the peak of martial master from grade 9 martial master. This meant that as long as he had enough resources, it was not difficult to break through quickly. Ding! Host has stepped into the peak of martial master. Requirement met. Epic mission activated. Sure enough, it came again. Jun Changxiao opened the data panel. Under the sect mission appeared an epic mission. The content was, lead disciples to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect, incomplete. This mission was actually related to the Sacred Spring Sect. He clicked on the details. Epic Mission, 3. Mission details, host, please lead disciples to the Sacred Spring Mountain within a month and challenge the 5th-rate Sacred Spring Sect. Mission requirements, disciple must defeat 0/3 of the Sacred Spring Sect's direct disciples, 0/10 of the Sacred Spring Sect's inner disciples, and 0/30 of the Sacred Spring Sect's outer disciples. Mission failure, did not go to the Sacred Spring Sect within the time limit. Could not defeat the Sacred Spring Sect's disciples during the mission period. Mission reward? It seems quite simple, Jun Changxiao said. The big boss of the second epic mission was a grade 5 fire dragon. No matter how powerful the Sacred Spring Sect's direct disciples were, could they be stronger than a grade 5 Wuzone beast? The system said. The host defeated the fire dragon with the help of hard-to-stop saber. disciple was almost wiped out by it. Xianxia was silent. P.S. 5 chapters. Requesting recommendation votes, requesting monthly votes. The third epic mission was related to the Sacred Spring Sect, which was a good idea. After all, Xianxia was going to take his disciples there to challenge it. If he could complete it, not only would he be able to display his prowess to the sect, he would also be able to obtain contribution points and break through to Wu Zone. It could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, there would be a big change in the plan for the challenge. At first, Xianxia thought that it would be enough to bring the inner disciples and Zhou Hong, but judging from the number of missions, he could only bring the outer disciples. According to the normal rules of the challenge, each person would fight 1 match. That would require 43 disciples. Furthermore, Xianxia did not expect to win all the battles this time. Therefore, after some consideration, he decided to bring 50 disciples with him. Needless to say, the 25 people who had participated in the Death Valley trial would definitely follow. Li Tiantian, Sima Zhongda, and the others were naturally present. After all, they had entered the sect earlier, and their cultivation levels were higher than those who came later. Disciples like Lin Jiangheng and Cui Bujian were also sent out. Although Song Xianzhou had entered the sect late, his aptitude and cultivation level were high, so he would definitely follow along. Sect leader Jun went through a round of selection, and all the Iron Bone disciples were sent out. Of course, he didn't send Viper and Mountain Cat. After all, they were too old and didn't look like disciples. Sect leader. At the entrance of the canteen, Ma Yongning hugged his saber and asked, "Can I go?" When this guy joined the sect, although he often helped Lu Wancher take care of the canteen, it did not affect his cultivation in the slightest. Furthermore, he was a dedicated saber cultivator, due to the fact that sword and saber cultivation required one's aptitude and were extremely extreme. They were relatively rare on the Starfall continent. "You're too old," Xianxia said. These words were like a sharp sword stabbing into Ma Yongning's heart. It was so painful that he found it difficult to breathe. Sect leader. He said in a low voice, "I just look a little old. My actual age is only 29 years old." *CK, if he didn't mention it, one would suspect that he was in his 40s or 50s. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched as he said, "She looks even more anxious than Yang Yuhua." Ma Yongning said with a dignified look, "Please let me fight and prove to the head with my strength, prove to do." He wanted to fight because of Lu Wancher. That little girl would often sit in the cafeteria with her chin propped up on her hand, looking at the disciples cultivating outside and muttering to herself, "I really hope that when I go to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect, the sect master would bring me along to watch the show?" Ma Yongning asked. Lu Wancher said, "Seriously, let's go cheer for our senior brothers." The seemingly careless words touched Ma Yongning. He secretly decided that he had to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect and use his strength to defeat his opponent and make Lu Wancher happy. Just yesterday, the little girl had finally obtained the right to follow the sect master to the Sacred Spring Sect after pestering him endlessly, so he naturally had to participate in the battle. Clang, Ma Yongning unsheathed his saber and said, "Sect leader, please respect a bladesman. Otherwise, I will immediately commit suicide in front of you." Xianxia's mouth twitched. Lu Wancher took care of him with just a few bowls of rice. "How dare you talk about respect?" However, since he had to go, he said, "I can go, but it depends on the situation. I'll decide whether or not I'll fight." "Alright." Ma Yongning sheathed his blade. 1 He and 2 He also walked over and said, "Sect leader, we are much younger than him. Can we fight for the sect?" Hearing this, Ma Yongning almost pulled out his saber and challenged the 2 bastards to a battle of dignity. 1 He and 2 He were indeed very young. They were only in their early 20s, and they had already entered the realm of peak martial disciple. Xianxia decided to bring the 2 of them along. The number of participants increased from 50 to 53. Then, Xianxia chose another 147 outer disciples, making a total of 200. In an away battle, they had to have momentum, so the purpose of the outer disciples following was to cheer for the disciples who were going to fight. After everything was settled, there were still 5 days before the day of the challenge. Xianxia gathered the disciples early in the morning. The disciples all knew that the sect leader was going to bring their senior brothers to challenge the fifth-rate Sacred Spring sect, so they gathered at the martial arts practice field, lined up neatly, and all of them held their heads high. Jun Changxiao stood in front of the main hall and said, "This battle may be difficult, but we have to let the world know that even if there is a mountain in front of us, we, the Iron Bone clan, can overcome it. Be an Iron Bone clan, do Iron Bone clan's things." All the disciples had their hands behind their backs as they shouted loudly. Their voices resounded in the sky above the sect, revealing the aura of iron bones. Shua. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Yes. Under his lead, the 53 disciples who had participated in the battle and 147 disciples walked out of the sect in a grandiose manner and walked down the mountain path. Li Luoqiu watched them leave and said, "Sect leader, the celebratory wine has been prepared. I and the disciples will wait for your triumphant return." Yes. Jun Changxiao said. After the disciples sent them off, they returned to the sect and began to cultivate even more crazily. They wanted to become stronger and fight for the sect's supreme glory in the future. On this day, the 200 disciples of the Iron Bone clan left the Iron Bone Mountain under the lead of the second sect leader and walked towards the unreachable mountain in the distance. In this battle, they would either succeed or die. The Iron Bone clan has set off. Go and report to the alliance leader. The spies squatting at the foot of the mountain hurriedly sent the news to the Grand Qi sect. Jun Changxiao had already noticed these people, but because they were just spying, he did not pay attention to them. Not long after, the news reached Qin Haoran's ears. He smiled coldly and said, "Jun Changxiao really dares to challenge the Sacred Spring sect." The Long Blade sect leader grinned and said, "In the Sacred Spring Mountain, he boasted in front of so many people. If he doesn't go, how can he establish himself in the Jianghu?" Situ Wang, who was spat out blood, said indifferently, "A junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Go and experience the fear of a fifth-rate sect." "Let's go." Qin Haoran said, "Let's go too." Not long after Jun Changxiao left, dozens of elders of the 100 Sect Alliance led their disciples and headed towards the Sacred Spring sect. The Iron Bone clan challenging the Sacred Spring sect was a magnificent feat that had never happened before. As a sect in the same county, they should have supported them. But this time, they were just going to watch a joke. Someone was going to support and cheer them on, who? Xie Guangquan and the AI family. As a matter of fact, when Jun Changxiao walked out of the Iron Bone Mountain range, he saw City Lord Xia and more than a dozen Green Sun City's patriarchs. Sect leader Jun. Xie Guangquan clasped his hands and said, "Family heads, and I represent the 3.6 million citizens of Qingyang City. We are willing to travel with the Iron Bone clan." "Thank you." Jun Changxiao clasped his hands and said. To be able to support him at this time made him very grateful. He also deeply understood that at least there were still people who supported him. "Father." Li Qingyang shouted at his father. Family head Li said, "My son, the Li family is proud of you." Sect leader Jun. When Jun Changxiao was about to leave, Ai Shang brought Ai Shang Feng and Ai Shang Ku over from another road. Behind them were many family heads of Huyang City, including Song Xuanzhou's father, Old Man Song. Who said that the protagonist must bear the fate of being the enemy of the whole world? Who said that the whole world is plotting against the protagonist? No. In this cruel world, there was also friendship, even if this friendship was built on business. To challenge the Sacred Spring sect and dare to accompany him, this was an iron relationship. "Everyone," Jun Changxiao said, "today, you have cheered for my Iron Bone. Jun will remember this kindness in his heart. In the future, if you need my Iron Bone, I will do my best to help." His words were very serious. But the people who came with him only smiled. They would never have thought that sect leader Jun's words would be so hard to ask for in the future, so precious. There were many places with abundant spirit qi in the Falling Star continent. Many sects would choose to build near mountains and rivers. A few thousand miles away from the Azure Sun County, there was such a mountain. The mountain was filled with spirit qi and the mountain spring contained boundless spirit qi. It was called the Sacred Spring, hence the name Sacred Spring Mountain. 800 years ago, an expert came here to establish a sect. He established the Sacred Spring sect and worked hard to develop it. Today, it had become a fifth-rate sect and had a pivotal position in the surrounding thousands of miles. Many martial artists believed that the Sacred Spring sect's achievements today had a lot to do with the sacred spring. Drinking the water all year round would definitely be of great help to one's martial Tao. Unfortunately, martial artists who were not from the sect could not drink it. On this day, in front of the Sacred Spring sect that was filled with spirit chi, various forces came in an endless stream. They climbed up the stone stairs that had hundreds of years of history. A fifth-rate sect is indeed majestic. A martial artist looked at the rich spirit chi gathered at the mountainside with envy. If not for Iron Bone challenging the Sacred Spring sect, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the chance to enter such a large sect. Speaking of which, the 8th-rate sect in the Azure Sun County is really bold. They actually dared to challenge the Sacred Spring sect with an egg. What wouldn't a new sect do to rise in status these days? It's okay to challenge a 6th-rate sect, but if they lose to a 5th-rate sect, they won't be able to survive in the pugilistic world. The martial artists who climbed up the Sacred Spring Mountain were discussing. They came from other counties. Although they were here to watch Iron Bone challenge the Sacred Spring sect, they actually wanted to visit a large sect. Why? Because they did not take Iron Bone seriously at all. Once the challenge started, they would definitely be tortured badly. If it was a 6th-rate sect, they might still be optimistic. However, no one in their right mind would think that an 8th-rate sect could win against a 5th-rate sect. The Sacred Spring sect was really big. Just the outer courtyard's martial arts field was comparable to the venue of the Great Sect Tournament in Liang City. The main hall was incomparably majestic and exuded an ancient aura. One look and one could tell that it was very old. This was the foundation of a sect that had been established for 800 years. Even some new 5th-rate sects might not be able to compare. After the various cultivators came in, they looked at the unique architecture and the solemn hall, and all of them were filled with awe and veneration. As expected of a large sect, just by standing at the entrance of the outer courtyard, a feeling of worship rose in his heart. However, when they saw the disciples with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes bustling back and forth, and the auras they emitted were all at the martial disciple level, they were deeply shocked. Who hadn't seen a martial disciple before? However, the martial disciples of the Sacred Spring sect, just from their auras alone, were at the middle to high level. The martial Tao realms on the Starfall continent were further divided into ordinary, intermediate, advanced, and extreme levels. Let's talk about the martial disciple level. Every rank had a strength increase of about 1,000–2,000. Those with the lowest increase in strength would be called ordinary martial disciples. Those who reached 1,500 would be called intermediate, and those who reached 2,000 would be advanced. An extreme martial disciple could reach 2,500. The increase in strength depended on one's talent and various other factors. Therefore, extreme-grade martial disciples were often referred to as top geniuses. Then, what was the difference between an extreme-grade and an ordinary-grade martial disciple? Yes. And it was very big. Let's take a peek martial disciple as an example. The strength of an ordinary martial disciple was at most 12,000 jin, and the strength of an extreme martial disciple was at least 25,000 jin, with a difference of 2 times. An extreme-grade martial disciple could easily defeat an ordinary-grade martial disciple. The Sacred Spring sect disciples bustling about in the outer courtyard walked steadily and emitted a strong aura. At a glance, the elders of various forces could tell that they were definitely at the middle to high level. It was already good enough for their own sect to have a few middle to high level martial disciples. The 5th-rate sects could be seen everywhere. This was a huge gap. Everyone. At this moment, a graceful disciple walked over and said in a cultured and refined manner, "The room has been arranged. Please follow me." Everyone was shocked again. This disciple should be less than 20 years old, but he was a martial master. The aura he emitted was also very strong. He was definitely at the extreme level. He is one of the direct disciples of the Sacred Spring sect, named Qing Linfeng. Is he the young master Linfeng who went to the Flood Dragon village alone and killed more than 300 bandits with only a 3-foot-long sword? TSK, a hero from a young age. Everyone followed behind with awe in their eyes. The Sacred Spring sect allowed a direct disciple with an extreme spiritual root to arrange a room for him. How honorable. Wait, at this moment, everyone's eyes stopped at the entrance to the inner courtyard. They saw a gentle and beautiful woman walking in surrounded by female disciples. That's the palace master of Miaohua Palace. My God, why is the patriarch of a fourth-rate sect here? Is she here to visit the Sacred Spring Sect? Everyone was surprised. Qing Linfeng said, Palace Master, she heard that Iron Bone is challenging the Sacred Spring Sect, so she's here to watch the show. Everyone's mouth twitched. An eighth-rate sect challenging a fifth-rate sect was already unbelievable. It was hard to accept that the fourth-rate Miaohua Palace was involved. At this moment, two young girls walked out of the inner courtyard. The lily pattern on their shoulders was very eye-catching. Everyone's eyes widened. The lily pattern, could it be? Qing Linfeng said, they are disciples of the Lily Holy Sect. They are also here to watch the show. Hiss, everyone gasped. Ironbone's challenge to the Sacred Spring Sect had alarmed people from a second-rate sect. What kind of world was this? That young girl is Murong Xian, the genius of the Murong family in Tianhai City, right? TSK, I've heard of this girl. She has a supreme-grade spiritual root and is known as the pride of Tianhai County. The 11th elder of the Lily Holy Sect took a liking to her and personally went to the Murong family to take her as a disciple. It caused a huge commotion at that time. The most sensational thing is that she brought people from the Lily Holy Sect to the Xiao family in Qingyang County to cancel the engagement. I heard that too. It seems that a supreme-grade spiritual root genius appeared in the ninth-rate county, but his cultivation regressed and he became a good-for-nothing. His fiancée, Murong Xian, divorced him. In the falling star continent, men divorce women. I didn't expect a woman to divorce a man. What a coward. Murong Xian's eyes flashed with anger when she heard everyone's discussion. Junior sister. The senior sister whispered, don't lower yourself to the level of these superficial men. Everyone saw Murong Xian's anger and quickly shut up. They obediently followed Qing Linfeng to the inner courtyard. The senior sister said, Junior sister, breaking off the engagement with that good-for-nothing is already in the past. But you can't stop others from talking, so don't mind it too much. Murong Xian didn't say anything and felt guilty. Only she knew that she wasn't angry because others were talking about her, but because they were laughing at Xiao Ziji. It was undeniable that the two of them had nothing to do with each other. But he became a laughingstock because she was too young and ignorant to break off the engagement. Xiao Ziji, I'm sorry. I just wanted to pursue freedom. I didn't want to hurt you. Murong Xian murmured in her heart. Was sorry useful? This was a matter of different people's opinions. But in Xianxia's view, whether Murong Xian did it intentionally or not, her actions had caused a great injury to Xiao Ziji's dignity. 2 years later, he would definitely bring his disciples to the Lily Holy Sect to seek justice. In the previous world, young people didn't need to take legal responsibility. But in the falling star continent, since you did something wrong, you had to pay the price. Because here, the strong were respected. Really guilty, sure, bring those people from the Lily Holy Sect who were full of superiority to the Xiao family and come to my Iron Bone clan to apologize. That's your sincerity. In just a few days, various forces entered the Sacred Spring Sect one after another, experiencing the magnificence of a fifth-rate sect and its hundreds of years of history. Of course. Iron Bone was also waiting for the challenge. Calculating the time, there was only 1 day left until the day of the challenge. Why hadn't that overconfident sect arrived yet? Would he be scared? Would he not come? Many forces thought of this possibility, but they weren't too angry. After all, the purpose of this trip was to see a fifth-rate sect. Scared, not coming, sorry, it was dusk. Sect Master Jun led 200 disciples, accompanied by City Lord Xia and the AI family, to the mountain gate of the Sacred Spring Sect. Who are you? The disciple guarding the gate asked. Swoosh, Jun Xianxia showed his waist token with the words Iron Bone engraved on it. He gathered chi in his dantian and shouted, Jun Xianxia, Sect Master of the Iron Bone Sect, is here to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect. His voice was sonorous and powerful, echoing halfway up the mountain and into the Sacred Spring Sect. He's here, he's here. This Iron Bone Sect Master is standing at the foot of the mountain, but he dares to shout so loudly. He's got guts. If he's a coward, why would he come all the way to the Sacred Spring Sect? I really can't wait. I want to see if this Iron Bone sect leader has 3 heads or 6 arms. No matter how many heads or arms he has, he's destined to lie down if he dares to challenge the Sacred Spring sect. All the martial artists discussed. Alliance Master Qin and the leaders of the alliance, who arrived first, were full of smiles. When they heard the various forces laughing at Xianxia, they felt more comfortable than when they broke through. This was a group of pitiful people. Why? Because they couldn't do anything to Iron Bone in the Azure Sun County, so they could only use the discussions of other counties to comfort their long-suppressed souls. If Xianxia knew, he would definitely look at them with disdain. Only trash would use such a ridiculous way to comfort themselves. Shi Jingxian, who was sitting in the small hall in the inner courtyard, heard Xianxia's voice and said with a smile, "It's him. He really came." Li curled her lips and said, "You really dare to come." Before and after coming to the Sacred Spring sect, she had been telling the palace lord that Iron Bone might admit defeat and not dare to challenge them. Ha ha ha. Ma Yunting, who was playing chess in a side room of the inner courtyard, placed down a chess piece and said with a smile, "Sect Master Jun is here." Wang Donglin said, "First he challenged the vast Qi sect, and now he's challenging the Sacred Spring sect. This kid is really reckless." "Young people," Ma Yunting said, "it's not bad to be reckless." Coming. Morong Xian stood by the window of the wing room, complicated emotions rising in her heart. Although Xiao Ziji won the intersect tournament and made her look at him in a new light, wasn't following the Iron Bone sect leader to challenge the Sacred Spring sect asking for humiliation? Or could it be that after she broke off the engagement, she no longer cared about anything? Ai. Morong Xian sighed. Back mountain of the Sacred Spring sect. Dai Lu, who was sitting cross-legged in a cave, heard the sound and opened his green eyes. He said coldly, "Xianxia, you're finally here." Brother Green Scarf accidentally obtained the devouring power at the foot of the Black Eagle sect. He devoured Elder Ghost's cultivation and broke through to the 7th grade martial disciple. After returning to the sect, he participated in the sect's intersect tournament and performed well. He was successfully promoted from an inner disciple to an outer disciple. Of course, he didn't dare to be too high profile, so he concentrated on cultivating. During this period, he absorbed the vitality of many fierce beasts and plants in the back mountain. His cultivation also stepped into the 1st grade martial master from the martial disciple realm. To be honest, the sect limited Dai Lu's development. Because of his special absorption power, he was destined to rely on absorbing external forces to improve. Cultivating step by step would only be very slow. Dai Lu also considered leaving. But when he thought that Xianxia would bring disciples to challenge him, he endured for a few months. Destroying my Spirit Spring sect and killing my cousin. With these 2 great enemies, if he didn't do anything and just left like this, wouldn't it be too cowardly? Dai Lu had been planning. He took out the crystal cores he obtained during this period of time and successfully bribed an elder to obtain a challenge quota. Xianxia, I want you to know that the current me is not the same as before. I heard that your Iron Bone is also divided into inner and outer disciples. I will fight with your inner disciple. Even if I can't kill him, I will let him experience what pain is. Brother Green Scarf decided. He wants to challenge an Iron Bone inner disciple as an outer disciple. After this, he will leave the Holy Spring sect. From then on, he will be a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. As for who to challenge, let's wait until the competition starts. Of course, if the sect allows, he will definitely choose the strongest inner disciple. Not only can he defeat Xianxia, but he can also show off a bit. Brother Green Scarf, who broke through to the 1st grade martial master, was determined to win tomorrow. Because who am I? I am a devourer, he is an Iron Bone disciple. What qualifications does he have to compete with me? If he really wants to challenge the strongest inner disciple of the Iron Bone, excluding Lu Qianqian, then it will be Yi Xingchen. The Devourer vs the Rebirth of the Great Emperor, it seems quite interesting. The premise is that Brother Green Scarf must hold on, because this opponent is not as gentle as Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji. He is very fierce. Kikik. Dai Lu covered his face and laughed strangely. Jun Changxiao, you and your disciple are destined to be the stepping stones on my path to become a supreme expert. Sigh. May God bless you, our brother Green Scarf. At the foot of the mountain, Jun Changxiao shouted. The Holy Spring Sect's gatekeepers looked at him with disdain. This iron bone disciple is not high level. The sect leader is young, but he is quite arrogant. One of them said indifferently, Sect leader Jun, our Holy Spring Sect has been waiting for your arrival. Please go up the mountain. Jun Changxiao flicked his sleeves and led his disciples up the mountain. Yi Xingchen walked up the stone steps with an ugly expression. Then, he unwillingly raised the magically modified speaker. Damn it, why do I have to carry it all the time? Family head AI, City Lord Xia, and the others also hurried up after reporting their names. Looking at the Iron Bone Sect's disciple who went up the mountain, his aura was as firm and unyielding as ever. Challenging a fifth-rate sect is undoubtedly a hellish test. These Iron Bone disciples can still be so calm. How did sect leader Jun train them? Creak. The gate of the Holy Spring Sect was pushed open. Jun Changxiao, wearing dazzling sunglasses, wearing a mink coat, and holding a cigar in his mouth, walked over to the accompaniment of the god of gamblers. In an instant, all the martial artists in the outer yard looked over. Tisk, he is quite pretentious. When the competition starts tomorrow, the Holy Spring Sect will be merciful if he can leave standing. Everyone talked in disdain. But when Jun Changxiao stood in the martial arts arena, 200 disciples lined up neatly behind him, proudly standing straight and releasing their aura. The expressions of the martial artists froze. These Iron Bone disciples had a strong aura and sharp eyes. As long as one was not short-sighted or blind, they would realize that this was definitely something that only advanced martial disciples had. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Oh my god, an eighth-rate sect, wrong. Jun Changxiao held a cigar between his fingers and flashed the certificate given to him by the certification center. He faintly said, if you have a pair of dog eyes like Alliance Master Qin, you might not be able to tell whether it's 8 or 7. He attacked with full force as soon as he arrived. Qin Haoran said angrily, Jun Changxiao, you. Jun Changxiao raised his middle finger and said indifferently, loser, you are not qualified to bark in front of me. He knew that this guy had come to the Holy Spring Sect before and must have made some dirty deals with them. He also knew that he must have brought the Alliance Master here to see him make a fool of himself. You are not happy with me, and I am not happy with you. I am dissing you, what's the point? Damn it. Qin Haoran was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out. He was so angry that his body was trembling, but he did not speak anymore. After all, he was here to see him make a fool of himself. He could not turn the tables. Shua. Jun Changxiao shook off his mink coat, and a disciple stepped forward to catch it. Sect leader Jun stroked his black hair with one hand and said, my Iron Bone Sect came to challenge them, but the Holy Spring Sect did not come out to greet them. Is this how a big sect treats its guests? Everyone's mouth twitched. As expected of the sect leader who dared to challenge the Holy Spring Sect. This was really crazy. Li Er. Shi Jingxian, who walked out from the inner yard, smiled and said, Sect leader Jun is so domineering. After seeing the light again, I must see what he looks like. As she spoke, she was already fantasizing in her heart. He must have big eyes, a sharp nose, and long ears. Yes. The sect leader Jun that palace master she imagined had already surpassed the level of a human. Strictly speaking, he could be classified as a monster. All the cultivators saw Jun Changxiao as they wished. He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, but 2 arms and 2 legs like everyone else. They didn't expect him to attack Alliance Master Qin as soon as he arrived. Many people knew that the two had a grudge. But he was still the leader of a sect. Even if there was a conflict, they couldn't just start a war of words as soon as they met, right? Especially when they heard that this was how a large sect treated their guests. They immediately realized that this 7th-rate sect leader was very arrogant, yes. If he wasn't arrogant, he wouldn't be arrogant. Would he dare to bring a disciple to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect? It was good to be young. They weren't afraid of anything, didn't care about anything, and courted death with all kinds of hot-bloodedness. The disdain in everyone's eyes when they looked at Jun Changxiao became even more intense. Little brat. Acting cool would be struck by lightning. Swoosh, at this moment, an old man about 70 years old flew out of the main hall. He landed on the martial arts field and laughed loudly. Sect leader June, we are honored by your presence. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. This person's aura was strong. At first glance, one could tell that he was a high-level Wuzong. Elder Jean, who is in charge of the internal affairs of the Sacred Spring Sect. The patriarch of the Sacred Spring Sect is in seclusion all year round, so Elder Jean is in charge of all affairs. He is giving Iron Bone enough face to appear in person. In my opinion, this is considered peaceful before resorting to force. Everyone discussed in low voices. They could catch a faint trace of displeasure in Elder Jin's eyes. A low-level sect acting so arrogantly in front of their own sect. If it were them, they would also find it difficult to tolerate. Jun Xianxia said indifferently, I, Iron Bone, came from afar. Doesn't your Sacred Spring Sect plan to arrange a place to rest? Really, too arrogant, the disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect were all furious. But after all, they were from a large sect and could control their anger. Instead, they thought to themselves, when the challenge starts tomorrow, you won't be so arrogant. Elder Jean said, I have already arranged a room. Lin Feng, take sect leader June and Iron Bone disciples there. Yes. Qing Lin Feng walked out and made an inviting gesture. Sect head June, please follow me. Jun Xianxia went to the inner yard under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The Iron Bone disciples followed behind him. Even though they were being scrutinized by a group of big shots, they were not afraid at all. After they left, the martial artists of various forces began to discuss in low voices. This Iron Bone disciple is not simple. Judging from their auras, they seem to be advanced martial disciples. For a seventh-rate sect to be able to do this, it's truly unbelievable. In my opinion, he might have taken some kind of pill to bluff, right? Hearing such doubts, City Lord Xia sneered in his heart. If you know that 2 elders from the certification headquarters in southwest Yangzhou gave Iron Bone a top 3 grade, you will understand whether it is a bluff or not. City Lord Xia really wanted to tell everyone to stop looking down on others. But because sect leader June wanted to keep a low profile, he could only bear with it painfully. The Sacred Spring Sect still cared a lot about the style of the sect. They arranged for Iron Bone and the others to stay in several courtyards with beautiful environments. Have a good rest. Jun Xianxiao said, prepare for tomorrow's battle. Yes. After traveling for thousands of miles, the Iron Bone disciples were still a little tired. They all chose their rooms to stay in. Xiao Ziji did not rest. He sat cross-legged in the stone pavilion in the courtyard and practiced the body metamorphosis scripture, continuing to refine his body. Ever since he joined Iron Bone and obtained this divine mental cultivation method, he had developed a good habit of practicing anytime and anywhere. Eh? Suddenly, Xiao Ziji opened his eyes. He subconsciously looked at the entrance of the courtyard and saw a girl standing outside looking at him. Morong Xian, the inner yard of the Sacred Spring Sect was not small. There was also a beautiful green area for the disciples to enjoy and relax after practicing. In the bamboo forest, Morong Xian pinched a bamboo leaf and said, you seem to be stronger than last time. Is this why you are looking for me? Xiao Ziji sat on a huge rock and said indifferently. He was surprised to see this woman in the Sacred Spring Sect, but it was just a surprise. Morong Xian was silent for a while and said, your sect master is very reckless. Are you going to follow him? Xiao Ziji understood. She must think that I, Iron Bone, am courting death by challenging the Sacred Spring Sect. Xiao Zueji said indifferently, you don't need to worry about my affairs, Miss Murong. Then, he got up and returned to the courtyard. Breaking off the engagement that year was like the last feather that broke the camel's back. It made him sink for 5 years. He really did not want to have too much contact with this woman. Watching Xiao Ziji leave, Morong Xian's eyes flashed with complicated emotions. Every time she saw the man she broke off the engagement with, she would blame herself. She blamed herself for the choices she made when she was young, causing him to bear the pain he should not bear. Judging from Morong Xian's psychological activities, she was not an arrogant woman. She just did the wrong thing at the wrong time. If they were still engaged. According to the customs of the falling star continent, they should have been married by now. There would be another perfect couple in the world. Unfortunately, they were not destined to be together. They missed a marriage. The next day, the weather was clear and there were no clouds in the sky. There was no need to look at the almanac, because from today's weather, it was very suitable for a competition. Xianxia stood outside the martial arts field with his hands behind his back, facing the Sacred Spring Sect's main hall. Behind him, 200 disciples stood tall and straight, showing a sense of arrogance. Various forces had also rushed over and were all secretly amazed. What kind of confidence did this seventh-rate disciple have to be so fearless in front of a fifth-rate sect? Why? Because Iron Bone was unyielding. Xie Guangquan, Ai Shang, and the others walked behind Xianxia tacitly. Song Mountain Sect's Elder Ma and Elder Wang also stood behind, showing their support for Iron Bone. No one was surprised. After all, Song Mountain Sect was in the Azure Sun County. It was reasonable for them to support the sects in the county. The positions of the various forces were closer to the main hall, which meant that they believed that the Sacred Spring Sect could win this challenge. Among them were Alliance Master Qin and the leaders of the Alliance. Especially when they looked at Xianxia with disdain and sneers. A race between a broken car and a sports car. As long as one had a normal brain, they would believe that the sports car could easily shake off the broken car by stepping on the gas pedal. Iron Bone was a broken car. Sacred Spring Sect was a superior sports car. Xianxia did not care about the support of the other forces. Because no matter how much they looked down on him, he was still strong. Sect Master Jun, standing opposite him, Elder Jin said, "How do you want to challenge?" Xianxia said, "Let's start with the outer disciples. First, we'll fight 30 to 40 rounds and determine the winner." Hearing this, everyone almost fell over. 30 to 40 rounds, this guy. Was he here to challenge or to participate in the sect competition? Xianxia also did not want to fight so many rounds, but this damn epic mission, he had to defeat 30 outer disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect to complete it. Elder Jin's mouth twitched. "Sect Master Jun, are you sure you want to waste time and fight so many matches?" His Holy Spring Sect had 5,000 to 6,000 outer disciples. Not to mention 30 or 40 matches, they could even send someone for 300 or 400 matches. But fighting one match at a time would definitely waste time. Xianxia said, "Victory and defeat will be decided quickly, it won't take much time." TCH, everyone snorted. That was as if Iron Bone could end the battle quickly. Xianxia raised his hand. Shua. Under everyone's gaze, Erhe walked towards the training field. He was the first outer disciple to represent Iron Bone. To be honest, he was a little nervous. At this time, Lu Wancher shouted, "Brother Erhe, do your best." Erhe, who was a little nervous, clenched his fists and straightened his back when he heard Lu Wancher's cheers. "Sect Master, let me go first, Du will watch from behind. The first battle, even if I have to risk my life, I must win." Ta. Erhe stopped in the middle of the training field and shouted, "Iron Bone Sect disciple Zhang Jilin, please enlighten me." He shouted out a name that even he had almost forgotten. His voice hovered above the training field, revealing a proud aura. Before the battle, Xianxia said, "Your opponents may be strong, but as disciples of Iron Bone Sect, your morale cannot be weak." Erhe remembered it in his heart. When he shouted out his sect, shouted out his name, the blood in his body seemed to burn. "I am the first to go. I want to raise the morale of my fellow disciples. I want to win the first battle." The other disciples of Iron Bone also seemed to ignite the blood in their chests under his shout, "We came from so far away just to fight for our sect." Seeing that Iron Bone disciple so imposing, all the martial artists shook their heads. There was no denying it. This kid was not bad, but in front of a fifth-rate sect, it was not enough. Elder Jin waved his hand. An outer disciple of Holy Spring Sect walked up. "Holy Spring Sect, Lu Yanqiang." The disciple who was going to fight also announced his name. His aura was as strong as his name. "Start." The referee shouted. Shua. Lu Yanqiang rushed over with a profound movement. Technique, immediately drawing the praises of the martial artists from all sides. This is the Sacred Spring Sect's unique movement technique, 9 steps. It's unbelievable that an outer sect disciple could comprehend it. Then, Brother Iron Bone, boom, while everyone was talking, He gathered his strength in his fist and punched Lu Yanqiang in the face, sending him flying. Plop. He fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. With a single punch, the match was over, Everyone was silent. The expressions on the faces of the martial artists froze, and their eyes gradually widened. An outer sect disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect was killed by a single punch. Qin Haoran and the others, who were already prepared to see a joke, instantly withdrew the smiles on their faces. Their expressions were extremely ugly. He was also stunned. The outer sect disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect were too weak. They couldn't even take a punch from him. It's not that he's weak, it's that you're too strong. He had already reached the peak of martial disciple level and had been tempered in the forging room and the training tower. The strength of his punch was not comparable to that of an extreme-grade martial disciple, but it was still 20,000 jin. What did that mean? It was comparable to an ordinary grade 2 martial master. What about Lu Yanqiang? He was only an ordinary grade 8 martial disciple. How could he withstand such a powerful force? And this was a Sacred Spring Sect disciple. If it were an outer sect disciple of a 6th or 7th-rate sect, he would have been killed by a single punch. Ding. Defeated 130 outer sect disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect. Hearing the notification, Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you for letting me win. Disciple had killed his opponent and completed a mission goal. It was very satisfying. The martial artists were stunned for a long time. After all, Iron Bone defeated a Sacred Spring Sect disciple with a single punch. It was too unexpected. They understood. Iron Bone's strategy was to let their strongest disciple fight first. If they let their strongest disciple fight in the first round, would they still send anyone for the next 30 or 40 rounds? Alliance Master Qin and the Alliance Elders thought so in their hearts and couldn't help but sneer. Elder Jin furrowed his brows. He was a little careless in the first round and let Iron Bone win first. He would treat it as a friendly host. He didn't have to give Iron Bone any face in the following rounds. If a 5th-rate sect didn't go easy on a 7th-rate sect or two, they would definitely be gossiped about. Let's start the second round. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and an outer sect disciple walked out. This person's name was Sun Xiao. Because he had a group of monstrous senior brothers, he was considered invisible in Iron Bone. In fact, there were many invisible disciples. Because of the limited space, he couldn't explain it to the camera one by one. Otherwise, he could at least write 3 to 5 chapters. At this kind of climax, there would definitely be readers who would say, 30 to 40 outer sect disciples fighting, 1 chapter per person, the author can write another 30 to 40 chapters. I want to. But I won't give him a chance. This was because even someone as insignificant as Sun Xiao could easily send his opponent flying once the battle began. Seeing the second Sacred Spring Sect disciple fall outside the martial arts practice field, the expressions of the martial art practitioners from various forces froze again. Damn it, another one was killed in seconds. Was the Sacred Spring Sect not serious? Or did Iron Bone continue to send strong outer sect disciples to fight, but that disciple named Sun Xiao was only a 7th-grade martial disciple? The Sacred Spring Sect's disciple was a 9th-grade martial disciple. Why? Because Iron Bone's disciples were strong. You let me win. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said. A trace of anger appeared between Elder Jin's brows. He immediately waved his hand and sent a peak martial disciple to fight. A year ago, Mo Shangfei was only an 8th-grade martial disciple, but he could become an inner sect disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect because he had a high-grade spiritual root. This peak martial disciple only had a middle-grade spiritual root, so he could only be an outer sect disciple. There were many disciples with middle-grade spiritual roots in the Sacred Spring Sect. Although their realms were good, they could only be outer sect disciples because of their spiritual roots. Hey! Jun Changxiao said, let's fight. Yes. He strode in, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Behind him, Lu Wancher cheered for her fellow disciple as usual. After exchanging names, the battle officially started and then officially ended. Because Ihei's strength was not inferior to Ihei's, he sent the peak martial disciple flying with a rupturing fist. Decisive and not hesitant, in 3 matches, he was defeated in 3 moves. All the martial artists were deeply shocked by the strength of Iron Bone's disciples. Don't worry. The shock had just begun. Next, the two sides continued to fight. Although the Iron Bone's outer sect disciples were not as talented as the Sacred Spring sect, their strength was at a high level. As long as they fought, they would win. In a short time, the two sides fought 20 rounds. Although there were more than 2 moves, they still could not reverse the fate of the Sacred Spring sect's disciples. Ding! Defeated 2030 outer sect disciples of the Sacred Spring sect. The system's voice sounded again. Xianxia shrugged and said, easy. These words were extremely pretentious. But all the martial artists were silent. 20 disciples fought and defeated 20 outer sect disciples of the Sacred Spring sect. They were qualified to be pretentious. Alliance Master Qin and the leaders of the alliance looked terrible. They were prepared to watch a joke from the beginning, but the Holy Spring sect's consecutive defeats didn't give them a chance to laugh. This wasn't what they expected at all. As for the various forces that had previously mocked the Iron Bone sect, their faces were flushed red. After all, if they sent their outer disciples to fight with the Holy Spring sect, they would be lucky to win 3 out of 30 rounds. Master, standing in the distance, Lear's mouth twitched. Iron Bone won the 20th round. In her estimation, if the Sacred Spring sect fought 30 to 40 rounds, they would definitely win 30 to 40 rounds. But in the end, it was the reverse of the situation. Xianxia smiled. Master Jin's disciples are so strong. Old Ma. Wang Donglin's mouth twitched. These Iron Bone disciples are too fierce. They didn't lose any of the 20 rounds? Ma Yunting couldn't stay calm at this moment. After all, even if his sect fought with the Holy Spring sect, there would be victories and losses. The challenge continued. Lin Jiangheng and other disciples who joined earlier fought and won easily. In the past year, although their spiritual roots didn't change, they all had the strength of advanced martial disciples after various resources and body modifications. What did this mean? It meant that Iron Bone didn't have as many top disciples as the top sects, but their basic disciples were not inferior to them. Once all of them grew up, they would be terrifying. Elder Zhou of the certification headquarters was aware of this, which was why he gave the Iron Bone sect a top 3 evaluation. The strength of a sect wasn't determined by a few people, but by the overall strength. Molding pills, molding rooms, spiritual arrays, training towers, various resources, various martial techniques, these were the powerful assets of Iron Bone's basic disciples. What about the Holy Spring sect? Although it was a 5th-rate sect, its resources were limited and definitely wouldn't be shared with the outer disciples. If the outer disciples wanted to be valued, they had to work hard to be promoted to the inner disciples so that they could enjoy more resources. Which sect's disciple was more fortunate? That's right. It was Iron Bone. Although it was a new sect, although it was only a year old. But the resources Jun Changxiao gave his disciples were many years ahead of this kind of sect. Today, I've come all the way here. If I don't give you a good beating, how can I be worthy of all the resources I've piled up? The outer sect disciples of the Sacred Spring sect were either suppressed in terms of realms or their ranks. Although there were occasionally some who could fight with their opponents for 20 or 30 rounds, they were still inevitably defeated. To be honest, it was a complete suppression. Boom, another Iron Bone disciple sent an outer disciple of the Sacred Spring sect flying. The number of outer disciples defeated in the epic quest increased from 29 to 30. Ding. Disciple defeated an outer disciple of the Sacred Spring sect. Epic mission completion rate, 20%. Host receives 400 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points, 160520000. TSK. Last time, he got 200 points for 20%. This time, he got 400 points. Jun Changxiao cupped his fists and said, Elder Jin, after 30 rounds, shall we end the outer disciples competition here? No. Elder Jin said solemnly, continue the battle. If he didn't win a single one of the 30 battles, what face would he have left? He had to continue fighting. Even if he couldn't win all of them, he had to win at least 10 rounds to save his face. The result? Sima Zhongda, Cui Bujin, Lin Jiangheng and the other disciples fought one after another. With their powerful strength, they trampled the outer disciples of the Sacred Spring sect one by one. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. An opponent was kicked into the air by Li Tian. Then, he used the cloud steps to hang upside down in the air and directly blasted him 300 meters away. At this point, Iron Bone won the 50th round. Ding. Disciple defeated an outer disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect 50-50, meeting the hidden criteria. Epic mission completion rate, 30%. Host receives 200 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points, 180520000. Jun Xianxia was startled, then grinned, so, there are still 20 hidden victories. When Li Tian kicked his opponent out and landed on the ground, the expressions on the faces of the martial artists from the various sects were already numb. From the first round to the 50th round, it ended in less than 2 hours. The Sacred Spring Sect was completely defeated. Who would have thought that a 5th-rate sect would be so badly beaten by a 7th-rate sect? Elder Jin's hands were trembling. If not for the presence of the various forces, his face would have turned sinister from anger. Ma Yunting and Wan Donglin were silent. The strength of Iron Bone shocked them deeply. Junior sister. The senior sister standing next to Murong Xian said solemnly, "This is too unbelievable." Her sect had the strength to sweep away the 5th-rate sections. After all, it was a 2nd-rate sect. But a 7th-rate sect did it so cleanly. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't dare to believe it. The Battle of the Outer Disciples. Iron Bone used their strength to ruthlessly slap the faces of the various forces. "Fight again," Elder Jin said in a deep voice. Jun Xianxia said, "Elder Jin, my Iron Bone doesn't have as many people as your Sacred Spring Sect. If we keep fighting like this, isn't it a bit of bullying?" Originally, they planned to send 53 people, but the other party was unwilling to give up, so they could only let the cheering disciples go on stage. If they continued to fight, they would definitely not be able to compete with the thousands of disciples. "How about this?" Jun Xianxia said, "Send the inner disciples to fight." The outer disciples had fought enough, and even the hidden mission was completed. The next step would definitely be to fight the inner disciples. After all, completing the epic mission was more important. "Okay." Elder Jin agreed and raised his hand. A man wearing a green scarf walked onto the martial arts practice field. His head was lowered the entire time, and it was obvious that his body was trembling. A moment later, he raised his head and said with a grin, "Jun Xianxiao, do you still remember me?" "Eh?" Jun Xianxiao said in surprise, "You are the green scarf man who teased my eldest disciple outside Qingyang City?" The Iron Bone disciple was immediately dumbfounded. Oh my god! He dared to tease the cold big senior sister. His courage was commendable. "Cut the crap." Dai Lu raised his hand, pointed at the group of Iron Bone inner disciples with strong auras, and said with a cold gaze, "Send your disciples to fight with me." Heh. Jun Xianxiao folded his arms and said, "Who do you want to fight?" "Humph." Dai Lu proudly said, "Send out the strongest. I want to beat him up and tell everyone here that the Sacred Spring Sect is not something that a trash sect like you can afford to offend." After the sect had lost 50 matches in a row, the green scarf brother realized that his chance had come, so he had to perform well in front of Elder Jin. Perhaps this battle would allow him to directly rise from the outer sect to the direct disciple position. At that time, he would have more resources and supplies, so he wouldn't have to consider going out to train. TSK, Jun Xianxiao, you and your disciples are indeed my, Dai Lu's, stepping stones on the path to becoming a supreme expert. The strongest? Jun Xianxiao began to consider. Yi Xingchen said coldly, "Sect leader, since he wants to find the strongest, this disciple is willing to fight and teach this arrogant green scarf man a lesson." These words caused the mouths of Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others to twitch. "Junior brother Yi, you are stronger than us, but as for the strongest inner sect disciple, without asking big senior sister, do you still have any face?" Brother Greenscarf was arrogant, directly challenging Iron Bone's strongest inner disciple. Yi Xingchen was very unhappy, so he volunteered to fight, deciding to teach this Greenscarf guy a lesson. However, Jun Xianxiao said, "Elder Jin, is he an inner disciple?" Sect Master Jun Elder Jin said calmly, "Although this old man's disciple is an outer disciple, he already has the strength of an inner disciple." Jin Changxiao frowned. You said you would send an inner disciple, but you sent an outer disciple. How can I complete my task? Jin Changxiao. Dai Lu said calmly, you don't dare to send an inner disciple to fight with me? This kid is quite arrogant, Jin Changxiao thought for a while and said, Xingchen, fight. Although it was a bit disadvantageous to send an inner disciple to fight an outer disciple, he couldn't bear to see the green scarf guy so arrogant. The best way to deal with this kind of person was to let someone more arrogant than him teach him a lesson. Who was the most arrogant in Iron Bone? Without a doubt, it was Night Emperor. Swoosh, Yi Xingchen stepped forward, clenching his fists and shaking his head. He said eerily, a grown man wearing a green scarf, you really don't mind your head being green. Dai Lu sneered, green represents nature, what do you know? What do I know? Yi Xingchen stood in the middle of the training field, his eyes cold. Kid, when the fight starts, I will make you suffer. That's what I want to say too. Dai Lu smiled evilly. The referee said, both sides, please report your names. Yi Xingchen said calmly, Iron Bone disciple, Yi Xingchen. Not only did he report his name, he also reported his sect. This was very rare. Actually, even he didn't understand why he had to report his sect. If he had to give a reason, Yi Xingchen felt that since he had come to challenge a fifth-rate sect, he should give face to his own sect master. Disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect, Dai Lu. Dai Lu said. At this point, the reincarnation of the Great Emperor was only a few meters away from the Devourer. A battle to determine who was the main character was about to begin. Who? Dai Lu completely unleashed his martial master aura as a proud expression appeared on his face. Ever since he returned from the Black Eagle Mountain, he had been suppressing his cultivation. Even in the sect's small competition, he had only revealed a little. Today, with so many forces watching, it was the perfect opportunity to act tough. Naturally, there was no need for him to hide. He wanted to win the favor of the upper echelons of the sect, as expected. When Dai Lu released his martial master cultivation, the upper echelons of the Sacred Spring sect were astonished. Especially Elder Jean. It was only because he had accepted a bribe that he was allowed to go on stage. Who would have thought that he would be given such a pleasant surprise? The disciples of the Sacred Spring sect were also dumbfounded. It was hard to believe that a disciple who had only been in the sect for a year was already a martial master. The outer sect disciples of the Sacred Spring sect have all broken through to martial master. As expected of a major sect. They didn't send him out just now because they wanted to save him for later. The martial artists from various forces were shocked. Dai Lu, who had completely unleashed his martial master cultivation, heard the crowd talking about him and the pride on his face became even stronger. It felt so good to be in the limelight. At this moment, Brother Green Scarf was even more arrogant. With his aptitude, he would never attract attention in his lifetime, let alone achieve much. After awakening the devouring power, his strength had skyrocketed. Naturally, he would be arrogant. However, when Dai Lu revealed his martial master cultivation, Yi Xingchen's eyes were full of disdain. I was wondering how strong this arrogant guy was. It turned out that he was only a grade 1 martial master. What a piece of trash. Begin. The referee shouted. Dai Lu smiled sinisterly and said, swish. Yi Xingchen used the cloud-treading steps and appeared in front of Dai Lu at an extremely fast speed. He said in a cold voice, have you experienced the feeling of living a life worse than death? Dai Lu's smile froze as fear appeared in his eyes. Boom, the sound of a fist rang out and a gust of wind swept across. Everyone's eyes widened. This guy called Yi Xingchen, the aura he released when he attacked was actually that of a martial master. And from the looks of it, it was more than grade 2 or 3. Ding. Defeated 110 inner disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect. A notification sounded in his ears. Jin Changxiao was startled and said, how can an outer disciple be counted as an inner disciple? The system said, because the mission determined that the outer disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect, Dai Lu, is equal to an inner disciple. I see. Jin Changxiao said, quite smart. However, Yi Xingchen defeated that arrogant Dai Lu with one punch. Wasn't he too weak, on the martial arts field? The airwaves gradually dissipated. Brother Green Scarf was lying on the ground, his body twitching violently. Swish. Yi Xingchen walked over and stepped on his face. He said coldly, "Brat, stand up and be arrogant." This scene was familiar. Not bad. At the beginning of the book, Jun Changxiao stepped on his face and persuaded him to join the Iron Bone clan. In the end, he refused and was beaten up. First, he was stepped on by a transmigrator. Now, he was stepped on by a reborn emperor. How pitiful. Dai Lu wasn't unconscious. He was still thinking. His eyes were filled with fear. He had obtained the devouring power in his first battle to show off, but he was beaten to the point of losing his ability to fight. Impossible. Impossible, I have the devouring power and my cultivation level increases quickly. How can an Iron Bone clan disciple be so strong? How can he defeat me? Dai Lu didn't understand. This was the huge gap between their strength. Not to mention Yi Xingchen, even Zhang Wei and the others could easily defeat him. Unless, he used the devouring power. However, during this time, Dai Lu only studied how to absorb plants and beasts. He couldn't absorb martial artists as he wished. Later, he remembered the scene when he absorbed Elder Ghost. He guessed that if he wanted to absorb a human spiritual energy, he could only activate it in a life and death situation. It wasn't dangerous enough now. It wasn't desperate enough. Because of this, although Dai Lu's face was stepped on, he still mocked with difficulty, You only have this much strength? Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. A piece of trash under his feet dared to mock him. Whoosh, Yi Xingchen lifted his foot and said calmly, "Then I'll show you what strength is." Boom. He stepped on Dai Lu's face, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Very good, torture me with all your strength, put me in a desperate situation and make me fight to survive. When the devouring power is activated, I'll take all the spiritual energy in your body. Bang. Bang. Bang, Yi Xingchen stepped on Dai Lu a few more times, making him dizzy and spitting out blood. However, he still couldn't activate the devouring power. It wasn't miserable enough, it wasn't even close to death. Even though his face was covered in footprints, Dai Lu still tried to grin to provoke Yi Xingchen, who had a bad temper. Brat, how dare you laugh after being tortured like this? You're really arrogant. Yi Xingchen continued to step on Dai Lu's face, making the spectators' mouths twitch violently. Was the Sacred Spring Sect's disciple crazy? He had obviously lost his ability to fight, but he still used his smile to provoke his opponent and beat him up. They didn't understand. This was Dai Lu's strategy, to explode in a desperate situation. Needless to say, as Yi Xingchen stepped on Dai Lu's face again and again, his injuries became more serious. Suddenly, a strange aura emerged from Greenscarf Brother's body, and his eyes gradually turned green. Together with his ferocious face, he looked a little scary. It's coming, it's coming. My terrifying devouring power that can absorb martial artists. Bang, Yi Xingchen stepped on Dai Lu again. Blood spurted out from Dai Lu's mouth. Just as the attributes in his body were about to surge, his thoughts and body were suddenly interrupted. He couldn't bear the torture and fainted. Gah! The aura in his body was like a flood. Following its master's fainting, it retreated like a tide, finally hiding in his blood and meridians. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. If Dai Lu still had his thoughts, he would definitely cry. After suffering so much damage, he was about to make a desperate counterattack. How could he faint? Boom. Yi Xingchen kicked the fainted Dai Lu out of the arena and said indifferently, "Your Sacred Spring Sect dares to send this kind of trash. Are you sure you're not asking to be humiliated?" Dai Lu's strategy was correct. When he was in a desperate situation, he could activate the devouring power. But first, he had to survive this desperate situation. Facing Yi Xingchen's fierce kicks, Brother Green Scarf couldn't stabilize his state of mind and fainted. The devouring power that was about to erupt was immediately retracted. So, he was beaten up for nothing, but he didn't have the chance to fight back. It had to be said. This was a great tragedy. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "I thought he was strong, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow." Elder Jin was so angry that his body was trembling. He let Dai Lu fight, but he was defeated in one move and was stepped on repeatedly. It was a disgrace to the Sacred Spring Sect, there was no other way. Yi Xingchen was too strong. Even if he sent Qing Linfeng, he would also lose. The only consolation was that he used an outer disciple to exhaust the strongest disciple of the Iron Bone sect. Elder Jin waved his hand. An inner disciple walked onto the martial arts field, his eyes flashing with anger. No disciple of the Sacred Spring sect could tolerate the defeat of so many of his fellow disciples, so he had to win. Xianxia said, "Yuhua, go." Yes. Yang Yuhua stepped forward. Iron Bone sect disciple, Yang Yuhua. Sacred Spring sect disciple, Qi Fan. Begin. The referee said. Swish. Qi Fan attacked first, performing the 36 Paths of Heaven fist, which instantly transformed into fist shadows. He was a senior inner disciple of the Sacred Spring sect and had an upper-grade spiritual root. Although he was only a first-grade martial master, his fist technique and aura were obviously much stronger than Dai Lu. The strength of each punch is at least 40,000 pounds. This is the real inner disciple of the Sacred Spring sect. The Iron Bone sect disciples are unlucky. Swish. Yang Yuhua staggered her steps and crossed her arms. It was clear that she wanted to use her body to resist. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads. 36 Paths of Heaven fist was a unique fist technique of the Sacred Spring sect. Once performed, it would form an endless momentum. If one chose to defend, they would definitely fall into an absolute passive state. Bang! 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 The shadows of the fists were like cannonballs as they bombarded him, although each attack carried a force of around 40,000 Jin. Yang Yuhua, who had taken the brunt of the attacks, stood on the spot and did not move an inch. He didn't even open the seal barrier. It was effortless. Everyone's eyes widened. The Iron Bone disciples would be fine even if they were forced to take half a step back. Qi Fan, who had performed a set of fist techniques, was also stunned. Even if it was a huge beast with rough skin and thick flesh, it would still be forced back a few steps under his crazy bombardment. Shua. Yang Yuhua took advantage of the other's stupefied state to attack with a rupturing fist. This punch was very fast, so fast that Qi Fan could only cross his arms to defend himself. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Yang Yuhua's fist, which was imbued with spiritual energy, came crashing down. Bang! Qi Fan took the brunt of the attack and was sent flying backwards. His face was contorted as intense pain spread through his arms. Yang Yuhua, a second-grade martial master, with the support of the rupturing fist, could punch out with a force of 55,000 Jin. How could a rank 1 martial master receive such an attack? Thump, thump, thump. Qi Fan staggered back until he was out of the arena. When he stabilized his body with difficulty, his legs gave out and he knelt on the ground. Ding! Defeated 210 inner disciples of the Sacred Spring sect. The spectating martial artists' mouths twitched. It was hard to accept that an inner disciple was sent flying with a single punch. Qin Haoran and the leaders of the alliance were also dumbfounded. How could an unranked sect have so many powerful disciples in a short span of a year? Elder Jin was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. In front of their own sect, in front of all the forces, they lost 52 matches. No one could control their emotions. Sigh. Jun Changxiao said, "Xianzhou, go on stage." Yes. Song Xianzhou walked onto the arena and stood there proudly. The Sacred Spring sect sent another inner disciple, who was also a rank 1 martial master. In a fifth-rate sect, there were 2 ways to become an inner disciple. One was to have an excellent spirit root, and the other was to be strong. The second way was to become a martial master. If the spirit root was good and the cultivation level was high, they would be a direct disciple. Of course. A disciple with a good spirit root would gradually become stronger. For example, the rank 8 martial disciple Mo Shangfei, who was defeated by Li Qingyang at the Spirit Spring Mountain, became a rank 2 martial master in a year. Unfortunately, it was too slow. Li Qingyang was only a rank 4 martial disciple at that time. Now, not only did he have an excellent spirit root, he also had the cultivation of a rank 5 martial master. With this comparison, the gap between them was not small. That Iron Bone disciple is a martial disciple. The Sacred Spring sect sent a martial master, he should be able to get the first victory. Everyone discussed in low voices. It was possible to fight against someone of a higher level in the same realm, but it was very difficult to win against someone of a higher level. Old man Song's heart was in his mouth. His son had just recovered from his paralysis. It was too dangerous for him to fight against a martial master as a martial disciple. However, after the match began, Song Xianzhou relied on the sect's various martial techniques to suppress his opponent in all aspects in a short time, especially when he took the opportunity to use the mountain-splitting palm. His explosive strength had reached 30,000 jin. His opponent's explosive strength was only 25,000 jin. Old man Song's face went blank as he felt the spiritual energy emanating from Zhang Xian's palm strike. My son. Is he that strong? Boom. Song Xianzhou went to the back and used the exploding fist continuously, directly blasting the Sacred Spring Sect disciple, who was one level higher than him, out of the training field. Although he was not as clean as his senior brothers, he had suppressed his opponent from the beginning to the end. This was enough to prove that he was a once-in-a-century genius after he stood up from his paralysis and trained hard in the Iron Bone Sect. Looking at his son defeating his opponent and looking at his back, Old Man Song could not control himself and his hands trembled with excitement. Song Xianzhou defeated a rank 1 martial master as a peak martial disciple. Not only did he prove himself, but he also told the spectators that the Iron Bone Sect disciples could surpass their level. The Sacred Spring Sect's upper echelon had an extremely ugly expression. And this was destined to continue to be ugly, because Zhang Wei and the others who were stronger than Song Xianzhou went up one after another and defeated the inner disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect. Ding. Defeated 1010 Sacred Spring Sect inner disciples. Ding. Disciple defeated an inner disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect. Epic mission completion rate 50%. Host receives 400 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points, 220520000. Ding. Sect contribution points overflow. Jun Changxiao was very pleased with his disciple's strong performance, so he opened the purchased items column and spent 500 contribution points to buy 10 bottles of aptitude-changing liquid. After the battle, he would give it to the disciples who had gained face for the sect. He could not give each disciple a bottle for the time being, but he would definitely record their achievements and reward them in the future. The outer disciples of the Iron Bone Sect were already very strong in this 1 year of cultivation. If they were to improve their spirit roots, they would be even more terrifying. Elder Jin Changxiao said, "Do you want to continue?" Elder Jin did not say anything and only waved his hand with a gloomy face. An inner disciple with the strength of a rank 3 martial master walked out again. This meant that he wanted to continue the battle. Jun Changxiao naturally would not back down and let Long Xiang fight. The most troublesome thing was, it was already the 61st battle, and only Yi Xingchen from the Iron Bone Sect had fought. The others had not yet gone up. Boom. Long Xiang, who was the strongest among the outer disciples, cleanly defeated his opponent and won the 11th battle of the inner disciples. The spectators were calm. In the 61 battles, the Iron Bone Sect had won 61 battles. Their minds and muscles were already numb. The inner sect battle continued and Jun Changxiao sent out Ling Yuanxue for the next battle. Although the girl was a bit timid, she used Rupturing Fist and Splitting Mountain Palm at the start of the battle. She sent her opponent flying as if she was trying to kill a master, then she fought 2 more battles. At this point, all the outer sect disciples who went to Death Valley, except for Zhou Hong, fought and defeated their opponents, raising the total number of victories to 64. The corners of the mouths of the various forces twitched violently. Before the battle began, who would have thought that it was not Iron Bone that was defeated, but Sacred Spring Sect? Too scary. Ma Yinting exclaimed. The disciples brought by Jun Changxiao, even if his Song Mountain Sect disciples came to fight, they would definitely be defeated one after another. Shi Jingxian smiled. Like I said, if sect leader Jun's Iron Bone didn't have the strength, how would they dare to challenge Sacred Spring Sect? Lear was completely silent. 64 victories, even her Miao Hua Palace couldn't do it, Morong Xian whispered, so his sect is so strong. Humph, senior sister said lightly, it's a 5th-rate sect, how could it be so weak, what a disgrace. She still didn't understand, it wasn't that Sacred Spring Sect was weak, it was that Iron Bone was too strong. Next, there was no need to fight anymore. Because the Sacred Spring sect that lost 64 battles not only lost the face of a fifth-rate sect, but also lost their underwear. However, Elder Jean sent another disciple to fight. This inner sect disciple looked to be almost 30 years old, and his strength was at the level of a 4th-grade martial master. During this time, it wasn't that Sacred Spring sect didn't send any 4th-grade martial masters, but they still lost to Ironbone's 2nd-grade martial master disciple. Facing a group of freaks with all kinds of resources, without an absolute level suppression, it was impossible to win. Xianxia originally planned to send Xianxia to fight. Ma Yongning volunteered, "Sect leader, please let me fight." First Black and Second Black both came out, making Lu Wancher very happy. He already couldn't hold back his desire to fight. Xianxia said, "All right." Shua. Ma Yongning stepped into the martial arts field. He was still hugging the saber that had been cut off and reattached. He said proudly, "Let's fight with weapons." The Sacred Spring sect disciple looked at Elder Jean, and after receiving his instructions, he took out his 3-foot-long sword. Disciple of the Sacred Spring sect, Lan Jing. Ironbone clan's disciple, Ma Yongning. After reporting their names, the martial artists from the various sects were a little speechless. The two of them were so old, especially the Ironbone's Ma Yongning. He looked like he was almost 40 or 50 years old, but he was still a disciple. How poor was he? "I'm only 29, who the hell is 40 or 50 years old?" Ma Yongning said, "When the match starts, you make the first move. Because once my saber is unsheathed, you won't have a chance." Lan Jing, this middle-aged man was really arrogant. "Begin." The referee shouted. Clang, Lan Jing unsheathed his long sword and dashed forward. In the process, his wrist shook and in an instant, intricate sword flowers were intertwined. Tidal wave sword technique. This is an upper-grade sword skill. Everyone exclaimed. Facing the wave-like sword flowers, Ma Yongning smiled faintly. He put down his saber and placed his right hand on the hilt. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a thick and heavy saber intent permeated around him, emitting a desolate aura that seemed to come from the North Desert. "This saber intent," an expert exclaimed, "he's a saber cultivator." What? Everyone widened their eyes. Saber cultivators and sword cultivators were very rare in the Falling Star continent. Clang, at this moment, Ma Yongning took a step forward and unsheathed his saber, which had obvious signs of repair. The desolate aura instantly exploded like a sandstorm. Saber of the North Desert. Whoosh. The saber aura whizzed out and shattered the wave-like sword flowers with a strong momentum. Oh no. Lan Jing's eyes were filled with horror. He hurriedly retreated outside the arena. Boom. The thick saber aura slashed on the stone floor, leaving a 5-meter-long saber mark. Lan Jing, who had escaped outside the arena, was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. Ma Yongning's saber was not meant to hurt anyone. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape. Instead, he would have been split open. Ironbone won another round. At this time, the various forces did not care about the 65 victories. What they cared about was that the seemingly old Ironbone disciple was actually a saber cultivator. Xianxia was also a little stunned. He had fought with Ma Yongning before, and he was not this strong at that time. Wow! Lu Wancher exclaimed excitedly, so powerful. Hearing the little girl's words, Ma Yongning slowly sheathed his saber. The pride of a saber cultivator appeared on his face. Ding! Disciple defeated 15 inner disciples of the Holy Spring Sect, meeting the hidden criteria. Epic mission completion rate, 60%. Host receives 200 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 190520000. It seemed that to meet the hidden criteria, he had to defeat a few more people in addition to the original number of people he had defeated. Xianxia cupped his hands and said, Elder Jean, I'm sorry. I won another round by luck. Everyone collapsed. Great leader June, you Ironbone won 65 rounds by luck. You almost made the Holy Spring Sect cry. Elder. Qing Linfeng couldn't bear it anymore and said, Disciple requests to fight. Elder Jean suppressed his endless anger and placed high hopes on Qing Linfeng. Linfeng, you must win. Yes. Qing Linfeng walked onto the stage and stopped in the center, his expression incomparably dignified. He couldn't accept that his junior brother had lost 65 rounds, so he had to win this battle no matter what. The Holy Spring Sect's direct disciple is fighting. We should have sent him earlier to raise the morale of the disciples later. Judging from his aura, young Master Linfeng is at least a 6th grade martial master. TSK, an extreme martial master of this level has to have at least 80,000 gene of strength. When Qing Linfeng entered the stage, the various factions finally realized that the Holy Spring Sect had to take this seriously. If Elder Jin knew what they were thinking, he would definitely vomit blood. Our Holy Spring Sect had already taken this battle seriously, but we couldn't win at all. Humph. Alliance Master Qin coldly said, young Master Linfeng has a supreme grade spiritual root and is also an extreme grade martial master. Not to mention a disciple of the Iron Bone Sect, even if that Jun Xianxia were to fight, he would be ruthlessly beaten up. Finally, there's a good show to watch. The Long Blade Sect Master and the Alliance Master laughed. In 65 rounds, the Iron Bone disciples had won 65 rounds, which made them feel disappointed. Now that Qing Linfeng was going to fight and exuded a strong aura, they were immediately energized, but, even if they could win one round, it would be in vain. This guy is not weak. Jun Changxiao held his chin and thought for a while before saying, Zueji, you go and meet him. Yes. Xiao Ziji walked over. Standing in the middle of the stage, he said, Iron Bone Sect, Xiao Ziji. Xiao Ziji. All the martial artists were startled and looked at Murong Xian, who was watching the battle from afar. Junior sister. The senior sister was also surprised. Could this Xiao Zueji be your former fiancé? She asked. Murong Xian didn't say anything. Her bright eyes were fixed on the man standing proudly on the stage. She thought to herself, your fellow disciple is very strong. What about you? Could this young man be Xiao Ziji, who was divorced by the genius of the Murong family? That's him. I heard that last year, he represented the Iron Bone Sect in the Azure Sun County Great Sect competition and won the championship. Didn't he become a trash? Could it be that Murong Xian came to the Sacred Spring Sect to see her divorced fiancé? She is now a second-rate disciple of the Lily Holy Sect, while Xiao Ziji is in the 7th-rate Iron Bone Sect. The two are destined to be in different worlds. Divorced by a woman, what a disgrace. Although the martial artists from various forces were discussing in low voices, every word was clearly heard by Xiao Ziji, making him clench his fists. Murong Xian frowned. Why are these people so talkative? Xiao Ziji turned his head, with a faint indifference in his eyes, as if telling her. Did you hear that? This is the harm you brought to me back then? Yes. You can use your ignorance to shirk your responsibility back then. But as a man, how can I make up for the dignity trampling on me? Murong Xian did not dare to look into Xiao Ziji's eyes, because looking into those indifferent eyes would only make her feel more guilty. Phew. Xiao Ziji exhaled. Just as the sect leader once said, he must take back what he lost with his own hands. What he lost was a man's dignity. How can he take it back? 2 years later, he will ascend to the Lily Holy Sect, stand in front of those high and mighty people, take out a divorce letter, and divorce this woman who brought endless humiliation to him. Not convinced, then let's fight. Disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect, Qing Linfeng. Qing Linfeng reported his name, and then said, I sympathize with you. This was true sympathy, not ridicule. In a world where men were dominant, being divorced by a woman would definitely bring a fatal blow to his dignity. Xiao Ziji smiled and said, actually, I am very grateful to that woman. If she did not break the engagement back then, I, Xiao Ziji, would not be where I am today. He paused for a moment. Swoosh. He clenched his fists and said proudly, I won't become a disciple of Iron Bone Clan either. The faces of his fellow disciples behind him were also filled with pride. They were very glad that they had become Iron Bone Clan's disciples. They were able to stand here and challenge the insurmountable mountain. Jun Changxia's efforts were not in vain. The disciples had a strong sense of belonging to Iron Bone. Begin. The referee said. Shua. Qing Linfeng formed a seal with both hands. His spirit energy whizzed out and formed a large palm that swept over with great force. Spirit gathering seal, Within the Sacred Spring Sect, only the upper echelons and direct disciples could learn a high-grade martial skill. Huff, the palm imprint whizzed down from above, and the strength it carried increased rapidly, directly breaking through the 50,000 gene mark. So powerful! Everyone exclaimed. With the support of his martial arts technique, his strength was comparable to that of an ordinary first-class Wuzong. This was the strength of a direct disciple of the Holy Spring Sect. The senior sister standing beside Morong Xian said faintly, "Qing Linfeng is not bad. How can that guy compete with him?" Her tone sounded as if she was praising a disciple of a fifth-rate sect, and that person should feel honored. It couldn't be helped. The disciples of a second-rate sect were naturally arrogant. When Morong Xian brought the people of the Lily Holy Sect to break off the engagement, facing the Xiao family and Xiao Ziji, her arrogance was even stronger. Ta! When the palm imprint was about to press down, Xiao Ziji took a step forward and bent his body slightly. The spirit energy in the cyclone madly surged and gathered in his right fist. Bang! Explosive fist was used to meet the attack head-on. Boom! The moment the fist and the large palm imprint collided, a powerful wave of air whizzed out and swept away the surrounding dust. Thump! Thump, thump! Xiao Ziji and Qing Linfeng both retreated 5 steps before stabilizing at the same time. All the martial artists widened their eyes. The Iron Bone disciple and the Sacred Spring Sect's direct disciple were actually not at a disadvantage, Wang Donglin said solemnly, although that kid is only a 5th-grade martial master, he is also an extreme martial master. From the initial exchange of blows, all the martial artists could see that Xiao Ziji was also an extreme martial master. Their mouths twitched violently. To reach the extreme level, the most basic requirement was to have an extreme spiritual root. How could the Iron Bone sect have such a valiant disciple? Morong Xian's bright eyes flashed with surprise. His extreme spiritual root has recovered? You. Qing Linfeng said solemnly, very strong. Swoosh. Xiao Ziji rushed over with a cloud-treading step. His left and right arms used the explosive fist and mountain-splitting palm respectively. A powerful aura burst out, forming waves of wind. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the 2 extreme martial masters exchanged dozens of blows, each with a force of 50,000 pounds. The battle was magnificent. This was definitely the most exciting battle since the start of the challenge. Because the Iron Bone disciple was basically one-sided, there was no such thing as a draw. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. They had thought that the Holy Spring Sect's direct disciple would be able to crush the Iron Bone sect. Who would have thought that the disciple they sent was no weaker than Qing Linfeng? Today, the strength of the Iron Bone faction's disciples had completely refreshed their understanding of the Iron Bone faction. It had also thoroughly slapped them in the face countless times. Bang, boom, Xiao Ziji's moves were bold, the explosive fist and mountain-splitting palm were frequently used. Although he was 1 stage lower than Qing Linfeng in terms of cultivation level, his strength was no less than his opponent's. This came from martial arts techniques. Although the explosive fist and mountain-splitting palm were not as high as high-grade martial arts techniques, as long as they were comprehended to the extreme, they could provide powerful combat strength. Boom! Boom! Both sides exchanged more than 10 blows. Qing Linfeng retreated more than 10 steps, his expression changing slightly. His arms that bore the brunt of the force were numb. Xiao Ziji stood in place with a calm expression. Their strength was on par, but in terms of physical strength, Qing Linfeng was far inferior. Swoosh! Cloud-treading step was used, Xiao Ziji launched a new round of attacks and the strength he released was as strong as ever. This guy seems to be risking his life from the start. Can his body take it? As long as Qing Linfeng stabilizes the situation, he'll definitely exhaust him. Although he's on par with young Master Linfeng, he only knows how to explode. One look and you can tell that he's a boorish man who hasn't experienced actual combat. Jun Changxiao laughed when he heard what everyone said. A bunch of fools. My disciple is playing like this because he's strong and willful. You guys have no right to comment here. Xiao Ziji's body wasn't just a little bit stronger. Not only did he not feel the slightest bit of fatigue, he became more courageous as he fought. Qing Linfeng naturally knew that if he dragged on and exhausted his spirit energy, he would have a chance of winning. But the prerequisite was, he had to be able to hold on until Su Zimo was exhausted. For now, Xiao Ziji was getting more and more courageous. Qing Linfeng was gradually at a disadvantage. Holding on for more than 10 minutes was his limit. No, he had to find a chance to defeat the enemy in one blow. Swoosh! Qing Linfeng took advantage of the gap in Xiao Ziji's attack and retreated quickly. Then, he leaped into the air and quickly formed a seal, shouting, "Grand Spirit Gathering Seal." Huff huff. Violent spiritual energy burst out from his body, instantly condensing into a thick and heavy palm print that was 5 or 6 meters wide. Then, it mercilessly pressed down on Xiao Zuiji. Grand Spirit Gathering Seal. This is one of the few supreme-grade martial arts techniques of the Sacred Spring Sect. A disciple can actually use it. When Qing Linfeng condensed a heavy palm print, the martial artists from various factions exclaimed. Elder Jin's brows relaxed, and a rare smile finally appeared on his face. The personal disciple has used his trump card, and the battle is over. Our Sacred Spring Sect has finally won the first battle. Although it's a little late, at least we can win back face among the top disciples. Whoosh whoosh, the Grand Spirit Gathering Seal pressed down with a heavy momentum, with a force of more than 150,000 pounds, and a gust of wind blew the hair and clothes of the martial artists closest to the battle. They all held their breaths in shock. To be able to break free from the intensive attack and use a powerful palm print, the Sacred Spring Sect's personal disciple was really strong. Wang Donglin's eyes were solemn. The power of the Grand Spirit Gathering Seal is comparable to that of a 5th-class Wuzong. It's dangerous, Ma Yunting said. When Qing Linfeng condensed a powerful palm print, the martial artists from various factions who were watching the show believed that Xiao Ziji was in for a bad time. Perhaps this battle would also end. But Jun Chongxiao didn't think so. He wasn't worried about his disciple at all. Stomp. Xiao Ziji stomped on the ground, and his muscles instantly strengthened. Then, he met the palm print with both hands, holding up the sky. He was going to take it head-on. Arrogant. How can such a powerful palm print be resisted by the fleshly body? Isn't he afraid of being crushed to pieces? The powerhouses from various factions shook their heads. If he was stronger than Qing Linfeng, he could take it head-on with his body. But if he was one class lower, taking a 150,000-pound palm print was undoubtedly asking for humiliation. He's too reckless. Morong Xian frowned. Even if Xiao Ziji could take the Grand Spirit Gathering Seal, he would definitely be injured. How would he deal with the enemy? The wisest choice was to dodge and continue to exhaust his opponent. Only then could he have a chance of winning. Both sides were evenly matched. Exhausting his opponent was the right choice. To take the opponent's trump card head-on was definitely a boorish man. Senior sister said lightly, with this method of fighting, sooner or later he will die miserably. No wonder junior sister broke off the engagement with him. Whoosh whoosh, the Grand Spirit Gathering Seal came crashing down and the martial arts practice field turned dark. Xiao Ziji stood below with his palms clasped together, giving off a feeling of insignificance. Come on, his gaze sharpened, and his muscles bulged once again. Every single one of them seemed to have been tempered 1,000 times. Unfortunately, he was wearing his school uniform, so the martial artists from the various factions could not see him. Even if they saw him, they would not care, because all their attention was on the palm print that was pressing down. Boom, the heavy Spirit Gathering Seal pressed down fiercely. The moment it came into contact with Xiao Ziji's palm, an even stronger wave of wind was created. The cultivators nearby all retreated a few steps, their faces filled with shock. Ka ka ka. Many of the stone slabs on the martial arts practice field were shattered, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Just the spiritual energy wave alone was enough to shatter the stone floor. The power of a martial master was truly terrifying, however. The experts from the various forces stabilized their bodies and resisted the raging winds. They raised their eyes to look at the battlefield, and their expressions all froze. Xiao Ziji's hands were already supporting the Great Spirit Gathering Seal. Although the stone slabs under his feet were shattered into pieces, his body was perfectly straight. He actually took it. How is that possible? Senior sister's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even Morong Xian next to her was very surprised. She had thought that Xiao Ziji could take it, but she did not expect it to be so easy. The experts from the various factions were also stunned. That was a palm print with a force of 150 kilograms. He did not even bend his body after taking it. How strong was his body? Everyone was shocked. Jun Changxiao and the Iron Bone disciple were smiling. Qing Linfeng's strength was not bad, but Xiao Ziji was tempered by gravity in the experience tower all day long. Want to suppress him? Impossible. Whoosh. Qing Linfeng landed on the ground and maintained the strength of the palm print. Shock rose in his heart. The strength of his palm was comparable to that of a 5th-grade ordinary martial master. It was unbelievable that his opponent could take it so easily. Whoosh. He leaped into the air again, forming a second Great Spirit gathering seal and pressing it down. The second palm. This is too awesome. Everyone exclaimed. The fact that the Sacred Spring Sect's disciple could form such a powerful trump card shocked all the martial artists from the various factions. It's over. Elder Jean thought with absolute certainty. He did not believe that a 5th-grade martial master could withstand 2 Great Spirit gathering seals with a force of 150 kilograms. Morong Xian frowned and said, "It's not too late to retreat now." Ah! Xiao Ziji shouted angrily. His school uniform was torn to shreds, revealing his strong muscles. Don't ask why his pants were not shredded, because that would be indecent. Boom! The second Great Spirit gathering seal pressed down on the first palm. 150 kilograms of force merged with the first, forming a crushing force. Crack, crack, crack. The combination of spiritual power and strength created an oppressive force, shattering the stone slabs in the martial arts arena and rolling up stone foam and dust. The crowd could not see the situation in the battle area. But they were sure that the Iron Bone disciple had been suppressed by the 2 palms. The expressions of the experts from the various forces turned solemn. When the palm print pressed down, they could clearly see Xiao Ziji's strong muscles, giving them the feeling of an iron wall. Maybe he could take it again, as expected. When the dust dissipated, everything became clear. Xiao Zuiji's spine was still as firm as steel. His hands were holding the stacked great energy gathering seal. Crack! The whole arena was silent. Elder Jean and the other martial artists were dumbfounded. Phew! At this moment, Xiao Ziji lowered his arms and bent down. Ha ha ha, he can't take it anymore. He's going to be suppressed. The leader of the Long Blade faction laughed. Qin Haoran and the others were also smiling. Although Xiao Ziji's performance had shocked them, he was still suppressed and defeated by Qing Linfeng. Elder Jean also laughed. But as soon as he rose, his smile froze. Ah! After bending down to a certain extent, Xiao Ziji stood up with blue veins popping out on his muscles. Swoosh! In an instant, he stood up again, and with a burst of power, he directly pushed out the Grand Spirit gathering seal on his hands. Everyone's eyes were about to pop out. It turned out that the guy bent down not because he could not take it anymore, but because he wanted to use it as a buffer to push out the 2 palms. The faces of Qin Haoran and the others were almost smashed by the invisible force. After all, it was funny to laugh at Xiao Ziji when they saw that he could not take it anymore. Swoosh! When the palms were pushed out, Qing Linfeng landed on the ground with a pale face. Performing 2 Grand Spirit gathering seals in a row might have been impressive, but it had consumed a lot of stamina and spiritual energy, too. Good chance, Jun Changxiao said. Young Master Linfeng is tired. The Great Spirit gathering seal is an ultimate martial art technique. Even Wuzong consumes a lot of spiritual energy to use it, let alone a martial artist. I can only hope that the Iron Bone disciple is also exhausted. While everyone was talking, Xiao Ziji rushed over with the cloud-treading steps, using exploding fist and mountain-splitting palm to launch an airtight attack. You're tired, sorry, I just got into the zone. Boom. 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 Because of the severe consumption of spiritual energy, Qing Linfeng could barely defend himself, but he was definitely at a disadvantage. Everyone's mouth twitched when they saw this. Are the disciples of the Iron Bone sect even human? They're still so energetic even after taking 2 palm strikes. Elder Jean screamed in his heart, "Hold on, you must hold on." Back in the Haoqi sect, Alliance Master Qin had also cried out in his heart when he saw his disciples being defeated one after another. And the result, those who should be defeated were defeated, and those who should be defeated were defeated. It didn't affect the battle at all. Bang! 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 Xiao Ziji's punches were faster, and his power was as strong as ever. The more he fought, the smoother his muscles and spiritual energy became. The more he fought, the more his blood boiled. He felt it, but Qing Linfeng couldn't catch it at all. He could only use his body to receive the storm-like punches. Bang! In the end, he flew out like a cannonball. In the process, the two great spirit-gathering seals that were pushed into the sky gradually disappeared into nothingness as they lost contact with their masters. Boom! Qing Linfeng crashed into the stone wall in front of the hall, and his whole body sank into it. Wah! Blood splattered. He tried to raise his head and said weakly, "You're really strong," then he fainted. His scarred body fell from the groove and landed on the ground with a thud. Phew! Xiao Ziji stabilized his body and stopped attacking. He cupped his fists at the unconscious Qing Linfeng and said, "Thank you." He turned around and left the martial arts field. During this time, he didn't look at Murong Xian, as if she didn't exist. This battle was for the Iron Bone sect. Xiao Ziji would never win against the Sacred Spring sect's disciple and show off to that woman. 2 years later, in the Lily Holy sect. When I was showing off in front of you and your fellow disciples, after the battle ended, a notification sounded in Xianxia's ears. Ding! He defeated 13 direct disciples of the Sacred Spring sect. Comfortable, he was comfortable, but Elder Jin was on the verge of tears. My Sacred Spring sect's personal disciple used all his trump cards. Not only did he not win the battle, he was also knocked unconscious. This is too much of a bully. As a martial arts master, Qing Linfeng was truly powerful. Unfortunately, he ran into Xiao Ziji. Although this fellow had only cultivated for a little more than a year, in terms of body tempering, he could be called a monster, using the Grand Spirit Gathering Seal to hurt him, unless one's level was high and one's comprehension was strong. Of course. If his opponent had been Yi Xingchen, Qing Linfeng would have been defeated long ago. This was because the former's overall strength was greater than Xiao Ziji's. The various forces cultivators gaped, looking at the retreating Xiao Ziji as if they were looking at a monster. To be able to take 2 great spirit gathering seals head-on, and still be able to push them out and launch a fierce attack. In the end, he was able to lead the stage so easily. Just how strong was his physical body to be able to do this? Terrifying. Ma Yunting said in shock. If he were to fight a genius like Qing Linfeng, even if he could win, he would have to pay a huge price. Xiao Ziji's battle not only won glory for the Iron Bone clan, but also proved that he was no longer the trash he was 5 years ago. He believed that the news would spread to the Azure Sun County and the Xiao family. They would definitely not feel good, and the ridicule from the outside world would be even more intense. Let's not worry about the Xiao family first. Let's talk about Alliance leader Qin and the Alliance's big shots. When Qing Linfeng was defeated, they were all speechless. Their expressions were as ugly as if they had eaten feces. The Sacred Spring sect's inner and outer disciples had been defeated one after another, and they had been slapped in the face countless times. Now that Xiao Ziji had defeated a direct disciple, they felt as if their souls had been slapped away. Watching a joke, why don't you laugh? No one was more shocked than Murong Xian. He had used his strong physical body to resist Qing Linfeng's trump card and won fair and square, in this year. What kind of terrifying cultivation did he go through to be so strong? Looking at the back of the leaving figure, Murong Xian thought of all kinds of terrifying training grounds. This man was gritting his teeth and cultivating. Xian heir, Xiao family Xiao Ziji has good talent and is also very hardworking. Don't blame Grandpa for making the decision to marry you. When she was young, Grandpa Murong's words rang in her ears. At that time, Murong Xian replied, "Grandpa, what does that person look like?" Xian heir has never seen him before. How can you casually get engaged? Haha. Grandpa Murong laughed. Grandpa has already checked that kid. He has great potential and will definitely become a dragon among men in the future. He is worthy of you. As long as he is not a worm among men. At that time, Murong Xian obeyed Grandpa Murong, who loved her dearly. As she grew up, she wanted freedom and broke off the engagement. Today, Xiao Ziji defeated Qing Linfeng. This made her realize that Grandpa Morong was right. He really did have potential. Humph, that senior sister said indifferently, the Sacred Spring Sect's direct disciples are really weak. They can't even deal with a seventh-rate Sect's disciple. Can senior sister beat him? Morong Xian's words made the senior sister silent. Although she was also a 6th-grade martial master, she was only a high-level one. If even Qing Linfeng was defeated, it would be very difficult for her to fight Xiao Ziji. Senior sister said, I can't win, but junior sister can. She was only an inner disciple of the Lily Holy Sect. Morong Xian was the direct disciple of the 11th elder. She was much better than her elder Jin. Xianxia said, does your sect have any direct disciples? Elder Jin snorted, my Sacred Spring Sect has more direct disciples than your Iron Bone inner disciples. He could lose the battle, but he couldn't lose his momentum. Then let's fight again. Xianxia waved his hand and Tianqi walked out. Although his cultivation was the lowest among the inner disciples, his eyes were filled with pride. Without the Iron Bone clan, he was just a medicinal ingredient in the eyes of others. Now that he was standing in front of the Sacred Spring Sect and facing their direct disciple, he was happy and proud. Elder Jin sent out the second direct disciple. That person was called Ranhui. Although his aptitude was only high grade, he was a 7th-grade martial master. Supreme-grade spiritual roots were not easy to find, so many direct disciples of the sect mostly had high-grade spiritual roots. Tianqi. Xianxia transmitted his voice, your opponent is a bit strong. Do your best and don't disappoint me and the other sect members. Okay. Tianqi replied with his voice transmission technique. The two reported their names, and the referee immediately announced, begin. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the burly Ranhui threw a heavy punch. Thump. Thump, Tianqi crossed his arms to block, and his body retreated more than 10 steps. He instantly judged that his opponent's strength was at least 80,000 Jin. If he wanted to win against him with only 60,000 Jin of strength and continue to win for the Iron Bone, it would be a fierce battle. Ah. Tianqi used cloud-treading steps and exploding fists to rush forward. Sect leader. This disciple is ready to fight for the sect at any time. Boom, there was a loud noise in the training field. Tianqi, who was weaker than Ranhui, was sent flying again. He struggled to stabilize himself at the edge of the field and smiled. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had exchanged dozens of blows since the start of the battle. The 4th-grade Iron Bone disciple was at a disadvantage. He had been hit many times, but he did not fall down. How did he train his body? Tianqi was also an advanced martial master, but he was 3 levels behind Ranhui. Even with the help of martial arts, it was difficult to suppress him. But don't forget. He had been training in the Experience Tower. Although he was not as strong as Xiao Ziji and the others, his body was not weak. Ranhui could attack him, but it was impossible to hurt him in a short period of time. Any disciple who had trained on the first floor of the Experience Tower had one advantage, which was that they were very resistant to beatings. Let's see how long you can hold on. Ranhui rushed over again. His fist, which was condensed with spiritual power, was thrown. Tianqi could not dodge. He could only adjust his position slightly and take the attack with his arms. He retreated to the other side so that he would not be hit out of the field. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! 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 Ranhui caught up with him and attacked like a storm. Dense fist shadows flashed in the training field. The airwaves came one after another. The higher-ups of the Sacred Spring Sect felt a little relieved. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time a disciple had suppressed an Iron Bone disciple. Although the opponent was struggling, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Indeed. It was a matter of time. But the key was how long it would take. Boom, 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 Ranhui was still attacking crazily. Tianqi could only defend and retreat again and again. This is a little troublesome, Ma Yunting said. Wang Donglin said, the Sacred Spring Sect is a sect with a strong foundation. Its direct disciples are very strong. It is reasonable that the Iron Bone disciple can't hold on and lose. They had won more than 60 rounds. It was not important to lose one. Wrong, Xianxia, who was defending, did not want to lose. He wanted to continue winning for the Iron Bone disciples in front of the sect leader and his fellow disciples. Boom, Ranhui finished another set of 36 paths to heaven punches and beat Xianxia to the edge of the training field. Then he chased after him. Swish. Swish, Sevenfield steadied his body and used cloud-treading steps to avoid the opponent's attack and leave the danger zone. Damn it. Ranhui turned around and chased after him, once again launching a bombardment of heavenly flowers, the fury in his eyes growing more and more intense. His strength was clearly stronger than his, but after exchanging more than 100 blows, let alone knocking him down, he couldn't even get off the stage. This was really infuriating. Boom, Xianxia suffered another violent bombardment. Although he could still stand on the martial arts practice field, it was hard for him to suppress a mouthful of blood. I can't. If the Iron Bone disciples don't lose, I'll eat *T. I've been on the defensive from the very beginning, unable to retaliate at all. The martial artists of the various forces began to discuss. In fact, this was what they wanted to see. In the end, the Iron Bone sect had been suppressing the Sacred Spring sect for more than 60 matches. Alliance Master Qin, I think the Iron Bone disciples will lose, right? The leader of the Longblade Martial School asked cautiously. The Sacred Spring sect's disciples were defeated one after another, so he didn't dare to gloat easily, lest the result would be a slap to his face. Qin Howren said indifferently, they are beaten to the point that they can't even fight back. If they can win, then the sun will rise from the west. Shentong and the leaders of the alliance couldn't help but laugh. The Sacred Spring sect had lost so many matches. Even if they really won one, it didn't matter. But they could find joy and laughter from it. They were really a group of hopeless idiots. Boom, boom, Ranhui and Xianxia had been fighting for more than 10 minutes. The scene was still one attacking and the other defending. There was no change at all. However, the spectating martial artists were speechless. The Iron Bone disciples could still stand firm after being beaten for so long. They were really resistant to beatings, however, defending also consumed psionic energy. If they continued to fight, they would definitely lose, and even lose miserably, however. They ignored a problem. Defending would consume psionic energy, but attacking would also consume psionic energy, and even more. Ranhui attacked again and again, and the power condensed in his fist had obviously decreased by a lot. It's about time for Xianxia to counterattack. Jun Changxiao murmured. Sure enough. After Xianxia felt that the opponent's power had decreased, he relied on cloud steps to occasionally receive attacks and counterattack to probe. Until he was sure that the opponent had consumed a lot of psionic energy, he no longer hid and defended, but launched a real counterattack. Whoosh whoosh. Bursting fist on the left fist, mountain-splitting palm on the right fist. Relying on the speed of cloud steps, he launched a crazy attack. Boom. 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 This. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Iron Bone disciple had been beaten for so long, but he still had the strength to launch a powerful counterattack. Ranhui, who was used to having the advantage, was caught off guard by Xianxia's sudden counterattack. He could only keep retreating. Xianxia seized the opportunity. The remaining psionic energy in the cyclone exploded, turning from passive to active, and began to launch a fierce attack. Ranhui, who had consumed a lot of energy, couldn't take it anymore and could only turn to defense. However, was his physical body as resistant as Xianxia? The answer was no. Therefore, after a huge consumption, he suffered the power of the punches and was instantly beaten back. He was originally suppressing the opponent, but in the end, he was suppressed by the opponent. The battle style suddenly changed. I can't lose, I have to win. This was the only thought in Xianxia's mind, driving him to condense psionic energy and continue to attack. At that moment, he seemed to have gone crazy. When he felt that all the psionic energy in his body had been consumed, when his physical body was in intense pain, Xianxia stopped and gasped for breath. As for Ranhui, he had already fainted on the ground from the beating. His exposed skin was covered with dense, bright red fist marks. Senior brother Tian won. Lu Wancher shouted. The Iron Bone disciples also cheered in high spirits. They had originally come to cheer, but their senior brother had won the previous dozens of matches too easily. They only cheered 2 or 3 times before gradually calming down and facing it. This match was different. Their senior brother had turned defeat into victory with great difficulty, so they had to cheer and celebrate. Hearing his fellow disciples cheering for him and celebrating for him, Xianxi's lips curled into a smile. Then, he endured the pain and dragged his weak body down the stage. He would walk down the stage the same way he walked up. It was only a distance of a few dozen meters, but Xianxia seemed to have walked for a long time. He stopped in front of Xianxia and said, "Sect Master, this disciple did not disappoint you." Before he finished speaking, intense pain and weakness instantly surged into his heart, making it difficult for him to support himself. His body fell straight down. "Junior brother." Su Xiaoma was the first to rush over. Xianxia was too tired. He was so tired that he could not even open his eyes. Before he fainted, there was still a smile on his lips. He said weakly, I won, you won." Xianxia said seriously, everyone saw it. Although Xianxia had walked down the stage and fainted after defeating Ran Hui, who was also a high-level martial artist, he had explained to the world what it meant to be unyielding and unyielding. The Iron Bone Unyielding Sect. This name might be unpleasant to hear, and it might be a tongue-twister. But with Xianxi's proof, it represented a spirit that would never admit defeat and never admit defeat. Xianxia defeated Ran Hui with difficulty. Not only did he defend the sect's winning streak, but he also proved that he had the strength to fight against a direct disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect even though he was at the bottom of the inner sect. However, the price was that he fainted. The main reason was that he was suppressed too badly in the early stages, and he fought back in the later stages to win. If Xianxia also had a top-grade spiritual root, even if his cultivation was lower than Ran Hui's, he wouldn't have won with such difficulty. Senior brother's victory made the Iron Bone disciples even more proud. Xianxi's reversal also made the other sects silent. A 4th-grade martial master could defeat a 7th-grade martial master. This was definitely not a fluke, but a reflection of his strength. The Iron Bone clan was really strong. At this moment, no one doubted this 7th-grade sect anymore. Because the Sacred Spring Sect's disciples were defeated one by one, it was enough to prove themselves. They used to think if the Iron Bone clan could win a match. Now, the tables had turned. Could the Sacred Spring Sect win a match, as for Qinhaoren and the Alliance Sect? Let's not talk about these idiots because it would only spoil the fun. Sect leader Jun looked at a cultivator and said indifferently, "My disciple has won this battle. Please go to the outhouse now." Why would he go to the outhouse? Eat shit. It was the same as cutting a penis or eating a keyboard. Xianxia naturally wouldn't let him go. Instead, he looked at Elder Jin and cupped his hands. "Your Sacred Spring Sect lost again. Do you still want to fight?" "Fight," Elder Jin said angrily. He couldn't maintain the demeanor of a 5th-grade sect's upper echelon anymore. The muscles on his face were almost distorted from anger. "Li Fei," Xianxia said, "let's fight." "Yes." Li Fei tiptoed and walked towards the martial arts arena. However, he also looked back at the unconscious Xianxia and thought, "Senior brother Tian, Li Fei, will continue to defend the sect's winning streak." The Sacred Spring Sect sent another 7th-grade martial master as a direct disciple. As for the name, it was needless to say because after the match started, he was played around by Li Fei who was running at full speed. What a fast speed! The Sacred Spring Sect's disciple can't catch up. Looking at the situation, it doesn't look good. Everyone started to worry about the Sacred Spring Sect's disciple. This was a change in mentality. This was proof that the Iron Bone faction was strong. Boom. Boom. After circling around for a while, Li Fei mysteriously appeared behind his opponent. His golden right leg carried with it spiritual energy as he directly kicked his opponent's neck twice. Thump. Thump, the disciple staggered to the side. During this process, Li Fei once again appeared in front of him. With a tap of his toes, he leapt into the air and shouted, "Iron Bone Shadowless Kick." Bang! 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 Pooh! After a torrential barrage of attacks, the disciple retreated to the edge of the martial arts practice field. Blood spurted out, and then his eyelids rolled back and he fell straight down. Plop! His body landed on the ground, leaving the training field. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. This direct disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect didn't even make a move. He didn't even touch the corner of the Iron Bone disciple's clothes. Ding! Defeated the personal disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect. Epic mission completion rate, 90%. The host has received 600 contribution points. Ding! Contribution value, 2505200 points. Ding! Before the notification overflowed, Xianxia opened the shop and spent 1,000 contribution points to buy 20 bottles of aptitude-changing liquid. He had already saved 30 bottles. After the challenge, he would definitely distribute them to the disciples who fought. I still need 10% more. I should continue to challenge the direct disciples. Xianxia cupped his hands and said, Elder Jin, do you still want to fight? Fight. Elder Jin gritted his teeth and said. Right now, he was like a gambler who had lost all his fortune in a casino. He had completely lost his mind. Xianxia said, I still have 4 disciples who haven't fought. How about another 4? Sure. Elder Jin said. As he said that, he waved his hand. A tall and strong disciple stepped out. Although he was also a 7th grade martial master, he was obviously stronger than the previous 2. Little Mo, go on stage. Yes. Su Xiaoma handed the unconscious Tianqi to Xiao Ziji. Swinging his arms, he tiptoed onto the stage. After announcing his name, the battle began. Boom, boom. Su Xiaoma used the cloud-treading steps and circled around the tall disciple of the Holy Spring Sect. Then, he continuously attacked his vital points. Unsurprisingly. Although the big guy's skin was rough and his flesh was thick, after a series of wild kicks, he fell to the ground like a small hill. Su Xiaoma clapped his hands and raised his eyebrows, no difficulty. Everyone was about to faint. These disciples of the Iron Bone Sect were simply too scary. Torturing the direct disciples of the Holy Spring Sect was like playing around. Next match. Li Qingyang fought. As a well-rounded person, he could easily win even against Qing Linfeng. Therefore, it only took him a few minutes to defeat his opponent. Ding! Disciple defeated direct disciple 55 of the Holy Spring Sect, meeting the hidden criteria. Epic mission completion rate is 100%. Host has received 200 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 1705200. Strange? Xianxia was puzzled. All 3 missions have met the requirements and reached 100%. Why hasn't the epic mission been completed yet? Sect leader Jun, while thinking, Elder Jin said with an ugly expression, please wait a moment, my Holy Spring Sect still has 2 direct disciples in seclusion. I have already sent someone to inform them. Oh. Xianxia replied. The 2 direct disciples in seclusion must be Gu Chaojiu and Jian Fifan. The Holy Spring Sect only has a total of 7 direct disciples. Now that 5 have already fought, it must be the 2 of them. These 2 are the core disciples of the Holy Spring Sect. It is said that one has a sacred grade aptitude, and the other is a rare sword cultivator. Their strength is also extraordinary. Everyone discussed in low voices. A sacred grade aptitude and a sword cultivator. Xianxia held his chin and said, it's a little tricky. Sect leader Lu Qianqian said, leave the sacred grade aptitude to me. Zhou Hong said, Sect leader, that sword cultivator, this disciple hopes to fight against him. Sure. Xianxia said. He was still very confident in these 2 disciples. After all, one was also a sacred grade aptitude, and the other was also a sword cultivator. Not long after. 2 disciples in the Holy Spring Sect. Uniform walked out from the inner yard. One of them had a lazy look, giving people the feeling that he did not care about his appearance. The other had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a cold aura. From their temperament, Xianxia could also recognize that the one on the left must be the sacred grade aptitude Gu Chaojiu, and the one on the right must be the sword cultivator Jian Fifan. There were so many good seedlings in the Holy Spring Sect. Including Qing Linfeng, if the three of them joined the Iron Bone Sect and were trained by him, their strength and realm would definitely skyrocket. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "It's a bit of a waste of talent to stay in the Holy Spring Sect." Elder. Gu Chaojiu walked over and said with a sleepy look, "This Iron Bone came to challenge us. Did he have to call the two of us out?" Everyone's mouth twitched. He probably did not know that his sect had already lost 70 rounds, and it was a terrible loss. Jian Fifan did not say anything. He instinctively looked at Zhou Hong opposite him, his dark eyes shining with a strong fighting spirit. "Elder." He walked to the martial arts practice field and said, "I'll fight first." "Sect leader, I'd like to fight." Before Jun Changxiao could answer, Zhou Hong had already walked out. Ta. The two stood in the middle of the martial arts practice field at the same time, staring at each other. Instantly, an extremely sharp aura appeared around them. "This is sword intent. That Iron Bone disciple is also a sword cultivator." Everyone opened their eyes wide. Previously, there was a sword cultivator, and now there was a sword cultivator. Iron Bone's level was not high, but there were all kinds of warriors. Iron Bone Sect disciple, Zhou Hong. Holy Spring Sect disciple, Jian Fifan. After the two sword cultivators reported their names, the sword intent gathered in the martial arts practice field became more intense. The warriors closer to them were so shocked that they took a few steps back. Zhou Hong and Jian Fifan were only a few meters away from each other. The sword intent they released began to fight, which shocked everyone and made them retreat. A swordsman was indeed a swordsman. He was indeed different, many martial artists envied him. Swords were commonly used weapons. If one became a swordsman, one's status would skyrocket. Unfortunately, the requirements to become a swordsman were too harsh. Not everyone could become one. Even with the system, sect leader Jun, who was like a cheat, had to be a martial artist without the talent to become a swordsman. Although Yi Xingchen, who was reborn as the Great Emperor, practiced the Ling Jian divine technique, he was still a martial artist. He was not a swordsman at all. "Begin." The referee shouted. Zhou Hong and Jian Fifan were still looking at each other. After a while, they took 10 steps back at the same time to keep a sufficient distance from each other. They did not release their aura or spiritual energy. They just looked at each other as if the scene was frozen. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Here it comes. When he accepted Zhou Hong into the sect, he thought that the scene of a swordsman and a swordsman fighting would be boring. It would be even more boring. "Show your sword," Zhou Hong said. Jian Fifan said, "My sword will only be unsheathed when I make a move." "Make your move." "Once I make a move, my sword will definitely bleed." "So I'll make the first move?" "In a fight with a swordsman, I like to let my opponent make the first move." "Why?" "Because I can measure the strength of my opponent and whether it's worth it for me to make the first move." Everyone's mouth twitched. "You two are in a fight. Can you stop chatting and start fighting? We're all tired." "They're getting impatient." Zhou Hong said, "They must want us to fight as soon as possible." Jian Fifan said, "They don't understand that the conversation between you and me is actually a contest." Jun Changxiao could not stand it anymore. He wanted to send an emoji of "Is this the world of swordsmen?" to express his breaking down mood. Clang. Zhou Hong finally unsheathed his sword and said, "A swordsman is destined to be lonely if the world doesn't understand." "I agree," Jian Fifan said. Zhou Hong held his sword with one hand and said, "I'll make my move." "Please," Jian Fifan said. Whoosh. Whoosh. Shua, Zhou Hong took a step forward and waved his quaint longsword in the air. Beams of sword light shot out instantly. "So fast." The experts of the various sects exclaimed. Even though they had been watching without blinking, they were still unable to catch how many times Zhou Hong had struck out with his sword in a single breath. Jian Fifan noticed it and was shocked. He had actually struck 60 times in a single breath, which was a full 30 times more than him. This was definitely some kind of profound sword technique. Clang, while he was thinking, Jian Fifan waved his hand and a 1-meter-long sword appeared out of thin air. Then, he slashed out streaks of unparalleled sword chi in the void. Ding! 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 The two sword chis collided, and a crisp sound was heard, as if they were intertwined into beautiful music. The sword chi was completely neutralized, and the two of them were still standing in the same place. Zhou Hong said, "You attacked twice." Jian Fifan smiled bitterly and said, "You have too much sword chi. I can only attack once more." Sword force. Zhou Hong turned his wrist and said, "Graceful." The sword was unsheathed, and the light of the sword flashed. Swoosh! The unparalleled sword chi attacked Jian Fifan with a cold aura. It was much stronger than when he used it in Death Valley. Li Qingyang and the others were getting stronger. Zhou Hong, who had been comprehending the sword all this while, would be crazy if he did not make any progress. Swoosh! Facing the incoming sword chi, Jian Fifan held his sword with both hands and slashed from top to bottom, shouting, "Rainbow pierces the sun." Swoosh! The sword chi burst out. Boom! The two sword chis collided, and a cold gust of wind blew, causing everyone's faces to hurt as if they were cut by knives. Although these two sword cultivators talked a lot of nonsense, the sword intent that burst out when they really fought was so terrifying. The second time they fought, they were evenly matched. Zhou Hong bent down slightly, and his slightly weathered face was cold and stern. Huff huff. In an instant, an aura similar to spirit energy appeared around him, and the leaves that were blown by the wind were cut on the spot. The stone slab that was shaken off by the fight between Xiao Ziji and Qing Linfeng was also cut into small pieces. Jian Fifan frowned and sheathed his sword, saying, "You won." Everyone was dumbfounded. From the looks of the situation, no one could do anything to the other. Why did he surrender? Only Yi Xingchen knew that the sword force that Zhou Hong released was actually the second move of the Lingjian God technique, two-word force technique. He had only practiced the Lingjian God technique for less than a year, and he had already comprehended the second move. Clang! Zhou Hong sheathed his sword and said, "Thank you for letting me win." He wanted to have a good fight with Jian Fifan, but at this moment, he was representing Iron Bone, so he had to win the fight. Jian Fifan put his sword into the space ring and said, "If there is a chance in the future, I will go to Iron Bone and have a good taste of your sword moves." "You are always welcome," Zhou Hong said. Everyone collapsed. You two talked a lot of nonsense and ended the fight in less than a minute. It was 2F** Ket up. This was the battle between sword cultivators. Once to a certain extent, unless it was a life and death battle, there was no need to continue fighting. Not to mention, Zhou Hong was stronger than Jian Fifan in terms of sword force, and he used the second move of the Lingjian God technique. The latter could not take the sword move and would die under the sword. It was not a life and death battle, so why put him in a dead end? The battle between sword cultivators ended with Iron Bone's victory. The Sacred Spring Sect would definitely be injured. After all, they had lost another battle. Chao Jiao. Elder Jean said with a trembling voice, "This is the last battle, we must win." Got it, got it. Gu Chaojiao scratched his head and walked lazily to the martial arts practice field. "Xianxia, go," Jun Changxiao said. Lu Qianqian touched the bracelet he gave her and went to the martial arts practice field. This last battle is usually the finale. Iron Bone actually sent a female disciple? They won too many matches and disrespected the Sacred Spring Sect? In my opinion, maybe they are going easy on the fifth-rate sect. After all, they have lost 71 matches. Everyone whispered. Gu Chaojiao was startled and said to himself, "Our Sacred Spring Sect has lost 71 matches? No wonder the elder and his fellow disciples looked so bad." Gu Chaojiao, who had been a little sloppy, immediately straightened his body. His gaze became sharp, as if he was a different person. "Mississippi," he said seriously, "although you are a woman, I will not go easy on you for the sect's glory." Lu Qianqian stopped and said calmly, "Iron Bone Clan's disciple, Lu Qianqian. Sacred Spring Sect's disciple, Gu Chaojiao." After the two of them said their names, the referee shouted, "Begin." Ka ka ka, in an instant, cold air whizzed out of Lu Qianqian's body. Wherever it passed, the ground was quickly frozen. "Damn." Gu Chaojiao said in shock, "Ice element martial artist. 9 layers of ice sealing palm." Lu Qianqian raised her right hand that was wearing the ice bracelet, and an even more powerful cold current swept over. "Oh no. Gu Chaozhou's expression changed. He was about to use his movement technique to escape, but his speed was slowed down by the cold air. Frost gradually covered his entire face. Just as this direct disciple with a divine spiritual root was about to speak, his entire body was affected by the frenzied cold current. He immediately took a step forward and ran before he turned into a lifelike ice sculpture. Whoosh! Lu Qianxian waved her long sleeves. Dense spiritual energy swept out and pushed him onto the ice on the ground. He slipped out of the arena. Everyone almost fell down. Ka. After a few breaths, Gu Chaozhou was unfrozen. He was so cold that he held his shoulders and sneezed. His nose was running down. Elder Jin Xianxia cupped his hands and said, "Sorry, my disciple won again." End of chapter 292. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.